Zhang Wanwan has reincarnated 665 times, yet has been unable to completely alter the tragic fate of her family. Even with the script in her grasp, she remains but a helpless infant. It is not until her 666th reincarnation that Zhang Wanwan discovers her family's ability to eavesdrop on her innermost thoughts. Mother, awaken quickly. Father and your dear best friend have had 3 children and intend to exchange me to be mistreated by the mistress. I am your cherished darling. Subsequently, she witnesses her mother rise from the delivery bed, capturing the nurse who attempted to swap the children, thereafter treating the scoundrel and the harlot with icy disdain. Uncle, please do not sue. Based on my extensive experience from over 600 reincarnations, the best way to combat a scheming woman is to use magic against magic. Turning back, she observes her uncle outsmarting the malicious aunt, leading to the scoundrel's disgrace and her departure with nothing. Second brother, you two have been swapped. You are truly a child of the Lin family. Do not let the mistress's family manipulate you. Everyone tacitly listens to Wanwan's thoughts, and gradually, the dismal fate of her family begins to transform. Meanwhile, the false heiress Zhang Hanlian, who has also been reincarnated, ponders where it all went awry. Were not these individuals her devoted admirers in her previous life? Why do they now shun her as if she were a venomous serpent? Chapter 1. The 666th Rebirth. Zhang Wanwan has reincarnated for the 666th time. This time, the situation is dire, as she has been reborn at the moment of her birth. After giving birth to her, her mother fainted from exhaustion. The 2 attending nurses exchanged knowing glances, intending to take her away. Zhang Wanwan recalls that from the moment of her birth, her life was deliberately exchanged. In every previous reincarnation, she had either been a pitiful creature abused by her adoptive mother or a mere cannon fodder heiress who had been reclaimed. This is the first instance she meets her biological mother before the swap. Thinking of the torment she endured after the exchange, while her adoptive mother's daughter was lavished with affection by her parents and brothers, stealing the life that rightfully belonged to her, she cried out loudly, "Wah! Wah! Wah! Mother, please awaken. Bad people are trying to take your daughter away." Hearing her cries, the 2 nurses hurriedly covered her mouth, whispering urgently, "Quickly, hurry and take her away." Though her mouth was covered, her heart continued to call out, "Mother, mother, please wake up. Someone is trying to take me away." Lin Jiran, in a daze, vaguely hears someone desperately calling her. She jolts awake. What? Someone is trying to take her daughter away. Upon opening her eyes, she indeed sees the 2 nurses sneaking about, hurriedly attempting to remove her daughter from the delivery room. "Return my daughter to me," she shouts forcefully, struggling to rise from the delivery bed. The nurses, startled by her awakening, nearly drop the child in their panic. "Mrs. Zhang, how did you wake up?" One of the nurses, quick on her feet, concocts an excuse. "The child inhaled some amniotic fluid. We need to take her to the nursery for observation to check for lung infection. If all is well, we will return her to you." "Mother, do not believe their deceitful words. I have no issues with my lungs. They wish to take me away to facilitate an exchange, separating us." Zhang Wanwan cries out in desperation within her mind. Lin Jiran, upon hearing this, is filled with shock and doubt. After 10 months of arduous pregnancy, to think someone would want to swap her precious daughter? Who possesses such a lack of virtue? Wait, her daughter can actually speak. Lin Jiran's gaze snaps to the source of the voice. Just then, she sees one of the nurses remove her hand from her daughter's mouth, with both nurses displaying no reaction to the previously uttered words. Realizing this is her daughter's inner voice, which only she can hear, Lin Jiran quickly regains her composure and asserts, "Return my daughter to me. I know best whether she is well." "But, Mrs. Zhang, this..." The 2 nurses attempt to protest, but Lin Jiran insists, "If you do not return my daughter, you will bear the consequences." Faced with her unwavering attitude, the nurses dare not take further risks and reluctantly hand the infant over. Once in Lin Jiran's embrace, Zhang Wanwan cannot contain her excitement and begins to cry, "Wah wah wah. Woo-woo, after 666 reincarnations, I have finally not been exchanged for another life. I can lie in my mother's arms now, woo-woo." Upon hearing this, Lin Jiran is struck by a mix of shock and pain. What? Her precious daughter has reincarnated 666 times? And this is the first time she has not been swapped. How has she endured through the previous 665 lives? Holding her daughter close, Lin Jiran's heart aches with tears. Why is mother crying? "Do not cry, do not cry. If you weep during the confinement period, your eyes will suffer. Mother must cherish her health." Zhang Wanwan waves her tiny hands, attempting to comfort her mother. Hearing her daughter express such concern for her, Lin Jiran feels an even deeper affection and tenderness towards her child, silently vowing to protect her from any harm. Zhang Wanwan, feeling relaxed, is soon overtaken by drowsiness, and her formidable willpower cannot withstand her body's need for rest. She falls into a deep slumber. When she awakens again, Zhang Wanwan finds herself in her mother's arms in the hospital room. In the room, her grandmother and father are present. Her grandmother reproaches her father with dissatisfaction. "Why did you arrive so late? We have but one precious daughter. The process of childbirth is so painful, and you are not by her side." With a face full of remorse, father lamented, "I am truly sorry, dear mother, my beloved wife, and my precious daughter. I returned as soon as I received the news, but the traffic congestion was beyond my control." Mother hastily interjected, "It is not Haonan's fault. The traffic was unavoidable, and he has indeed done his utmost." As she spoke, she turned to her mother and said, "Mother, now that Haonan has arrived, he will take care of me. Zihan is giving birth today. Could you please go and look after her? She is an orphan. Her husband is often away, and she has no relatives nearby. She is alone with 2 children and is now expecting her third, just as I am. It is quite a burden." Mother Lin nodded, her heart aching for her daughter. "Indeed, your friend is pitiable, but you are also enduring the pains of childbirth yourself. How can you still find the strength to worry about her?" Lin Jiran replied with a smile, "Zihan is my dearest friend. Of course, I must look after her." "What kind of friend is she?" Zhang Wanwan could not help but grit her teeth inwardly. "Mother, grandmother, you have all been deceived by father and that Li Zihan. Father did not arrive at the hospital late due to traffic. He has been with Li Zihan throughout her labor. Li Zihan deliberately opted for a cesarean section to facilitate an exchange between her daughter and me. The 2 of them were already involved long before father and mother married. All of Li Zihan's children are fathers. In order to avoid decades of struggle, father chose a woman of noble lineage and has been using mother's family's wealth to support Li Zihan and her children. Alas, I can hardly wait to grow up quickly, so that I can help mother unveil the true nature of these 2 scoundrels and their vile accomplice." Chapter 2. The Collapse of the World. Upon hearing that voice, Lin Jiran felt as though her breath had been snatched away. The news delivered by her daughter struck her like a bombshell, threatening to obliterate her very essence. How could this be possible? Her beloved husband, along with her most trusted confidant, how could they have colluded so treacherously behind her back? After all, it was her dear friend who had orchestrated her union with her husband in the first place. Lin Jiran felt as if she were drifting into a daze. At that moment, a sudden exclamation jolted her back to reality. "Mom, are you alright?" Lin Jiran's gaze snapped to her mother, who, for reasons unknown, had stumbled towards the door and nearly fallen, only to be caught by Zhang Hanlian. Yet, her mother, seemingly ungrateful, shot a furious glare at Zhang Hanlian and brusquely pushed him away. "Get away. I don't need your help." After which, she steadied herself with great effort. Concern etched on her face, Lin Jiran asked, "Mom, what is wrong?" Zhang Hanlian, under the impression that his mother-in-law was still upset about his tardiness, hastily apologized again. "Mom, I acknowledge my mistake this time. Rest assured, I will ensure that Jiran does not suffer any further grievances during her confinement." Lin's mother ignored him, swallowed hard, and cast a deep glance at her granddaughter in Lin Jiran's arms before addressing her daughter. "Jiran, take good care of yourself. I am going to help your dear friend." Lin Jiran couldn't shake the feeling that her mother's last 3 words were laced with barely concealed venom. After her mother departed, Zhang Hanlian stepped forward with a facade of concern, grasping Lin Jiran's hand with an expression filled with affection. "Jiran, you've worked so hard." Lin Jiran looked at the handsome face before her, and recalling her daughter's sentiments, felt for the first time that her husband of many years was an enigma. Unaware of her turmoil, Zhang Hanlian lowered his head to caress their daughter, a smile of indulgence gracing his features. "We've had 2 sons in succession, and finally, we have a daughter." Internally, however, he compared his daughter with the offspring of Zhang Wanwan and Li Zihan, gritting his teeth. Humph. It was no wonder that Lin Jiran's daughter was so rosy and plump, like a porcelain doll, given the plethora of nutritional supplements she had consumed throughout her pregnancy. His heart ached for his daughter with Li Zihan, who had endured hardships and a cesarean section, resulting in a daughter who was thin and dark. He had initially contemplated switching the girls, hoping to nourish Li Zihan's daughter back to health, but seeing the stark contrast in their appearances, coupled with Lin Jiran's daughter's beauty, dissuaded him from that notion. Despite these thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhang Hanlian maintained his facade of attentiveness. "Jiran, have you decided on a name for our daughter?" Lin Jiran's heart was in turmoil as she gazed intently at Zhang Hanlian's face, as if attempting to rediscover him. She shook her head.
No.
Then let us name her Wanwan. Zhang Hanlian smiled warmly. Since I was late today, I owe both you and our daughter. From now on, every time I call her name, it will remind me to shower you both with love and care. Hearing Zhang Hanlian's words, Zhang Wanwan could not suppress a laugh. What a smooth-talking scoundrel. I can't believe I wasn't he successfully exchanged. And he still gives me such a casual name. What a meaningful name he chose for the daughter of that mistress, Zhang Hanlian. It seems that simply because I am my mother's daughter, I am unworthy of a name that reflects any thoughtfulness. Isn't it? A scoundrel who feasts on the fruits of my mother's labor and yet plots against her. Does he not feel the slightest pang of conscience? Oh, right. People like you have no conscience at all. Lin Jiran felt a stab of pain in her heart as she listened to her daughter's indignant thoughts. She had never imagined that her precious child would hold so little value in his eyes, that even the act of naming her was so thoughtless. Lin Jiran discreetly withdrew her hand from Zhang Hanlian's grip, forcing a smile. I'm tired and wish to take a nap. You've been on the go. You should rest as well. Zhang Hanlian was indeed fatigued. He had spent the night at the hospital while Li Zihan underwent a cesarean and had not slept since. However, fearing detection, he feigned indifference. I'm not tired. You should sleep. I'll stay here by your side. He was somewhat taken aback. Usually, when he sweet-talked Lin Jiran, she would be overjoyed, but now her demeanor was so cold. Perhaps she was still angry over his lateness? He dismissed it, thinking that she loved him deeply and would soon warm up again. He remained by Lin Jiran's bedside but ultimately succumbed to exhaustion and dozed off. Zhang Wanwan, having finished her milk in her mother's embrace, also succumbed to sleep. Observing the two peacefully slumbering figures, Lin Jiran's expression darkened. She picked up her phone and dialed a number. Cousin, I need your help to investigate a few matters. Once Lin Jiran had finished outlining her inquiries, the voice on the other end, her cousin Lin Yuqing, couldn't he help but interject. Little cousin, what is going on with you and your mother? Why do you want me to look into your husband's whereabouts and Li Zihan's husband? I've already checked. Your husband indeed arrived in a city yesterday. As for Li Zihan's husband, he is quite the enigma. There are no photos or information about him online. All I found was that he was in a city during Li Zihan's childbirth, signing the consent form for the cesarean and handling the birth certificate for the child before leaving. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiran's fingers trembled. Do you know what name Li Zihan's husband gave to her child? Lin Yuqing pondered for a moment before responding. I believe it's Zhang Hanlian. Upon hearing that name, Lin Jiran felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her world came crashing down. It was true. All of it. Her daughter's sentiments were not mere fantasies, but harsh reality. Until now, she had clung to a shred of hope, but the truth was laid bare before her. She could no longer deny it. After hanging up with Lin Yuqing, Lin Jiran looked at Zhang Hanlian, who was soundly asleep by the bed, wishing she could pry open his heart and see whether it was filled with warmth or darkness. How could he deceive her like this? After so many years of marriage, he had consistently portrayed an unwavering love for her, leading her to believe she had married for love, that her life was flawless. Little did she know, all that happiness had been a facade. Had she not overheard her daughter's thoughts, she might have remained blissfully ignorant for a lifetime. As Lin Jiran trembled with doubt and despair, she saw her mother entering the hospital room. Her mother appeared somewhat dazed but, upon seeing Lin Jiran, mustered a smile. Feigning nonchalance. Jiran, I want to check on your friend. She's doing well. Her husband even hired a nurse to take care of her. In saying this, her eyes cast a cold glance at the slumbering Zhang Hanlian at the bedside. Lin Jiran suddenly recalled her cousin Lin Yuqing's words and began to suspect that her mother might also be able to hear her daughter's thoughts. After all, how else could she have inquired about the same matters? She glanced at the sleeping Zhang Hanlian and Zhang Wanwan, cautiously asking Mom, can you hear my daughter's thoughts as well? Chapter 3. Inviting the wolf into the house. Lin's mother was taken aback, her eyes widening. You can hear them too? Seeing her mother's reaction, Lin Jiran felt her suspicions confirmed. She nodded, warily glancing at her husband, then tentatively shared with her mother what she had gleaned from her daughter's thoughts. In the end, I could hardly believe the veracity of these revelations until my cousin mentioned that the woman had named her daughter Zhang Hanlian, which was exactly the same name as the one my dear daughter had whispered. It was then that I finally accepted the truth of it all. Lin's mother, visibly enraged, exclaimed, It is indeed true. I just visited your friend Lin Jiran, and last night, Zhang Hanlian was truly by her side, indifferent to your fate.
How dare they?
As she spoke, her body trembled with fury. Lin Jiran was about to interject when she noticed Zhang Hanlian stir. She immediately exchanged a knowing glance with her mother, prompting them to abandon their prior discussion. Lin Jiran gently shook Zhang Hanlian's shoulder, calling, "Hanlian? Hanlian?" Zhang Hanlian, still bleary-eyed, lifted his head, and upon seeing Lin Jiran's face, suddenly became fully alert. He sprang to his feet, but inadvertently knocked over a chair, causing a resounding crash. The noise startled Zhang Wanwan awake, causing her to flail her limbs and cry out uncontrollably, "Wah!
Wah? Wah?"
Zhang Hanlian hastily apologized, flustered, "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." Lin's mother shot him a disapproving glare and deliberately asked, "Why do you look so exhausted? Were you out all night, perhaps committing misdeeds?" A flicker of alarm crossed Zhang Hanlian's eyes, yet he maintained a smiling facade. "There are inspections coming up soon. So I worked late last night, and didn't get much sleep." Upon hearing his explanation, Lin's mother shot her daughter a warning glance, urging her not to believe Zhang Hanlian's fabrications. Simultaneously, Zhang Wanwan couldn't suppress a scoff at her so-called father's lies. What a convenient excuse for a sleepless night. Last night, not only did he betray Mom by being with Li Zihan, that green tea, but he also sabotaged my uncle's project. As a result, the products produced under my uncle's supervision were all toxic and harmful, leading to my uncle's imprisonment for decades. Upon hearing Zhang Wanwan's thoughts, both Lin Jiran and Lin's mother were taken aback. Lin Jiran felt her breath quicken, unable to fathom that the man she had loved for so many years would betray her and conspire against her family.
Why?
Why would he do this? Zhang Wanwan's thoughts continued. Greed knows no bounds. My scoundrel father, in his quest to monopolize my grandparents' estate, has betrayed my mother and all her kin, leaving her alone and destitute, only to realize on her deathbed that she had married a monster. Suddenly, Lin Jiran was seized by a violent coughing fit, her eyes turning red. Zhang Hanlian was the man she had vowed to marry, defying his parents to become her family's son-in-law. She had been deeply touched, believing that Zhang Hanlian's willingness to forsake his dignity and go against his parents' wishes was a significant sacrifice. Thus, despite their child being registered under their household, the child still bore the Zhang surname, affording him the respect he was due. Little did she know, Zhang Hanlian's true aim was her parents' company. She had unwittingly invited a wolf into her home. Her coughing intensified, tears streaming down her face, and it became indistinguishable whether they were tears of cough or of heartache. Zhang Hanlian, oblivious to her turmoil, noticed her coughing and hastily stood to pat her back. Lin Jiran instinctively flinched away. Lin's mother quickly stepped in, covering for her. "You just gave birth, make sure you don't catch a chill. Coughing to the point of tears, tea good for your eyes. You need to be gentle while coughing, or it will hinder your recovery." Only then did Lin Jiran regain her composure, firmly gripping her mother's hand, inhaling deeply, and gazing intently at her mother, subtly indicating, "Mom, I'm fine now. If you're busy, you can head back. Please tell my cousin not to come visit. It might delay his work." Lin's mother understood her daughter's intent, recognizing that she wanted to remind her cousin Lin Yuqing to check on the project he was overseeing to ascertain whether any issues had truly arisen. Zhang Hanlian, having missed the moment to pat her back, awkwardly withdrew his hand and stood beside his mother-in-law, looking apologetic. "I should have taken better care of Jiran. I shouldn't have fallen asleep and let her catch a chill." Lin Jiran secretly clenched her fists, forcing a smile. "Dear, you needn't be so hard on yourself. I didn't catch a chill. I was just a bit upset. After all, who told you to disregard my words and work late? I was just about to scold you when I accidentally choked on my own saliva." Seeing Lin Jiran remain so innocent and considerate of him, Zhang Hanlian finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. With a fond smile, he remarked, "You truly are my little princess, even choking on your own saliva." Previously, such words from Zhang Hanlian would fill Lin Jiran with happiness, but now, they only made her feel nauseated. "I'll head home for a bit to check on the other two little ones and see if they've turned the house upside down," Lin's mother said. Before reminding Zhang Hanlian, "You take care of Jiran. I'll come back shortly." She cast a final affectionate glance at Zhang Wanwan, bending down to kiss her. Her face bright with joy. "Be good for Grandma. I'll be back before you know it." Feeling the warmth of her grandmother's affection, Zhang Wanwan flailed her limbs uncontrollably, emitting sounds of delight. "Ah wah. Oh dear, Grandma is so kind." But sadly not long after, she will discover the true nature of that scoundrel and meet her demise. Oh, how I wish I could speak. If only I could warn you, Grandma. If that scoundrel ever invites you and Grandpa to go hiking, please don't go. It's a trap. Upon hearing Zhang Wanwan's thoughts, Lin's mother felt her body stiffen with alarm. Lin Jiran, observing her mother's expression, was filled with concern and reached out to grasp her mother's hand. Lin's mother took a deep breath, offering Lin Jiran a reassuring smile, indicating that she would be vigilant, having received her granddaughter's warning. Not long after Lin's mother left, Zhang Wanwan fell asleep. When she awoke again, she noticed her scoundrel father's phone ringing. He glanced at the caller ID, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes, before rising to take the call outside. Seeing her father deliberately stepping away to take the call, Zhang Wanwan became frantic and cried out, "Wah!
Wah? Wah?
It's over. My uncle is in danger. That scoundrel is going to have someone report him." Chapter 4. Too dangerous. Hearing Zhang Wanwan's thoughts, Lin Jiran was immediately alarmed. She worried whether her mother had warned her cousin to be on guard. Regardless, she needed to stall Zhang Hanlian. She called out urgently, "Hanlian, where are you going? Our daughter is crying intensely, and I don't have the strength to hold her. Please come and comfort her." Zhang Hanlian appeared troubled.
I have an important call to take.
Lin Jiran feigned anger. What call could be so important that you can't attend to our daughter? If you're so busy, maybe I should tell my parents not to entrust the company to you, so you can focus on us. At her words, Zhang Hanlian panicked, quickly hanging up the call and turning back to comfort her. All right, I'll stay and accompany you both. Isn't it better for me to help my parents manage the company? Would you really want them to struggle at their age? As he spoke, he lifted Zhang Wanwan into his arms, adopting a doting demeanor as he rocked her gently. "My precious daughter, don't cry. If you cry too much, it will break your parents' hearts." Zhang Hanlian initially intended to soothe Zhang Wanwan before resuming his phone call, but to his dismay, Zhang Wanwan continued to cry incessantly. Growing increasingly impatient, he dared not reveal his frustration in front of Lin Jiran, instead resorting to silent curses in his heart. This troublesome girl chose the most inopportune moment to weep, just as he was preparing to report Lin Yuqing. How vexing! Meanwhile, his beloved Linghan was ever so obedient, having entered the world without a fuss, allowing her parents to breathe easy. "Sigh, no matter how much I cry, it can only delay the scoundrel father from reporting my cousin for a short while. However, if the issues with my cousin's project are not promptly identified and rectified, trouble is bound to ensue." Zhang Wanwan lamented amidst her tears, her heart heavy with worry. Upon hearing her daughter's silent pleas, Lin Jiran felt an overwhelming surge of compassion. Her precious daughter, so young yet burdened with the family's troubles, expending every ounce of her strength. The saying that daughters are like warm, snug little quilts truly rings true. Unable to bear the sight of her daughter exhausting herself in futile cries to thwart Zhang Hanlian, Lin Jiran extended her arms, saying, "Never mind, if she continues crying in your embrace, it's best I take her. Perhaps she simply dislikes your hold due to the absence of maternal warmth." Zhang Hanlian promptly handed his daughter to Lin Jiran, exhausted from her weeping. Upon reaching Lin Jiran's arms and finding nourishment, Zhang Wanwan instantly ceased her cries, eagerly latching onto her mother's breast. Observing that Zhang Wanwan had finally quieted, Zhang Hanlian let out a sigh of relief. It turned out she was merely hungry. No wonder she cried regardless of how he held her. He dared not leave immediately, choosing instead to remain nearby. Only after Zhang Wanwan had fed to her satisfaction and drifted off to sleep did he muster the courage to smile and ask, "My dear, may I now return the call to the client?" Lin Jiran, gazing at his insincere smile, took a breath and feigned her usual demeanor, nodding with a smile. "Go ahead." After Zhang Hanlian departed, Lin Jiran, looking at her peacefully sleeping daughter, gently placed her in the crib and hurriedly took out her phone to call her mother. Just as she unlocked her phone, her mother's call came through. Lin Jiran swiftly glanced outside, spotting Zhang Hanlian walking to a distant corner to answer his phone. Before she answered her mother's call,
Mom, how is it?
Lin Jiran asked eagerly, adding, "Zhang Hanlian isn't here, and Wanwan is asleep, so feel free to speak." Her mother's voice trembled as she replied, "Jiran, it was too close. I informed your cousin about the project being tampered with by Zhang Hanlian. He immediately checked his project details and lo and behold, discovered that a decimal point was missing from one of the raw materials. This oversight caused the production team to use the raw material in excess, resulting in a toxic product. The first batch has already been produced and shipped out today. Had I delayed informing him any longer, the products would have reached major markets, and at that point, it would have been irreparable." Lin Jiran's heart tightened, her grip on the phone involuntarily tightening. What is happening now? Her mother responded, your cousin is currently recalling and destroying the toxic products, reevaluating and rectifying the project documents, and searching for evidence of Zhang Hanlian's tampering. Just as she finished speaking, chaotic noises erupted from her end. Mom, what is happening? Lin Jiran asked anxiously. Her mother replied hurriedly, I'm at your cousin's project company. I just heard a report that someone from up top is indeed coming to inspect, and your cousin is preparing to handle it. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Hearing her mother's response, Lin Jiran felt a wave of relief wash over her. But then, she noticed Zhang Hanlian approaching with his phone in hand, prompting her to ask her mother, when will you arrive? Wanwan cried so fiercely earlier that even Hanlian couldn't calm her. She has just now fallen asleep. Upon hearing her sudden shift in tone, Lin's mother paused for a moment before surmising that Zhang Hanlian had arrived, making it inconvenient for her to talk. She cooperatively replied, it might be a little while longer. Your cousin insists on coming to see you, so I'll wait for him to avoid him getting lost. After hanging up, Lin Jiran saw Zhang Hanlian enter the ward. He casually inquired, darling, who were you on the phone with? Lin Jiran, maintaining her composure, replied with a smile, it was Mom. She said cousin insisted on visiting me and Wanwan, so she'll wait for him to come together. Oh, cousin is quite thoughtful, Zhang Hanlian chuckled, though inwardly, he could not suppress a sneer. Lin Yuqing would undoubtedly be unable to come. By the end of the day, he would be apprehended and imprisoned. The Lin group was poised to be entirely his, and he would not allow anyone, including Lin Yuqing and Lin Jiran, to contest that claim. As evening approached, neither Lin's mother nor Lin Yuqing had arrived. Only Lin's father came with his two grandsons, who had just finished school. Zhang Wanwan had awakened once for feeding but was now still in slumber. The two brothers gazed at her in wonder, their eyes filled with affection. Sister is so beautiful. Can I give her a kiss? The boy's grandfather, beaming with adoration, looked at Zhang Wanwan's cherubic face and suddenly felt that his grandsons paled in comparison. He pushed the two boys aside with a feigned look of disdain, saying, you two rascals, what if you accidentally harm your sister? Go on, keep your distance. You just had leaked pastries. Don't let your sister catch your scent. As he spoke, he drew closer to Zhang Wanwan, gently touching her adorable little nose. Marveling at how lovely she was, reminiscent of her mother in her youth. Lin Jiran, overhearing this, couldn't help but chuckle. Dad, if you want to compliment me on my beauty, just say it outright. Zhang Wanwan felt a tickle in her nose and instinctively opened her eyes, only to be startled by an elderly face looming before her. Oh, dear. Isn't that my charming and witty grandfather? I adore Grandpa. In the 665 lifetimes I've experienced, only Grandpa has the keen bloodline intuition to recognize me as his granddaughter, always treating me with kindness. Hearing this voice, Lin Shaoqi was taken aback, wiping his glasses in disbelief as he stared at his granddaughter. Had he just imagined it? Did he really hear Wanwan speaking to him? Chapter 5. A narrow escape. Upon hearing Lin Shaoqi's words, Lin Jiran immediately surmised that her father could indeed hear her daughter's thoughts. She quickly glanced at Zhang Hanlian, who appeared unfazed and cautiously probed, Dad, you might be experiencing auditory hallucinations. Wanwan has just been born. How could she possibly speak? Hanlian, did you hear our daughter say anything? Zhang Hanlian could not help but chuckle. Wanwan is merely a newborn, hardly 3 days old. How could she be speaking? Upon hearing Zhang Hanlian's comment, Lin Jiran felt a sense of certainty wash over her. It seemed only she and her maternal family could hear their daughter's thoughts. While Zhang Hanlian was oblivious, she breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Wanwan too found amusement in the situation. How could Grandpa be so amusing? I didn't even open my mouth. How did you hear my words? Hey, Lin Shaoqi was about to say something when Lin Jiran interrupted. Dad, do you know why Mom and Cousin haven't arrived yet? I can't get through to their phones. As she spoke, she kept a close watch on Lin Shaoqi, subtly signaling him. Lin Shaoqi quickly grasped the situation. He was not experiencing auditory hallucinations, but could genuinely hear his granddaughter's thoughts, which his daughter could also perceive. He promptly responded to her inquiry, I don't know either. When I picked these two rascals up from school, I thought your mother would already be at the hospital. He then turned to Zhang Hanlian, son-in-law, do you have any idea what is going on? Of course he knows. Zhang Wanwan could not help but mock inwardly. He deliberately sabotaged Uncle Da's project and then reported him. By now, Uncle Da must have been apprehended and is undergoing interrogation. Upon hearing Zhang Wanwan's thoughts, Lin Shaoqi's body jolted, and he quickly regained composure, feigning nonchalance as he gazed at his daughter. He noticed her imperceptibly nodding in response. Only then did Lin Shaoqi relax. realizing that his daughter had already dealt with the situation. Meanwhile, Zhang Hanlian was responding to him. I'm not sure. Should I pay a visit to the company? However, he was secretly reveling in his triumph.
Ha!
Once my mother-in-law returns, you will see that Lin Yuqing will never come back. If you wish to see him, you will have to visit him in prison. Just as he thought this, he saw Lin Mu and Lin Jiran's cousin Lin Yuqing walking into the hospital room one after the other. Apologies for my tardiness. The company encountered a minor issue, Lin Yuqing said, his face radiant as he looked at Lin Jiran and Zhang Wanwan lying in the hospital bed. The moment Zhang Hanlian beheld Lin Yuqing as a rival, he was instantly petrified, staring at him in disbelief that he was actually there. According to his plan, Lin Yuqing should have already been taken away by now. He took a deep breath and forced a smile, pretending to be concerned. Cousin, what issue did the company encounter? I noticed that Mom left to find you quite some time ago. Why did it take you so long to arrive? Humph. As if you didn't already know. It was all your doing. Zhang Wanwan scoffed silently. She was also quite astonished how wonderful. Uncle De seems to be completely unscathed this time. But after so many rebirths, he has always ended up imprisoned. Why is it different this time? How strange. Upon hearing Zhang Wanwan's thoughts, Lin Jiran exchanged meaningful glances with her parents. Their gazes towards Zhang Wanwan filled with increasing affection. Lin Jiran affectionately leaned against Zhang Wanwan's face, her heart grateful. Realizing that it was thanks to Wanwan that her cousin had escaped calamity, Lin Yuqing observed Zhang Hanlian thoughtfully. When his aunt had approached him, mentioning issues with the project proposal and advising him to be wary of Zhang Hanlian, he found it peculiar. Wasn't Zhang Hanlian the son-in-law of his aunt's family? Now that the company was primarily entrusted to him, why would he need to be cautious? However, seeing Zhang Hanlian's barely concealed astonishment, he suddenly understood that the issues with the proposal might very well be Zhang Hanlian's doing. After all, why else would he appear as if he did not belong there? Yet everything needed proof. Lin Yuqing casually replied, it's uncertain whether it was intentional or accidental. But someone miscalculated a decimal point in one of the data entries on the proposal, leading to incorrect product ingredients and exceeding chemical standards. Thankfully, it was discovered just in time before the leaders came to inspect. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Zhang Hanlian feigned relief. That was truly fortunate. Have they identified who made the mistake? Internally, he seethed, knowing that he had only tampered with the proposal at the last moment to prevent them from thoroughly checking it repeatedly. He never anticipated that the products had already been produced, and they would conduct another inspection, discovering the alterations he had made, thus thwarting his scheme. Was it pure luck, or was someone leaking information? No, they are investigating. Lin Yuqing's answer allowed Zhang Hanlian to breathe a little easier. He had plenty of ways to absolve himself. Let me hold my niece, Lin Yuqing said, his gaze softening as he reached to embrace Zhang Wanwan. Lin Shaoqi, her grandfather, looked on with concern. You, a grown man, be careful not to mishandle my granddaughter. I only dare to touch her lightly, not even fully embracing her. Rest assured, uncle. Though I am a man, I possess experience in holding children. Lin Yuqing lifted Zhang Wanwan, and upon seeing her fair and lovely features, he could not help but exclaim, goodness, this child is simply too beautiful. Lin Jiran smiled, her eyes crinkling with pride. Isn't she? I gave birth to her. Zhang Wanwan felt a surge of emotion, reflecting, only one's own family truly appreciates the beauty of their children. In the previous 600 rebirths, I was always exchanged with Li Zihan and her daughter. Upon seeing my beauty, Li Zihan only felt it was an eyesore, and she deliberately raised me to be pale and thin, which satisfied her. Hearing Zhang Wanwan's thoughts, Lin Yuqing assumed he was imagining things. Yet he soon heard her continue. Oh dear, my uncle De is truly handsome, exuding the aura of a domineering CEO. It's a pity he was wronged by my scoundrel father and imprisoned for decades. Nonetheless, perhaps it is for the best. Had he not been imprisoned, he might never have realized that his wife and child are not truly his. Upon hearing this, the few who could hear Zhang Wanwan's thoughts, Lin Jiran, her father, and mother, exchanged bewildered glances at Lin Yuqing. Lin Yuqing's heart raced. What did she mean by saying his wife and child were not his? Chapter 6. They could hear thoughts now. The family leaned in, eager to hear Zhang Wanwan continue, only to find she had shifted her focus, staring at Lin Yuqing's handsome face, filled with confusion. How strange. How can Uncle De visit me and Mom in the hospital? According to the developments of previous lives, Uncle De should have been framed by my scoundrel father and taken away for inspection. How is he here now? Upon hearing Zhang Wanwan's words, Lin Yuqing instinctively looked up at his aunt, only to catch her gaze meeting his. He then noticed his uncle and cousin, all staring at him in unison. At that moment, realization dawned upon him. He was puzzled as to how his aunt and uncle, having retired, were so well informed about the company as project that they directly instructed him to investigate the proposal. It turned out they could hear his niece's thoughts. When Lin Jiran was discharged from the hospital, her parents came to escort her home, while Zhang Hanlian's parents arrived fashionably late. She felt a twinge of gratitude. After all, Zhang Hanlian was their only son, yet she had brought him into her family as a son-in-law, and they had grown to resent her, treating her coldly. Despite her efforts, buying them plenty of designer clothes, shoes, and health supplements, giving them generous red envelopes during holidays, and even financing the renovation of their home, paving the road to their doorstep, they remained dissatisfied with her. She felt a sense of guilt, believing their indifferent attitude was only natural.
Now,
Witnessing them come to visit her after giving birth, she was understandably taken aback and appreciative. However, before she could greet her in-laws, she heard her daughter's thoughts. These two old folks are here to visit that woman, Li Zihan. Poor mom and grandma and grandpa, thinking they are here to see her, feeling deeply moved and treating them with utmost warmth. Meanwhile, these two act as if they are the ones in confinement, taking all the gifts meant for mom and giving them to Li Zihan instead. In their eyes, Li Zihan is their daughter-in-law, while mom is merely a stepping stone for their son's career. It infuriates me. When will I grow up enough to speak and reveal the whole truth to mom and grandma and grandpa? Upon hearing Zhang Wanwan's thoughts, Lin Jiran's previously touched emotions were instantly extinguished. She gently patted Zhang Wanwan's body, hoping to soothe her daughter and alleviate her worries. My dear, even though you cannot yet articulate your thoughts, both your mother and your grandparents are well aware of what lies in your heart. Rest assured, your mother will never again be deceived by this family. Lin Jiran and her parents no longer greeted Zhang Hanlian's parents with the same warmth as before. Mr. and Mrs. Zhang, initially maintaining a certain air of superiority, awaited a friendly salutation from Lin Jiran's family. However, after a prolonged silence, without a single word of greeting, they became increasingly displeased. Instead of addressing the matter directly, they turned to Zhang Hanlian and remarked, "It seems being a son-in-law is no easy task. You insisted on marrying into their family, and now your own parents are not even acknowledged. What a waste of raising you." Lin Jiran's parents, having overheard Zhang Wanwan's unspoken sentiments, were filled with indignation. Upon witnessing the couple's audacious attitude, they could no longer contain their fury and retorted, "You two, as in-laws, dare to blame us for not greeting you? Perhaps you should reflect on your own actions. During my daughter's hospitalization, we did not see you even once. Now that she has been discharged, what business do you have here? Is it that the child she bore is not your son's? The child still carries your surname, Zhang. And in your old age, will these grandchildren not owe you filial piety? How can you be so indifferent?" Mr. and Mrs. Zhang were momentarily taken aback. Previously, Lin Jiran's parents had always treated them with courtesy. Why were they now speaking with such sharpness? The couple, feeling somewhat guilty, stammered, "We came to visit, didn't we? Those of us from the countryside are busy with farm work, only finding time to come now, unlike you city folk who are wealthy and leisurely." They had originally followed their son's instructions to care for Li Zihan and bring her home, but their eagerness to meet their granddaughter led them to arrive unexpectedly at noon. They had not anticipated encountering Lin Jiran's family. How ironic to speak of wealth and leisure when it is you two old fools who embody that description. Zhang Wanwan thought bitterly, "You truly have raised a fine son. To avoid asset division after a divorce, all his wealth is conveniently hidden in your accounts, amounting to billions. Which royal family could rival your riches?" Upon hearing Zhang Wanwan's inner thoughts, the Lin family was left in shock. Zhang Hanlian had, in fact, concealed assets amounting to billions. Good heavens, had they unwittingly welcomed a thief into their family? Lin Jiran took a deep breath, striving to suppress her indignation. With a forced smile, she addressed them, "Since you are here, why not return home with us? Billions in assets." Until those misappropriated funds were reclaimed, she must not allow Zhang Hanlian's family to sense that she had uncovered his infidelity and deceit, lest she alert them. Zhang Hanlian's parents, being there specifically to see Li Zihan, had no intention of accompanying Lin Jiran home. They quickly made excuses, saying, "It's rare for us to come to the city. A relative from our village is also in this hospital, so we'll stop by to visit them. If the day is still young, we might come to your home afterwards." After hearing Zhang Wanwan's thoughts, Lin's parents were nearly overwhelmed with anger at Zhang Hanlian's actions. Containing their seething rage, they scoffed. So, you're not here to visit your daughter-in-law but to see your village relatives? No wonder you arrived so late. Had we not bumped into you at the hospital entrance, you likely would have ignored your daughter-in-law entirely. Zhang Hanlian's parents wished to retort but were interrupted by Zhang Hanlian, who said, Mom, Dad, since my in-laws have said so, perhaps it would be best if you did not visit relatives right now, but rather came home with us. With this, he subtly gestured for them to comply. Their expressions reflected their discomfort. They had come eagerly to see their son's wife and granddaughter, and now they were being told not to visit. Lin Jiran and her parents noticed their displeasure and did not wish to invite further distress into their home. Lin's father, maintaining a cold demeanor, remarked, Never mind. We won't force you. After all, we have others to care for Jiran. So, do as you wish.
See?
I told you, with your family's wealth. You have an entire staff of servants. Why would you need our assistance? Zhang Hanlian's parents sighed in relief, as they prepared to part ways. They pointed to the supplements held by several attendants, their eyes gleaming. You surely have no need for these, given your wealth, which must afford you the best for Jiran. If not, why not let us take them for our relatives, saving you the hassle of carrying them around? Previously, Lin Jiran's family would have dismissed such items, permitting them to take whatever they wished. Yet, now that they understood the entire truth, they felt disgusted by the greedy faces of Zhang Hanlian's family. Chapter 7. The Performance. Lin's mother could no longer contain her anger, exclaiming, Is this how you behave as in-laws? When your daughter-in-law gives birth, you can't even bring a token gift. Yet you take the supplements meant for her to give to your relatives? Do you think my daughter Jiran is easy to bully? Seeing Lin's mother enraged, Zhang Hanlian quickly intervened. Mom, please don't be upset. I will talk to my parents. He pulled his parents aside, his face grim. I told you to come in the evening. Why did you insist on coming now? Look what has happened. The elderly couple rolled their eyes. We didn't expect such timing. What's wrong with that family today? They usually greet us warmly, but today they spoke as if they were on the warpath, showing no courtesy at all. Zhang Hanlian pondered for a moment before replying, Perhaps they are upset with me because I wasn't by Jiran's side during her delivery. Instead, I was with Zihan. The couple gasped in surprise. Have they discovered your relationship with Zihan? Zhang Hanlian shook his head. I don't think so. Otherwise, Jiran wouldn't have asked her mother to help care for Zihan. The couple then sighed in relief. Zhang's mother suddenly recalled something. Since the Lin family is unaware of your situation with Zihan, are they upset simply because you weren't present during Jiran's delivery? Zhang Hanlian pursed his lips. Zhang's mother scoffed, clearly displeased. I told you, being a son-in-law is no easy task. The moment you upset them slightly, they will show you their true colors. Zhang's father, equally discontent, spoke solemnly. You need to find a chance to divorce Lin Jiran quickly. Zihan has waited for you for so long and has borne you 3 children. You must give her a proper status. Do not let her be delayed. Indeed, we do not care how wealthy the Lin family is. Marrying a wife should be about finding someone who can manage a household. Zihan, like us, is from the countryside, hardworking and diligent. Most importantly, she is coming into our family, not the other way around. For that alone, I recognize Zihan as my daughter-in-law. Zhang Hanlian felt a headache coming on. Fine. I will take care of it as soon as possible. Just don't create more trouble for me. He then pulled out his wallet, counted a few hundred bills, and handed them to his parents. Use this to buy some nutritional supplements for Zihan. Once I've smoothed things over with Jiran and her family, you can take the gifts to her. Now is not the right time. Reluctantly, Zhang Hanlian's parents accepted the money, lamenting that the gifts they could buy themselves were not comparable to what the wealthy relatives of the Lin family would provide. Alas, being a son-in-law means enduring this kind of humiliation. Even obtaining a mere supplement requires navigating their moods. Finally, after sending his parents away, Zhang Hanlian discovered that Lin Jiran's family had taken the car. His expression darkened immediately. He returned to the Lin family villa by taxi, only to find Lin Jiran and her parents had just arrived home as well. A wave of unease washed over him. Yet he managed to force a semblance of a smile. Mom, Dad, why didn't you wait for me? Surely there are many things that require someone to arrange, right? What he truly wished to convey was his irritation at being left behind, compelled to share a taxi with others. Clad in an exquisitely tailored suit, sharing a cab felt utterly demeaning, especially with a woman who had just been discharged from the hospital. It was utterly revolting to him. Lin Jiran's parents suppressed their disdain for him, their smiles strained as they replied, Jiran has just given birth. You care for her so deeply. You surely wouldn't want to delay her return home, allowing her to rest in bed sooner, would you? Zhang Hanlian had always portrayed himself as deeply infatuated with Lin Jiran. Upon hearing this, he could only nod and force a smile. Of course. I couldn't bear to keep her waiting. I merely feared that my absence might burden you both. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Lin Jiran, hoping she would intercede and make her parents aware that their departure without him was rather inconsiderate. After all, during peak hours, he might not even be able to hail a taxi. To his surprise, Lin Jiran responded, Mom, Dad, do you really need to ask? Haonan would never allow me to wait idly. He would rather take a taxi than let me miss the chance to return home and rest. Isn't that right?
Haonan?
Lin Jiran clung to Zhang Hanlian's arm, gazing at him with admiration. Her words left him momentarily speechless. And he could only manage a strained agreement. Of course. Just as the family settled Lin Jiran and Zhang Wanwan in, a phone call interrupted them.
What?
Lin Shaoqi exclaimed, standing up with a look of alarm. Yucheng has been taken away? What's going on? Is this related to the company? I thought that matter had been resolved. What? The inspection team has returned with a vengeance, and you caught them red-handed? Upon hearing this, Zhang Wanwan, who had been drowsily finishing her milk, suddenly perked up. Uncle Da has been taken away. I thought he had escaped disaster. Now it seems he is destined to face this calamity, albeit belatedly. Hearing Zhang Wanwan's thoughts, Lin Jiran and her parents exchanged glances. Indeed, Lin Yucheng had narrowly evaded this crisis. However, he sought to clarify Zhang Wanwan's remark about not being responsible for his wife and child. So he had orchestrated a ruse to make everyone believe he had truly been taken away, curious to observe the reactions of his current wife and child. Zhang Hanlian, upon receiving this news, felt an inner glee. Excellent. Lin Yucheng had ultimately been apprehended. With this, he would likely face decades of imprisonment, and he could finally take over the Dongqing area he had been managing. He feigned concern and offered condolences, ultimately expressing, with Uncle Da taken away, the Dongqing area now without leadership? Jiran is in confinement, and your parents are retired. Such a large area cannot be left without oversight. The family was acutely aware of his ulterior motives, but chose not to expose him, instead responding, Indeed, what should we do?
If it comes to that,
we old folks might have to return to the fray or hire capable individuals to manage the Dongqing operations. Zhang Hanlian, believing that his in-laws would think of him first, subtly insinuated his willingness to assist. If necessary, I could help out. The responsibilities in the Beiqing area aren't too demanding. I can manage. Seeing his eagerness to grasp the Beiqing operations, Lin Jiran's family felt their breath quicken. This ambitious creature had an insatiable appetite. Very well. Lin Shaoqi replied with a feigned smile, I was merely concerned for your well-being. Since you can handle it, I'll entrust it to you. Prepare yourself. At next month's shareholders' meeting, I shall announce that you will be in charge of the Dongqing area. Zhang Hanlian struggled to contain his excitement. Thank you for your trust, Dad. I will ensure the Dongqing area flourishes. Splendid. As long as he held sway over the Dongqing region, the entire Lin family fortune would ultimately belong to him. Once Lin Jiran had nothing left, he would discard her and marry Li Zihan. Chapter 8. The Truth Unveiled. Zhang Wanwan cried out in distress, Grandpa, you're being foolish. Once my scoundrel father becomes the head of both Dongqing and Beiqing, he will exploit his position to transfer assets. He has been scheming to seize control of the Lin group, only to cast my mother aside and marry Li Zihan, leading to the downfall of the Lin family, while he becomes the ultimate victor. Mom, Dad, Grandma, please stop Grandpa. Don't let him make a foolish decision. Hearing Zhang Wanwan's desperate cries, the family felt a pang of sympathy. They could hear her anxious thoughts. They longed to tell her, calm down, dear. Your parents and grandparents are already aware of the truth. They are merely saying this to lower Zhang Hanlian's guard, allowing him to focus on his preparations while they investigate his actions thoroughly. At next month's shareholders' meeting, they will not announce that Zhang Hanlian will manage the Dongqing area. Unbeknownst to Zhang Hanlian, who could not hear Zhang Wanwan's thoughts, he found her incessant crying particularly irksome. Yet, he maintained a facade of a caring father, saying, Come here, let me hold you. To his dismay, as he reached out, Zhang Wanwan cried even harder, Scoundrel, don't touch me. Your very presence makes me sick. Lin Jiran swiftly intervened, preventing Zhang Hanlian from embracing her. The child might not like you. Just look at how she is crying. I'll hold her myself. Zhang Hanlian felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. He forced a smile and remarked, You're bearing the brunt of it. Internally, he resented Lin Jiran for giving him such an unlovable daughter, always crying without regard for his feelings. Time passed swiftly, and as Zhang Wanwan approached her 1-month milestone, the family prepared to host a celebration, sending out invitations. Upon reaching Lin Yucheng's household, his wife, Li Sha, responded with a message. Lin Yucheng and I are preparing for divorce. We want to be attending the celebration. Upon receiving this message, the family feigned interest in front of Zhang Wanwan. This matter with Lin Yucheng has stirred quite the uproar. Everyone knows about it.
Li Sha,
who once went to great lengths to ensnare him, ultimately made him responsible for her, and now she is behaving this way. Indeed, she was so infatuated with him, tracking his every move to prevent him from being lured away by other women. Yet now, as soon as he is taken away, she proposes a divorce within a month, seeking half of his assets. Her betrayal is swifter than turning a page. Indeed, when she sought the divorce, he was reluctant, yet she cursed him to remain imprisoned forever. What a drastic change. It's shocking, particularly given they have a child together. Such ruthlessness is beyond comprehension. As they discussed this matter with feigned concern, all ears were attuned to Zhang Wanwan's thoughts. As anticipated, once the topic was broached, she began to think, what child? That child isn't even my uncle Di's. She was already pregnant for nearly a month when she schemed to sleep with him. Zhang Wanwan's thoughts struck like a thunderclap, leaving Lin Jiran and her parents stunned. Pregnant for a month? Wasn't it said that Li Sha was a virgin? Previously, I had heard Zhang Wanwan mention that neither the wife nor the child belonged to Lin Yucheng. I initially thought it was a case of Li Sha's infidelity during their marriage, but I never anticipated she was already with child before their union. What a perplexing situation. The three of them wore solemn expressions, quietly straining to listen further. In order to convince my great-uncle that it was her first time, she also drugged her blind sister.
Li Rongron.
The woman who engaged with my great-uncle was actually Li Sha's sister, Li Rongrong. Upon hearing this, Lin Ranyan exchanged a knowing glance with her parents. And at last, the truth was unveiled. Zhang Wanwan continued, my poor real great-aunt, having been blind since childhood, was exploited by Li Sha. Fearing that my great-uncle would uncover the truth, they kept her and the child confined in the basement. Initially, they intended to prevent my great-aunt from seeing the light of day for the rest of her life, until my great-uncle was apprehended. They, fearing the repercussions, hastily proposed a divorce to distance themselves from him. Once they secured my great-uncle's assets, they deemed it pointless to maintain the charade and finally released my great-aunt and her child, revealing the truth to both before casting them out of the Li family, leaving them to fend for themselves. Hearing this, Lin Jiran's parents felt a profound sense of heartbreak. They had treated Li Sha with kindness, only to discover her true nature as a hypocritical and cunning vixen. My great-aunt was remarkable, managing to support herself and her child solely through her exceptional piano skills, ultimately becoming a renowned pianist celebrated worldwide. Eventually, her eyesight was restored, attracting many suitors, yet she remained a paragon of loyalty. Waiting 2 decades for my great-uncle before their family was finally reunited. Alas, just when she helped him regain his footing, she succumbed to an illness brought on by overwork, passing away before ever experiencing a life of fulfillment. How tragic. Lin Jiran felt her eyes welling with tears. As a woman herself, she could empathize with her great-aunt's strength and valor, realizing that her true great-aunt was indeed a person of deep affection and integrity. This time, fate had granted them the opportunity to uncover the truth, and their family would no longer permit the wicked to continue their malevolence. Zhang Wanwan concluded, it is unfortunate that my great-uncle's misfortune struck too soon. I was too young to do anything. Had I been able to speak, I would have surely helped him avert this calamity.
Sigh.
Upon hearing Zhang Wanwan's final lament, the family felt a wave of emotion and gratitude, their affection for her growing ever deeper. A good child, there is no need for you to wait until you grow up. In this lifetime, simply be an untroubled child, and let your family clear away all the machinations and schemes for you. Unbeknownst to Zhang Wanwan, Zhang Hanlian was puzzled by the sudden silence of the family. He thought little of it, assuming they were merely reflecting, and casually interjected, this is a matter for their couple. We outsiders cannot speak without understanding the truth. Hearing Zhang Hanlian's words, the family fell silent, choosing to ignore him. Yet, Zhang Wanwan muttered inwardly, curse your ignorance. Were it not for you secretly fanning the flames, conspiring with Li Sha and her parents, how could my great-uncle's family have suffered so terribly? Chapter 9. Unmasking the Plot. The family was once again taken aback by Zhang Wanwan's words. They had not anticipated that Zhang Hanlian was involved in this affair. What a cunning wolf he was. Did he intend to bring ruin upon them all? Upon receiving this information, the Lin family promptly relayed the situation to Zhang Wanwan's great-uncle, Lin Yuqing. Upon learning of the matter, Lin Yuqing was equally astonished. He began to reflect carefully. He had felt a strong attraction to the woman who had initially opened her heart to him, yet after deciding to marry her, he had refrained from any intimacy. Something had always felt amiss. Now, hearing his family's recounting of Zhang Wanwan's sentiments, clarity dawned upon him. It turned out that the woman he had wed truly harbored secrets. The woman who had genuinely stirred his heart was imprisoned. The thought of the woman he had once shared a physical bond with, now bearing his child while confined in a dark, sunless basement, caused his heart to ache. How dare they? Especially Li Shasha, who feigned deep affection for him, yet had another's child before their marriage. Had it not been for this child, he would not have been so quick to marry Li Shasha upon sensing the disparity in feelings between her and the woman with whom he had been intimate. Yet he never imagined that this child was not his. Lin Yuqing's anger simmered, and after considerable effort to calm himself, he began to contemplate his next course of action. He was still pretending to be taken away by the authorities, unable to appear publicly, so he decided to contact his associates to investigate Li Shasha and her family. The results came in swiftly. The infiltrators reported that the Li family indeed exhibited suspicious behavior, regularly sending meals to the basement, confirming the presence of someone within. Lin Yuqing's heart tightened, recalling what he had heard from his family. Although Li Shasha would ultimately rely on her own strength to provide a good life for her son, she would inevitably succumb to exhaustion. He did not wish for her to endure such hardship and despair again, so he immediately dispatched individuals to rescue his true wife. Upon receiving news that his wife and biological son had been rescued, he subsequently contacted his current faux wife, Li Shasha, to inform her of his agreement to divorce. Li Shasha arrived promptly, her eyes filled with disdain as she gazed at Lin Yuqing, confined in a cage. She tossed a divorce agreement before him, arrogantly declaring, "I have already prepared the divorce agreement. Since you have consented to the divorce, all that remains is for you to sign." Lin Yuqing perused the document she had drafted and couldn't help but chuckle. "You expect me to transfer all my assets to you? Li Shasha, your greed knows no bounds." Li Shasha glared at him defiantly, justifying herself. "Isn't this all your fault? If you hadn't made mistakes, would you be locked up? Would my son and I be subject to ridicule? You could be imprisoned for at least 20 years. By the time you emerge, our son will be an adult, ready for marriage. Shouldn't you leave him some inheritance? And as I toil alone to raise our child, do you not owe me something to sustain myself?" Lin Yuqing found her audacity laughable. This woman had the gall to let her sister take her place in a liaison with him, while bearing another man's child. And now she dared to question his humanity? Lin Yuqing could not suppress his laughter. Li Shasha's expression turned pale, her composure faltering as she anxiously inquired, "What are you laughing at?" Lin Yuqing did not respond but instead produced his own divorce agreement, presenting it to her. "A divorce is possible, but it must be under my terms." Li Shasha, confused, accepted the document he offered. As she read its contents, her face grew increasingly grim. "You expect me to leave empty-handed? And to vacate the villa with my son?"
What do you mean by this?
Enraged, Li Shasha tore the agreement in half and hurled it to the ground, standing up to point angrily at Lin Yuqing. "How can you be so cold-hearted? Committing a crime and leaving one's wife and children to face the consequences is one thing, but to even consider expelling me and our son from our home. Are you out of your mind? Wife and children?" Lin Yuqing let out a cold laugh, his expression turning icy. "Whose wife and children are you speaking of? What connection do I have with you?" Li Shasha was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Lin Yuqing produced a stack of documents, his face devoid of emotion. "I have already arranged for a paternity test for Lei Lei and me. He is not my son." Gazing at the results before her, Li Shasha felt as if she had been struck by lightning, leaving her utterly immobilized. You actually had a paternity test with Lei Lei?" Lin Yuqing scoffed. "Had I not conducted this test, I would hardly believe it myself. The son I have cherished for 2 years is not of my blood."
Li Shasha,
"You truly possess remarkable abilities. After 3 years of marriage, I had no idea you were such a scheming woman. A woman with another man's child still dares to covet all my assets. Who is truly inhumane here?"
Li Shasha trembled in panic,
her mind racing as she scrutinized the DNA results. Suddenly, she looked up in a flurry, shaking her head repeatedly. "No, Yuqing, you misunderstand. We have another child. It was just a case of mistaken identity at birth. However, I have developed feelings for this child, and I thought it best to let it be. I planned to tell you when the time was right, but now that you know, I will bring our real child to you." Let us conduct another paternity test. This time, it will surely confirm he is your son. As she spoke, she concocted her plans in her mind. Once she returned home, she would bring her sister's son over, and during the paternity test, it would be revealed that the child was indeed his blood. Lin Yuqing saw through her scheme in an instant, his expression turning grave. Is the child you intend to bring back this one? He gestured toward behind Li Shasha. A sense of foreboding washed over her, and she turned anxiously to see her sister and her child standing silently behind her, their expressions blank and their gazes hollow. Chapter 10. The daughter's wish must be fulfilled. Sister, how did you get here? Li Shasha stammered, shrinking back as she sat on the ground.
Li Rongrong, her sight impired.
Possessed exquisitely beautiful yet vacant eyes. With a frigid demeanor, she spoke softly. What else would you expect? How long do you intend to keep me and our parents locked in the basement? Lin Yuqing's face was equally stern as he stood by the iron door. Li Shasha, what more can you possibly say? Faced with the undeniable truth that Lin Yuqing had uncovered, Li Shasha resolved to remain calm. Struggling to rise from the ground, she straightened her attire and adopted an air of arrogance. Even if you know the truth, what of it? I am still Li Shasha, and my name is on our marriage certificate alongside your name. I am your legal wife, and regardless of your discontent, you must acknowledge this. If we divorce, the assets shall be split at the very least. Li Rongrong handed the child to Lin Yuqing's associates and, her ears attuned to her sister, rebuked her with indignation. Li Shasha, how can you be so shameless? Not only did you exploit my relationship with Mr. Lin, but you also dare to bring another's child to claim his inheritance. How can you face yourself? Li Shasha cast a disdainful glance at Li Rongrong, scoffing. What concern is it of yours, you blind one? He is my husband now. Your opinion is irrelevant. Li Rongrong was rendered speechless by her sister's audacity. Lin Yuqing spoke in a low voice. This marriage was built on deceit, and you have borne another's child. This is a betrayal of our union. If you are wise, you will sign the divorce agreement I provided. Perhaps I shall offer you some financial compensation as parting gifts. However, should you remain obstinate, I will have no choice but to file for divorce. And you will walk away with nothing, incurring substantial legal fees in the process. Consider your options carefully.
Li Shasha scufa da risibeli.
I am certainly not in a position to fear legal fees. We hold a valid marriage certificate, and I refuse to believe I cannot claim half of your assets. If you do not sign the divorce agreement, then we shall not part ways. Go ahead and file. I am curious to see who can outlast the other. As she spoke, she patted her wrinkled skirt and strode toward Li Rongrong in her high heels, coldly smiling with an air of superiority. Sister, I advise you to return home soon. Otherwise, our parents will worry if they cannot find you. Li Rongrong took a step back, her expression vacant as she coldly retorted. Return home? Is that to be locked in the basement again, devoid of light?
Li Shasha lauga da fianli.
How can you say they locked you up? It is merely that your eyesight is poor, and our parents wish to protect you from danger, preventing you from wandering off and encountering mishaps. How loving they are! How can you express such ungratefulness? Leaning in closer to Li Rongrong, she whispered, if you do not obediently return home, then I shall have no choice but to report to the authorities, claiming that Lin Yuqing has abducted a woman and child, ensuring he spends more years in prison. You! Li Rongrong was infuriated. Li Shasha, reveling in her triumph, laughed heartily and clicked her heels as she exited the visitation room. Lin Yuqing observed the sisters' interaction, his brow furrowing with concern as he turned to Li Rongrong. What did Li Shasha say to you? Nothing, Li Rongrong replied quickly. After a moment of silence, she lifted her gaze to him, her eyes filled with complexity. Lin Yuqing, thank you for saving me, my child, and I will await your return. We shall reunite as a family. Without waiting for Lin Yuqing to respond, she turned and left. Lin Yuqing suddenly sensed something amiss with Li Rongrong and hurriedly instructed his associates to keep an eye on her. The celebration for Zhang Wanwan's full moon was swiftly approaching. Zhang Hanlian initially intended to keep it low-key, fearing that Lin Jiran and his in-laws would be exhausted. However, Zhang Wanwan silently thought, what nonsense. He is merely afraid that a grand affair would consume time, preventing him from accompanying that mistress, Li Zihan. He speaks so grandly. Yet his sugar-coated words are no match for my cunning disguise. Upon hearing Zhang Wanwan's thoughts, the Lin family members, who had been contemplating whether to hold a grand celebration, immediately decided to go all out, inviting all friends and relatives to celebrate the arrival of their precious daughter. On the day of the full moon banquet, Zhang Hanlian was nowhere to be found. When they called him, He claimed he was personally ordering a grand cake for their daughter, insisting that it needed to be freshly made on the same day. The reasoning sounded quite convincing, and no one dared to criticize him. Zhang Wanwan, however, scoffed inwardly. What cake ordering? He is currently with the mistress, celebrating her daughter's full moon banquet. When I call him again, he will surely say he was in a car accident on the way and that the cake was ruined and must be reordered. The Lin family exchanged knowing glances upon hearing Zhang Wanwan's thoughts. After a while, they called him again and, as expected, heard Zhang Hanlian's regretful voice. I'm sorry. I encountered a minor issue on the road and was rear-ended. The cake is completely ruined, so I'll have to reorder. His words matched Zhang Wanwan's predictions perfectly, and the family's faces turned pale with anger, yet they swallowed their frustration. They feigned ignorance and scolded Zhang Hanlian lightly, urging him to hurry home, but said nothing more. However, Zhang Wanwan thought to herself, this scoundrel is simply detestable, deceiving mom and grandpa and grandma completely. I truly wish to see him receive his comeuppance. Upon hearing Zhang Wanwan's inner thoughts, Lin Jiran cast a glance at her parents. The group shared a silent understanding. The heartfelt wishes of my beloved daughter must be fulfilled. Zhang Hanlian, did he not mention that he encountered a car accident? Then let us arrange for him to have one. At this moment, Zhang Hanlian remains blissfully unaware of the impending calamity. As he tenderly celebrates the 1-month banquet for the daughter of Li Zihan and Li Zihan, named Zhang Hanlian, his parents, along with the 2 sons he shares with Li Zihan, are present as well. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Hanlian senses the lively atmosphere of the Lin family, which starkly contrasts with the quietness of the 1-month celebration in Li Zihan's modest courtyard. A wave of guilt washes over him as he embraces Li Zihan, gazing lovingly at their daughter sleeping in the cradle, and earnestly declares, Zihan, I promise you that one day, I shall host a grand celebration for you and the children. Filled with joy and splendor, Li Zihan, with an understanding demeanor, affectionately holds his hand and shakes her head, replying, I do not require extravagance. I am content with your presence and that of your parents by my side. Zhang Hanlian's parents, satisfied, pat her hand, exclaiming, you are the most down-to-earth. Far superior to those pampered young ladies who throw lavish parties. This is what it means to live life. As Li Zihan observes the care and affection surrounding her from Zhang Hanlian and his parents, a sense of pride bubbles within her. Lin Jiran, what does it matter if you hail from a prestigious family? Although I may lack in many ways compared to you, the man you adore loves only me, and in that regard, you shall forever fall short. Chapter 11, Settlement. Just as the Zhang family is basking in joyous laughter and warmth, an unexpected cacophony erupts. A towering truck suddenly crashes through the gate, demolishing the entrance and wall of their courtyard. Several individuals scream in panic, scattering in all directions. After fleeing, Li Zihan realizes her daughter remains in the stroller and rushes back to push it aside. The table, previously adorned with a grand cake, lies overturned, reduced to a sticky mess beneath the truck's wheels, while the furniture is crushed. Just as the truck is about to invade the house, the driver manages to hit the brakes in time, bringing the vehicle to a halt. Zhang Hanlian's parents, still shaken, take a moment to collect themselves. Upon seeing the driver, equally flustered as he exits the vehicle, they charge towards him in fury. You reckless fool! How could you drive like that? With such a wide road? Why did you crash into our place? If you had injured anyone here, could you compensate us? The driver, wiping sweat from his brow, repeatedly apologizes. I am so sorry. It was my fault. I have been exhausted from driving these past few days, and my mind momentarily wandered. I did not pay attention to the road. I will call the police right now and report this. I will compensate for everything. I will not evade responsibility. As he speaks, he pulls out his phone to call. Suddenly, a realization strikes Zhang Hanlian, and he rushes forward to seize the driver's hand. No need to involve the police. The situation is not severe. Let's settle this privately. Zhang Hanlian's parents assume he seeks to negotiate a larger compensation and threaten, yes, we can settle privately. Although we have not been physically harmed, we have endured considerable fright. And you must compensate us for our emotional distress. If you refuse, we shall call the police. After all, you are entirely at fault. And the penalties you may face could be far greater, including fines and the revocation of your license. You should consider your options. Zhang Hanlian, feigning concern, adds, brother, I believe you would prefer to avoid the police, as having your license revoked or giving a statement would be a hassle, right? Moreover, once the police are involved, this incident will be recorded, leading to increased insurance rates and unnecessary complications. Everyone's time is precious. I do not wish to delay you. As for the damages in my courtyard, you may simply compensate for those, and regarding my parents' request for emotional distress compensation, a modest amount will suffice. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hanlian's parents grow displeased, expressing their discontent. By not involving the police, we are sparing him a lot of trouble. Why should we not ask for a larger sum? Look at the damages in this courtyard. Everything needs to be repaired. And we, being elderly, were nearly frightened to death by his reckless driving. If this escalates and someone gets hurt, he will owe us even more. The driver, hearing their words, appears increasingly frightened and shakes his head vigorously. Forget it. I will call the police. At least they can provide a fair assessment of what I should compensate. You want to settle privately, but your demands are excessive, and I cannot afford them. Zhang Hanlian's parents, feeling justified, are unperturbed by the driver's decision. Fine, if you choose to call the police, then so be it. That is your choice. Brother, please do not call the police just yet. Zhang Hanlian pleads, his face etched with concern. Sensing his parents' growing discontent, he quickly ushers them into the house. Dad, Mom, come with me for a moment. Li Zihan, sensing Zhang Hanlian's peculiar reaction, glances at the driver before hastily following them inside. The elderly couple, bewildered, comply, questioning, what is it? Why can't we call the police? This is clearly the driver's fault. It is not our doing. Even if we report it, he is at fault and must compensate us. Sighing heavily, Zhang Hanlian expresses his frustration. Do not forget, we are currently with Zihan. Our relationship cannot be made public yet, and this house belongs to the Lin family. If this situation escalates and the Lin family learns of it, what will happen? What if your daughter-in-law and granddaughter are forced out? What about my job? Do you wish to squander the substantial amount of money in your bank account? Upon hearing Zhang Hanlian's analysis of the situation, the elderly couple falls silent, realizing the gravity of their predicament. After a moment, they reluctantly murmur, then, must we settle this privately? Can we not seek justice from the police?
Zhang Hanlian,
growing impatient, retorts, justice? If we can get through this ordeal without making a scene, we should be grateful. At this moment, Li Zihan comprehends Zhang Hanlian's intentions and enlightened. She adds, Mom and Dad, if the driver is to compensate us, it will not be immediately. We should strive to obtain as much as possible, but if we cannot, it is not worth quarreling over. Compared to the benefits Zhang Hanlian receives from the Lin family, this matter pales in significance. We need not dwell on it too much. Once the family reaches a consensus, they exit the room. The truck driver, still on his phone, notices their return and promptly inquires, so, what is the verdict? Have you reached a decision? Will it be public or private? Private, private. Zhang Hanlian and his parents reply in unison. The driver immediately adopts a cautious demeanor. I must make it clear that if the compensation I am required to pay is too high, I will not comply. Zhang Hanlian's father, suppressing his irritation, responds. Let us proceed according to what my son just suggested. To which the driver retorts, that will not suffice. Your courtyard and the damaged items are not exactly new. How can you expect me to compensate at full value? Selling them secondhand might not even yield a buyer. And regarding emotional distress compensation, there are too many nuances. Let me be clear. I can only offer 1 or 200 yuan as a token of goodwill. I cannot afford more. Hearing this, Zhang Hanlian's parents can no longer contain themselves, exclaiming, a few hundred yuan? Are you trying to insult us? Even a red envelope would be worth more than this. The driver, unfazed, shrugs his shoulders. If you refuse this offer, we can involve the police. Once the authorities arrive, I will pay whatever they deem appropriate. I will not protest. Upon hearing this, the couple begrudgingly swallows their frustration. Zhang Hanlian, masking his annoyance, addresses the driver amicably. Brother, the fault lies with you. And you must compensate us, but your offer is simply too low for us to accept. Then call the police. I have already stated that as long as the police arrive, whatever amount they demand for compensation, I shall comply without hesitation. The driver, sensing their reluctance to involve law enforcement, audaciously continued, furthermore, aside from compensating you at second-hand value, I must inform you that I currently lack the funds and can only offer payment in installments. If you can accept this, we can settle this privately. If not, we shall resort to calling the police. Chapter 12. The malevolent man's dilemma. Zhang Hanlian and the others were furious, itching to unleash their wrath in words. Yet they ultimately restrained themselves. To avoid further complications, they reluctantly acquiesced to the driver's terms. The driver, satisfied, drove away, leaving behind a scene of devastation. When he was initially summoned by his boss for this task, he had feared the aftermath would be fraught with difficulties. However, the boss had assured him, "Rest easy. That family dares not call the police. They will not trouble you." To his astonishment, this turned out to be true. Even after making such outrageous demands, they still refrained from contacting the authorities. As he drove away, he glanced back at the family's ashen faces, stifled with anger, yet too intimidated to retaliate. Suddenly, the driver felt emboldened, contemplating whether he could further exploit the situation, perhaps escaping without any compensation at all. Having completed his task, he hurried back to send the dashcam footage to his boss, eager to showcase how he had provoked that family into a simmering rage they could not express. How peculiar his employer was, demanding he teach that family a lesson, yet only wishing to witness their humiliation without intending any physical harm. Once the driver departed, Zhang Hanlian's family erupted with indignation. They surveyed the yard, now marred by a sizable hole in the wall, with numerous items reduced to ruin, nearly choking on their fury. Zhang Hanlian's parents seethed with resentment, lamenting that they had never seen victims of an accident endure such humiliation. They could have demanded far greater compensation, yet ended up suffering such a loss. Zhang Hanlian's countenance was equally grim, lips pressed tight in silence.
Lizzie intervenat.
Advocating for patience, Mom and Dad, let us not jeopardize Hanlian's plans with reckless reactions. The Lin family soon received the dashcam footage sent by the driver, which recorded the entire conversation regarding compensation between the driver and Zhang Hanlian's family. Observing the damage to their belongings and the fright experienced by Zhang Hanlian and his family, all while refraining from alerting the authorities or demanding more compensation, the Lin family found a sense of vindication in witnessing the driver's manipulative triumph over them. At that moment, Zhang Wanwan, having just awakened from her nap in her cradle, noticed that Zhang Hanlian had yet to arrive for her full-month celebration. In her heart, she cursed that despicable man. How utterly outrageous. It's nearly evening, and he still hasn't returned. He shows such disregard for mother and grandma and grandpa. When I grow up, I shall ensure he receives a fitting lesson. Upon hearing Zhang Wanwan's thoughts, Lin Jiran and her parents exchanged knowing glances, silently communicating. Teaching Zhang Hanlian, the wretched man, a lesson was their daughter's fervent wish. Having just witnessed the entire ordeal, they felt a sense of satisfaction, yet their daughter remained agitated. They needed to conceive a plan to alleviate her distress, without revealing their ability to hear her thoughts, which would surely be awkward. An idea struck Lin Jiran as she pulled out her phone to browse, feigning surprise. "Oh dear, I just saw a video in the group. It appears that a car accident occurred at the small villa at number 5, East Street." Seeing Lin Jiran take the lead, her parents promptly realized she had devised a plan, and they joined in, pretending to be intrigued by her phone screen. The video displayed the dashcam footage sent by the driver. The couple feigned astonishment, exclaiming, "How could a large truck crash into this villa's yard on such a wide road? Oh my. It seems this family was celebrating a birthday. There's cake scattered everywhere. The wall has a massive hole. They must have been quite frightened. Who could be so unfortunate as to have a large truck crash into their child's birthday celebration? Who wouldn't he be terrified? It's a pity the video is too unclear to see their faces. We may not even know which family it is." Lying in her cradle, Zhang Wanwan's heart raced upon hearing her mother and grandparents discuss the incident.
What?
The villa at number 5 East Street?
Aha.
ISNT that the love nest that my despicable dad gave to the mistress using my mama's property. Haha, a birthday cake? It must be that scoundrel celebrating the full-month feast for the mistress's daughter. How poetic. After so many lives. It's the first time I hear that while the scoundrel is celebrating the mistress's daughter's full month, they meet with an accident. However, don't my mother and grandparents remember they also own a property at number 5 East Street? How can they remain so calm? Perhaps it's better they forget. It would only anger them to know. After all, that scoundrel has tricked my mother into signing over that villa to the mistress, and now it belongs to her. On the surface, the mistress acts aloof and proud, refusing my mother's help, yet she has long claimed my mother's property as her own. Truly shameless to the extreme. As Zhang Wanwan voiced her thoughts, Lin Jiran nearly dropped her phone. What else had Zhang Hanlian taken from the Lin family? They quickly realized that to avoid raising Zhang Wanwan's suspicions, they should pretend. Why does this house seem somewhat familiar? The video is too blurry to discern. Seeing that Zhang Wanwan had yet to feel satisfied, they continued. This family is quite peculiar, despite the driver crashing into their home and causing such fright. They didn't even call the police. When it came to compensation, the driver only reimbursed them at second-hand value, without even a cent for emotional distress. If they had called the police, surely the compensation would have been far greater. I truly do not understand this family's reasoning. Are they merely trying to avoid trouble? Upon hearing her mother and grandparents' discussion, Zhang Wanwan couldn't suppress her excitement. Ha ha, they certainly deserve it. Of course, they wouldn't dare call the police. If they did, the matter would escalate, revealing their illicit affair to you and grandpa and grandma. How could they continue to transfer the Lin family's assets after that? I bet Zhang Hanlian and his family are feeling quite stifled. They are in the right, yet due to their hidden secrets, they can only suffer loss at the hands of the cheap driver. Seeing that scoundrel's family and the mistress face misfortune brings me such joy. Hearing Zhang Wanwan express her contentment lifted Lin Jiran and her parents' spirits as well. Oh dear, Zhang Wanwan cooed, waving her arms and legs, attempting to raise her head. Unfortunately, her bones were still too soft, and her little head could only sway from side to side, unable to lift. Mom, let me see your phone. I want to see how that family looked when they were frightened by the accident. And I want to see their stifled expressions because they didn't dare to call the police. Lin Jiran and her parents exchanged knowing smiles. As long as you feel satisfied, dear, there's no need to watch the video. Chapter 13. Magic defeats magic. Guests began to arrive for Zhang Wanwan's full-month celebration. Yet Zhang Hanlian had still not appeared. Ironically, Li Shasha, who had claimed she wouldn't attend, showed up. The family feigned surprise. Didn't you say you were going to divorce Yu Cheng, and wouldn't he come? Li Shasha smiled. Not anymore. Who would be foolish enough to leave and walk away empty-handed? I must first transfer all of Yu Cheng's assets before considering leaving. Zhang Wanwan, having overheard the conversation between her family and Li Shasha, felt somewhat perplexed. I recall that this ostensible cousin-in-law only proposed divorce after learning that my great-uncle would be incarcerated for decades, which was after my first birthday. Why is she discussing divorce now? Lin Jiran and her parents were fully aware of the underlying truth. This was because Lin Yuqing had deliberately imprisoned himself to reveal Li Shasha's true nature, creating a facade that he would be imprisoned for many years. As anticipated, upon learning of Lin Yuqing's prolonged incarceration, Li Shasha promptly initiated divorce proceedings. However, just as Lin Yuqing had predicted, once she realized she would be leaving empty-handed, she backtracked and refused to proceed with the divorce. After greeting the family, Li Shasha complimented Zhang Wanwan, casually offering her a gift, and then moved on to indulge in refreshments, chatting amiably with acquaintances as if nothing were amiss. Observing her lively demeanor, Lin Jiran, in front of Zhang Wanwan, remarked to her parents, "We truly misjudged Li Shasha, who would have thought she harbored such malevolence. She imprisoned her own sister, Li Rongrong, deceived Yuqing into marrying her. And now she shamelessly appears before us, continuing to flaunt her status as the matriarch of the Lin family at Wanwan's full moon banquet. How utterly disgraceful. It was she who proposed the divorce. And now that Yuqing has exposed the truth, stating unequivocally that he will not part with a single cent of his assets, she immediately recants her divorce request. Her audacity is truly remarkable." The family exchanged words, secretly awaiting Zhang Wanwan's response. Zhang Wanwan listened intently, her heart brimming with astonishment. Has my great-uncle already uncovered the truth? What is the situation? Reflecting on her past reincarnations, she pondered. According to my experiences, my great-uncle would have first learned the truth when I was nearly 2 years old,
Able to speak.
After revealing this secret to them, they would have begun their clandestine investigations, ultimately uncovering the truth. Yet here I am, having disclosed nothing. And yet they appear to already know. As Zhang Wanwan's confusion deepened, Lin Jiran and her parents fell silent, fearful of revealing their awareness. Zhang Wanwan continued her internal monologue. It seems my great-uncle, just like in my previous reincarnations, will seek divorce upon learning the truth, while the faux cousin-in-law will stubbornly cling to her marriage after the scandal is revealed. In the end, my great-uncle's lawsuit failed, although the court granted them a divorce. He still had to relinquish a significant portion of his assets to the faux cousin-in-law. Alas, a considerable portion. After all this, we find ourselves back at square one. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiran and her parents were taken aback. What is going on? What purpose does the judge serve? How can such an unjust situation be tolerated? Li Shasha is clearly a marriage fraudster. Why does the court award her such a substantial share of the assets? Their confusion was palpable. Yet Zhang Wanwan's thoughts persisted, prompting Lin Jiran and her parents to calm their emotions and listen attentively. There is no remedy. Li Shasha and my great-uncle are legally wed. My great-uncle accuses Li Shasha of having a child before marriage, claiming the child is not his. However, Li Shasha counters with accusations against my great-uncle, alleging he fathered a child with another woman before their marriage. As a result, the court deemed their premarital errors equivalent, allowing them to offset one another. The primary reason for the unequal division of assets post-divorce was that my great-uncle maintained contact with his previous partner, my true cousin-in-law, while Li Shasha had severed ties with the man who fathered her child. In light of this comparison, my great-uncle appeared to be the more culpable party, leading to a judgment that disproportionately burdened him with responsibility and awarded Li Shasha a greater share of his assets. Damn it! Reflecting on this situation now fills me with rage. How could it be that Li Shasha, the instigator of all this chaos, ends up with a lion's share of the assets? Lin Jiran and her parents, hearing Zhang Wanwan's escalating frustration, found themselves equally incensed, their anger bubbling over. How is it just that this vile woman benefits so enormously from her deceit? At this thought, Zhang Wanwan's agitation led her to tears. I want milk. I need milk. Only milk can soothe my wounded little heart. Lin Jiran promptly unfastened her buttons to nurse Zhang Wanwan. She exchanged glances with her parents, silently communicating. If the lawsuit was destined to fail, should they inform Lin Yuqing to withdraw it, sparing him the futility and waste of time? However, Lin's father shook his head, then lowered his gaze to send a message in the group chat shared only among the three of them and Lin Yuqing. Given that Wanwan has experienced so many reincarnations, she must know how to resolve this matter. We can explore her thoughts further. Once Lin's father confirmed that Lin Jiran and Lin's mother had seen his message, he promptly retracted it. With Lin's father's remark, Lin Jiran and her mother exchanged a knowing glance before deliberately steering the conversation. I fear that if my cousin proceeds with the divorce, it may not result in Li Shasha facing the consequences she deserves. Rather, it might afford her even greater advantages. Wouldn't that be a dismal outcome for my cousin? Lin Jiran, sipping her milk, paused at this comment. Mother, you possess remarkable foresight. Is my great-uncle not the ultimate victim in this situation? This lawsuit will yield him no benefits whatsoever. She resumed her sucking, contemplating, to deal with the faux cousin-in-law. One must use magic to vanquish magic. Magic to vanquish magic? Lin Jiran and her parents exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what Zhang Wanwan meant by magic. Yet, as Zhang Wanwan nursed, she began to drift into slumber, her voice growing faint. So sleepy. The adults internally cried out in desperation. Oh dear. Can you please refrain from sleeping just yet? At least tell us what you meant by that magic before you doze off. However, despite their urgency, the sight of Zhang Wanwan, peacefully suckling and closing her eyes, was too endearing for them to disturb her slumber. Ultimately, they could only watch as she fell into a sweet, untroubled sleep, feeling utterly helpless. Chapter 14. It's all your fault. With Zhang Wanwan asleep, the family had no choice but to suppress their curiosity and attend to the guests who had come to celebrate the full moon banquet. All attendees made a point to admire Zhang Wanwan, showering her with compliments. Those who beheld her could not help but praise her beauty. Observing the guests who congratulated them, Lin Jiran suddenly wondered if, had Wanwan been awake, she might have continued to discern which of these congratulatory guests were sincere and which were disingenuous. However, Zhang Wanwan was merely a month old, and her sleepiness overwhelmed her, resulting in a prolonged slumber. By the time she awoke, the guests had already dispersed, and the full moon banquet had come to a close. The family was gathered in the main hall, berating the negligent father. They had likely been scolding him for quite some time when Zhang Wanwan awoke, just in time to hear her grandfather say, I initially intended to convene the board this month to announce your succession of Yuqing as the head of the Eastern District, but now it seems we must delay this matter. Hearing this, Zhang Hanlian felt a tightening in his chest and quickly interjected, Father, my absence from Wanwan's full moon banquet was indeed my fault, but surely it doesn't warrant such severe repercussions? The Eastern District is currently leaderless. Without someone to oversee the situation, we risk incurring significant losses. Father, there's no need to let this minor error of mine have such a considerable impact on the company. Through the lens of the trivial, one can discern the profound. As the saying goes, constant dripping wears away the stone. Some calamities arise from the neglect of seemingly minor details. The incident surrounding the full moon banquet serves as a testament to your capabilities in managing affairs. Missing such a significant occasion raises concerns about your ability to oversee a vast territory. Lin Shaoqi's expression was as frigid as ice. Zhang Hanlian attempted to articulate further. Yet he was interrupted by Lin Shaoqi's raised hand. You need not say anything more. From this point onward, I shall observe closely. If you demonstrate any improvement, I will naturally convene a board meeting in your favor. Zhang Hanlian made a final, desperate attempt to plead. What about the Eastern District? That is of no concern to you. I am still capable. I can manage for a few months. Once you prove yourself, you may take over. I can hold the fort for the time being. Lin Shaoqi spoke with an impassive demeanor. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hanlian finally felt a semblance of relief, realizing that he merely needed to bide his time for a few months before realizing his ambitions. Just then, he received a call from a contact labeled as a client. He promptly excused himself to Lin Jiran and Lin Shaoqi, saying, "Mom, Dad, I need to take this call." He hurried to his room to answer, only to find it was not a client, but rather Li Zihan. Li Zihan's voice was sweet and inviting. "I forgot to ask, when shall we meet again?" A wave of resentment surged within Zhang Hanlian. "We should refrain from meeting for the time being. It's entirely your fault for insisting I attend your daughter's full moon banquet, which left me unable to manage the affairs here. Lin Jiran's family is quite displeased with me. Her father has even rescinded the board meeting, jeopardizing my chance to take over the Eastern District from Lin Yuqing. Tea meeting now akin to digging my own grave." Li Zihan seemed doused with cold water, her previous charm and sweetness shattered in an instant. Meanwhile, Zhang Wanwan was overjoyed, dancing with glee. "This is wonderful. Grandfather will oversee matters personally, ensuring the Eastern District remains secure. We must not allow that scoundrel Zhang Hanlian to take control. That scoundrel is merely reaping what he has sown. Had he shown respect for my mother and grandparents by attending my full moon banquet, he wouldn't be facing such consequences. Once I grow up, I shall ensure his downfall." However, a tinge of doubt crept in. Wait, I recall that in previous reincarnations, even when the scoundrel failed to attend my banquet, my grandparents and mother merely expressed their displeasure without enacting any real punishment. Why does this time seem to directly affect his chance to assume control over the Eastern District? Missing the full moon banquet is a minor issue. It shouldn't carry such weight. Upon hearing Zhang Wanwan's musings, her family exchanged knowing smiles. "My dear, thanks to you, even the smallest mistake can serve as a barrier preventing Zhang Hanlian from taking charge of the Eastern District." Observing Zhang Wanwan's renewed vigor after her nap, while Zhang Hanlian remained absent, they began to deliberately mention Lin Yuqing in her presence. What a pity that this full moon banquet has resulted in several of Wanwan's uncles being unable to attend, especially her eldest uncle, who has been unjustly imprisoned. Alas, his wife's matters are equally troublesome. I fear that even if he files for divorce, Li Shasha may not receive the punishment she deserves. Hearing her family's conversation triggered memories in Zhang Wanwan. She must not be allowed to evade justice. The only way to ensure she faces her due retribution is through extraordinary means. Unbeknownst to her, her mother and grandparents were eavesdropping, lost in their own reflections. Pursuing conventional routes is futile. Dealing with someone like Li Shasha necessitates unconventional methods. Although my eldest uncle's divorce occurred sooner than expected, the situation remains similar. Can we not draw from my previous reincarnations for inspiration? Alas, the exact number of times I have reincarnated escapes me. Nonetheless, after that particular instance, I have consistently employed that method with great success. Lin Jiran and her parents grew anxious. "Oh, dear, stop beating around the bush. The number of reincarnations is irrelevant.
Get to the point."
Oblivious to their urgency, Zhang Wanwan pondered further. People like Li Shasha cannot be dealt with through standard legal channels. We must resort to extraordinary measures. Lin Shaoqi feigned contemplation.
"Ah, yes.
Extraordinary measures. Surely, we can devise a clever plan." Zhang Wanwan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Lin Jiran and her parents were momentarily taken aback, having expected her to propose a solution, only to find her urging them to brainstorm instead. "Very well, let us begin our brainstorming session." They earnestly considered their options. Lin Jiran suggested, "Why not directly threaten Li Shasha, compelling her to withdraw?" "Absolutely not. I attempted that strategy during my XTH reincarnation, and the outcome was disastrous. The true I was dragged down alongside that wicked woman, suffering an even worse fate than originally intended." Upon hearing this, the family quickly shook their heads in disapproval. They brainstormed several ideas, all of which Zhang Wanwan dismissed with sound reasoning drawn from her myriad of past lives. As they scratched their heads in frustration, Zhang Wanwan's inner voice echoed, "Mom, grandparents, we should enlist my eldest uncle's help." The previous successes were all thanks to his brilliant ideas. Chapter 15, The Destruction of the Scoundrel and the Vile Woman. Upon hearing Zhang Wanwan's thoughts, The family agreed that since this was a matter concerning Lin Yuqing, he should indeed be involved in devising a plan. They swiftly relayed the situation to him, urging him to devise a solution. To their surprise, Lin Yuqing promptly replied, "I know what to do. I will make her initiate the divorce." The family feigned concern as they read his message aloud, expressing their worries. "Yuqing, why leave us hanging? What strategy do you intend to employ to promptly Sha to request a divorce? A mere statement leaves us restless." Yet Zhang Wanwan reassured them internally, "Do not worry. My uncle will manage it." In my XTH reincarnation, he uttered those very words, and the outcome was splendid. Let us await the results. Upon hearing her thoughts, the family finally felt at ease. If Wanwan had such confidence, Lin Yuqing's strategy must surely be sound. However, they remained curious about the specifics of his plan, thus keeping a close watch on the developments between Lin Yuqing and Li Shasha. Before long, they discovered that Li Shasha was growing increasingly close to a man, none other than Zhang Ninka, Lin Yuqing's closest friend. To their astonishment, after Lin Yuqing's imprisonment, his most trusted companion was now pursuing Lin Yuqing's wife, Li Shasha. The Lin family was outraged. Although Li Shasha had entered into a deceptive marriage and was not the woman Lin Yuqing had genuinely desired, Zhang Ninka was still his best friend. How could he betray Lin Yuqing during his time of need by courting his wife? Lin Shaoqi's face was stern, his voice frigid. In times of adversity, true hearts are revealed. It is only in such circumstances that we discern who our genuine friends are. Lin Jiran could not swallow her indignation. Why must her family endure deceit and betrayal? With seething resentment, she exclaimed, "How good my elder cousin was to him. When he faced trouble, my cousin rushed to his aid. Yet now, when my cousin is in distress, he not only hides away, but also entices my cousin's wife. Is he not merely pouring salt into my cousin's wounds?" Lin's mother echoed her anger. How can Zhang Ninka, coming from a prestigious family, stoop to such vile acts? Enough. I can no longer bear this indignation. I shall confront them personally, tear off their masks, and question their conscience regarding such actions. With that, she rose with fierce resolve. "Mother!" Lin Jiran called out urgently, mindful not to disturb the slumbering Zhang Wanwan, thus lowering her voice. Lin's father followed suit, instructing Lin Jiran, "Stay at home with Wanwan. Let the servants handle any matters that arise." After relaying his instructions, he too departed. Lin Jiran was momentarily stunned, having assumed her father would counsel her mother against impulsiveness. To her surprise, he joined her mother in confronting Zhang Ninka. The elderly couple stormed toward Lin Shaoka's private villa. And there they beheld Lin Shaoka and Li Shasha emerging side by side. Lin Shaoka had his arm wrapped around Li Shasha's waist, while she leaned against his chest, both laughing and appearing exceedingly joyful. Unable to contain herself, Lin's mother seized a nearby branch and charged toward them, shouting, "You two shameless adulterers! How can you be so devoid of decency? My Yu Chung is currently imprisoned, and as his friend and wife, you show no concern for him, yet you cavort together? How do you justify this betrayal?" Lin Shaoqi approached, his expression dark as he fixed a penetrating gaze upon Zhang Ninka. "Zhang Ninka, how can you act in such a manner and still claim to care for Yu Chung?" Startled by the sudden appearance of the elderly couple, Zhang Ninka dodged for a moment before regaining his composure, smoothing his clothing and hair, and responding with a feigned joviality, "Uncle Lin, Aunt Lin, how can you speak so? Yu Chung will be incarcerated for decades, leaving his beautiful wife unattended. Am I not merely looking after her? You vile creature, how dare you utter such words?" Lin's mother retorted, nearly breathless with rage. "This woman needs your care? She deceived Yu Chung into marrying her, basking in the wealth he left behind, yet refuses to divorce him. What is there to pity?" Feigning surprise, Zhang Ninka replied, "You are not aware? Yu Cheng's assets have been frozen, and his villa sealed. Poor Sha was cast out. Had I not taken her in, she would have returned home in disgrace." "What?" The elderly couple was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Ninka continued, "Moreover, Yu Cheng does not love her. He has married her for years, yet has never laid a finger on her. I am merely alleviating his wife's loneliness. What is wrong with that?" They finally grasped the situation, unleashing their anger upon him. "How can you have the audacity to say such things? You are stealing his wife. As his friend, you are openly humiliating and bullying him. How can you act in this manner?" Li Shasha, emboldened by Zhang Ninka's defense, smirked triumphantly. "Uncle and aunt, you have witnessed how Yu Chung has treated me. Living in your household has been akin to being a widow. He has not touched me, claiming I no longer evoke the feelings I once did. Now that he knows the truth, what meaning remains in my fidelity?" Lin's mother trembled with fury. If it holds no meaning, then why do you not divorce him? Did he not propose it? Lin Xiaoqi added, his tone icy. If you are unwilling to divorce for the sake of his wealth, you must adhere to the loyalty of marriage. Do you not feel the depths of your own shamelessness?
Lisha la wedis fully. Resta surat, ishal proposa divorcia.
With his assets frozen, I cannot even reside in his house. What purpose does this marriage serve? Lin Xiaoqi stepped forward, wrapping his arm around Li Shasha's shoulders, and with a loving smile said, My dear, I cannot wait for you to divorce him, so I can take you home. Whatever Yu Qing could offer you, I shall provide double. Hearing this, Li Shasha's spirits soared as she gleefully replied, Do you see? With such a wonderful man as Zheng Xiao waiting to marry me, how could I remain tied to Yu Qing, a convict? The moment Zheng Xiao proposes, I shall draft the divorce agreement and part ways with Yu Qing. His frozen assets hold no interest for me. Really? Zheng Ningka's eyes sparkled with excitement as he knelt, producing an exquisite ring box from his pocket. Opening it, he revealed a diamond ring. Dear Shasha, marry me. Allow me to care for you for a lifetime. Li Shasha was taken aback, covering her mouth in disbelief. You truly wish to marry me? Chapter 16. A beautiful conflict. Zheng Ningka, in a display of deep emotion, held up the ring and professed. Having been good friends with Yu Qing for many years, I have watched you suffer in silence, feeling deeply for your plight. Now that he is imprisoned for at least 20 years, how can you endure such solitude in your youth? This is a divine opportunity. Once you divorce Yu Qing, I can openly marry and care for you. Li Shasha's eyes twinkled with delight as she raised her hand, a smile spreading across her face. Very well, I accept. She had not anticipated her allure could attract Yu Qing's closest friend, nor that Zheng Ningka had long harbored feelings for her. Her heart swelled with pride. If a man of Zheng Ningka's stature desired her, why should she lament Yu Qing? Their backgrounds were comparable, but Yu Qing was now a mere prisoner. With Zheng Ningka proposing, how could she let such an opportunity slip away? Lin Xiaoqi and his wife watched in disbelief as Zheng Ningka slipped the ring onto Li Shasha's finger, embracing and kissing her before their very eyes, nearly causing their eyes to bulge with fury. When Zhang Wanwan awoke from her slumber, she saw her grandparents in a state of exasperation, clutching their chests while lounging on the sofa. Those shameless scoundrels! How could they treat Yu Qing in such a manner? Meanwhile, her mother poured tea, trying to soothe their tempers. Mom and Dad, you need not be upset over such despicable individuals. Thankfully, the truth has come to light, and my cousin is no longer being deceived by Li Shasha and Zheng Ningka. This is far better than living a lifetime as a fool under their manipulation. Li Shasha and Zheng Ningka? Zhang Wanwan mused, her limbs flailing unconsciously on the rocking chair. Uncle Ningka is now entangled with Li Shasha?
Oh, dear.
What a splendid turn of events. Uncle Ningka truly lives up to being a good friend of my uncle. Upon hearing Zhang Wanwan's expressions, Lin Jiran and Lin Xiaoqi exchanged glances. What good friend? After experiencing multiple rebirths, does Wanwan not recognize that Zheng Ningka is a vile cad who has betrayed her uncle? They had known all along that Zheng Ningka was a notorious playboy, but never did they imagine his affections would extend to his friend's wife. Such a toxic friend. After so many lives, how could Wanwan remain oblivious? In a bid to prevent Zhang Wanwan from continuing to be deceived by Zheng Ningka, one decided to deliberately discuss the details of her grandparents' visit to confront that pair of scoundrels in her presence. It was anticipated that Zhang Wanwan would express her astonishment at discovering that Zheng Ningka was such an unworthy friend, joining them in their condemnation of the immoral duo. To the contrary, she found herself secretly reveling in amusement. Ha ha, Uncle Ningka is truly remarkable. Even Grandpa and Grandma failed to see through a charade. What? A charade? The family exchanged bewildered glances. Was Zheng Ningka and Li Shasha merely performing? What kind of play was this? Zhang Wanwan continued her inner monologue. Mom, Grandpa, and Grandma, please do not berate Uncle Ningka. He is a good man, the most trustworthy friend of my uncle. To ensure that Li Shasha would not take a single asset when divorcing my uncle, he sacrificed his own attractiveness. Oh no. His masculinity, captivating Li Shasha to the point of losing her senses, compelling her to initiate the divorce and leave empty-handed. Outsiders perceive her as discarding my uncle like refuse, forsaking all property to escape into Uncle Ningka's embrace, yet they remain oblivious to the fact that this entire scheme was orchestrated by my uncle and Uncle Ningka. Upon hearing Zhang Wanwan's thoughts, Lin Jiran and Lin Xiaoqi experienced an epiphany. The family exchanged glances, hesitating to speak, constrained by Zhang Wanwan's current wakefulness, resorting to silent communication through their eyes. So, they had misunderstood Zheng Ningka? It turned out that Zhang Ninka was aiding Lin Yuqing. Did their attempt to confront Zhang Ninka today disrupt the scheme they had set in motion? Had they known, they would have waited for their daughter to awaken before broaching this topic, to gauge her perspective first. If their impulsive actions had indeed sabotaged Zhang Ninka and Yuqing's plan, they would have inadvertently created a greater mess. Lin Shaoqi and his wife felt a wave of anxiety, feigning nonchalance in front of Zhang Wanwan, stating that they had given Zhang Ninka a beating, uncertain if it would lead to any change in him. In truth, what they wished to inquire was whether their confrontation with Zhang Ninka would jeopardize his original plans with Lin Yuqing. Yet, Zhang Wanwan interjected, "Grandpa and Grandma, it was truly splendid that you confronted Zhang Ninka." At this, the trio was left speechless, realizing that their unknowing actions had not thwarted the plans at all. How could it be considered splendid? In their quest for clarity, they strained to listen further. Zhang Wanwan's thoughts continued. Initially, Li Shasha harbored some doubts about Zhang Ninka's sincerity towards her, even questioning whether Uncle Ninka had colluded with the Lin family. However, it was precisely because Grandpa and Grandma stirred up such a commotion that Li Shasha became utterly convinced of Zhang Ninka's genuine affection for her, believing that he truly wished to marry her. Grandpa and Grandma's intervention accelerated the divorce proceedings between Uncle and Li Shasha, making them key contributors to this outcome. Upon hearing Zhang Wanwan's words, the couple felt a weight lift from their hearts, and smiles returned to their faces. Splendid! As long as they hadn't caused any harm. It was then that Zhang Wanwan suddenly realized she had been awake for quite some time, yet no one had come to hold her. "Oh dear, I'm hungry. Mommy, come feed me." "Oh, right. I need to cry a bit, so Mommy will notice I'm awake." With that thought, Zhang Wanwan immediately began wailing, her cries echoing through the room. The adults were at once bemused. "Sweetheart, you needn't cry. We already know you're awake. If you're hungry, just think it, and your family will hear you." Lin Jiran hurriedly rose to embrace her precious daughter. "Do not cry, my darling. Mommy will get you your milk right now." Zhang Wanwan drank eagerly, as if starving. Within a few days, the Lin family indeed received delightful news. Li Shasha had once again taken the initiative to file for divorce, this time expressing her disinterest in any of Lin Yuqing's assets. Chapter 17. The whole family watches the show together. The news of Li Shasha and Lin Yuqing's divorce spread like wildfire throughout the circle, leaving many incredulous that the woman who once adored Lin Yuqing so fervently would now be the one to initiate the divorce.
Li Shasha brazenly proclaimed.
"What is Lin Yuqing to me? I've been his devoted admirer for so many years, yet he wouldn't even glance my way. Now he has nothing but a captive. Why should I continue to fawn over him, even if I forego his wealth? I will ensure our divorce is as clean as can be." Consequently, everyone began to mock Lin Yuqing, who had once married her yet neglected her, now fallen from grace and reduced to nothingness. Now that she had found a man who understood and cherished her, she was eager to sever ties with him, demonstrating a complete fall from her previous pedestal, leaving everyone to avoid him. Lin Yuqing's image as the dashing young heir of the capital plummeted to the abyss. Faced with such a situation, Lin Jiran and her parents were seething with rage. What do these people know? A woman like Li Shasha is beneath our Yuqing, no matter how dire his circumstances. They were left wondering what plans Yuqing and Ninka had concocted that allowed this woman to become so audacious. As the family simmered with indignation, Li Shasha further inflamed the situation by personally delivering a wedding invitation. Lin Jiran's parents glared at her in fury. "Li Shasha, do you have no regard for Yuqing's face? Just days after your divorce, you are already planning your wedding. Isn't that excessive? Excessive?"
Li Shasha grinned smugly.
"Now that I can escape from a man like him, I must seize the moment and ascend to greater heights. Shouldn't I? He is already imprisoned. What does he have left to lose? We will not attend your wedding." Lin Jiran and her parents seethed, their teeth clenched. Li Shasha, however, remained unfazed. "Suit yourselves. This invitation is merely for you to see. I, Li Shasha, have left Lin Yuqing and am stepping into a bright future." "What bright future? Marrying Zhang Ninka is your bright future? How could you so blatantly betray Yuqing, disregarding his dignity and feelings?" Li Shasha laughed even more defiantly.
"Why should we care about him?
He is merely a captive, someone anyone can trample upon. He is a lost soul, and as his wife and friend, we have no prospects or benefits to gain from him. Who cares about his feelings? This invitation is also at Ninka's behest. He hopes you will attend." With that final remark, Li Shasha left triumphantly, leaving the Lin family seething with rage. Zhang Wanwan, observing her family as fury, couldn't help but interject, "Mom, Grandpa, And grandma, don't rush. This Li Shasha is so arrogant now, but when her wedding day arrives, she will surely face a heavy fall. Upon hearing Zhang Wanwan's words, the family's anger dissipated in an instant as they exchanged glances. What would transpire at the wedding? Did it have any connection to their plans? They eagerly anticipated Li Shasha's downfall, making it clear they must attend the wedding. The day of the wedding soon arrived, and the Lin family made a point to ensure that Zhang Hanlian would free up his schedule, instructing him not to busy himself with work, but to attend Li Shasha's wedding as well. Zhang Hanlian was taken aback. Are we really going to our wedding? His expression darkened, and he angrily retorted, those two scoundrels, how dare they even ask us to attend their wedding? It's utterly shameless. He had initially believed that their betrayal of Lin Yuqing would incite an unquenchable hatred from the Lin family, making it impossible for them to witness the happiness of Li Shasha and Zheng Ninka at their wedding. To his astonishment, however, they all attended, even urging him to make time to join them. The family exchanged knowing glances at Zhang Hanlian, silently mocking him. How could he dare to criticize others when he himself was equally shameless, if not more so? To avoid arousing Zhang Hanlian's suspicion, the family feigned indignation, reasoning that since he had invited them, why should they decline? They were eager to witness how the ceremony would unfold with their presence. As the couple brazenly proceeded with their vows, Zhang Hanlian fell silent. For him, attending the wedding was inconsequential. His objective of toppling Lin Yuqing had been achieved, and the transaction with Li Shasha had concluded. What she chose to do henceforth was no longer his concern. Unbeknownst to Zhang Wanwan, her family had already gleaned the trajectory of the situation from her heartfelt sentiments, and they excitedly thought, how delightful it will be to see Uncle Ninka deliver a resounding slap to Li Shasha's face. What a show for the entire family to enjoy. Sensing Zhang Wanwan's exhilaration, the Lin family grew increasingly curious about the unfolding drama at the wedding, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. On the day of the wedding, the family adorned themselves splendidly for the occasion. The presence of the Lin family astonished the guests, and Li Shasha and Zheng Ninka were taken aback. Li Shasha's smile was so broad that it nearly obscured her makeup. She had not expected their arrival, noting, "You are truly a rare sight. With your witness, I believe my marriage to Ninka will be even more blissful." Zheng Ninka, with a knowing smile, addressed the Lin family uncle and aunt. "Dear Sister Jiran, your attendance today will surely bring you joy." Zhang Wanwan, nestled in her stroller, couldn't help but giggle. Who would have thought Uncle Ninka's words were hinting at how this wedding would surely surprise everyone? The family shared in her delight, though they maintained stern expressions to conceal their true feelings. Noticing their discontent, Zhang Hanlian and Li Shasha exchanged knowing glances, understanding each other without words. After Zhang Hanlian presented his gift, the family entered the hall together. They took their seats at a round table, observing as the officiant introduced the newlyweds. As Li Shasha spoke on stage, tears streamed down her face as she pointed to the Lin family, feigning sincerity. "I am deeply grateful to Uncle Lin, Aunt Lin, and my cousin Jiran for putting aside past grievances to attend my wedding. This illustrates how much Lin Yuqing owes me. They are redeeming him in their own way. I declare that I forgive the Lin family, for I am embarking on a new beginning, leaving behind past enmities to nurture my new family." Her heartfelt words garnered enthusiastic applause from the guests, while the Lin family seethed with indignation. Chapter 18 felt rather peculiar. The entire family rose, and Zhang Hanlian had no choice but to follow suit. Lin's mother, trembling with anger, pointed at Li Shasha. "You shameless woman. What right do you have to speak of forgiveness? What you ought to say is I'm sorry." The Lin family's hostile demeanor silenced the guests. Despite the Lin family's apparent hostility, Li Shasha remained unfazed, wearing a triumphant smile. She then turned to the audience. "I understand that they wish for me to remain loyal to Lin Yuqing, but he is imprisoned for decades. How many decades does one live? Should I remain a widow all that time? Would you all be able to do the same? They are imposing unreasonable demands on me." Li Shasha's parents also stood, unabashedly declaring, "What is this uproar, Lin family? If you wish to protest, direct your anger towards your nephew Lin Yuqing. If he hadn't been imprisoned, we wouldn't be in this predicament. He is a convict now. Do you expect my daughter to wait for him like a widow? What are you thinking? Our daughter has been cherished since childhood. She deserves to marry into a prestigious family, living a life of joy and peace. Lin Yuqing, a mere prisoner, is unworthy of her." Hearing Li's family's words, the guests were taken aback. Once a paragon of nobility, Lin Yuqing had been the dream of many women in the capital. The Li family had resorted to every means to marry their daughter into his family, yet now, in his downfall, He was being spoken of as if he were worthless. The Lin family trembled with rage. How could these people be so brazenly shameless? The officiant hurriedly summoned security to manage the Lin family, warning that if they continued to cause a disturbance, they would be asked to leave. The Lin family, keen to witness the unfolding drama, swallowed their anger and returned to their seats, heavy with resentment. Seeing the Lin family subdued, Li Xiaxia's family exchanged smug glances, dismissively regarding them. Now that they had allied with the equally affluent Zhang Ninka, they had little reason to fear this family. As the officiant noted the atmosphere had settled, he resumed the proceedings. Next up was the groom. Zhang Ninka, who had remained silent during the earlier altercation, now took the stage and began to speak at length. My acquaintance with Xiaxia began through Lin Yuqing, who is, as you all know, my brother. It was only natural that I would meet Xiaxia. He recounted how their relationship began when she proactively added him on WeChat, followed by an accidental sharing of a risque photo, which she claimed was intended for Lin Yuqing. It escalated with several more misdirected images, eventually leading to her confiding in him about the loneliness and despair of marrying Lin Yuqing, which elicited his sympathy. As he spoke, a large screen displayed images and chat records that corroborated his account. The guests watched as the provocative photos of Li Xiaxia flashed on the screen, showcasing her alluring poses, seemingly designed to entice. The accompanying chat records made it clear that she was deliberately flirting, while Zhang Ninka rebuffed her advances, even advising her to maintain her dignity. The expressions of the guests morphed into a mix of incredulity and discomfort, leaving them momentarily speechless. Li Xiaxia, upon seeing the images on the screen, turned pale with shock, unable to fathom why Zhang Ninka would expose such compromising photos. She had carefully crafted an image of devotion to Lin Yuqing, which had mitigated criticism for her betrayal and a decision to divorce him. However, these screenshots threatened to unravel her carefully maintained facade, portraying her as a restless and hypocritical woman. Her reputation was in jeopardy. Li Xiaxia's parents felt a pang of alarm as well. These photos suggested that their daughter had pursued another man while married. Zhang Ninka appeared utterly unfazed as he continued to speak. From the chat records, it is evident how much I initially detested and found Xiaxia repugnant. Yet, who could have anticipated that today I would find myself standing alongside her in the grand hall of our wedding? The intricacies of fate are indeed remarkable. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaxia and her parents finally began to relax, perhaps sensing that Zhang Ninka intended to juxtapose his current feelings for Xiaxia with those of the past, highlighting the marvel of destiny. However, mere seconds after their hearts had settled, the large screen shifted to reveal another scene. Videos and photographs of Li Xiaxia embracing, kissing, and even sharing beds with various men. The expressions of the guests transformed dramatically, some stifling laughter, others intrigued, and many brimming with sarcasm. The hall erupted into a flurry of murmurs and whispers. Yet, Zhang Ninka remained composed, continuing his heartfelt declaration. When I witnessed her flitting between different men, I realized just how profoundly lonely and empty she must feel, seeking to fill the void left by her husband's indifference. She asked me, "Why can't this man be you?" This revelation incited another wave of commotion, with gasps of shock echoing through the hall. What a shocking revelation! Who would have thought Li Xiaxia was such a woman? She feigned deep affection for Lin Yuqing, earning everyone's respect and sympathy, while her private life was utterly scandalous. Zhang Ninka maintained his earnest demeanor as he continued, "I promised Xiaxia that I would uncover the reasons behind Lin Yuqing's neglect. And now I have finally discovered the truth. Initially, she went to great lengths to engage with Lin Yuqing, but due to her not being a virgin, she had her sister take her place. Consequently, after Lin Yuqing's brief encounter with her sister, his heart was irrevocably hers, leaving Xiaxia devoid of any spark that might have garnered his affection, hence his continuous disregard for her." Zhang Ninka winked at Li Xiaxia, a smug expression upon his face. "Xiaxia, I've done exactly what you asked of me. See how good I am to you? I have finally unearthed the truth you sought." Chapter 19. A reputation ruined. A cacophony erupted in the venue, with the guest discussions growing ever louder. Goodness, this is utterly mind-blowing. So this is how Li Xiaxia's marriage to Lin Yuqing came to be. The crowd was astonished by Li Xiaxia's ruthlessness, realizing that she would go to any lengths to achieve her goals, even plotting against her own sister. No wonder Lin Yuqing had remained so indifferent throughout their years of marriage. Did she not deserve it? Such a venomous woman would bring misfortune upon anyone who crossed her path. Zhang Ninka's decision to marry her seemed reckless, as if he were inviting calamity into his life. As the guests' criticisms and vitriol grew more pronounced, Li Xiaxia and her parents could no longer remain composed. In unison, they turned to Zhang Ninka, their brows furrowed in dissatisfaction. Ninka, how could you utter such things in front of everyone?
Li Shasha exclaimed.
Zhang Ninka feigned innocence. Isn't this the answer you were hoping for? I chose to reveal the painstakingly discovered truth during the wedding to surprise you. Why do you seem so unhappy? Li Shasha felt an urge to explode with rage. Who would be pleased by such revelations? Now everyone knows what kind of person I am. She murmured, how can I hold my head high in the future?
What will they think of me?
Zhang Ninka, with a patronizing smile, replied, with me by your side, who dares to speak ill of you? This provided some solace to Li Shasha. Indeed, as long as she became Zhang Ninka's wife, what did it matter what others said? Soon, she would hold the esteemed title of a lady of the A City elite, and anyone who dared criticize her would face the repercussions of her influence. Just as she was regaining her composure and preparing to proceed with the next segment of the wedding, Zhang Ninka's parents suddenly rose. Their expressions devoid of emotion as they declared, the wedding is off. Upon hearing this, Li Shasha's family gasped in disbelief, shouting in panic, why? Li Shasha's parents rushed to Zhang Ninka's parents, forcing smiles as they implored, dear in-laws, wasn't everything going smoothly? How can you simply cancel it without warning? This shows a complete lack of respect for the couple. Zhang Ninka's parents, their faces darkened with anger, pointed at the screen displaying Li Shasha's indiscretions and glared at her parents. Is this what you call a smooth wedding? You, from a prominent family, have raised such a scandalous daughter, and now you wish to offer her to my son? Do you think my son is a trash can, fit to accept any refuse? Li Shasha and her parents turned pale at their words. This is all a misunderstanding. I can explain, Li Shasha exclaimed, but Zhang Ninka's parents waved their hands dismissively, their disdain palpable. Do not address us as parents. The evidence is irrefutable. Do you still wish to argue? A woman like you, with such a disgraceful private life and a willingness to betray her own sister to seize another's marriage, is no different from a viper. Our family cannot accept a daughter-in-law of such low character. Fortunately, you have yet to sign the marriage certificate. We can still annul the wedding.
Li Shasha's parents resisted vehemently.
We refuse to cancel the wedding. Where do you expect us to save face? Zhang Ninka's parents gestured toward the assembled guests, coldly scoffing. Look around. Your daughter's reputation is already in tatters. Where is your face now? Li Shasha and her parents dared not meet their gazes. They could sense the pointed fingers and whispers directed at their family. It was over. The guests at this wedding were all prominent figures, and such a scandal would leave them unable to hold their heads high for life. Zhang Ninka's parents paid no mind to their concerns, boldly addressing the guests. We apologize for having wasted your time. Consider this wedding a farce. Enjoy your meals and drinks. The guests understood and waved their hands in response. Mr. Zhang, there is no need for apologies. It is best to cut losses while you can. Thankfully, you have a chance to retract the marriage before it is formalized. We should congratulate you for discovering the truth in time. Otherwise, you would have brought a malignant tumor into your home. The guests' reassurances only fueled the ire of the Li family. What do you mean by cutting losses? What malignant tumor? Are you speaking without thinking? They retorted. The guests regarded them with disdainful glances, scoffing, you brought this shame upon yourselves. How dare you speak to us now? Truly unfortunate. The guests engaged in a chorus of accusations against the Li family, their words nearly drowning them in shame. They regretted having responded to the guests, realizing they had become the target of public scorn, akin to rats scurrying across the street. Meanwhile, the Zhang family took advantage of the chaos and quietly exited the wedding venue. Ninka, you cannot abandon me, Li Shasha cried out, her family attempting to follow. Yet, they were halted by Zhang's bodyguards and the guests who were still hurling insults at them, rendering them immobile. The Lin family sat in their seats, coldly observing the situation unfold, their expressions shifting from fury to amusement. What a delightful sight. The Li family deserved their downfall. Lin Shaoqi couldn't help but break into a grin, while Lin's mother coldly scoffed. That viper had plotted and schemed, believing she was ascending to the pinnacle of success, only to plummet from the heights to the depths. How could she possibly regain her former arrogance? Lin Jiran couldn't help but laugh. No wonder Zhang Ninka said we could return in high spirits. It seems his words ring true. As we depart now, we certainly feel exhilarated. Zhang Hanlian, observing the Lin family's joy, scoffed in agreement. People like the Li family, devoid of any principles, deserve to be cast aside on such a notable occasion. Zhang Wanwan gazed contentedly at her family, her limbs involuntarily waving in delight. I told you, attending this wedding would surely be a thrilling experience. Upon hearing Zhang Wanwan's inner thoughts, Lin Jiran affectionately reached out to caress her little face. It truly was delightful. Thanks to her little treasure and the heavens for allowing them to hear their dear daughter's thoughts. Otherwise, how could they witness such a splendid spectacle? At that moment, someone brought the dishes to their table, but once again, Zhang Wanwan's inner voice echoed. What a pity! If we leave the hotel without dining, we could witness Uncle Zhang humiliatingly Shasha, which would be far more pleasurable than a meal. The family exchanged knowing glances and, in unison, set down their chopsticks and rose to their feet. Zhang Hanlian, perplexed, remarked, "You just got the food served. Aren't you going to eat?" Chapter 20 promises even more thrilling scenes. The other diners at their table urged, "Why not finish your meal first?" Yet Zhang Wanwan's eyes sparkled mischievously. "Mom, we certainly don't lack for delicious food at home. Let's hurry and catch the show instead. Such a spectacle is rare." Upon hearing Zhang Wanwan's thoughts, the family resolved to forego the meal, cheerfully announcing apologies, "But we must attend to an urgent matter at home. We should head back quickly. Unless you want to stay and dine with us?" "No, please don't." Upon hearing her grandfather's decision, Zhang Wanwan mentally shouted, "My scoundrel of a father is gradually turning relationships into his own connections. Those dining with us were originally on good terms with Grandpa. Yet due to this meal, my scoundrel father sowed discord, resulting in a rift that would lead these once loyal friends to turn their backs on Grandpa in his time of need, even going so far as to kick him when he asked down." The family shuddered at Zhang Wanwan's words. Just as Zhang Hanlian was about to retake his seat, they all called out in unison, "Hanlian, you should come home with us." Hearing them all speak in unison, Zhang Hanlian halted, astonished. You no longer want me to join the executives for dinner?" he inquired. Lin Jiran quickly fabricated an excuse. "Let us head back together. There are places where the stroller won't fit, and someone needs to carry it. My parents are getting older, and I lack the strength. If you don't come with us, how can we manage to take Wanwan home?" Zhang Hanlian felt a strong aversion. He had initially planned to use this opportunity to sow discord between these executives and Lin Lazu, ensuring they would not support the Lin family in the future. Yet, he found himself missing such a splendid opportunity over a mere child, and he could not accept it. He forced a smile. "Jiran, that wouldn't be appropriate. These executives are our closest partners. It's rare for us to dine together. Shouldn't I stay and entertain them? If you must leave, you can go ahead. I need to host them." Upon hearing Zhang Hanlian's words, the family felt a surge of anger. If they hadn't been privy to Zhang Wanwan's insights about this duplicitous man's true intentions, they might have been deceived by his flowery rhetoric. Was he not plainly trying to play the good guy while casting them in a cold, aloof light? Lin Shaoqi immediately retook his seat and replied, "Indeed. It requires someone to carry the child. I shall remain here to entertain our old friends. You and your mother should accompany Wanwan home. This wedding has already been interrupted. If you stay to dine with the guests, anyone unaware might think it's your wedding to Li Shasha." The other executives chuckled at this remark and waved Zhang Hanlian away. "You should accompany Jiran. The invitation was extended for you to care for her, not to entertain us." With no choice but to leave, Zhang Hanlian wore a forced smile as he bid farewell. Watching him and Lin Jiran depart, Lin Shaoqi finally settled down to converse with his old friends. His son-in-law had dared to attempt to sow discord between him and these friends? Then he would use his own tactics against him. Zhang Wanwan, seated in her stroller and being pushed by her mother out of the hotel, felt an overwhelming thrill. Why do Mom and Grandma seem suddenly enlightened, no longer causing me worry as they once did? Could it be they, like me, have been reborn? But that can't be. If they had also been reborn, how could they allow my scoundrel father to transfer so much of our family as assets? Lin Jiran and her mother exchanged helpless glances upon hearing Zhang Wanwan's thoughts. If only they had truly been reborn, they wouldn't have been so easily deceived by this scoundrel. However, there was still time. They would not allow these hypocrites to run rampant. Exiting the hotel, Lin Jiran and her mother scanned their surroundings, eager to discover where the grand spectacle Zhang Wanwan had mentioned would unfold. Just as they searched, they spotted Li Shasha in her wedding dress, rushing towards a car, arms outstretched to block its path, pleading pitifully, "Ninka, didn't you say you loved me? How could you abandon me because of your parents' objections?" Zhang Ninka stepped out of the vehicle. Li Shasha's eyes brightened, and she excitedly rushed to embrace his waist, exclaiming, "Ninka, I knew you wouldn't forsake me. You love me. You will speak well of me before your parents, won't you? I will wait for you. Whenever you convince your parents, we will hold our wedding." She looked up at him, brimming with hope. "Otherwise, we could quietly obtain our marriage certificate. Once we consummate our relationship, your parents will have no choice but to accept me. What do you think?" In response, Zhang Ninka forcefully pushed her away. Brushing off the spot where she had touched him, he expressed his disdain, coldly uttering, "Utterly foolish." Li Shasha was completely taken aback by being shoved to the ground. When she looked up at Zhang Ninka, she was met with his contemptuous expression and those chilling words, leaving her in shock. "Ninka?" Li Shasha stared at him in disbelief. Was this still the man who had pursued her relentlessly, showering her with sweet words? Initially, he had ignited a belief within her that he truly loved her, even as she struggled to trust his affections. She had clung to a sliver of hope, believing Zhang Ninka's actions were mere mistakes that could be resolved once she dealt with his parents. However, she never anticipated his response would be so chillingly cold. Zhang Ninka looked down at Li Shasha with an icy sneer. "Have you still not grasped the reality? I am good friends with Lin Yuqing. Did you think my pursuit of you, my proposal, and the public exposure of your misdeeds were all for what purpose?" Upon hearing Zhang Ninka's inquiry, Li Shasha's pupils dilated in shock. "Did you deliberately approach me? Why? What is your motive?" Chapter 21 is indeed quite exhilarating. To call you a fool would be an understatement. You truly are dense, still questioning my intentions at this point? Zhang Ninka disdainfully shook his head with a cold scoff. "Since you wish for me to articulate it plainly, allow me to clarify. My deliberate proximity to you is solely to compel you into willingly divorcing Lin Yuqing. Do not entertain any thoughts of claiming his wealth. Once my objective is achieved, I shall have no further reason to endure your repugnant presence." Li Shasha trembled all over, still unwilling to accept this harsh reality. "Then why did you even marry me? Why orchestrate such an extravagant wedding, inviting all the prominent figures of a city?" Zhang Ninka smirked slyly. "If I hadn't staged such a grand affair, how could I tarnish your reputation as a venomous vixen and ensure your disgrace? You. Li Shasha gasped, her breath growing heavy with indignation. Struggling to rise from the ground, she lunged at him in fury. "How dare you deceive me? You've left me bereft of everything. I will kill you. I will kill you." Yet, clad in her cumbersome wedding gown, her movements were clumsy, and the stiletto heels rendered her unsteady. Just as she drew near Zhang Ninka, she was shoved back to the ground, this fall more humiliating than the last, sprawled out in a disheveled heap. Zhang Ninka, however, did not spare her a glance as he opened the car door. Before departing, he rolled down the window and delivered a statement that detonated like a bombshell. "Oh, I almost forgot to mention, Lin Yuqing's assets have not been frozen. Those who evicted you from his villa are, in fact, my people." With that, he chuckled triumphantly, driving away and leaving Li Shasha seething with rage. Nearly on the verge of fainting, struggling to her feet, Li Shasha desperately attempted to pursue him. When it became evident that she could not catch up, she halted, stamping her feet in fury and shouting vehemently, "Zhang Ninka, you scoundrel! Stop right there! I will kill you! I will kill you!" At that moment, Lin Jiran and others approached, witnessing Li Shasha's disarray with palpable satisfaction. Pushing the stroller containing Zhang Wanwan, Lin Jiran mockingly remarked, "How pitiful. Some thought they had latched onto a wealthy scion from the capital, only to find themselves utterly played. Look at you now, resembling a rat scurrying across the street, with everyone clamoring for your downfall." Lin's mother wore a vindictive smile, glaring at the disheveled Li Shasha as she condemned. "You caused my Yuqing to be imprisoned, and now wish to abandon him for divorce. Not only that, but you also intend to divide his assets. How shameless can one be? You want it all. How could a woman as sordid as you ever expect to succeed, now that you cannot claim his wealth? You wish to linger, plotting to siphon off my Yuqing's funds. Your schemes are audacious, indeed. But you have miscalculated. Fortunately, his friend Zhang Ninka is astute, crafting the illusion that his assets are frozen and property sealed, while simultaneously drawing you in, making you believe that your departure from Yuqing would lead to a better life. Alas, who would desire a person like you?" As Li Shasha glared angrily at the direction of Zhang Ninka's departure, the taunts from others ignited her fury further. She spun around, her eyes blazing as she confronted Lin Jiran and her daughter. "Are you two enjoying this? Seeing me in such a miserable state brings you joy, does it?" "Indeed. It is quite delightful," Zhang Wanwan thought in her heart, giggling in the stroller. Lin Jiran, undeterred by Li Shasha's wrath, mimicked her daughter's suppressed thoughts. "It truly is quite delightful. Ah, mother, you truly are my mouthpiece." Zhang Wanwan laughed even more heartily. Li Shasha found their laughter grating, casting a fierce glare at Zhang Wanwan in the stroller. "Silence. If you laugh again, I will strangle you." Lin Jiran pulled the stroller aside, positioning it protectively in front of Li Shasha, and looked at her with disdain. You are unsatisfied with your own life, yet take your anger out on a child? If you possess any capability, reclaim your dignity. Lashing out in front of a child only reveals your own inadequacy. At this juncture, Zhang Hanlian seized the opportunity to interject. Miss Li, life has its ups and downs. Perhaps you should contemplate how to navigate this obstacle. Reckless aggression will only lead to embarrassment, yielding no benefit to you. His words carried an undertone, presuming that only Li Shasha would decipher the meaning, unaware that Lin Jiran and her mother had already grasped his intentions. The two were colluding, and Zhang Hanlian was subtly reminding Li Shasha that she was not entirely without resources. Once he supplanted Lin Yuqing as the head of the Eastern District, the Li family would undoubtedly benefit as well. Regrettably, Zhang Hanlian's scheming was too meticulous. He had meticulously erased all evidence of his collusion with Li Shasha against Lin Yuqing, leaving them unable to uncover anything useful after considerable effort. Otherwise, he would not have been granted this opportunity to speak in veiled terms. Indeed, Li Shasha comprehended the implications of Zhang Hanlian's words. No, she had not yet lost entirely. She still possessed a trump card, their family as son-in-law. This family had raised their son-in-law as their own, oblivious to the fact that he was contemplating the transfer of their family's wealth.
Ha ha ha.
With this thought, Li Shasha couldn't help but laugh in delight. Her previous rage and humiliation momentarily swept away. She smirked triumphantly, declaring, "What right do you all have to mock me? You are just as foolish as pigs. Completely unaware of how you're being played, yet you dare to laugh at me. Compared to you, I am infinitely more astute." Miss Li, Zhang Hanlian, alarmed by her increasingly indiscreet remarks, feared that her further comments would reveal his own secrets. He interjected hastily, "Since you have come to this realization, it would be prudent for you to return home without further embarrassment. Lingering here will only invite more ridicule." Li Shasha recognized his trepidation, which prompted her to temper her demeanor slightly. However, she still sought to assert herself, shifting the topic with a victorious air. "Do not grow too complacent. You believe you are merely witnessing my downfall, but soon it will be I who revels in your family's misfortunes. I hope you can still find humor in it then." With that, she strode away, chest held high, completely shedding her earlier discomposure. Observing her strut like a proud rooster, Lin Jiran and her mother exchanged amused glances with the baby in the stroller, finding her delusions of grandeur laughable. This woman believed that once Zhang Hanlian assumed control of the Eastern District, she would have a chance to turn the tide. Little did she know, everything was already within their grasp. Zhang Hanlian, meanwhile, wiped the sweat from his brow in relief, glad to have dispatched the foolish Li Shasha, fearing that her continued presence would implicate him further. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that no matter how well he concealed his intentions, he had already revealed too much. Following the tumult surrounding Li Shasha's wedding, Lin Shaoqi soon deemed the time ripe and announced the convening of a board meeting for the Eastern District. Chapter 22. Kneeling and Apology. Upon learning of the board meeting convened to appoint the head of the Eastern District, Zhang Hanlian finally felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Wonderful. It seems my recent efforts have not gone unnoticed. The board meeting is finally happening, and I shall be entrusted with the Eastern District. It was all worth it. He had refrained from contacting Li Zihan and avoided seeing his newborn daughter during this time. Once the board meeting concluded and he was elected as the head of the Eastern District, he would make amends to the two of them. In preparation for this board meeting, he had meticulously organized everything, from networking to strategic planning, ensuring every detail was accounted for. In order to assert a more persuasive stance as the head of the Eastern District during the board meeting, the Li family prepared thoroughly. As anticipated, the board convened, with Li Jia as one of the shareholders in attendance, accompanied by Li Shasha. At this moment, her reputation was in tatters, casting a shadow over the entire Li family, who could hardly escape the judgmental glances of others. However, this time, they were poised to vindicate themselves. Should Zhang Hanlian be appointed as the head of the Eastern District, the Li family would rise to prominence, enjoying an elevation in status and fortune, transforming their standing in a city beyond recognition. Thus, they no longer cowered under the weight of other scrutiny, but instead held their heads high, brimming with confidence as they approached the shareholder seats. Some attendees, upon noticing the Li family in proximity, could not help but scowl in disdain, muttering about their misfortune at being seated near such an unsavory clan. "Is there no other seat available for me to switch to?" Upon hearing these disdainful remarks, the Li family members bore a grudge, casting cold glares at the speaker and retorting, "You ought to remember, your disdain for us today may compel you to curry favor with the Li family in the future." The opposing party scoffed. How ludicrous. The Li family and the Lu family hold equal sway in a city. Why would I grovel to you? Mr. Lu. Today marks a momentous occasion for the Li family. You may have forgotten. We are under the aegis of General Manager Zhang Hanlian, son-in-law to Chairman Lin. Once Mr. Zhang assumes the role of head of the Eastern District, do you truly believe the Li family will remain on equal footing with the Lu family? You certainly overestimate your own importance. Upon hearing these words, Mr. Lu's expression shifted, revealing a flicker of trepidation. He recalled that the purpose of today's board meeting was to announce Zhang Hanlian's leadership of the Eastern District. Should Zhang ascend to this position, his subordinates would undoubtedly prosper alongside him, creating an insurmountable divide between their previously equivalent families. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Mr. Lu wisely fell silent, feigning ignorance. Seeing Mr. Lu's apprehension, the Li family pressed on. What is the matter? Have you suddenly lost your voice? Just moments ago, you were quite bold. Mr. Lu remained silent, pretending not to hear. The Li family, however, continued with scornful laughter, since you hold such disdain for us. We shall inform General Manager Zhang to relocate the Lu family's business away from a city once he is appointed. Then you won't have to see us ever again. Mr. Lu's heart raced at this suggestion, suppressing his disdain for the family. With a forced smile, he replied, Mr. Li, why take this so seriously? I was merely jesting. Individuals like you, so close to General Manager Zhang, have boundless prospects. Why bother squabbling with mere mortals like us?
I jest.
The Li family was not swayed by his words. Having regained their dignity, they resolved to make Mr. Lu kneel and beg for mercy, an example to deter others from ever looking down upon them again. If it's merely a jest, then let us extend the humor to you, Mr. Lu. If you kneel before us now and apologize, we might consider forgiving your earlier insolence and treat it as a joke, letting bygones be bygones. What say you? Seeing the indignation in Mr. Lu's eyes, they remained unperturbed, continuing to smirk. Of course, you could choose to preserve your dignity and not kneel. But once General Manager Zhang is appointed, your Lu group might very well face bankruptcy. Then, you can't claim we didn't offer you a chance. Mr. Lu was besieged by the Li family's coordinated assault, torn between the humiliation of kneeling and the pride of standing firm against them. The Li family, sensing his internal conflict as sweat beaded on his forehead, reveled in their triumph. This was the consequence of offending the Li family. As the time approached for the meeting to commence, the host urged everyone to take their seats. The Li family pressed Mr. Lu further. Mr. Lu, the board meeting is about to begin. Your time is running out. Have you made your decision? Will you sacrifice the fate of the Lu group alongside your pride? Or will you bear the consequences alone and kneel to us? Reflecting on the employees relying on him for their livelihoods, as well as the elderly and children at home, Mr. Lu finally closed his eyes, the weight of the world upon him, and gravely declared, Very well, I will kneel and apologize. He began to rise from his seat. Suddenly, the Li family shouted, Ladies and gentlemen, please look over here. Mr. Lu has been jesting with us, expressing his grievances towards the Li family. Now, realizing his error, he wishes to kneel before us and apologize. You should all witness this, lest you inadvertently find yourselves in a similar predicament as Mr. Lu today. All eyes in the room turned towards them. Curiosity piqued. Mr. Lu's face drained of color as he stood frozen, as if turned to stone. He had intended to quickly kneel and move past the incident, but the Li family's brazen display left him utterly bereft of dignity. Mr. Lu, why are you hesitating? Surely you wouldn't lack sincerity in your apology? The murmurs among the attendees grew louder, astonished at the audacity of the Li family in demanding such a submission. However, they soon comprehended the Li family's arrogance stemmed from the impending announcement of Zhang Hanlian as the head of the Eastern District. The room fell silent, as everyone understood the stakes involved. Seeing their strategy succeed, the Li family felt a surge of satisfaction, with Li Shasha particularly eager for the Lin family to witness this spectacle. Just as the meeting was about to begin, the Lin family finally arrived, unexpectedly bringing along their infant daughter. Chapter 23. Weren't they supposed to be apprehended? Upon their arrival, the Lin family sensed an unusual tension in the air. Scanning the room, they observed Mr. Lu standing before the Li family, his expression one of profound distress. The Li family, on the other hand, wore triumphant smiles, relishing the trepidation and fear emanating from Mr. Lu and the other shareholders. Everyone understood that the Lin family was now under Zhang Hanlian's authority. Should he secure the position of head of the Eastern District, the Lin family would essentially be at his command. The shareholders, who thrived only by association with the Lin family, dared not cross Zhang Hanlian. Among his trusted allies was the Li family, who likewise could not be offended, lest they suffer repercussions that could jeopardize their own interests. My detestable father hasn't even been appointed head of the Eastern District yet, and the Li family is already starting to bully others. I recall Mr. Liu made a few disparaging remarks, and now they want to let it go, demanding he kneel and apologize, ultimately leading to Mr. Liu's humiliation and the downfall of his family business. What a calamity! Upon hearing Zhang Wanwan's thoughts, the Lin family furrowed their brows. Such a turn of events was indeed unexpected. The Lin family has always conducted business with a spirit of harmony and a commitment to integrity. So it came as a shocking surprise that someone could act in such a manner. It appears that Zhang Hanlian has truly wielded immense power within the Lin family, forming conspiracies right beneath their noses. Yet, they can only feign ignorance for now. They must ascertain the extent of Zhang Hanlian's influence and gradually reclaim everything he has taken from the Lin family. Should they inadvertently alert him, he might act out of desperation and abscond with all he has acquired, making it impossible to recover anything. They simply cannot allow Zhang Hanlian to benefit even a fraction from the Lin family. As they observed President Liu trembling, on the verge of submission, Lin Shaoqi could not help but shout, "Xiao Liu, what are you doing? Hurry back to your seat." The Li family, with a knowing smirk, added, "President Liu, don't force it. Better return to your seat. The board meeting is commencing, and your opportunity has slipped away. You shall have to fend for yourself from now on." Upon hearing this, President Liu panicked, contemplating the fate of his company, and rushed forward to grasp Li Shaoqi's father's hand, pleading earnestly, "Mr. Li, I acknowledge my mistakes. I spoke without thinking. I implore you to overlook my faults and spare our Liu group." Mr. Li shrugged off his hand with a cold laugh, retorting, "You remained unresponsive when ordered to kneel for so long. Now you seek leniency? Where were you then?" President Liu gritted his teeth, taking a step back, intending to slide to the ground in supplication. "All right, I will kneel. I will kneel. I only ask for your mercy, Mr. Li." Yet before he could finish, someone lifted his arm. Lin Shaoqi, with a composed demeanor, addressed him, "President Liu, while I am here, no one shall dare bully you." Despite Lin Shaoqi's support, President Liu remained anxious. Even though the Lin family was backing him at this moment, Lin Shaoqi had largely relinquished control of the company to Zhang Hanlian, and his assistants might incite even greater retaliation from Zhang. Once the Lin family was absent, everything would be dictated by Zhang Hanlian, and he would still face dire consequences. Thus, President Liu's heart remained heavy with dread. Seeing Lin Shaoqi intervene to prevent President Liu from kneeling, the Li family felt somewhat disgruntled and shifted their pressure onto Liu. "This isn't about us holding a grudge against you, President Liu. It's merely that Lin has obstructed your apologies. Should you not kneel? Do not blame us for jeopardizing your company and leading it to the brink of bankruptcy." The Li family's audacious threats caused President Liu's heart to sink further. However, the shareholder meeting had officially commenced. Lin Shaoqi, as chairman, delivered an address. Meanwhile, Zhang Hanlian stood by, brimming with confidence, eagerly awaiting his turn to speak. He had meticulously prepared for this election, ensuring his appearance was impeccable as he aspired to take charge of the Eastern District, a vast territory far exceeding the Northern District he currently managed. Securing control of the Eastern District was a long-held dream, and he had orchestrated a scheme against Lin Yuqing to seize this opportunity. Once he became the Eastern District head, he would no longer have to fear the Lin family, and could even retaliate directly should they displease him. After all, by then, everything belonging to the Lin family would be his, should they dare to provoke him. He would simply take everything from them, leaving them to regret their actions. As Lin Shaoqi concluded, he declared, "Today, I will announce the appointment of the Eastern District head." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hanlian immediately adjusted his suit. Lin Jiran, striving to soothe his nerves and suppress her own disgust, tidied his tie. Yet Lin Shaoqi continued, "It will still be Lin Yuqing managing the Eastern District." This revelation left everyone present in a state of bewilderment, exchanging confused glances. Wasn't Lin Yuqing already apprehended? Just then, Lin Yuqing strode in confidently, standing beside Lin Shaoqi and greeting all the shareholders with a smile. "Greetings, everyone, it's been a while." The venue erupted in a commotion as attendees questioned how Lin Yuqing had emerged. Hadn't he been detained? Noticing the crowd's confusion, Lin Shaoqi raised his hand to silence them before explaining, "As you may have heard, many assumed my cousin Yuqing was taken away, which indeed he was, but merely to assist the police in clarifying certain matters. He has committed no wrongdoing and has even received commendation from the authorities. Reactions varied. Some rejoiced while others despaired. Supporters of Lin Yuqing, including President Liu, erupted in applause, excitedly shouting, "Welcome back, young Master Lin." Meanwhile, Zhang Hanlian supporters, including the Li family, could no longer contain their dissatisfaction, rising in protest. "Lin, how could you do this? Wasn't it agreed that Zhang would take over the Eastern District? Why the sudden change? Are you mocking us?" Lin Shaoqi, seeing the considerable support for Zhang Hanlian, felt a surge of anger. He replied sternly, "What do you mean? I am merely reinstating Lin Yuqing to his rightful position. How does that mock anyone? It seems your aspirations have exceeded your grasp." Zhang Hanlian's expression soured. But upon witnessing Lin Shaoqi's fury, he quickly adopted a congenial facade, stating, "Congratulations to cousin Yuqing on returning to maintain control of the Eastern District and assist our father. However, we should clarify the situation to ease everyone's misunderstandings. It is essential for maintaining harmony." Lin Shaoqi wished to retort, "Is it you who is discontent?" Yet, knowing it was not the time to sever ties, he suppressed his anger and addressed the assembly. "Let's not forget that during the time Lin Chencheng was taken for police cooperation, I had suggested Zhang Hanlian temporarily assume Yuqing's duties. But now that Yuqing has returned, what need is there for a replacement?" The crowd fell silent. President Liu, seated beside the Li family, felt a wave of relief wash over him at this unexpected turn of events. He turned to the now sullen Li family members, coldly scoffing, "Good thing I didn't kneel earlier, or I would have become a laughingstock. You Li family members are truly foolish. The situation remains unresolved, yet you dared to bully others.
Now,
How does it feel to be slapped in the face?" Others stifled their laughter, reveling in the Li family's humiliation after their earlier arrogance. Enraged and filled with resentment, the Li family pointed an accusatory finger at President Liu as they left, warning, "You may be arrogant now, but one day you shall pay." Returning home, Zhang Hanlian's mind raced, replaying the events. How did this happen? He had confidently believed Lin Yuqing would be imprisoned for decades. Yet he was not only free but had also been rewarded by the police? What could possibly explain this? Reflecting on the day Lin Jiran gave birth, he recalled having everything meticulously arranged, yet Lin Yuqing had appeared without issue, and his plans had been dismantled. His subsequent arrest was a surprising twist, but now it seemed that was not mere chance, it was orchestrated by Lin Yuqing. The situation had shifted from his control to Lin Yuqing's. The crucial question now lingered. How had Lin Yuqing become aware of his schemes? To achieve all of this, one must possess foresight into their own methods to unravel the matter at hand. How did Lin Yuqing come to such knowledge? As he pondered deeply, he entered his room to change his attire. Observing his distraction, Lin Jiran, aware that he was preoccupied with today's events, feigned understanding and comforted him. "Hanlian, do not be disheartened. Father is considerate. He likely believes you have endured enough managing the Northern District, which is why he entrusted the Eastern District to your cousin, to alleviate your burdens." Upon hearing Lin Jiran's words of solace, Zhang Hanlian felt a chill in his heart. "Foolish woman, what do you understand?" Yet he maintained a genial smile, softly assuring her, "How could I be upset? Father's decision to have me take over for my cousin is an expression of his trust in me. Now that my cousin has returned, and the Eastern District is once again under his stewardship, it is merely father's consideration for me. I should be elated, not sorrowful." Seeing him adopt this perspective brought Lin Jiran a sense of relief. She helped Lin Yuqing remove his suit jacket and hung it on a hanger. "With you thinking this way, I can rest easy." Once Lin Jiran exited the room to check on the children, the smile on Zhang Hanlian's face instantly turned frigid. A recollection surged within him. He remembered the day he orchestrated the plan to have Lin Qing apprehended. Lin Mu had sought out Lin Yuqing then. It was at that moment his informant, embedded close to Lin Yuqing, had conveyed that Lin Yuqing seemed to have begun to take precautions. During the planning of all this, he had communicated with those involved via phone calls to limit the number of individuals in the know. He recalled one instance when, after briefing his accomplice on the course of action, he had encountered Lin Mu. Although she had pretended to be oblivious in hindsight, it was likely from that call that she began to harbor suspicions, leading to the subsequent series of unforeseen events. Having deduced this conclusion, a glint of malice flickered in Zhang Hanlian's eyes. Since he had identified the crux of the issue, it was imperative that he resolve it. He was unconcerned that Lin Mu might divulge her suspicions to the rest of the Lin family. Having served as a son-in-law for many years, he understood their nature well. This family preferred to bear their burdens silently, opting not to trouble others, and would rather resolve matters privately. Observing Lin Jiran's continued tenderness towards him, he found it unlikely that she was aware of the situation. Otherwise, her demeanor would be incongruous with her usual compassionate nature. However, he could not entirely dismiss the possibility that Lin Mu might confide in Lin Fu, and he suspected she might have already done so. During today's shareholder meeting, he sensed a peculiar distance from Lin Fu. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as Lingji remained unaware of the secret, he would ensure that Lin Mu and Lin Fu could never voice it. Taking a deep breath, he stepped out of the room. The weather was splendid, with the sun radiating warmth outside. Lin Jiran and her parents were in the yard, playfully entertaining Zhang Wanwan in her cradle, while the other two children had gone to school. The family was enveloped in laughter, the air resounding with the joyful sounds of adults and children alike. Zhang Hanlian inhaled deeply once more, donning a charming smile as he approached the family. Oh, R11 is truly fortunate to have such doting grandparents. Upon his arrival, the family felt a sudden chill, their smiles nearly faltering. Zhang Hanlian feigned affection, grasping Zhang Wanwan's hand and shaking it playfully before redirecting his gaze to Lin Fu and Lin Mu. Mom and Dad, the weather has been lovely lately, and since I am no longer responsible for the Eastern District, I find myself with some free time. How about I take you both for a hike to refresh our spirits? At his suggestion, Zhang Wanwan, lying in her cradle, erupted into tears.
What?
Here it comes. Here it comes. The scoundrel is about to harm Grandpa and Grandma. Grandpa and Grandma, please don't agree. He will ensure you never return alive. Zhang Hanlian's irritation grew at the sound of Zhang Wanwan's wailing. This child had an uncanny knack for crying at the most inopportune moments, as if she were purposely opposing him. In such instances, he found himself yearning for the daughter that Li Zihan had borne him, whose sweet smile always brightened his day. Unlike this one, whose cries were thoroughly exasperating. Lin Jiran and her parents, hearing Zhang Wanwan's heartfelt outcry, were struck with a wave of dread. Chapter 25. The most dire conclusion. This ungrateful wretch was so brazen as to contemplate their demise so swiftly. Oh dear, Wanwan, don't cry. Our precious one.
Please don't weep.
Lin Fu and Lin Mu, feeling the weight of their simmering fury, joined in unison to soothe Zhang Wanwan. Unaware of their true sentiments, Zhang Hanlian noticed their silence and felt compelled to draw closer, feigning paternal affection as he casually inquired, Mom and Dad, what do you think? You've both been helping Lin Jiran and me with the children lately. Since I have some time now, why not let me take you for a hike to unwind? Seeing Zhang Hanlian persist in his proposal, the family fought the urge to strike him. Ultimately, they refrained. Lin Shaoqi replied in a nonchalant manner, let us forego the hike. Your mother and I are aging and cannot endure such exertion. Should anything happen, we would not want to burden you. Lin Mu waved her hand in refusal. I have activities at the senior university these days, so I cannot go hiking. Besides, like your father, I am also an old soul. I simply cannot manage it. Please, spare us the trouble. Very well then. Zhang Hanlian, seeing the two elders decline, lowered his gaze to conceal the glint of cunning in his eyes. The others believed he had conceded and would no longer press them to hike, yet they heard Zhang Wanwan lamenting internally. Sigh. If only Grandma would refrain from mentioning the senior university. The moment she does, Scoundrel Dad will rush to the senior university, anonymously sponsoring a hiking event organized by the leaders there, leaving Grandma utterly defenseless. Upon hearing this, the family was once again seized by alarm. This venomous snake had not abandoned his scheme to endanger them through the hike. He had even set his sights on the senior university. Zhang Wanwan continued her internal musings. How curious that this event has arrived prematurely. I recall that when Scoundrel Dad suggested the hike to Grandpa and Grandma, I was already capable of speech. During my nth reincarnation, I seized the opportunity to inform them, which allowed them to avoid the fate of being pushed off a cliff by the scoundrel. Why is it that now, before I have even spoken, they already seem aware that they should not go hiking? Could it be that because time is different, some events have thus changed as well? Pondering this, Zhang Wanwan nodded affirmatively. Yes, that must be it. Time is different. Perhaps different people respond in varied ways. Hearing Zhang Wanwan's self-assured reasoning, Lin Jiran and her parents couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and relief. They had initially contemplated staging a performance to assuage Zhang Wanwan's doubts, but it now seemed unnecessary. Indeed, within a few days, the senior university's administration organized an outdoor event, inviting the elderly to hike, exercise, and capture scenic photographs. Lin Mu concocted an excuse to decline the invitation. However, Given her popularity at the senior university, her refusal prompted numerous calls urging her to attend, stating that her absence would diminish the experience.
Lin Mu.
Realizing that attending could equate to a death sentence, resolutely refused, fabricating an illness to justify her absence. Yet she soon heard Zhang Wanwan's thoughts echoing, "You should go. If you don't, Scoundrel Dad will concoct even more schemes at home, manipulating food and medication interactions, or resorting to gas poisoning, all aimed at ensuring Grandma's demise. I have experienced rebirth several times, yet my grandmother has never managed to overcome this hurdle. On one occasion, everyone directly exposed the true nature of my scoundrel father, only for the outcome to be even more tragic. No longer pretending, he absconded with all the Lin family's assets and evicted us from our residence in the Lin family villa. My grandfather, unable to bear the shock, succumbed to a cerebral hemorrhage, while my grandmother took her own life, and my mother, driven to madness, burned herself and my brothers along with me in our rented house. This was the most devastating conclusion I have encountered throughout my numerous rebirths. Alas, when dealing with a scoundrel, one must not be overly hasty." Hearing Zhang Wanwan's heartfelt lament, the members of the Lin family were gripped by a cold sweat. Indeed, one must not rush when confronting a rogue, otherwise he may become desperate and, instead of facing any punishment, bring ruin upon the Lin family. Lin Jiran trembled uncontrollably, never imagining she could reach such a level of despair that she would take the lives of her children along with her own. The pressing question remained, was her mother destined to be unable to surmount this obstacle, inevitably facing death? With this thought in mind, Lin Jiran cautiously inquired, "Mother, are you afraid of what might happen if you go? Typically, you seem to enjoy outings with your old friends. Why this reluctance this time?" After posing the question, she attentively awaited Zhang Wanwan's response. Sure enough, Zhang Wanwan's inner voice echoed back, "Grandmother, you should join your old friends from the senior university for a hike. As long as you stay wary of an ant surnamed Bai, you can evade this calamity. This ant Bai has been bribed by Zhang Hanlian and is waiting for an opportunity to push you off the cliff, so she will be overly solicitous around you. Please be cautious." Upon hearing Zhang Wanwan's warning, Lin Mother, who is currently on a call declining an invitation, immediately changed her tune. All right. You are the 10th person to call me. If I don't go, who knows how many more will call. I will go." Upon hearing Lin Mother's words, Zhang Wanwan couldn't help but wave her small hands in excitement. "Ah, grandmother, you must remember to guard against that Aunt Bai. She used to be close to you merely because of your wealth, seeing you as an easy target. With your money, she would appear generous in front of others. But deep down, she has long harbored resentment towards you." Lin Mother approached Zhang Wanwan's cradle, her heart aching as she lifted her into her arms, saying meaningfully, "Wanwan, my dear granddaughter, I will go hiking and return soon to embrace you. Please do not cry at home." She then exchanged a glance with Lin Jiran, communicating silently. As they sent Lin Mother off to join her friends from the senior university, Lin Jiran, noticing that Zhang Wanwan had fallen asleep, whispered, "Mother, just follow Wanwan's advice and keep your distance from that Aunt Bai. I will ensure your safety, and no one will harm you in any way." Lin Mother grasped Lin Jiran's hand gently, her voice warm. "If I truly cannot overcome this hurdle, you and your father must take good care of the children and avenge me. Do not lose hope." Lin Jiran's eyes welled with tears, recalling Zhang Wanwan's mention of the direst conclusion, and her heart ached. Meanwhile, Lin Mother, as she turned to leave, felt a heavy weight in her heart. For that bribed Aunt Bai was her closest friend at the senior university. Chapter 26. This White Lotus is truly a White Lotus. Indeed. When Lin Mother arrived at the designated gathering spot for their senior university, she saw her friend Bai Lian approach her with enthusiasm. "Fengfang, you finally made it. I was worried I would be bored alone." Looking at her overly cordial demeanor, Lin Mother would never have suspected that Bai Lian was, in fact, her adversary had she not heard about her from her granddaughter, Wanwan. Maintaining an impassive smile, she replied, "I wasn't feeling well and planned to rest at home. But after receiving your persistent calls, I felt compelled to come." The bus took them to the foot of the mountain they were to climb. Passing a small shop, Bai Lian urged everyone to buy water. "Come and grab a bottle. We will need it for climbing. There won't be any available up there." "Thank you. You are indeed the most thoughtful, Bai Lian." After everyone took a bottle, Bai Lian turned to Lin Mother. "Fengfang, the total is 123 yuan. You can settle the bill with the owner." Lin Mother shot her a glare. "Weren't you the one offering to treat everyone to drinks? Why should I pay?" Grabbing a bottle of water, she walked to the owner and paid only for herself, leaving without a backward glance. Bai Lian was momentarily taken aback. This was not how Finfang typically behaved. She would often cover the costs without complaint. Had she somehow discovered Bai Lian's intentions? That seemed implausible. Otherwise, why would she join them for the hike? The owner, observing Bai Lian standing there dumbfounded, called out, "Auntie, you invited them to get water. You need to settle the bill." With gritted teeth, Bai Lian reluctantly paid out of her own pocket. Silently cursing, she thought, "You Wu Finfang. I initially hoped you would do some good before your demise, so that people might remember you fondly. It seems that was a foolish hope." Bai Lian rejoined the senior group and walked beside Lin Mother, putting on a flattering smile. "Finfang, are you feeling down? Don't worry, I covered the 123 yuan. You can transfer it to me later when you're feeling better." Lin Mother nearly laughed in disbelief. Previously unnoticed, she now realized how truly duplicitous Bai Lian was. She immediately severed ties with her, exclaiming, "I finally see through you. You always play the Good Samaritan while expecting me to be the fool." Thankfully, I just awakened to this reality and refuse to be that naive anymore. You offer to treat everyone. Do not expect me to reimburse you. Bai Lian stood frozen, astonished that this elderly woman was no longer as easily deceived as before. She had just lost 123 yuan, although it pained her. The thought of pushing this old lady off the cliff for a substantial sum that could fund her daughter's studies abroad and allow her and her husband to travel made the loss seem trivial. With this in mind, she forced a smile. All right, my mistake. I won't do this again." During the hike, there were several cliffs, and Bai Lian made attempts to get closer to Lin Mother, who remained vigilant. The moment she approached, Lin Mother would quickly distance herself, preventing Bai Lian from executing her plan. Finally reaching a flat area, everyone paused to take photos. Lin Mother intentionally allowed Bai Lian to catch up. Bai Lian, wearing a solicitous expression, suggested, "Finfang, the view over there is magnificent. Let's take a picture together." Lin Mother glanced in the direction Bai Lian pointed out, noting the beautiful scenery, but right behind it was a bottomless abyss. With a cold expression, she firmly declined no, having successfully avoided her. Lin Mother felt a sense of relief as they prepared to descend the mountain. However, as they navigated a particularly steep slope, she suddenly felt a shove from behind. Chapter 27. Self-Destruction.
Ah!
A chorus of gasps erupted as Bai Lian tumbled down the cliff. Everyone, a mix of fear and curiosity, peered over the edge to see her vanish from sight. "Oh my goodness! Someone has died. Falling from here, she must have shattered every bone. Did anyone see what happened?" A hand shot up. "I saw it." Bai Lian suddenly went mad and attempted to push Wu Finfang. I quickly shoved Wu Finfang aside, and Bai Lian stumbled out. A figure approached from behind, clutching a mobile phone, and fortuitously, I managed to capture the moment. Indeed, the scenario was exactly as she had recounted. With a swift motion, I rewound the progress bar, allowing everyone to gaze upon her screen. It was, as anticipated, Bai Lian attempting to push Mother Lin, only for Mother Lin to be shoved aside by another individual. In her moment of miscalculation, Bai Lian lost her balance and tumbled down the cliff. The leader responsible for organizing this mountain climbing event let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, there was evidence at hand, and everyone present had witnessed the incident, which would facilitate an explanation later on. As we descended the mountain, anxiety hung thick in the air. A crowd gathered around Mother Lin, their faces etched with fear and trepidation. My goodness, I never imagined Bai Lian could be such a person. She appeared so warm and welcoming. Yet she harbored intentions to take a life, exclaimed one. "Thank heaven someone saved you. Otherwise, you would have been the one pushed off the cliff." Another chimed in. "Moreover, it's fortunate that the incident was recorded. Otherwise, we all would have been implicated. Why was it only her who fell, yet she accuses us of wrongdoing?" Indeed. With the video as evidence, the police and her family will see that she intended to harm someone else, only to inadvertently bring about her own demise. The police arrived swiftly, taking statements and collecting evidence. The matter was soon resolved, confirming that Bai Lian's attempt to harm another had resulted in her own downfall. Bai Lian's husband and daughter arrived, their grief palpable, weeping inconsolably, demanding compensation from Mother Lin. Previously, they had heard Bai Lian mention an elderly lady named Wu Finfang at the senior university where they were enrolled, a woman of considerable wealth and generosity. Following the incident, they quickly sought to blame Wu Finfang. "You were closest to my mother, and her sudden death must implicate you. Are you angry with her for borrowing money and never repaying it for my education and my father's treatment? Is that why you thought to push her off the cliff? Despite not having the means to repay you, my mother has always cherished your kindness, intending to repay you once I graduate and earn money. Yet, you have betrayed her in this horrendous manner. Mother Lin could not contain her laughter amidst her rage. How can you presume that I am responsible for your mother's demise? The father and daughter presented their case with conviction. My mother has never held grudges against anyone. The only debt she owes is the money she borrowed from you. And aside from you, we cannot fathom who else would wish her harm. Then, am I to blame for lending you money, which has now created this predicament? Mother Lin suppressed her inner fury. Regardless, you have taken my mother's life. You must compensate us. Even if you did not directly cause her death, your association with her and your failure to rescue her from danger holds you accountable. After all, your family is affluent. A small compensation would hardly affect you, while we have lost a life. Others could no longer remain silent. Thrusting the video before the accusing duo, you two seem to be frantically chasing after money. First, let's ascertain who truly sought to harm whom. The police have already classified this case. Go inquire with them about the facts before demanding compensation. You are clearly not of the same ilk. After watching the video, the father and daughter fell silent, their expressions frozen in disbelief.
How could this be?
How could mother wish to harm anyone? Wang Chaofan coldly asserted. Had I not been pushed, I would have been the one meeting my end. If compensation is to be discussed, it should be me seeking it from you. However, as she lost her life, I do not wish to hold it against you. Yet, your indiscriminate accusations compel me to clarify matters before the police and determine who owes whom. Upon hearing this, the father and daughter displayed evident panic, though their pride prevented them from speaking. Once the matter concluded, Song Qing privately expressed her gratitude to the individuals who had intervened and recorded the video. Thanks to you both, I might have lost my life, and no words could have sufficed to explain. The two smiled. No need for thanks. It was old Lin who summoned us. We merely fulfilled our duty to protect you discreetly. Mother Lin then experienced a moment of clarity, feeling immensely grateful that her husband had made such arrangements. Otherwise, despite her vigilance, she might have ultimately faltered. When she arrived home safely, her family was overwhelmed with joy, nearly brought to tears. However, Zhang Hanlian's presence compelled them to conceal their excitement and the relief of having survived a harrowing ordeal. Zhang Wanwan gleefully exclaimed, "Wonderful. Grandma is alive. Grandma is back." Yet, her laughter soon gave way to tears. Oh, it was such a struggle. I never thought Grandma would return. I feared that without reminders, she would surely perish. Truly, heaven has shown mercy. Hearing Zhang Wanwan's heartfelt sentiments, the family felt their own emotions mirrored in her words. Mother Lin rushed to embrace Zhang Wanwan, cooing softly, "My precious, do not cry. Did I not promise to return and hold you in my arms?" Lin Jiran and Lin Shaoqi joined her, showering Zhang Wanwan with affection. The child was truly heart-wrenching. Her concern for the family's well-being had clearly weighed heavily upon her. The family found solace in their unity, yet Zhang Hanlian wore a dark expression. He had never anticipated that his mother-in-law would prove so resilient, returning home against all odds. Watching the family turned away from him, showering Zhang Wanwan with affection, Zhang Hanlian could no longer hide his sinister intent, revealing a malevolent demeanor. Unbeknownst to him, lying in the rocking chair, Zhang Wanwan could clearly see his expression. Her heart raced with excitement as she waved her limbs energetically. "Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, quickly, turn around and see this scoundrel's true face." Chapter 28. Awareness. The family, attuned to Zhang Wanwan's thoughts, understood implicitly and refrained from turning back. It was not yet the time to confront the scoundrel. Yet, Zhang Wanwan continued to voice her thoughts. Look at that scoundrel's expression. He hasn't given up and is surely plotting another scheme against Grandpa and Grandma. If memory serves, he likely intends to tamper with Grandpa's car, causing an accident while driving. Grandpa, please remember to check your vehicle thoroughly before driving. The family shivered at her words. The next day, Zhang Hanlian was overly solicitous, preparing the car for Lin Shaoqi. "Father-in-law, the car is ready. Shall I have the driver take you, or will you drive yourself?" Without hesitation, Lin Shaoqi replied, "You drive. I am not going to the office today. I promised an old friend I would stay home and play chess with him." Zhang Hanlian's expression shifted dramatically, forcing a smile. I drive." Lin Shaoqi shot him a glance. "What's wrong? Are you afraid of my old car?" Zhang Hanlian quickly shook his head. "Of course not. I just worry that I might damage your car, and then it would be difficult to explain." "Humph. This car's been reliable for decades. It wouldn't break down in your hands." Lin Shaoqi scoffed. Left with no choice, Zhang Hanlian reluctantly took the old car. Throughout the journey, he avoided downhill paths, making sharp turns whenever possible. Only upon seeing a repair shop did he hastily pull over, asking for assistance to secure the brakes. As he stepped out of the car, he was drenched in cold sweat, feeling utterly frustrated. Nothing seemed to go his way. Initially, he contemplated that if one scheme failed, he could devise another. Since his plan to push his mother-in-law down the mountain did not result in her demise, he resolved to orchestrate a fatal car accident instead. He intended to utilize the old car belonging to the patriarch, believing it would serve his purpose well. Given its age and lack of maintenance, it would not be surprising if the brakes failed. However, to his astonishment, the old man, who typically drove that car, opted not to use it today. Was this mere coincidence, or had the elderly gentleman somehow discerned his intentions to tamper with the vehicle? The thought filled him with unease, prompting him to call the household servant to inquire about the elder's current activities. The servant responded that the old man was engaged in a game of chess with his old friend, Mr. Yang. After hanging up, Zhang Hanlian remained restless. He then reached out to Mr. Yang's household. The call was answered by Mr. Yang's wife, who informed him that Mr. Yang was not present, having gone to play chess at Mr. Lin's house, as they had arranged the night before. After ending that call, Zhang Hanlian finally felt a sense of relief. It appeared that everything was simply coincidental. The incident had only occurred that morning. Meanwhile, the family, seizing the opportunity presented by Zhang Hanlian's absence and noticing that Zhang Wanwan had fallen asleep, convened to discuss their next steps. We cannot remain in a perpetual state of vigilance against him, can we? It's utterly exhausting, Lin's mother lamented. Indeed, Lin Jiran interjected, her brow furrowed. Despite our painstaking efforts to guard against him, a single moment of inattention could cost us our lives. Living in such constant anxiety is hardly sustainable. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shaoqi spoke up. His desire to harm us stems from his suspicion that we have uncovered his secret. If we can dispel his doubts, we shall be safe. While his words were straightforward, the question remained, how could they alleviate his suspicions? Lin's mother felt somewhat disheartened. Lin Jiran reassuringly grasped her mother's hand. Father, surely you have devised a plan? Lin Shaoqi nodded. I have indeed thought of a strategy, but it hinges on whether Yu Cheng has made the necessary arrangements. Once that is settled, we can set a trap, which may also serve to allay his suspicions. Just as Lin's mother and Lin Jiran were about to inquire about the specifics of his plan, they heard Zhang Wanwan's voice. I'm so hungry. Where's mommy? I want milk. The ensuing sound of her crying elicited both sympathy and amusement from the family. Once Zhang Wanwan had her fill, the family exchanged knowing glances and resumed their previous discussion in her presence. Lin Shaoqi initiated, I currently have a significant project called the Lingyun Plan, which I intend to assign to Zhang Hanlian. With this declaration, the family listened intently for Zhang Wanwan's thoughts. Lingyun Plan? ISNT that the scheme my grandfather conceived during my previous life to transfer the family assets from that scoundrel and reclaim them? Upon hearing her thoughts, the family's spirit soared, and Lin Jiran and Lin's mother exchanged glances with Lin Shaoqi, seeking confirmation. When Lin Shaoqi subtly nodded in agreement, their excitement intensified. He, too, was taken aback. It was astonishing that his recently conceived plan was already known to his granddaughter. Zhang Wanwan's thoughts continued. Oh no. Previously, the reason that scoundrel and his accomplice faced retribution was that I had learned to speak, allowing me to reveal the truth and incite my mother and the others to fight back. She pondered. This time, I have not yet spoken a word. So how could grandfather have conceived this plan? She suddenly realized, could it be that in this lifetime, my grandparents and mother have already sensed the scoundrel's true nature? Reflecting on the numerous twists and turns since her birth, she recognized that they indeed resembled responses to the realization of the scoundrel's character. A smile of delight spread across her face. It seems they have truly detected the scoundrel's duplicitousness. How wonderful! As long as my mother and grandparents are aware of his faults, they will never fall victim to him again. I never anticipated that this rebirth would bring so many surprises. Not only have I not been exchanged, but I can stay by my mother's side and witness them uncover the scoundrel's true face. This truly is the most perfect rebirth. She mused, yet, what have I missed? When did my mother and the others realize the scoundrel's true nature? I am utterly in the dark, she surmised. It must have been while I was asleep that they discovered some clue. Alas, sleep has betrayed me. When will I grow up and stop dozing off at every opportunity? The family felt a swell of affection for her as they listened to her musings. Dear child, your ability to experience such a perfect rebirth is due to your family hearing your innermost thoughts. Chapter 29. Recovering funds. The family heard Zhang Wanwan continue internally. Grandfather's plan is brilliant. It not only dispels the scoundrel's suspicions about my grandparents, but also ensures that he relinquishes his ill-gotten gains. This truly is a win-win situation. No, it's a win-win-win. As they absorbed her assessment, their anxiety began to dissipate. Thus, they resolved to proceed accordingly. That evening, upon returning from work, Zhang Hanlian was greeted by Lin Shaoqi, who said, "Today, I played a game of chess with an old friend, and we discussed a project that I believe holds great promise. I intend to assign it to you." Intrigued, Zhang Hanlian asked, "What project is it?" "The Lingyun plan. You've heard of it, haven't you?" Lin Shaoqi inquired, observing him closely. Zhang Hanlian nodded vigorously. "Yes, I've heard of it." "Isn't it the major project you're currently planning, father?" Lin Shaoqi affirmed. "Precisely. This project requires substantial investment and is of considerable scale. I wouldn't entrust it to just anyone. You are family, and I trust you with it." Internally elated, Zhang Hanlian maintained a facade of humility. "But what about cousin Yucheng? Such a large project, I fear I may not be capable of handling it." Lin Shaoqi shot him a stern look. "Do you understand why I haven't assigned you the Eastern District's business? It's to free you up to take on the Lingyun plan, which is far superior to the Eastern District's project." Zhang Hanlian's heart raced, and he quickly offered a smile. "I see now. You've been looking out for me, father." Lin Shaoqi sighed earnestly. "Jiran is my only daughter, and you are her husband. I intend for my company to be handed over to both of you in the future, so naturally, I must provide you with the best opportunities. If the Lingyun plan succeeds, its scale could surpass that of our current Lin family conglomerate. The Eastern District is nothing in comparison." "Thank you, father." Zhang Hanlian suppressed his excitement. "I deeply appreciate your trust in me by assigning such an important plan. I will certainly do my utmost." The Lingyun plan indeed represented a substantial opportunity, promising exponential returns if executed successfully. He had not anticipated that Lin Shaoqi would entrust him with such a vital project. Previously, he had feared they suspected him of ulterior motives, which was why they had withheld the Eastern District from him. It turned out they had been providing him with the opportunity to take on the Lingyun plan. He realized he had been overly anxious. Thankfully, he had not caused any fatal accidents, or he would have missed out on this golden opportunity. Seeing that he had fallen into the trap, Lin Shaoqi continued, "I have already invested a significant sum into this project, but it now requires additional funding to operate smoothly. It has the potential to break even in as little as 5 years, with immense prospects. You understand this, I trust." Zhang Hanlian nodded repeatedly. "I understand, I know. The funds I entrusted to you previously can now be put to good use. Invest all of it, and in due time, it will yield multiplied returns, rather than sitting idle as dead money." Lin Shaoqi spoke calmly, his intention clear. The first step of the plan was to extract all the funds from the Lin family through Zhang Hanlian. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hanlian hesitated. "I have worked hard to acquire this money. How can I bear to part with it now?" Noticing his reluctance, Lin Shaoqi frowned in dissatisfaction. "What? Do you not believe this plan will be profitable?" "Not at all." Zhang Hanlian quickly waved his hands in protest. "I merely think that withdrawing such a significant sum at once may require some time." He dared not reveal his reluctance to Lin Shaoqi, lest they discover that he had taken the funds for himself. Then expedite the process. Time waits for no one. This plan must seize the opportunity. If missed, the potential for profit will dwindle. "You are well versed in this area, so I need not elaborate further," Lin Shaoqi replied with unwavering composure. Zhang Hanlian was, of course, aware of the project's lucrative potential, perfectly positioned to capitalize on a favorable market. Resolutely, he clenched his teeth and declared, "All right. I will have the bank withdraw all the funds within 3 days."
"Good.
"I have invested billions already. We need just this little bit more." "You must not falter," Lin Shaoqi urged. "Rest assured, I will not fail you." Zhang Hanlian assured him wholeheartedly. Although parting with the tens of billions he had just acquired felt regretful, he envisioned the endless returns from the Lingyun project. Besides, the Lin family had already committed a substantial investment. If he contributed a little more, he could reap the rewards without the initial burden. Truly a bargain. It seemed he would need to return to his hometown and persuade his parents to withdraw all their funds. Additionally, he would have to discuss with Li Zihan to ensure she returned her share as well. He set off to find Li Zihan. Upon his unexpected arrival, Li Zihan was taken aback, her face a mixture of surprise and joy. However, recalling his previous demeanor, she feigned a cold expression. "Didn't you say we should maintain our distance and limit contact? Why have you suddenly come to see us?" Zhang Hanlian approached her, his demeanor eager and affectionate. Wasn't it because I feared they might suspect our relationship? Then why are you no longer apprehensive? Li Zihan's tone softened as she allowed him to embrace her, resting her head against his chest. Zhang Hanlian relished her feigned toughness, appreciating her body as honesty. He pulled her closer and explained, now that the crisis is past, I could hardly wait to see you. Do you think it was easy for me not to visit you and the child these past few days? I've missed you terribly. With that, he leaned in for a passionate kiss. Since giving birth to their daughter, Lin Jiran had lost interest in their intimate life. Even when Zhang Hanlian initiated affection, she would often claim exhaustion, rejecting his advances. He wondered if it was due to childbirth or something else. After all, she had not behaved this way after their 2 sons were born. Perhaps it was simply a matter of age, a premature onset of menopause? He didn't bother to ponder it deeply. The woman he truly loved had always been Li Zihan. If she did not desire his touch, he would not force it. The two continued their fervent embraces until they retreated into the room, leaving their daughter in her crib outside. Once they had composed themselves, they emerged to find their daughter wide awake yet quietly observing, without a hint of fuss. Zhang Hanlian beamed with delight, scooping her up for tender kisses. Our daughter is so well behaved. After our lengthy interlude, she didn't even disturb us. Unlike Lin Jiran's daughter, who cries at the slightest provocation. It drives me up the wall. Chapter 30. Who is the fool? Everyone relishes compliments about their children, especially Zhang Hanlian, whose comparisons brought Li Zihan great joy. However, when Zhang Hanlian proposed to withdraw all the funds he had previously given her, her mood shifted dramatically. That money is for me and the children's expenses. If you take it back, how will we manage? She exclaimed. You can't be around us often enough to know what we need. We rely on the funds in that card for a good life. If you take the money, what are we supposed to do? Zhang Hanlian tried to reassure her. I will leave you some. You can manage with less for a while. If I cannot produce this sum, the Lin family will grow suspicious. And we won't see a single penny. Seeing her expression wavering, he pressed on. Besides, this money isn't gone forever. We'll earn much more in return. Trust me, I will repay you double. Li Zihan felt swayed by his words. After all, if Zhang Hanlian was determined to take the money back, she had little choice. Reluctantly, she handed him the card, her expression grim. Remember your promise. You must repay me double. Zhang Hanlian embraced her, showering her with kisses. Don't worry. What's mine is yours. For you and the children, I will ensure this money is not squandered. His words soothed her ire, and she playfully punched his chest. For you, I've endured quite a bit with the kids. You must honor my years of waiting. After securing the funds from Li Zihan, Zhang Hanlian hurried back to his hometown, employing the same arguments to persuade his parents to hand over their card. However, his parents proved even more obstinate than Li Zihan. They were unyielding in their opposition to withdrawing their money for his so-called grand project. We have more than enough in that account. Our family could live comfortably for a lifetime without touching it. Why not just leave it be? You should hurry and divorce that woman from the Lin family, marry Li Zihan, and live a good life. Why complicate matters? They advised. What if you withdraw the money and can't get it back? Don't be greedy and end up with nothing. Zhang Hanlian felt exasperated with his parents' naivety, their rural mindset limiting their understanding. You don't comprehend. This is an investment. To make money, one must first invest. Ugh, I can't explain this to you. Just give me all the money. I need it. Seeing they could not sway him, his parents reluctantly handed him the card, allowing him to withdraw the funds. With the money in hand, Zhang Hanlian immediately invested in the Lingyun project. As he funneled the funds back into the project, the family felt a sense of relief, reassured that their financial situation was secure. Lin Shaoqi regarded Zhang Hanlian with trust and esteem, chuckling. I knew entrusting the family's funds and projects to you would be a wise decision. Family matters are best handled with care. Had it been anyone else, they would have absconded with the money long ago. Though Zhang Hanlian felt a pang of guilt, he maintained an unwavering facade. Thank you for your trust, father. I cannot let you down. As the Lin family grew increasingly confident in him, Zhang Hanlian could not help but feel proud. They were all fools, and he was merely playing the long game. Otherwise, they would never see their funds again. The Lin family, observing Zhang Hanlian's feigned loyalty, played along with their trust in him. Ultimately, only time would reveal who the true fool was. Little did they know. Li Zihan intended to seek refuge with Lin Jiran now that Zhang Hanlian had taken all the money. On this particular weekend, the children were not attending school. Two older brothers surrounded Zhang Wanwan, their eyes brimming with affection. The whole family was wary of these two, preventing them from embracing Zhang Wanwan, fearing that as her relatives, they might inadvertently overhear her thoughts and inadvertently disclose secrets, leading to dire consequences. Just as the family was enjoying a harmonious atmosphere, Li Zihan arrived with her 2 sons and a daughter for a visit. Upon hearing of her arrival, the family braced themselves for the encounter. However, they soon adjusted their demeanor, striving to maintain composure and greet her with a calm heart. Mother Lin observed as Li Zihan brought her daughter, flanked by 2 boys of similar age to the Lin family's children. She feigned warmth and remarked, "I see you 2 best friends. It would not be an exaggeration to say you are as close as sisters, both marrying men with the surname Zhang, and even timing your childbirth together. The coincidence of 2 sons and 1 daughter is truly enviable for such a sisterly bond." Lin Jiran feigned nostalgia, saying, "Oh dear. It feels like ages since we last met after having children. I've missed you so much. Quickly, let me hold your daughter. I want to see what she looks like. Perhaps we can arrange a future marriage between our families." Li Zihan echoed the sentiment. "I too wish to see how your daughter has grown. Since we're such good friends, we could even consider an engagement between our children." When the 2 little girls were laid side by side for comparison, Zhang Wanwan appeared plump and rosy, exuding beauty and charm, while Li Zihan's daughter, Zhang Hanlian, seemed somewhat lacking, her skin dull and lacking luster, and her frame noticeably smaller. Li Zihan felt a pang of embarrassment. On ordinary days, she viewed her daughter as quite lovely, yet in comparison to Zhang Wanwan, she felt her daughter appeared dark, thin, and unattractive. Indeed, the absence of comparison would have spared her the hurt. She harbored a fierce jealousy, believing that had the 2 girls been swapped at birth, she would never have allowed Lin Jiran's daughter to flourish so beautifully. Living in the shadow of Lin Jiran's brilliance, she resolved that her own daughter would never play the role of a princess, or if fate decreed otherwise, at least a flawed one. As the scene unfolded, Li Zihan cunningly directed her sons to approach and hold Zhang Wanwan. "Come here, you 2. Look how beautiful and adorable Lin Auntie's little sister is. Whoever wants her as a future bride should come and hold her." With her plan set, she thought, if her daughter could not enjoy the life of a princess, then let her at least not be one at all. However, just as Li Zihan's children approached, Lin Jiran's sons stepped in front, declaring, "Our little sister hasn't even had a chance to be held yet. How can you?" The elder son, Zhang Yi, spread his arms wide, while the younger, Zhang Li, crossed his arms and pouted. Mother Lin feigned disapproval, saying, "Such impoliteness is unbecoming." Lin Jiran, with a subtle smile, added, "I know you love your sister, but we can merely observe by the crib. She is still too small to be held." Hearing this, Li Zihan internally scoffed but maintained a smile. "The 2 kids are around 10 now. Surely they can hold a baby, right? My 2 boys can manage holding their little sister just fine." She called her sons, Dong Dong and Liang Liang, to come and hold the baby. Upon hearing their names, her sons approached eagerly, and Li Zihan took turns placing the infant in their arms, proudly proclaiming, "See? These children are over 10 years old. Holding a few-month-old baby is no trouble at all. Sometimes I even ask them to help with diaper changes. Kids can do quite a bit if given the chance." Lin Jiran's sons, pouting and with hands on their hips, retorted, "Exactly. Grandparents, parents, do not underestimate us. We are grown now, and holding our sister is entirely reasonable."
Mom.
"Let's hold her just once." Lin Jiran felt her resolve waver. But, remembering the potential for her sons to overhear Zhang Wanwan's thoughts, she shook her head firmly. "No, I still can't rest easy. Besides, she is currently sleeping. Can you bear to wake her?" Disappointment washed over Lin Jiran's sons as they gazed longingly at the slumbering Zhang Wanwan, their lips pursed in silence.
Lisian feinat simpati.
Cradling her daughter as she approached, "Look at your mother. She is far too distrustful of you. Come, Aunt Zihan will let you hold my little sister." Zhang Yi and Zhang Li's eyes sparkled with excitement as they eagerly took hold of Li Zihan's daughter, their faces lighting up with joy. Although they could not hold their sister, they were grateful for this small opportunity. At that moment, Zhang Wanwan yawned, showing signs of waking. Li Zihan discreetly nudged her younger son, Zhang Liang, and glanced at the crib where Zhang Wanwan lay. Zhang Liang's face displayed hesitation, but after receiving a gentle prod from Li Zihan, he stepped forward to Lin Jiran, whispering, "Aunt Jiran, may I hold your little sister? We let your sons hold our sister. It should be fair, right?" Lin Jiran looked at the boy before her, feeling an inexplicable affection. This child had always been quiet and gentle, appearing somewhat timid, perhaps due to the differing attitudes Li Zihan had towards her children. Lin Jiran recalled that when she had inquired about the situation, Li Zihan had explained her coldness towards this younger son, stating that he had caused her to undergo a cesarean section, a traumatic experience that left her with lingering resentment. At the time, Lin Jiran felt compassion for the boy and had encouraged Li Zihan, asserting that children are innocent. However, Li Zihan had responded with a harsh retort. Until you experience the agony of nearly losing your life for a child, do not presume to advise me. Stunned by this response, Lin Jiran, having only experienced natural childbirth, could not grasp the depth of Li Zihan's pain or her estrangement from her child, though she believed that if she had endured such a near-death experience, she would cherish the child all the more. Her lack of understanding rendered her unable to persuade Li Zihan. Thus, whenever Li Zihan brought her children to visit, Lin Jiran made a conscious effort to shower the younger boy with kindness. Yet, he remained distant, as if the affection she offered only made him retreat further. Seeing this boy now, gathering what seemed to be immense courage to ask for permission to hold Zhang Wanwan, Lin Jiran felt a wave of compassion. Very well. You may hold her for just a moment. As Zhang Wanwan stirred awake, Lin Jiran lifted her from the crib, cradling her securely and placing her gently in Zhang Liangliang's arms. Zhang Liangliang received her with utmost care. His eyes filled with wonder and affection as he gazed at the little Zhang Wanwan. Fully awake now, Zhang Wanwan flashed a sweet smile at him, exclaiming, "Hello, dear second brother." Zhang Liangliang was momentarily stunned, as though he had heard the little girl in his arms calling him her dear second brother. However, the typically taciturn and brooding individual showed little in the way of expression or astonishment, rendering his unusual demeanor imperceptible to outsiders. The Lin family, upon hearing Zhang Wanwan's designation of dear second brother, felt a twinge of curiosity. What does this title signify? They pondered. Zhang Wanwan sighed inwardly, lamenting, "Alas, my unfortunate second brother, we are kindred spirits in our shared plight. I have escaped the curse of a life exchanged, yet he remains ensnared in this erroneous existence." The Lin family's hearts tightened upon hearing her thoughts. What does she mean by an erroneous life? Zhang Liangliang, cradling Zhang Wanwan, felt an unsettling tension. He had come to realize that he could indeed hear his sister's inner voice. Yet, why did the sister from the Lin family speak so peculiarly? Why did she refer to herself as his dear second brother? What did she mean by kindred spirits? What was this life exchange? Zhang Wanwan sighed heavily once more, continuing, "Oh, my poor second brother." That Li Zihan, in her ambition to swap her own son with my second brother, orchestrated a premature birth, delivering her child via cesarean section, colluding with a scoundrel to execute this exchange. She further lamented, it was this successful swap that emboldened Li Zihan to concoct another scheme, desiring to exchange lives between me and her daughter. In the countless reincarnations prior, both my second brother and I were exchanged, becoming mere outlets for her and that elder brother, Zhang Dongdong's frustrations. She even forced my second brother to hold me incessantly, forbidding him any respite, hoping to induce his exhaustion to the point of dropping me, which resulted in my leg becoming crippled during my growth. She continued, Li Zihan exploited the trauma inflicted upon me to mentally manipulate my second brother, ensuring he would perpetually dwell in anguish and remorse. Now that I am no longer subject to this life exchange, my dear second brother will inevitably face the brunt of this family's torment alone. Without my presence to support him, what will he do henceforth? Alas, my poor second brother. As her thoughts spiraled, Zhang Wanwan was suddenly struck by another realization, causing her to shiver. Now that I am free from this life exchange, how could my dear second brother be holding me? He is not one to initiate such embraces with another's child. Could it be that Li Zihan has once again manipulated him, intending for my dear brother to harm me? Mother, save me. Chapter 32. The Truth Revealed. The emotions within the Lin family were tumultuous, difficult to quell. They could hardly have anticipated that Li Zihan had orchestrated a swap between her child and their son. No wonder her demeanor towards these two children was starkly different. The saying that one should not judge another without experiencing their suffering is utter nonsense. She was clearly mistreating the children because they were not her own. Their kindness towards her biological child stood in stark contrast to her cruelty towards their son. How could one bear such hypocrisy? As fellow mothers, how could she be so heartless? In the midst of their heartbreak and shock, Zhang Wanwan's exclamation compelled them to reach out and retrieve the child from Zhang Liangliang's arms. That's enough. Let me hold him. You are still young, and holding him too long will tire you. Lin Jiran suppressed her anxiety, striving to appear composed as she took the child. Zhang Liangliang, Hearing Zhang Wanwan's final frightened exclamation, tightened his grip on her, wishing to convey that he now understood the truth and would never allow her to fall. In the past, he had believed Li Zihan to be his biological mother, yearning for her affection and approval, enduring her scorn without retaliation. Whatever she desired of him, he would strive to fulfill, as long as it pleased her. Now, with the truth unveiled, he recognized her as the architect of his suffering and the one who kept him from his true mother, a cruel woman who deserved no obedience from him. Gazing at Lin Jiran's outstretched hand, his lips quivered, yet he ultimately remained silent and returned Zhang Wanwan to her. It dawned upon him that Aunt Lin was indeed his true mother. His fondness for visiting Aunt Lin stemmed from the warmth she bestowed upon him, akin to the love of a mother. Yet this very affection often left him riddled with guilt, feeling as though he had betrayed his biological mother, Li Zihan. Each return from Aunt Lin's home was met with reprimands from Li Zihan, accusing him of favoring Aunt Lin over her, which understandably bred her disdain for him. Consequently, he distanced himself from Aunt Lin, fearing her kindness. Now that the truth was laid bare, he regretted listening to that wicked woman, Li Zihan, and distancing himself from his true mother. Witnessing Zhang Liangliang return the child to Li Zihan ignited a fire of anger within her, prompting her to pinch him and hiss. "How have I taught you?" Zhang Liangliang remained silent, his head bowed, teeth gritted, a flicker of hatred crossing his gaze. He had nearly harmed his own sister to appease Li Zihan. Before coming, Li Zihan had instructed him to embrace Aunt Lin's child, Zhang Wanwan, and then to accidentally drop her, ensuring that their child would become disabled. If he succeeded in this task, she promised to treat him as she did his elder brother. Desperate for his mother's love, he had found himself tormented by her request. Even as he cradled Zhang Wanwan, he wrestled with the decision of whether to go through with it. A single moment of hesitation could have led to a grave error. Fortunately, he had uncovered the truth in time. Li Zihan had grown accustomed to his silent demeanor, thus, she paid no heed to his downcast expression. Merely frustrated that her plan had faltered, she had not anticipated that the Lin family was observing her every move.
Finding a smila, Li Zihan remarca.
I merely pinched him to ensure he would be more cautious, while holding his sister. This child hardly speaks, and his thoughts are dark. Who knows what mischief he contemplates daily. As she spoke, she glanced at Lin Jiran's two sons, particularly the younger one, Zhang Li, continuing with a grin. Unlike your two children, who are lively and cheerful, especially the younger one, who is both adorable and handsome, I have a fondness for bright and spirited children like him. Lin Jiran's smile faltered slightly. Of course, you prefer my younger son, for he is your own flesh and blood. She feigned ignorance of Li Zihan's intentions. Maintaining her gentle demeanor, Liangliang is quite steady, far more mature than my two children. I merely worry he might tire. It's not that he cannot hold his sister. So, do not blame him. If you are so dismissive of him, perhaps you should consider raising him yourself. I find him quite endearing. Her heart ached profoundly. This was her biological son, and Li Zihan dared to pinch him in her presence. How could she speak so disparagingly of her own child? Upon hearing Lin Jiran's words, Li Zihan recognized a golden opportunity. If they were to invite Zhang Liangliang to stay with them, there would surely be countless chances for Zhang Liangliang to inadvertently harm her daughter, Zhang Wanwan. Elated by the thought, she exclaimed, "That sounds wonderful. So long as you don't mind my two sons being a bit noisy at your home, it would be delightful for them to come and play during the holidays." If she could send her sons away, she would have the freedom to date Zhang Hanlian without the burden of her children. Lin Jiran's expression stiffened. She only wished to bring her younger son home, not to have Li Zihan's elder son join them. How could she have misheard that they intended to bring both of her sons to play? Very well. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, let her bring both children over. At that moment, Lin Jiran's second son, Zhang Li, dashed over, pouting in discontent as he exclaimed, "Mom, look. You've allowed the boy from Aunt Zihan's family to hold our little sister. Why is it that I, her biological brother, am not permitted to hold her?" Lin Jiran gazed steadily at her second son. It was no wonder she had no doubts about his paternity, for he bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhang Hanlian. Who would have thought that he was actually the child of Zhang Hanlian and another woman? Before she could respond, her mother stepped forward, adopting a loving demeanor. All right. Let him hold her, shall we?" she said, casting a meaningful glance at Lin Jiran. Lin Jiran understood her mother's implication. Since Zhang Li was not her biological son, even if he held her, he would not hear the thoughts of Wanwan. Instead, they could listen to Wanwan's assessment of her false second brother. With this in mind, They handed Zhang Wanwan to Zhang Li. Zhang Li was both surprised and delighted. He had never expected that after pleading so earnestly, he would be allowed to hold his sister so easily, and his joy was palpable. Zhang Wanwan was equally astonished. Usually, their mother and others were protective, fearing that the two brothers might inadvertently harm her, so why was she being handed over today? Gazing at her false second brother, Zhang Wanwan sighed inwardly once more. Chapter 33 also involves rebirth. This false second brother is indeed a pity. He initially seemed quite good, but after learning he was the biological son of Li Zihan, he was manipulated into turning against our mother and the others. However, there is still hope. Based on my numerous experiences with rebirth, this false second brother can still be a good child of the Lin family, as long as he is not incited by Li Zihan. According to the timeline, when Li Zihan and the others intend to reveal the truth to the second brother and sow discord between her and our mother, I will already be able to speak and can remind mother and grandfather to be cautious. This is not an issue. Upon hearing Zhang Wanwan's heartfelt thoughts, the Lin family collectively exhaled in relief. Yet, before they could settle down, Zhang Wanwan rolled her eyes towards Zhang Hanlian. The most crucial issue here is that Li Zihan's daughter, during my third rebirth, also managed to reincarnate, armed with the memories of my second rebirth when I triumphed. Upon hearing Zhang Wanwan's assertion that Li Zihan's daughter had also experienced rebirth, the Lin family felt a tightening in their chests. If Li Zihan's daughter had indeed reincarnated, it would pose a formidable challenge. Indeed, Zhang Wanwan continued to lament inwardly. This individual has left a profound impression on me. During my third rebirth, I nearly lost to her. Mother and the brothers only acknowledged her as the false daughter, while I, the true daughter, was cast aside due to the machinations of Li Zihan and her daughter. It wasn't until the truth was revealed that they sought me out, nearly driving me to despair. Among all the exceptional individuals I have encountered, this reborn girl is undoubtedly the most difficult to contend with. Each time she reincarnates with her memories, the outcomes are never quite perfect. Although I have always emerged victorious in my rebirths, the timing of those rebirths coincides with moments when our lives have been swapped, resulting in substantial sacrifices to ensure she faces repercussions. This time, I am fortunate to have been reborn from birth within my own family. I shall not allow her another opportunity to approach my loved ones, nor will I permit her to harm them again. Dear family, please keep your eyes wide open. This Zhang Hanlian, while appearing innocent and charming now, harbors vengeful intentions that threaten our entire family. Zhang Wanwan's introspection left the Lin family in a state of turmoil. How could it be that Li Zihan's daughter, seemingly so small now, could later wreak such havoc and calamity upon their family? This was utterly terrifying. Even more outrageous was that she and her mother had incited discord, leading them to reject their precious Wanwan. How could they have committed such a grievous act? Wanwan was their beloved child. How could they possibly deny her? How heartbroken she must have been. They were truly foolish. The family's gaze involuntarily shifted towards Li Zihan's daughter. Initially, they had thought her less adorable and fair than their own Wanwan, yet her smile was undeniably sweet. Now, realizing the future threat she posed, they found her visage loathsome, calculating, and deceitful. Even her sweet smile seemed to conceal ulterior motives. Li Zihan, noticing the Lin family's collective gaze upon her daughter, could not help but feel a sense of triumph. Though her daughter did not possess the beauty of Lin Jiran's child, she had an innate charm, especially when smiling, which could melt hearts. She assumed the Lin family was captivated by her daughter's smile and remarked, "My daughter has been exceptionally well-behaved since birth, rarely crying." No wonder people say daughters are like warm, cozy blankets. This saying holds true. Come, let me hold her. Whoever holds her, she smiles at them, endearing herself to all. So well-behaved. Upon hearing Li Zihan's words, Zhang Wanwan drew a conclusion. It seems that this incarnation of Li Zihan is undoubtedly another reborn individual. The Lin family, upon hearing Zhang Wanwan's thoughts, grew increasingly vigilant. The realization that the infant in Li Zihan's arms was a reborn girl seeking revenge on them left a sour taste in their mouths. In unison, the family waved their hands, rejecting the notion of holding the child, stating, "Never mind, we won't hold her. She is still so small. We wouldn't want to accidentally harm her." Li Zihan was momentarily taken aback. Whenever her daughter displayed her sweet smile, no one could resist her charm. She was universally adored. Yet, why did the Lin family seem to reject her so outrightly, even refusing to hold her? At that moment, Lin Jiran's eldest son, Zhang Yi, could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, his eyes sparkling with affection as he gazed upon Li Zihan's daughter. Aunt Zihan, may I hold your little sister again? I really like her.
Ah.
The Lin family had merely been observing, allowing their son to hold Li Zihan's daughter, reasoning that it was harmless for children to play with one another. Who could have anticipated that Zhang Wanwan would be internally panicking? Is this fate? After so many rebirths, my elder brother has become Zhang Hanlian's devoted follower, losing everything in the end, and our family has suffered greatly due to his manipulation. To think that Zhang Hanlian, even at such a young age, has already bewitched my elder brother. Alas, it appears this life will be yet another arduous battle. As long as my brother falls into the role of Zhang Hanlian's sycophant, our family will never know peace.
What?
Their beloved elder son would become Zhang Hanlian's sycophant and lead the family to ruin? How could they possibly tolerate this? Lin Jiran immediately raised her voice. Xiao Yi, come back. You're not allowed to hold someone else's sister. Fearing suspicion, she hastily added, what if you accidentally drop her?
Zhang Qi,
Reaching out to hold Zhang Hanlian's hand, hesitated and withdrew, grumbling. Why not? Yuan let me hold our own sister. So, why can't I hold Aunt Zihan's sister? Li Zihan chuckled. What is the matter? I trust these children completely. I'm not as cautious as you are. Come on, Xiao Yi. Aunt Zihan is happy to let you hold her. Just be careful not to drop her. Zhang Yi's expression was one of unwavering devotion as he extended his hands once more, his eyes fixated intently on the infant girl presented to him by Li Zihan. Rest assured, I shall protect my little sister with all my might. I will not allow her to come to harm. Lin Jiran, witnessing his obstinacy, had no choice but to pull Zhang Yi back, her face stern as she admonished. Do you regard my words as mere whispers in the wind? I told you not to hold your sister, yet you still attempt to do so? She then turned her gaze towards Li Zihan, as if offering a polite explanation. I have not permitted my own daughter to be held by them. How could I allow them to hold yours? I would feel remorseful if anything were to happen to her. Chapter 34. Sisterly Affection. As Lin Jiran spoke, she firmly took hold of Zhang Yi, drawing him away. Zhang Wanwan, cradled in Lin Jiran's arms, could distinctly sense her elder brother's rebellious and defiant demeanor. She thought to herself, alas, mother's actions will only yield counterproductive results. The more she forbids my brother from holding Li Zihan's daughter, the more he will yearn for her. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiran's body stiffened. Was this approach also ineffective? Should she then allow her eldest son to grow close to Li Zihan's daughter at will? Zhang Wanwan continued to voice her inner turmoil. Allowing my brother to get close to Li Zihan's daughter is equally unwise. It will only deepen his affection for her. Having been reborn so many times, Li Zihan has taken my place as my brother's sister, spending every day together. Once he discovers she is not his biological sister, he will become infatuated with her, transforming into a devoted admirer. Hence, permitting my brother to be close to Li Zihan's daughter is not a viable solution. The only way to prevent my brother from becoming enamored with Li Zihan's daughter is to reveal the true nature of Zhang Hanlian. However, we are all still too young to grasp such complexities. Yet as we grow older and emotions develop, stopping it then will be impossible, which is indeed a dilemma. Nevertheless, I was born in my own home this time. My brother's opportunities to bond with Li Zihan are limited, so perhaps the trajectory of our fates will change. Zhang Wanwan felt uncertain in her heart. At that moment, Zhang Yi broke free from Lin Jiran's grasp and stormed off in anger. Lin Jiran gritted her teeth, suddenly making a decision. She turned to her mother, who could also hear Zhang Wanwan's thoughts, and saw her looking back. It was as if they shared a silent understanding of each other's thoughts. Lin Jiran approached her eldest son gently. Xiao Yi, are you upset with mommy? Zhang Yi twisted his body, resisting Lin Jiran's touch, expressing his discontent. Why don't you trust me? I'm already 10 years old. I can protect my sister. Why can't I even hold her for a moment? You allowed Xiaoli to hold her, so why not me? Am I really that incompetent in your eyes? Inferior even to my younger brother? I apologize, Lin Jiran replied without hesitation. Mommy should not have doubted you. I will let you hold your sister. Please don't be angry. Will you forgive me? Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback, astonished that his mother would so readily apologize and allow him to hold his sister. Was this a dream? His sister had been born for quite some time, yet his mother and grandparents had guarded her as if she were a treasure, allowing him only to gaze upon her. Today, they were permitting him to embrace her? He cautiously extended his hands, suppressing his inner excitement, uncertainly looking up and asking once more, Mommy, are you really sure I can hold my sister? Aren't you worried I might drop her? Seeing her eldest son so anxious, Lin Jiran suddenly felt a pang of guilt. In her focus on preventing them from hearing their daughter's thoughts, she had neglected their feelings, which was her oversight. Lin Jiran smiled gently. Indeed, you are right. You have grown up and can take good care of your sister. I should not doubt you. Please hold her. Thank you, Mommy. Zhang Yi's face lit up with joy as he eagerly cradled his sister, treating her as a precious gem, showering her with kisses and affection. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, my sister's face is so soft and fragrant. She is adorable beyond measure. I adore her so much. I just want to nibble on her." His affection was so profound that it seemed he wished to envelop Zhang Wanwan entirely within himself. Zhang Wanwan, witnessing her brother's adoration, beamed back at him, giggling uncontrollably as he showered her with kisses. Zhang Yi exclaimed in delight, "Ah, my sister smiled. Her laughter is so melodious, like the sound of wind chimes. My sister is so lovely and beautiful." Zhang Li also approached, pouting adorably, eager to kiss Zhang Wanwan. "I want to cuddle my sister too." Zhang Liang, seeing his brothers fawning over their sister, couldn't resist stepping forward, wanting to join in the affection. After all, she was his sister too. However, Li Zihan quietly whispered to him, "You want to join in the fun, don't you? You can take advantage of the chaos to make them drop that sister." Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang remained silent, simply walking over. Li Zihan smirked slightly. Her intent was to have Zhang Liang inadvertently cause Lin Jiran's daughter to be injured, ensuring that when the truth came to light, he would live with guilt, and Lin Jiran would no longer acknowledge him as her son. The thought of their family's suffering brought her a sense of satisfaction. Yet, despite her meticulous scheming, she noticed Zhang Liang standing nearby, watching quietly, showing no intention of following her orders. Frustration bubbled within her, but she dismissed it as Zhang Liang's cowardice. She scoffed inwardly, truly useless. It seems I must rely on my eldest son to take action. Li Zihan glanced at her eldest son, Zhang Dongdong, and quietly instructed, "Go assist your inept brother and make him drop that sister." Zhang Dongdong nodded, a wicked smile spreading across his face. "Mom, this is exactly what I'm best at. You should have asked me to do it." Li Zihan shot him a glare, lowering her voice. "You must not get your hands dirty with this matter, understand?" Zhang Dongdong did not respond further, instead making his way toward Zhang Wanwan and the others. Li Zihan watched her eldest son with satisfaction. He resembled her the most and understood her intentions better than Zhang Liang, making her feel much more at ease. Zhang Dongdong approached and nudged Zhang Liang a few times, urging him to act swiftly. However, Zhang Liang seemed oblivious to his hints, remaining motionless. Frustrated, Zhang Dongdong grabbed Zhang Liang's hand, pretending to stumble, attempting to knock Zhang Wanwan from the two brothers' grasp. Unexpectedly, Zhang Liang caught him firmly, concern evident in his voice. "Dongdong, are you alright?" Seeing this, Lin Jiran hurriedly took the child from the brother's arms, advising, "Be careful." Her heart felt heavy. Had she not been privy to her daughter's thoughts? Knowing that Li Zihan intended to use her children to harm her daughter, she might have believed Zhang Dongdong's fall was an accident. However, upon witnessing Zhang Liang's protective action, Lin Jiran suddenly recalled that Zhang Liang was her own son. This meant that when he held Wanwan earlier, he must have also heard her thoughts, which is why he had defended her rather than heeding that wicked woman's words. Clearly, she needed to find an opportunity to speak with Liang about this. Chapter 35. The Devoted Brother Transformed. Zhang Dongdong, seeing his objective thwarted, was filled with rage. If it weren't for Zhang Liang, he would have succeeded in fulfilling their mother's orders. Such a golden opportunity, ruined by Zhang Liang. He approached Li Zihan and whispered, "Mom, I was just about to succeed. I pretended to fall to make that little sister drop, but Zhang Liang stopped me." Li Zihan gritted her teeth, casting a cold glare at Zhang Liang. "I'll deal with him when we return." Despite her own shortcomings, she was not only ineffectual but also hindered her son from assisting her. Such uselessness warranted a severe reprimanding upon returning home. At this moment, Zhang Wanwan, enveloped in the warmth of her family's affection, felt an overwhelming joy. Yet, amidst her elation, a tinge of melancholy seeped in. "I truly wish this blissful and heartwarming moment could linger a little longer, but alas, soon my elder brother will be rendered crippled." The sudden emergence of that innocent voice startled Zhang Yi. Instinctively tightening his legs, he glanced down at his sister in his arms. Surely, he hadn't misheard? How could his sister utter such words about her own legs becoming disabled? The Lin family, upon hearing Zhang Wanwan's thoughts, keenly observed Zhang Yi's reaction. Noting his evident surprise, they understood he had indeed heard her silent musings, and thus, They firmly gripped his shoulders, signaling him to maintain composure. Zhang Wanwan's thoughts continued to resonate. Who would have imagined that Li Zihin's reincarnated daughter, at such a tender age, could entice my elder brother to stand on the balcony railing of the second floor to fetch her wind chimes, only to have that balcony intentionally greased, resulting in his fall and subsequent disability. Thus, my elder brother still plays the devoted admirer to Zhang Hanlian, believing her to be the one who does not despise his disability, viewing her as the sole beacon of hope in his life, oblivious to the fact that it is Zhang Hanlian who has orchestrated his plight. This entire family, in collusion with their scoundrel father, fears that my elder brother, as the firstborn, might inherit the Lin family's enterprise. To ensure he cannot compete with a false second brother, they have meticulously plotted this entire scheme. They are indeed a family of devils. Listening to his sister's thoughts, Zhang Yi found it difficult to maintain his composure. His entire being tensed, his teeth clenched tightly. Fearful of betraying his astonishment, a myriad of questions swirled in his mind, yearning to be posed to his mother and grandparents. How could they hear his sister's thoughts? How did she possess such knowledge? Why did she refer to their father as a scoundrel? Why did his sister label their mother as closest friend's family as a clan of devils? While these queries loomed in his mind, the shocking revelation of his imminent tragic fate left him no time to ponder further. He was simply aghast that his legs might soon be crippled. And by the daughter of Aunt Zihan, no less. The cheerful little girl from Aunt Zihan's family was, in fact, a reincarnated soul. She had tempted him to climb to perilous heights, and he had succumbed to her allure, becoming her devoted admirer? This was utterly absurd. The Lin family, witnessing the astonishment in Zhang Yi's eyes, feared he might reveal too much and quickly engaged Zhang Wanwan in light-hearted banter to mask his incredulity. Zhang Liang, who had also heard Zhang Wanwan's thoughts, remained composed due to his upbringing. Although equally baffled, he revealed little emotion, to the point where the Lin family nearly overlooked the fact that their very own son was privy to his sister's thoughts. Seeing the Lin family lavishing affection on Zhang Wanwan, Li Zihan felt a pang of jealousy for her own daughter, who was being so neglected. Determined not to remain a mere guest, she brought her daughter closer. Lin Jiran, noticing her approach, worried about potential trouble and fearing her eldest son might slip up, quickly took her daughter from Zhang Yi's arms, feigning concern. You've held her for quite some time. You must be tired. Let mommy hold her now. Zhang Yi, however, gazed longingly at his sister. I'm not tired. I can hold her a little longer. Yet, understanding his mother's resolute gaze, he dutifully withdrew his hands and ceased his insistence. Seizing the moment, Li Zihan remarked, No worries, my little girl can hold her. As she bent down to pass her daughter over, she assumed Zhang Yi would receive her with the same joy as before. To her astonishment, he recoiled as if avoiding a plague and retorted, I don't want to hold your daughter, knowing he might be harmed by her. He refused to associate with this calamity. The Lin family, aware of Zhang Yi's contrasting reactions, observed in silence. Zhang Wanwan, taken aback, widened her eyes in disbelief. Could it be? The devoted admirer of my brother suddenly perceives Zhang Hanlian as a venomous serpent, now unwilling even to embrace her? This is indeed a turn of events. Just moments ago, he was so smitten, I thought he would suffer again in this life. Yet, the shift in his demeanor is astonishingly swift. Hearing Zhang Wanwan's incredulous thoughts, the family exchanged furtive glances, silently urging one another to suppress their laughter and maintain discretion. Li Zihan, however, was momentarily taken aback, feeling a loss of face. What's the matter? Just a moment ago, you said you liked my daughter. How has your attitude changed so abruptly? She had initially hoped to leverage her daughter's charm to capture the affection of the Lin family's eldest son, thereby diverting his attention from his sister. Yet, she was taken aback by the sudden shift in his demeanor. Zhang grimaced, My sister is far cuter than your daughter. My mother has already allowed me to hold my sister. Why would I want to hold yours? Your daughter is dark and unattractive, quite the eyesore. I have no interest. Upon hearing this, Li Zihan's expression soured, and she turned to Lin Jiran, forcing a smile. Jiran, you really know how to raise your son. He speaks far too bluntly. Thankfully, my daughter is still young and cannot comprehend. Otherwise, she would surely be heartbroken. No, your daughter is already old enough to understand. I intend for her to feel hurt and sorrow. Zhang Wanwan silently mused. Zhang Hanlian has already stolen my life. After her reincarnation, she has twisted it to seem as if I am the one usurping her existence, constantly opposing me. How shameless. Lin Jiran struggled to conceal her inner satisfaction. Had it not been for the need to navigate the conversation with Li Zihan, she would have relished the opportunity to berate and mock her. Initially concerned her eldest son might inadvertently disclose the secret of hearing his sister's thoughts, Lin Jiran felt reassured by his response to Li Zihan. It appeared her eldest son had indeed matured. She should trust his ability to keep secrets. Lin Jiran remarked, "Children often speak without reservation. They say what they think. I cannot rein him in. Just moments ago, he was throwing a tantrum at me, and I find myself powerless against him." Li Zihan, hearing this, felt her irritation mount. What did it mean that children spoke so bluntly? Was her daughter truly so lacking? Chapter 36. A request for financial assistance. Li Zihan's visit to the Lin family was not merely a casual outing with children. Previously, Zhang Hanlian had withdrawn all the funds he had provided her, leaving her with a sense of injustice. She believed the money Zhang Hanlian had taken from her should be reclaimed from Lin Jiran. Why should she, who had borne 3 sons for Zhang Hanlian, see her money returned while Lin Jiran continued to live a life of abundance? Having engaged in pleasantries with Lin Jiran, Li Zihan finally donned an expression of hesitance, stammering, "Jiran, I actually have a favor to ask of you." Feigning concern, Lin Jiran inquired, "What is it? Have you encountered some difficulties? Speak freely. I will assist you in any way I can." Li Zihan bit her lip, projecting an air of pride while also yielding to the harshness of reality. I would like to borrow some money from you." She let out a sorrowful sigh and said, "You know, I married a man who is utterly irresponsible, wandering about aimlessly every day, rarely leaving a trace behind. Occasionally, he sends us a meager sum for living expenses, but it is barely enough. Now, with a daughter to care for, I cannot seek employment, and our funds have run dry. I have no choice but to shamelessly come to you for a loan. If you are strapped for cash, then never mind. I've borrowed from you numerous times without repaying, and I feel quite embarrassed. It is all the fault of that man of mine, so careless and indifferent to the plight of us women. My life is truly miserable." As she spoke, Li Zihan cradled her daughter in one arm while covering her face with the other, tears streaming down her cheeks. Zhang Wanwan nestled in her mother's embrace, witnessed Li Zihan's heart-wrenching display, and felt a surge of anger. What a performance!
Keep it up.
Since our school days, you've borrowed so much money from my mother. Yet when have you ever repaid her? She tugged at her mother's sleeve, her little legs kicking in frustration. "Mom, please don't lend any more money to this mistress. She's just using you as a cash cow. Which legitimate wife provides financial support to her husband's mistress? You're the only one foolish enough to do so. Mom, don't be so naive." Zhang Yi, upon overhearing his sister's heartfelt plea, was eager to intervene on their mother's behalf, but was restrained by their grandparents, who instinctively took the children to play elsewhere. Lin Shaoqi led Zhang Liang and Zhang Yi to one side, while Lin Mu took Zhang Dongdong and Zhang Li to another area. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Shaoqi sought to communicate with his 2 grandsons, who could hear Zhang Wanwan's concerns, to prevent any slip-ups in the future. Meanwhile, Lin Jiran, left to deal with Li Zihan, sensed her daughter's anxiety and disappointment. Feeling a pang of guilt, she gently held her daughter and comforted her for a moment before addressing Li Zihan. "I am not in a tight spot financially. I can lend you whatever you need. However, if you feel embarrassed, why not write an IOU? This way, your pride won't be hurt." Li Zihan was taken aback, not expecting Lin Jiran to suggest writing a note. Previously, when she had asked Lin Jiran for money, feigning embarrassment, Lin Jiran would merely reassure her, insisting that her family had ample resources to spare. Thus, she had felt no guilt in borrowing. Yet now Lin Jiran had shifted her approach, opting for a more straightforward transaction by requesting an IOU. As realization dawned on her, Li Zihan understood this might be Lin Jiran's unique way of comforting her by providing her with tangible proof of the loan, thereby removing any pretense of embarrassment. In a bid to maintain her dignity and prove she was not the type to borrow without intent to repay, she promptly agreed to write the note, specifying a loan of 100,000. To her astonishment, Lin Jiran added 2 zeros, making it 10 million. Li Zihan's heart raced. Surely, this wealthy woman could lend such an enormous sum with ease. Why should Lin Jiran appear so condescendingly generous towards her? As feelings of indignation mixed with excitement surged within her at the prospect of receiving 10 million, she feigned modesty, saying, "I only need 100,000 to get by. This amount is rather excessive." Zhang Wanwan, having observed the entire exchange, could not help but feel exasperated. "Oh, my dear mother, how can you still be so naive? Not only are you lending money to this mistress, but you're also exceeding her request. She only asked for 100,000, and you're offering 10 million? Just because you're wealthy doesn't mean you should squander it. This mistress is not worth it. Alas, I am driven to despair. When will I grow up and be able to speak out, to remind my mother not to make such foolish decisions? Lin Jiran, sensing her daughter's agitation, adjusted her hold, cradling her upright and gently patting her back, striving to soothe her and reassure her that she had her own plans in mind. To Li Zihan, Lin Jiran declared, I'm only lending you 100,000. The remaining 9 million accounts for the cumulative debts from your past borrowings since university. Along with a little more I've rounded off. Surely, you wouldn't hold that against me? Well, I trust you will repay. Our long-standing sisterhood makes it trivial to overlook a mere 1,000 or so. I don't mind that amount, so please don't feel overly embarrassed. Her words were exceedingly courteous, seemingly tending to Li Zihan's pride while echoing her former self, the affluent young lady who would lavishly spend for the sake of her close friends. This left Li Zihan utterly bewildered. She had always pretended to maintain her dignity, feeling embarrassed each time she borrowed money, yet she did not require Lin Jiran's excessive consideration. How was she to confess to Lin Jiran that she had no intention of repaying her? The IOU was unnecessary. It was as if Lin Jiran had assumed she would lend her 10 million, and now she was caught off guard by the reminder of her past debts. Ultimately, she refrained from revealing her true feelings, as she still had to maintain the facade of a good friend, untainted by greed for Lin Jiran's wealth and status. Li Zihan forced a smile and nodded in agreement, saying, Yes, that sounds good. It should have been done this way all along. Otherwise, I would feel as though you were simply giving me handouts, which is quite shameful. Chapter 37. Repaying Principal and Interest. Zhang Wanwan remained unaware of her mother's intentions, watching in disbelief as her mother prepared to lend nearly 99 million to Li Zihan, and now contemplated another 100,000. She couldn't help but sigh in frustration. Oh, my dear mother, although 100,000 seems trivial compared to the 99 million you've already lent her, I wish you wouldn't lend her even a single dime. Lending her money is like throwing a meat bun to a dog. Once thrown, it's gone for good. Moreover, she's likely laughing at you in her heart, thinking you're a big fool. Lin Jiran, sensing her daughter's concern and urgency, gently embraced her, silently vowing that she would not disappoint her. This time, she would ensure that Li Zihan repaid every last cent, with interest. As Lin Jiran saw that Li Zihan had completed the IOU and affixed her thumbprint, she pulled out her phone, ready to transfer the funds. However, mid-operation, she suddenly recalled something and smacked her forehead. Oh dear, I completely forgot. Our family is currently involved in the Lingyun project, and we are facing a cash shortage. All of our accounts are temporarily frozen, and we even owe money to the bank. I genuinely have no funds to lend you, none at all. Not a single cent. Li Zihan exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Jiran nodded earnestly. It's true. If you don't believe me, ask Haonan. He's in charge of the project and knows all about the funding issues. Once the project is operational and we start seeing returns, then we'll have money to spend. If only she were unaware that Zhang Hanlian had transferred the Lin family's funds to his own parents and to Lin Jiran's account, she would never have dared to utter such words. But now, she was confident that Zhang Hanlian would comply with her wishes, especially after retrieving the money he had given to Li Zihan. He would surely find a way to placate her. Having provided him with such a compelling rationale, Zhang Hanlian had no reason to decline. While Li Zihan harbored doubts, she could only feign acceptance, forcing a smile as she remarked, How could I possibly ask your husband? We are hardly acquainted. Internally, she scoffed Lin Jiran. Do not presume that I would shy away from inquiring Zhang Hanlian. He is my confidant, and I can question him at any moment. This thought filled Li Zihan with a sense of triumph. It seemed she and Zhang Hanlian had concealed their relationship well. While Lin Jiran likely believed her husband had little to do with her, little did she know, he had shared her bed far more often than with Lin Jiran, his legally wedded wife. Listening to Li Zihan's insincere words, Lin Jiran could not be bothered to unveil her duplicity, instead tucking away the promissory note she had written. Observing this, Li Zihan suddenly felt a wave of unease and quickly added, Since I was unable to borrow money, let's disregard this note. When you have funds next time, I will draft a new one for you. I fear that by then I might require more than 100,000, making this note obsolete. Lin Jiran, feigning indifference, replied, It matters not. We are practically family. If it so happens that you need an additional 10 or 20,000, so be it. And who knows? Perhaps you won't need to borrow from me at all, in which case you would indeed be at a loss of 100,000. In jest, Lin Jiran continued. But surely you wouldn't feel cheated, would you? After all, I saved you quite a bit in change. Considering the money you borrowed from me since university, if we were to tally it all, including interest and those small amounts, it would surely sum up to 100,000. If I were to demand 10 million back from you, it wouldn't be an undue request, and your pride would never allow you to take advantage of me, correct? Upon hearing Lin Jiran's remarks, Zhang Wanwan clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "Wow, Mama, you are truly impressive. Let's ensure that this little mistress repays every penny, with interest." The joy in her daughter's voice brought a smile to Lin Jiran's lips. Li Zihan stared blankly at Lin Jiran, suddenly perceiving a shift in her demeanor. She had become shrewd with numbers. She forced a smile and replied, "Of course, I will repay your money. It's been so long. It is only right that I pay you some interest." Yet, her heart seethed with indignation. Lin Jiran dares to ask for interest? Does she not regard me as her friend? How can she demand repayment when her family is so affluent? With a sigh, she continued to feign distress. "It is rather embarrassing to have owed you for so long, but it's not like my husband frequently returns home. When he does, it is typically during times of business failure, which is when he remembers us, leaving me unable to repay you. I truly feel ashamed." Just as Lin Jiran was about to respond, Zhang Hanlian returned from a weekend of overtime. Seizing the moment, Lin Jiran cleverly followed Li Zihan's lead, saying, "Your husband, I've been holding my tongue for quite some time. How could you have fallen for such a man? You never told us when you started dating. We could have helped you assess his worthiness. And then, you quietly had a child with him. Afterward, he didn't even step up to care for you. Claiming to be busy with work. Can a job be more important than a wife and child? Such a man is utterly despicable." Upon hearing Lin Jiran's accusations, Zhang Hanlian's expression darkened. "Who are you calling despicable?" "I am referring to Zihan's husband." Lin Jiran blinked innocently, pointing at Li Zihan, her face a mask of righteous indignation. "I am indeed talking about Zihan's husband. Isn't it true that despite having 3 children, he has never come to care for her during her confinement? She is left to the care of domestic help and has never dined with us to build connections. What is he so ashamed of? I even suspect that he might be deceiving Zihan. Perhaps he has another family and is intentionally manipulating her into having children." At this, both Zhang Hanlian and Li Zihan felt a jolt of alarm, exchanging swift glances before hastily averting their eyes. Zhang Hanlian, feeling guilty, attempted to maintain a facade of righteousness, saying helplessly, "Stop your wild speculations. Her husband is simply busy. Surely you have seen that he regularly sends money to support them. This indicates he cares for his family. But life often necessitates sacrifices." Hearing this, Zhang Wanwan could not contain her laughter. "You, despicable man, are quite adept at defending yourself. Oh, Mama, open your eyes. This scoundrel not only diverts the Lin family's wealth, but is also entangled with your dear friend. Neither of them are virtuous." Lin Jiran felt a weight in her heart, but feigned defiance. "I refuse to believe it. Unless he joins Zihan for a meal with us, I cannot ascertain his character." "Very well. Once my husband returns, I will invite him over for dinner," Li Zihan replied, appearing exasperated. "He rarely visits, and I cherish our time together. Since you feel this way, I will ensure he meets you all. That is more like it." Lin Jiran nodded in feigned satisfaction, then added indignantly, "When I meet him, I shall certainly give that man a piece of my mind. How can he allow my friend to live like a widow? It infuriates me." Zhang Wanwan could no longer suppress her exasperation. "Oh, Mama, do not take on her anger. Her husband is your husband. You are the one who is wronged and should be angry." She longed to articulate the truth, to reveal their true nature and swiftly dismantle the facade of the scoundrel and the mistress. Seeing her daughter begin to cry, Lin Jiran quickly rose to embrace her, soothing her. "Fear not, dear. Mama is already tearing it down. Just wait a moment." As Lin Jiran comforted her daughter, Li Zihan seized the opportunity to wink at Zhang Hanlian, filled with self-satisfaction. Lin Jiran, that foolish woman, remains oblivious to the fact that her husband is the very irresponsible man she condemns. However, Lin Jiran's outburst served as a reminder for Li Zihan. She needed to discuss with Zhang Hanlian about finding a man to impersonate her husband, lest Lin Jiran truly investigate and uncover that they were, in fact, one and the same. Zhang Wanwan was too exasperated to voice further complaints. During dinner, Lin Jiran deliberately extended an enthusiastic invitation for Li Zihan and her children to stay. She observed them closely, Noting their extreme caution, within the confines of the Lin household, they dared not exchange glances. Yet they were constantly texting. When Lin Jiran inquired whom Li Zihan was messaging, she smiled. My husband. She continued, although he is seldom home, he still cares for us deeply, and I love him dearly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hanlian, pretending to watch television while occasionally checking his phone, felt a lump in his throat. Lin Jiran was acutely aware of the undercurrents between them, her heart seething with resentment, yet she maintained her pretense of ignorance. The two were conspiring under Lin Jiran's very nose, plotting to find a man to impersonate Li Zihan's husband. Li Zihan also seized the moment to complain, stating that Lin Jiran's eldest son deemed their daughter unattractive and suggested she educate him on the matter. At the dinner table, Zhang Hanlian, in front of Li Zihan, fixed a serious gaze upon Zhang Yi and solemnly asked, Xiao Yi, did you express disdain for Aunt Zihan's daughter today? In the past, Zhang Yi held his father in the highest regard, admiring his diligence and competence as he toiled from dawn till dusk. However, he has recently come to realize the burdens his father bears, having two households to provide for. No wonder he is weary.
Today,
Grandfather summoned him and the second child from Aunt Zihan's family for an extensive discussion. It is only now that he comprehends the multitude of secrets that pervade his own home. The father he once idolized has revealed himself to be a cad, betraying not only his mother but the entire Lin family. Even more shocking is the revelation that Aunt Zihan, whom his mother regarded as a close confidant, had audaciously swapped him with her own son, nearly exchanging his sister as well. It turns out that the second child from Aunt Zihan's household is indeed his true brother. Consequently, since his father returned, he has refrained from addressing him, harboring a simmering resentment. To his astonishment, his father seems indifferent, instead displaying warmth towards the eldest son of Aunt Zihan and his faux younger brother. This forces Zhang Yi to confront the harsh truth. His father not only lacks affection for his mother but also for the children she bore.
now,
Upon hearing his father pose a question, his frustration only escalates. He abruptly tosses down his chopsticks and retorts, what of it if I find him unappealing? Our sister is so delightful. In comparison, he resembles an ugly duckling. Am I not entitled to my distaste? Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Zhang Hanlian is nearly incensed enough to rise from his seat, glaring at Zhang Yi in outrage. Is this how your parents have raised you? Where is your decorum? He admonishes. Though the girl from Aunt Zihan's family is not your biological sister, she is nonetheless the sister of your mother's close friend. And you ought to care for one another and love each other. That is the duty of a man, do you understand? Oh, I understand perfectly. Zhang Wanwan cannot help but internally scoff. Who could possibly understand better than you? You have two families to tend to. You must surely know best. The Lin family members and the two children fall into a moment of silence, silently casting disdainful glances at Zhang Hanlian, despite all being his offspring. Zhang Hanlian's favoritism towards Li Zihan and Lin Jiran's children is glaringly apparent. Merely because Zhang Yi, Lin Jiran's son, uttered a single remark about Li Zihan's daughter, he seeks to exact justice? Enough. Lin Shaoqi, the elder of the family, interjects quietly. Let us eat in peace. What is with all this chatter? Are you trying to spoil everyone's appetite? That's not it, Dad. This child is so impolite. Should he not be corrected? Zhang Hanlian is taken aback. Typically, this family places great emphasis on the upbringing and manners of children, which is why he deliberately questioned Zhang Yi in front of everyone, hoping they would join in the reprimand. Unexpectedly, he finds himself on the receiving end of criticism. Lin Mu, with her gaze lowered, as if indifferent, states, indeed, a child lacking in manners requires guidance. She places food onto Zhang Yi's plate and feigns anger, instructing, Xiao Yi, be mindful of your words in the future. Even if someone is unattractive, you cannot speak of it in front of others. It is deeply embarrassing for them. Lin Jiran concurs, adding, if you truly dislike her, then simply keep your distance. There is no need to voice it. That would be impolite. Do you understand? You must apologize to Aunt Zihan and her daughter. Zhang Yi adopts a contrite demeanor, nodding obediently as he replies, understood. He then turns to Li Zihan and her daughter in reluctance, mumbling an apology. I'm sorry. Aunt Zihan and sorry Lianhan Mei Mei. I should not have said in front of you that Lianhan Mei Mei is ugly. I should have kept that to myself to spare you the embarrassment. I was wrong, and I promise it won't happen again. As Zhang Yi's apology unfolds, Li Zihan does not feel the anticipated satisfaction at witnessing him being chastised by his grandmother and mother. She senses that while they criticize Zhang Yi, neither she nor her daughter benefits from the situation. She forces a smile, attempting to appear magnanimous. It's all right. It's not a significant matter. Your father is simply being overly courteous, perhaps exaggerating the issue. After the meal, Lin Jiran proposes to keep Li Zihan's 2 children for a while, stating, "The children seem to be enjoying themselves quite a bit. Let them stay and play at my house for some time since it is summer vacation, and there is no rush." She doesn't want her biological second son to face Li Zihan's wrath upon returning home, and wishes to inquire about his experiences at Li Zihan's house. Li Zihan readily agrees. "All right, these 2 children are quite bored at home. It would be more lively with you all. Children ought to play together for their growth." She eagerly anticipates having someone to help care for the children, allowing her to avoid them while she sneaks off to meet Zhang Hanlian. Once Li Zihan departs, Lin Jiran observes the 2 children left behind. The eldest, Li Zihan's own son, had previously been quite well-mannered during their visits, and the entire family had taken a liking to him, believing him to be exceptionally sensible. However, witnessing him deliberately trip and nearly push Zhang Wanwan to the ground, they begin to suspect that Li Zihan's son is not as innocent as he appears. Yet, to avoid raising suspicion, they continue to treat him as they always have. Lin Jiran offers the children some candies, distributing around 20 pieces each. When it comes to Zhang Dongdong, Li Zihan's eldest, he keeps only 2 for himself and turns around to give 10 to Zhang Liangliang. He stuffs all the fruit candies into Zhang Liangliang's pocket, saying, "Second brother, I'll let you have all the candy. I only want to taste 2 pieces. The rest I will share with Mom when we get home." This statement, to anyone listening, portrays him as a caring elder brother and a dutiful son. The family finds themselves momentarily swayed by this display. Could it be that their earlier perceptions were misguided? This child had always seemed kind and polite. Perhaps they had misjudged him due to their bias against Li Zihan, thinking he had tripped on purpose when it might have been an accident. Yet, Zhang Wanwan's internal voice interrupts their thoughts. "Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, don't be deceived by this eldest son of the mistress into thinking he is a good child. He has inherited his mother's duplicitous nature, presenting one facade while concealing another. Just look at how he gives candy to my biological brother. Behind the scenes, he will not only reclaim all that candy, but will also have his second brother give up his share. He excels at putting on a show before adults, appearing polite and understanding." Upon hearing Zhang Wanwan's assessment of Zhang Dongdong, the family collectively gasps. Clearly their initial instincts were correct. This Zhang Dongdong is indeed a troublesome character. Had it not been for Zhang Wanwan's insight, they might have continued to believe he was a good child. Who would have thought that at just over 10 years of age, he could be so adept at concealing his true self? Over the past long period, they had always regarded him as a good child, only to discover that he could feign innocence at such a young age. What would become of him as he matures? Zhang Liangliang, being stuffed with candy, lowers his head in silence, allowing Zhang Dongdong to manipulate his pocket freely. The family watches this unfold, their hearts heavy with concern. Lin Shaoqi had previously taken Zhang Liangliang and Zhang Yi aside to discuss their ability to hear their sister's thoughts and the current family situation. Both children, understanding the gravity of the matter, assured him they would keep the secret and never reveal it. Yet, they had yet to inquire about Zhang Liangliang's experiences. As their sister's whispers indicated, he was often bullied by Li Zihan and her son. It seems this bullying stems from their hypocritical behavior, presenting one face to the world while harboring another in private. As the thoughts settled, the family exchanged knowing glances. Since Li Zihan and Zhang Hanlian were currently incapacitated, how could they allow their son, who was merely mimicking others, to bully their own child right under their noses? They resolved to seize this opportunity to unmask Zhang Dongdong's hypocritical facade, ensuring he would no longer be able to feign benevolence towards the Lin family's children. Wasn't he pretending to be the good elder brother by sharing candies with Zhang Liangliang? They would discern whether his generosity was genuine or merely a ruse. Meanwhile, Zhang Hanlian was blissfully unaware of the Lin family's unspoken intentions. Observing his proud eldest son, Zhang Dongdong, share half of his candies with his younger brother, Zhang Liangliang, while only taking 2 for himself and insisting on bringing the remaining 8 back to their mother, he felt a surge of paternal pride. Truly, he was a commendable son nurtured by Zihan, far more promising than the handful of children raised by Lin Jiran. Seizing the moment, he took the opportunity to educate his other sons, deliberately showcasing his eldest's virtues in the presence of a Lin family. Look at how considerate brother Dongdong is towards his younger sibling, always sharing his treats. This is the epitome of fraternal kindness, especially for Zhang Yi. He emphasized the importance of caring for younger children, whether brothers or sisters, just like brother Dongdong. Who could possibly dislike such a brother? He then cast a glance at Lin Jiran, remarking that they could learn much from her friend, who had raised her child so well, polite, cultured, and considerate of his younger brother. If their own children could emulate such behavior, they would surely find less cause for frustration. Little did this oblivious father realize the true nature of his exemplary eldest son. He had long regarded him as a benchmark for the others to emulate, planning to focus on nurturing him further until he eventually discovered that this son was nothing but a hypocrite. The expression on his face would be truly remarkable at that moment. Had the truth about this eldest son's character been revealed sooner, the father would not have invested in him, perhaps instead directing his efforts towards my true elder brother. Oh no. Based on my numerous reincarnation experiences, I know my true elder brother would later suffer a broken leg, and even if the father realized Zhang Dongdong was two-faced, my elder brother would have already been forsaken. He would shift his focus to cultivating the false second brother, creating a rift between the mother and son, completely disregarding past nurturing kindness, and serving the scoundrel and his mistress wholeheartedly. Alas, I hope to change the false second brother this time, leading him to a moment of awakening. The Lin family, having overheard Zhang Wanwan's inner thoughts, felt their resolve strengthen. Since the scoundrel held such esteem for his exemplary eldest son, they would ensure he saw the true nature of his pride and joy. With Li Zihan's eldest son staying at their home for the past few days, they had ample opportunity to expose the fraudulent benevolence of his good son. In the following days, the Lin family kept a close watch on Zhang Dongdong's actions. They observed as he played with everyone for a while, then suddenly turned to Zhang Liang, saying, "Second brother, do you need to use the restroom? I'll accompany you." With that, he took Zhang Liang's hand and walked toward the bathroom, politely informing the Lin family, "I'm taking my brother to the restroom. He's timid and doesn't dare go alone." Zhang Liang remained silent, his head bowed in quiet submission. Zhang Wanwan, cradled in Lin Jiran's arms, could not suppress a derisive scoff. "What restroom? He clearly wants candy," pretending to share with my true second brother, yet threatening him not to eat a single piece, while secretly planning to hoard all the candy for himself, even seizing my second brother's share. Such a master of pretense. Upon hearing Lin Jiran's thoughts, the Lin family exchanged glances, their irritation simmering beneath the surface. Yet outwardly they nodded and smiled. "Go ahead. You truly are a wonderful brother." Even accompanying your brother to the restroom, Zhang Hanlian, filled with fondness, gave him a thumbs up. "Zhang Dongdong, you are indeed a good brother." Hearing this praise from Zhang Hanlian, the family stifled their laughter inwardly. Good brother? Today they would show him what kind of brother he truly was. Before long, Zhang Dongdong emerged from the restroom with Zhang Liang, who continued to keep his head down, silent and unexpressive. In contrast, Zhang Dongdong walked ahead, satisfaction radiating from him as he licked his lips, clearly having enjoyed something sweet. Zhang Wanwan couldn't help but feel a surge of indignation. This hypocritical person, playing the part of the good guy while claiming to have done good deeds, is truly greedy, wanting it all without sacrificing anything, just like his mistress mother, like son. How pitiful my true second brother is, Liang. Just bear with it a little longer. When I grow up, I will surely help you seek justice. Zhang Liang, who had been keeping his head down, couldn't help but glance at Zhang Wanwan, warmth flooding his heart. Having been treated coldly in Li Zihan's home, he had never felt a hint of care until now. Realizing how comforting it was to be cared for by his own sister, his previously gloomy and silent visage now bore a hint of brightness. Zhang Wanwan's sentiments quickly resonated with the Lin family. Lin Jiran feigned casualness, asking, "Have you all finished your candies?" Zhang Yi and Zhang Li nodded. "We finished them ages ago." Lin Jiran turned to Zhang Liang. "What about you, Liang? I don't think I saw you eat any candy." Zhang Liang's lips moved slightly. But before he could respond, Zhang Dongdong interjected, "He finished as long ago, but he ate quietly, so you didn't see." He then pulled out 20 candies from his pocket, feigning sincerity. "I haven't eaten a single one. I'm saving them for Mom." The family exchanged skeptical glances, realizing they had previously overlooked how this child was a master of deception, lying without so much as a blush. Lin Jiran pretended ignorance, saying, "These candies have a magical quality. After eating one, if you blow on the wrapper, a magical design will appear, but if you've brushed your teeth, it won't work. Since you've all eaten candies, why not give it a try?" Zhang Li was the first to raise his hand. "I'll go first." He took the wrapper from Lin Jiran's hand and blew vigorously, revealing a beautiful design. The other children erupted in joy. "Wow, it really does create a design. How magical." Lin Jiran laughed. "Who's next?" Zhang Yi eagerly volunteered. Mimi. He blew hard and saw yet another lovely design appear.
Wow.
This design is beautiful. Lin Jiran turned to Zhang Dongdong and Zhang Liangliang. Which of you brothers will go next? Zhang Dongdong instinctively took a step back.
Zhang Yi chocolate.
Zhang Dongdong hasn't he eaten any candy? He surely can't create a design. Lin Jiran looked at Zhang Liangliang. How about you, Liangliang?
Come blo.
Zhang Liangliang obediently stepped forward, but just as he took a step, Zhang Dongdong yanked him back. My brother just told me he has a stomach ache. I need to take him to the restroom again. Zhang Wanwan couldn't help but laugh aloud. Ha! This hypocrite is panicking now. Claiming he hasn't eaten a single candy, yet he has devoured all my true second brother's candy. My true second brother hasn't had any at all. Now he fears that blowing might reveal the truth, trying to use the restroom as an excuse for my true second brother to eat candy. While he likely wants to brush his teeth quickly. Oh, mother, if you were to follow them, you would surely see through his pretense. Lin Jiran feigned concern. What stomach ache? Did you eat something bad? Do you want me to fetch some medicine for you? Zhang Dongdong hastily waved his hand, saying no need. I just need to use the restroom, right, second brother? Zhang Liangliang tugged at the corner of his mouth, but remained silent. He believed that their biological mother and grandparents had heard his sister's heartfelt words and understood Zhang Dongdong's intentions towards him. Zhang Dongdong assumed he was still the same reticent individual, pulling him along as they walked. As the two made their way to the restroom, Lin Jiran pretended to take a pill and said to Zhang Hanlian, Hanlian, please take this medicine to the child. He might really have diarrhea. All right, Zhang Hanlian replied, taking the medicine and following them. When he reached the restroom, he was about to knock when he overheard Zhang Dongdong menacingly telling Zhang Liangliang inside, Here's a piece of candy for you. Eat it quickly. When you come out later, I want you to blow out a design. Hearing Zhang Dongdong's fierce voice, Zhang Hanlian was momentarily taken aback. This child usually presented himself as polite and cultured in front of him. How could he be so aggressive towards his brother in private? Before long, the sound of brushing teeth emerged from the restroom. Zhang Hanlian suddenly realized that his proud eldest son, who had just claimed he hadn't eaten a single piece of candy and had saved them for their mother to share with his brother, was now brushing his teeth out of fear that he might blow a design when exhaling. He had said that his brother had eaten all the candy, but now he was coercing him to eat candy, fearing that everyone would know his brother hadn't eaten a single piece. His heart sank swiftly. Years of positive impressions of his eldest son crumbled in an instant. What kind of upbringing had Li Zihan provided that allowed such duplicity in her child, deceiving even him? Lost in thought, he suddenly heard Lin Jiran's exclamation, astonished that the seemingly considerate and polite Zhang Dongdong was, in fact, such a child. Chapter 41. Favoritism. Zhang Hanlian turned around to find Lin Jiran, his parents-in-law, and several children had gathered behind him, having overheard Zhang Dongdong's intimidating voice towards Zhang Liangliang.
Zhang Yi.
Producing a key from somewhere, opened the bathroom door and barged in. He found Zhang Dongdong brushing his teeth, while Zhang Liangliang slowly peeled a piece of candy in his hand. Upon seeing the Lin family congregated at the bathroom door, Zhang Dongdong was startled and spat out the foam from his mouth. Uncle Zhang, Aunt Lin, why are you all out here? How long have you been outside? He had no time to wipe the foam from his mouth and asked in a panic. Zhang Yi replied directly. We were here when you were threatening your brother to say you'd reward him with a piece of candy. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dongdong instinctively took a step back. I was just... He wanted to explain but found himself at a loss for words to justify his earlier attitude. Although Lin Jiran understood, she maintained a facade of inquiry. Dongdong, why are you brushing your teeth? Are you afraid that the candy wrapper will reveal a design, proving you ate the candy?
I.
Zhang Dongdong opened his mouth to lie, but with so many eyes upon him, he suddenly found himself unable to speak. After all, any reason he could provide would seem like an excuse. And indeed, he was searching for an excuse. Lin Jiran continued, so, you pressured your brother to eat this piece of candy because he hasn't eaten any and you fear he will reveal that when he blows out the design?
I.
Zhang Dongdong's head hung lower. The answer was evidently clear, and he could not find a justification for his actions. He never anticipated that the Lin family would follow him. He had deliberately chosen their own bathroom and locked the door, never imagining they would manage to follow him. Zhang Yi seized the moment, smirking, I never thought you would be like this. You appear to be such a good brother to your sibling, yet behind the scenes, you've taken away all his candy, while claiming to share it with him and save some for your mother. It turns out the good deeds were all a facade, and you took all the candy for yourself. You truly are an exceptional actor. Zhang Wanwan, lying in the stroller, couldn't help but laugh, her chubby limbs flailing about, giggling. Big brother, you've been exposed. This guy's true nature has finally been revealed. Especially my scummy dad. I never expected him to discover so quickly that his son is such a hypocrite. What brotherly love. What manners and upbringing. It's all just a performance by this guy. Oh dear, this generation of parents really is the easiest to deal with. I haven't even begun to learn how to speak the truth, and they've already figured it out. Hearing Zhang Wanwan's thoughts, the Lin family stifled their laughter, maintaining their composure. Unaware of the situation, Zhang Li, upon hearing Zhang Yi's analysis, joined in the disdain for Zhang Dongdong. Dad always tells us to learn from you. I never imagined you were this kind of person. Fortunately, I didn't emulate you, or I would have learned your hypocrisy. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ji ran gently admonished. Dongdong, it's fine to want to present yourself favorably in front of us adults, but it must be sincere and consistent. That is what truly makes a good brother. It's wrong to present one way on the outside and behave differently behind closed doors. Zhang Dongdong felt an overwhelming sense of shame. His heart seethed with hatred towards Zhang Liangliang. Surely, Zhang Liangliang was reveling in this moment. He would ensure to teach him a harsh lesson later. Just because he was now the center of criticism didn't mean he could bask in it. Having discovered the truth, Zhang Yi couldn't help but speak up. Mom and Dad, this person is so hypocritical. Shouldn't we send him back to his own house? We only need Zhang Liangliang to play with us here. Before Lin Jiran could respond, Zhang Hanlian's expression turned serious as he reprimanded Zhang Yi. Haven't you ever done anything wrong? Dongdong is usually a good boy. He just made a mistake this time, and you want to expel him? Don't you have any manners? Upon hearing Zhang Hanlian's reproach, everyone present, except Zhang Dongdong, was taken aback, their hearts sinking. Lin Jiran couldn't believe that Zhang Hanlian would show such blatant favoritism. Li Zihan's son could do wrong without a word of reprimand, while her son was chastised so harshly for just a few words. Zhang Yi's eyes reddened, and he glared at Zhang Hanlian, wanting to question him about why he was betraying his mother and the entire Lin family. But thinking of his grandfather's earlier admonishments to him and Zhang Dongdong, he could only stifle his words, angrily saying, "Why don't you scold him when he's in the wrong? I say just one thing, and you're so harsh with me. You're not my dad. You must be his dad." With that, Zhang Yi stormed off, casting one last furious glare at Zhang Dongdong. Zhang Dongdong hadn't expected his true nature to be revealed, but Zhang Hanlian still defended him, filling him with a sense of pride. On his 10th birthday, his mother had shared an important piece of news with him, revealing that Uncle Zhang was actually his father. He had been overjoyed at the revelation. Every time he visited the Lin family, Zhang Hanlian treated him exceptionally well, like his own son, often secretly giving him treats. Having never known who his biological father was, he felt the warmth of Zhang Hanlian's favoritism and had always hoped that he was indeed his father. To his astonishment, Zhang Hanlian truly was his father. Now that his father had discovered his hypocrisy, yet still protected him, scolding Zhang Yi away, he felt increasingly assured that his father, as his mother had said, loved him the most and wished to nurture him to inherit everything he possessed. However, Mother insisted that this matter should remain undisclosed. He must keep the secret, lest he risk losing such a wonderful father. Lin Jiran, witnessing the situation, felt a heaviness in her heart and could not help but speak up for her son. How could you speak of our child in such a manner? While his words may indeed reflect a lack of courtesy, they also reveal his righteous indignation. We ought to guide him, teaching him how to confront the insincerity of others, rather than simply chastising him. Is it truly his fault that he recognizes the wrongdoings of others? Li Zihan's child harbors such serious issues, and his younger brother remains oblivious to the numerous times he has been secretly bullied. Why do you not consider educating him properly? Zhang Hanlian, upon hearing Lin Jiran's words, suddenly realized the apparent bias in his stance and hastily sought to justify himself. After all, this is someone else's child, not our own. How can we possibly take it upon ourselves to educate another's offspring? Wouldn't you agree? What is wrong with that? Educating another's child is akin to nurturing your own cherished offspring, which is why you are reluctant to take action. Hearing Zhang Wanwan's inner thoughts, Lin Jiran couldn't help but smirk, seizing the opportunity to reply, "So that is it. Zhang Dongdong is merely someone else's child, which is why you choose to ignore him. I often observe that you treat him better than your own. It appears your kindness is merely a facade of politeness towards another's child, is it not?" She deliberately raised her voice so that Zhang Dongdong could hear her clearly. Although Zhang Hanlian sensed something amiss, He still nodded, affirming, "Indeed, when someone else's child is in our home, we must treat him kindly to avoid misunderstandings regarding our treatment of him." Lin Jiran merely smiled in silence, while Zhang Dongdong's previous pride swiftly dissipated. Hearing his father refer to him as someone else's child struck a disheartening chord within him. "Father, when will you acknowledge that I am your son?" That night, Zhang Hanlian feigned a work obligation at the company, using the pretense of overtime to rendezvous with Li Zihan for a clandestine meeting. In the intimacy of their bed, he broached the subject of Zhang Dongdong. "How do you educate your child to possess such duplicity at such a tender age? What will become of him as he matures?" Li Zihan playfully struck his chest, her fingers gently tracing his skin as she teased. "Isn't he clever? He has inherited our essence, putting on a facade in front of others while harboring a different reality behind their backs." Zhang Hanlian, unable to contain himself, seized her hand, his brow furrowed in concern. "But what if he uses that very tactic against us?" Li Zihan nestled her head against his chest, her fingers caressing his face. "Do not worry. I shall ensure he is well educated." Zhang Hanlian's expression turned grave. "If you fail to raise this child properly, I shall focus solely on nurturing Lin Jiran's eldest son. Zhang Dongdong nearly deceived even me. Who knows whether this duplicitous nature will bring fortune or misfortune?" Li Zihan, sensing the seriousness in his tone, felt a pang of anxiety, her heart sinking. It appeared that Zhang Yi could not remain. His existence threatened Zhang Dongdong's status as the favored child in Zhang Hanlian's eyes. She must devise a plan to ensure that Zhang Hanlian could only choose his son, Zhang Dongdong, ultimately abandoning Lin Jiran's children. Once Zhang Hanlian departed, Li Zihan hurried to the nursery to embrace her daughter. "My daughter, you are so well behaved. Every time your father visits, you remain so quiet, allowing us to enjoy our rendezvous without disturbance. You truly ease your mother's worries." As she spoke, she showered her daughter's face with kisses. For some reason, she felt her daughter was exceptionally quiet and perceptive, her tender little face possessing eyes that seemed to penetrate the depths of one's soul. At times, she found it difficult to meet her gaze, feeling as if those eyes understood her completely. Her daughter called out twice, gazing in the direction Zhang Hanlian had departed. Li Zihan tentatively asked, "Do you wish to accompany Daddy?" Her daughter blinked and nodded. Suddenly, Li Zihan harbored a bold hypothesis. Could her daughter be precocious? At such a young age, was she already so understanding? She attempted again in a few days. "I will let you go find Daddy, but you must help your mother with a task, all right?" Her daughter nodded again, as though comprehending her words. Li Zihan's heart surged with excitement. Indeed, her daughter was truly extraordinary. A few days later, the Lin family was surprised to see Li Zihan visiting once more, cradling her daughter, accompanied by a man who appeared rather simple-hearted yet well-dressed. Lin Jiran feigned astonishment. "Who is this?" Li Zihan affectionately linked her arm with the man's, replying with a smile, "This is my husband, Zhang Lin. You may call him Xiao Lin. He is quite reserved and usually busy with business. Yesterday, he returned home unexpectedly, giving me a delightful surprise. I recalled your advice to bring him over for a meal. So here he is, to alleviate your concerns for me." The man, equally obliging, greeted the Lin family with utmost politeness. "I apologize for my busy schedule. I am often away and have not been able to be home much. Thank you for looking after my wife and our children. They have not caused you any trouble during their stay, have they?" Zhang Li, speaking candidly, replied, "Not at all. It's just that your eldest son is quite the actor. We caught him pretending to be kind while bullying his younger brother several times."
Zhang Yi chimed in,
adding, "Initially, he feigned generosity, offering his candy to his little brother and mother, only to later snatch away all the candy from his brother. Moreover,"
Zhang Yi,
Zhang Hanlian immediately admonished, "You cannot speak like that in front of guests. Who taught you such impolite behavior?" Zhang Yi turned away, ignoring him. Ever since he heard his sister's true feelings, he had lost all respect for this father. Initially, he thought his father's favoritism was simply because he was the elder brother, expected to be more accommodating to his younger sibling. However, he now realized that the root of the issue was not that. Their father's affection was equally bestowed upon Li Zihan's elder son. The truth was that their father's bias stemmed from the fact that he was not Li Zihan's son. Zhang Lin, the man, found himself bewildered by the unfolding situation. No one had informed him that he would encounter such circumstances while playing the role of Li Zihan's husband. Li Zihan tugged at his hand, urging him to adapt to the situation. Zhang Lin then smiled. "It is my fault. I have been absent for so long that I have not properly educated my children, which has caused you trouble. I sincerely apologize. We shall take them home tonight.
Lizihan sus milata pulujatikali.
Then we shall take them home today and not disturb you further. However, Zhang Hanlian interjected, there is no need to rush. My parents called earlier, asking us to visit them tomorrow at our ancestral home. I have already informed them that I would bring the children along. The elderly enjoy the company of children, so we can take them along to experience rural life. After our visit to the ancestral home, we will return the children to you.
Lizihan.
Recognizing that Zhang Hanlian had taken the initiative to propose this, understood well that his children were also his parents' biological grandchildren, the only true descendants of the Zhang family in their eyes. During this visit, Zhang Hanlian's parents would undoubtedly be most eager to see the sons born to her.
Lizihan.
At that moment, a visibly troubled expression crossed her face. After much hesitation, she finally acquiesced. At the dining table, Li Zihan could distinctly sense that Zhang Hanlian was intentionally being kind to Zhang Yi. Despite Zhang Yi still harboring anger, Zhang Hanlian wore a fatherly demeanor, continuously apologizing and serving dishes. He would occasionally cast a subtle glance in her direction, as if to remind her that it was his failure to properly educate his son that had revealed the latter's numerous reprehensible behaviors and character traits over the past few days. He seemed intent on shifting his focus to the eldest son that Lin Jiran had borne him. Li Zihan clenched her fists in silence. She would not permit the affection and attention that rightfully belonged to her eldest son to be usurped by Lin Jiran's eldest. Today, she intended to seize this opportunity to ensure that Lin Jiran's eldest son would never again have the standing to compete with her own. Chapter 43. Confronting the Mistress. The Lin family, while dining, covertly observed Li Zihan's faux husband with curiosity. They were intrigued by how quickly she had found someone to play the role of her spouse. They wondered who this impostor could be. Just then, Zhang Wanwan expressed her anxious thoughts internally, saying, Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, don't look anymore. This is Li Zihan's fake husband. Her real husband is right beside you. Observing how convincingly the two played their roles, with one serving dishes and the other ladling soup, Zhang Wanwan could hardly bear to watch. This is truly painful to witness. If I were Mom, I would lock these two in a room and let them turn their charade into reality, driving that scoundrel mad. Haha. Just imagining it brings me such joy. Upon hearing Zhang Wanwan's words, the family silently exchanged glances, intuitively reaching a unanimous decision. Lin Jiran cheerfully proposed, Zihan, why don't you stay the night at our house? It has been ages since we shared some intimate conversations since our marriage and children. I miss it dearly. After a moment's consideration, Li Zihan readily agreed. That sounds wonderful. I too miss our old chats. She had been fretting about how to approach Lin Jiran's eldest son after dinner, but with Lin Jiran's invitation to stay, she felt no remorse about moving swiftly. After the meal, Lin Jiran and Li Zihan strolled through the garden, pushing their respective daughters in strollers. Their sons trailed nearby, amusing their little sisters. Zhang Wanwan, observing the scene, felt an unsettling sense of déjà vu wash over her. I recall a similar scene from previous lives, when Li Zihan intended to harm my elder brother by pushing him down the stairs. Could it be that history is repeating itself? Hearing this, Lin Jiran, Zhang Yi, and Zhang Liang felt a chill run down their spines, suddenly gripped by tension. Lin Jiran, pushing the stroller, unconsciously began to perspire. Was her eldest son as calamity about to unfold? Zhang Yi's playful expression shifted to one of distraction as he pondered how he would respond if that moment indeed arrived. Zhang Liang, maintaining his composure, clenched his fists, lowering his head to obscure his thoughts. Zhang Wanwan continued to muse internally. If that is the case, Li Zihan's daughter should soon point at the wind chimes on the second floor, clamoring for them. Before those present could react to her thoughts, they witnessed Li Zihan's daughter indeed pointing her tiny hand at the wind chimes hanging from the second floor balcony, exclaiming with delight. Li Zihan immediately played along. Sweetheart, do you like the wind chimes up there? To which Zhang Hanlian seemed to understand, nodding eagerly and babbling excitedly. Li Zihan replied, but those belong to Aunt Lin. We can't take them. Zhang Hanlian began to cry. Witnessing her daughter's enthusiastic participation, Li Zihan felt an overwhelming surge of affection. It seemed her daughter was indeed precocious, remembering everything she had previously said and playing her part in this act so well. Zhang Wanwan, unable to restrain herself, remarked, how utterly ridiculous. You, an adult reborn, pretending to be a child throwing a tantrum? You're not even trading lives with me anymore, thinking you can still harm my brother like before? Lin Jiran, known for her generosity, typically gifted anything of little consequence to those who expressed interest in her belongings. Yet, this time, she remained silent, which surprised Li Zihan. She had been certain Lin Jiran would offer the wind chime to her daughter, and even have her son retrieve it, thus facilitating her next move. To her astonishment, Lin Jiran's lack of response starkly contrasted her usual magnanimity. Seeing his sister in tears, Zhang Dongdong immediately expressed concern. "Aunt Lin, could you please take down that wind chime from the second floor for my sister? She really likes it." Lin Jiran replied coolly. "Why should I take down something just because your sister likes it?" Zhang Dongdong was momentarily taken aback. Previously, Aunt Lin would grant his every request. But now she was questioning him over something as trivial as a wind chime? Why was she suddenly so stingy? Li Zihan, feigning surprise, regarded Lin Jiran with newfound scrutiny. Aware that her sudden change in demeanor might raise suspicions, Lin Jiran quickly softened her tone, smiling gently. "Well, my daughter also likes that wind chime. But since you are guests, if your sister truly desires it, you may fetch it for her. I can always buy another for my daughter later." "All right, thank you, Aunt Lin." Zhang Dongdong's eyes brightened, and he turned to fetch the wind chime, only to be halted by Li Zihan's firm voice. "Dongdong, what have I taught you? You can't just take things from others' homes, especially not from someone else's room. That balcony belongs to Zhang Yi. Only he can go there. What if something goes missing? How will you prove it was yours?" As she spoke, she smiled kindly at Zhang Yi. "Little Yi, I'm sure you wouldn't appreciate others messing up your room. Would you? Would you be so kind as to retrieve that wind chime for my daughter?" Both Zhang Yi and Lin Jiran, fully aware of the underlying reality, felt a surge of indignation. Li Zihan was clearly determined to entrap Zhang Yi. Lin Jiran winked at Zhang Yi, implying that while there were things she could not say as an adult, as a child, he could speak freely. Zhang Yi quickly grasped his mother's intent and replied, "Aunt Zihan, I find your behavior quite impolite. That wind chime is worth only a few dozen yuan. Is it really worth stealing from my home? Can't you simply buy one for your sister? Furthermore, you insist on not taking others' belongings, yet you want me to retrieve something from my room's balcony? That's quite ridiculous." Li Zihan's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger, taken aback by how articulate Lin Jiran's eldest son was. Zhang Li also chimed in. "Aunt Zihan, don't think just because my mom is generous that you can take advantage of her kindness for a mere few dozen yuan." Hearing Zhang Li's words, Li Zihan's lips twitched involuntarily, as if pierced by a knife. How could her own son speak to her in such a manner? It seemed high time to find a moment to enlighten Zhang Li about his origins, lest he continue to disregard the respect due to his biological mother. Chapter 44. Everything will be all right. Hearing her brother's words, Zhang Wanwan clapped her hands in delight, laughing joyfully. "Big brother is amazing. This is how you confront a shameless mistress." Yet she soon found herself puzzled. Why does everything feel so different this time? Soon, she came to a realization. Surely, this time I have not exchanged lives. Li Zihan is no longer my brother's sister. She still intends to use this ploy to lure my brother into climbing the balcony and falling, thus altering the outcome, right? Upon hearing Zhang Wanwan explain the situation to herself, Lin Jiran and the others silently breathed a sigh of relief. However, they were taken aback when Zhang Wanwan continued her inner monologue. "Yet, this matter is far from over. During my XDH reincarnation, although my brother managed to escape the calamity of a broken leg, he could not evade the aftereffects of drowning. If I am not mistaken, she will soon discover our family's pond and begin to scheme, intending to have her two sons invite my brother here to play, only to push him into the pond at the opportune moment. Poor my brother, when he desperately swims towards the shore, he could have been saved, but instead, he is held down mercilessly by her eldest son, preventing him from surfacing. In the end, although he is rescued, my brother suffers from meningitis, his memory deteriorates, and his intellect is severely diminished, rendering him nearly incapacitated, far worse than being crippled. Alas, this fate is even worse than a broken leg." Zhang Wanwan could not help but sigh. Why must all these events unfold prematurely? If only it were later, when I could already speak. I could save my brother as I did in my XDH reincarnation, ensuring he suffers no harm. But now I am still just a nursing infant. How can I change all of this? Such a distressing predicament. Hearing Zhang Wanwan's thoughts, Lin Jiran cast a deep glance at Zhang Yi, silently conveying to him, "Child, you have heard your sister's lament. You must be cautious." Zhang Yi gritted his teeth and returned her a reassuring look, seemingly having matured overnight. He playfully teased his sister, his heart brimming with myriad emotions. Were it not for his sister's heartfelt thoughts revealing everything, he might not have escaped this repeated calamity. Lin Jiran also reached out, gently caressing Zhang Wanwan's troubled face, feeling both pained and distressed. Child, do not fret. Just watch how your mother and brother will change all of this. When you grow up, simply be a blissful little darling. Li Zihan remained unaware that they had already gleaned the plot through Zhang Wanwan's thoughts, and suppressing her anger, she forced a smile, saying, "If you don't wish to give it, so be it. It's merely a trifle worth a few dozen yuan. I can buy it for my daughter myself. After all, she will stay with the Lin family all day today and spend the night at her home. There will be ample opportunity." The group continued their stroll. Passing a small pond, Li Zihan suddenly felt a spark of inspiration. She turned to Lin Jiran and said, "I'm feeling a bit weary from walking. I'd like to return and rest. Jiran, please accompany me back to the room while these children play here." "Mom, don't go. This wicked woman wants to keep my brother and her 2 sons together so they can push him into the pond. How infuriating. My second brother is still unaware of his origins and yearns for that wicked woman's affection. In previous instances, he was coerced by her into pushing my brother into the pond, although he later softened and wished to save him. He was held back by Zhang Dongdong and forced back into the water, ultimately resulting in my brother's tragedy. My faux second brother was distracted by a board game and was completely oblivious to what was happening. Alas, this tragedy must not be allowed to repeat." Hearing Zhang Wanwan's words, Lin Jiran intended to stay, but Zhang Yi spoke up first. He said to Lin Jiran, "Mom, you take Auntie Han to rest. I will stay here and play with Zhang Dongdong and Zhang Liang. Lin Jiran was somewhat taken aback, silently questioning him with her eyes. "Are you certain you can handle this?" Zhang Yi met her gaze with a look of assured confidence. Now that Zhang Liang knew his origins, he stood on their side. And Zhang Li, still unaware of his lineage, was also on their side. Thus, they were 3 against Zhang Dongdong, who was but 1. Lin Jiran also considered this. And knowing they had foreseen the plot, she trusted her eldest son's intelligence. Having made such a decision to send her away, he surely would not allow himself to come to harm. "Very well then, you children play here, but be good, and do not cause any trouble, understood?" Lin Jiran instructed before gently pushing Zhang Wanwan along to return to the room with Li Zihan. Zhang Wanwan cried out in frustration, Wah. Mom, don't go. If you leave, my brother will be doomed." Seeing her cry so intensely, Lin Jiran had no choice but to pick her up, soothing her gently, "Darling. Do not cry, do not cry. Mommy loves you dearly. Rest assured, your brother will surely appear safely before you. Nearby." Li Zihan observed Lin Jiran's daughter crying so heart-wrenchingly while her own daughter was obedient and understanding, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority, thinking, "Lin Jiran, I may not surpass you in other matters, but my daughter is infinitely better than yours. My daughter is precocious, sensible, and easy to manage. While your daughter only knows how to cry, she will never match my daughter. At last, I have triumphed over you once." As they entered the living room, they found Zhang Hanlian, Li Zihan's faux husband, and Lin's parents engaged in conversation. Upon seeing Lin Jiran returning with Zhang Wanwan and Li Zihan, and noticing the absence of the children, Lin's parents immediately grew alarmed, their eyes filled with concern as they looked at Lin Jiran. Their precious granddaughter had previously revealed that Li Zihan intended to use the 2 children to harm their eldest grandson. How could Lin Jiran trust Zhang Yi to be alone with those children? Lin Jiran understood their unspoken worries and responded with a reassuring glance, urging them not to fret. Seeing her confidence, they both felt reassured. Lin Jiran pointed to one of the rooms and said to Li Zihan, "Zihan, you and your husband will stay in that room tonight."
Li Zianessa smila instantly stifanat.
She replied, "I want to be sharing a room with him. The children might cry at night and disturb his sleep. He works so hard, and I feel for him. I can't bear to let him tire himself out too much." Zhang Hanlian also disliked the idea of his woman sharing a room with another man, and he pretended to agree, saying, "Well, we have plenty of rooms. If they wish to sleep separately, so be it." Lin Jiran feigned anger, saying, "What kind of talk is that? It's rare for a couple to be together. How can they not sleep in the same room?" Chapter 45. Your son has fallen into the water. The adults, feeling guilty, dared not continue to argue, thinking they would find an opportunity to act later that night. Zhang Wanwan, however, clapped her hands and laughed joyously. "Ha, Mom truly understands my intentions. Let them share a room, and let us see if they continue their charade." Just then, Zhang Li rushed in, panicked, shouting, "It's bad. Help! It's bad. Someone has fallen into the water. The adults in the living room immediately stood up in alarm. What is happening? Who has fallen into the water? Quickly, hurry to save them. The Lin couple felt particularly anxious, having heard their granddaughter mention that Zhang Yi was to fall into the pond, now that someone indeed had. Could it be their eldest grandson? Lin Jiran, too, worried about the children's situation. Although she knew that Zhang Yi and the others had already anticipated the events and were likely prepared, she still wished to check on them promptly.
Zhang Hanlian,
unaware of Li Zihan's intentions to harm his son, also grew tense at the news of a child falling into the water and rushed out to see what was happening. Following closely behind was Li Zihan's faux husband. Although none of the children were his, he was merely playing a role. Nonetheless, the life-threatening situation of someone falling into the water would cause anyone to feel anxious. Only Li Zihan, upon hearing the call for help, felt a secret thrill within her heart, believing that Zhang Dongdong and Zhang Liangliang had successfully executed their plan, rendering her previous instructions worthwhile. However, to avoid arousing suspicion, she pretended to be just as anxious as everyone else and rose to her feet. As the crowd rushed outside, Li Zihan, fearing that Zhang Yi might not be dead enough, intentionally raised her voice to obstruct their haste. Let us ask for clarification first before we rush out. What if the children are merely playing a prank on us? Zhang Li shouted back, I'm not joking. Someone has genuinely fallen into the water. Hurry. We need to save them. If we delay, they might drown. Li Zihan feigned indifference. The children are all older. How could they possibly fall into the water? Are they really that careless? I believe this is just your prank, intending to see us adults flustered. As she spoke, she called out loudly to the few who were rushing out. Stop. Don't go. Zhang Li and those children are just messing with us. No one has fallen into the water. He is deceiving us for amusement. Hearing this, the crowd hesitated and turned to look at Li Zihan. He is deceiving us? Zhang Li, who was lagging behind due to his shorter legs, finally caught up and, upon hearing the adults' inquiries, quickly panted out, I'm not lying. Someone truly fell into the water. Please go save them, no more questions. The adults, seeing his earnest demeanor, which seemed far from joking, resumed their hurried pace. As the crowd scattered, Li Zihan realized she could not hold anyone back and had to relent. Watching Zhang Li lag behind, she contemplated whether to stop him and share a secret. Just then, she noticed that the adults from the Lin family were all rushing ahead. Oblivious to her and Zhang Li, and she deliberately called out, Hey, Xiaoli, don't run off just yet. Aunt Zihan has something to discuss with you. Zhang Li had no choice but to slow down, anxiously saying, Aunt Zihan, can we talk later? There is someone waiting to be saved by the pond. Li Zihan calmly replied, We would merely be bystanders. We wouldn't be of any help, so there is no need to rush. What she truly meant was, since it wasn't her son in peril, why should she care about the outcome? Zhang Li tilted his head, looking at her as if she were a monster. Aunt Zihan, don't you love your child? Li Zihan couldn't help but laugh. Of course I do. Why would you even ask that? She was just formulating a way to use this topic to tell Zhang Li he was her own son, but before she could speak, he tilted his head and asked curiously, if you love your son, then why aren't you panicking that he has fallen into the water?
Li Zihan smila faltarat.
Whose son fell into the water?
Yours.
Zhang Li pointed at her. Whose son? Li Zihan began to feel anxious. Her heart filled with a glimmer of hope that Zhang Li was referring to his younger brother, Liangliang. She fervently prayed it was indeed the younger one. Her eldest son was so clever and capable, how could he possibly end up in danger? However, the next moment, her hopeful thoughts were extinguished when she heard Zhang Li emphatically declare, It's your eldest son, Zhang Dongdong. I don't know what happened. He grabbed a tablet to play with and suddenly dashed towards the pond, almost crashing into my older brother. Thankfully, my brother dodged quickly, but he couldn't stop in time and fell in.
Ah!
Li Zihan screamed, horrified at the thought of her eldest son in the pond. How could this happen? Why was it different from her plan? Why had the situation changed?
Her son.
Her dear son.
Dong.
She cried out desperately, pushing the baby carriage and rushing toward the pond. Earlier, when Lin Jiran was pushing her baby carriage rapidly, she had been cautious, advising Lin Jiran not to injure her daughter while worrying over her son. Now Li Zihan, without a second thought for her daughter bouncing in the carriage, was racing even faster than Lin Jiran. Zhang Li called out behind her, Aunt Zihan,
didn't you say you had something to tell me?
But Li Zihan paid him no mind, focused solely on reaching the pond. Puzzled, Zhang Li scratched his head, finding her behavior and that of her son, Zhang Dongdong, peculiar. What were they up to? He shrugged off his confusion and hurried to the pond's edge. where several adults had already fished Zhang Dongdong out of the water and were waiting for an ambulance to arrive. However, as they approached the street corner near the Lin family villa, a car blocked the road, forcing the medical team to run over. It was then that Li Zihan remembered she had deliberately instructed her faux husband to park there, anticipating using the delay to prevent Zhang Yi from receiving timely assistance. Unbeknownst to her, it was her own son who had been delayed instead. Li Zihan lamented, pounding her chest, frantic and shouting. Faster. Hurry. My son can't wait. Dong dong. Dong dong.
Hold on.
Chapter 46. The Thief Crying Thief. Fortunately, Zhang Hanlian knew some emergency measures and continuously administered CPR and artificial respiration to Zhang Dongdong. By the time the emergency personnel arrived, they could only carry Zhang Dongdong on a stretcher to the ambulance. Upon arrival at the hospital, the doctors shook their heads in regret. Though they managed to save the child's life, the brain damage he sustained meant he would likely only be a mentally impaired individual from then on. Hearing this news, Li Zihan felt as if struck by lightning. She grasped the doctor's hand in disbelief. Doctor, you must be joking, right? How could my son possibly become mentally impaired? He is so bright, so understanding. How could he end up like this? The doctor, unwilling to argue, merely suggested that family members come to comfort her. Li Zihan's faux husband reluctantly tried to soothe her, whispering in her ear, "This is all extra drama. You'll need to pay me more for this." At his words, Li Zihan was filled with both sorrow and rage, and with no outlet for her frustration. She could only hit her faux husband. "It's all your fault. It's all your fault." The doctor, unable to watch any longer, interjected, "Don't blame your husband. Blame the car owner who parked in the fire lane, blocking the ambulance and causing your child to be delayed in treatment. You can hold that car owner accountable." Upon hearing this, Li Zihan cried even louder. Ah. What was she was the car owner? The doctor, hearing her cries intensify, assumed she was lamenting that her child, who could have been saved perfectly, was instead ruined for life due to the negligence of that car owner. He understood her grief and chose not to intervene further, allowing her to weep to her heart's content. Lin Jiran stood by offering comfort, her heart heavy with sympathy. It should have been her son facing such a fate, yet it had unexpectedly befallen Li Zihan's child. Zhang Wanwan, in the carriage, watched her mother comforting Li Zihan and couldn't help but say, "Mom, you don't need to feel sorry for her or her son. If her son hadn't fallen into the water, my big brother would have. He deserves it. At such a young age, he was already so wicked, attempting to push my elder brother into the pond. Now he reaps what he has sown. This is his own retribution." Upon hearing Zhang Wanwan's inner thoughts, Lin Jiran couldn't help but press her lips together. "My dear, rest assured, I do not pity them. But this performance must continue." However, Li Zihan found it increasingly difficult to maintain her composure. She forcefully shoved Lin Jiran aside and, with tears streaming down her face, cried out, "Why did my son fall into the pond while playing with your son?"
Why?
"Is it your son who harmed mine?" Zhang Hanlian noticed that Li Zihan seemed on the verge of losing her composure, fearing exposure. He quickly approached and stood beside Lin Jiran, ostensibly to support her. Yet in reality, he was warning Li Zihan, "You cannot blame this incident on Jiran. It was you who insisted on letting those children play by the pond. And you parked your car at the intersection, delaying the ambulance's arrival for the child's treatment. If you wish to assign blame, it lies solely with you." Upon hearing this, the gazes of the surrounding doctors and nurses shifted from sympathy to a more complex expression. Goodness, who would have thought that the negligent driver was her? What could she possibly say now? It was her own irresponsibility that harmed her child. Who could she blame? I wondered why she wept even more when she heard there could be accountability from the driver. It seems it struck a chord deep within her.
Li Zihan,
sensing the murmurs around her, felt a surge of indignation. She glanced at Zhang Hanlian, her eyes conveying a silent accusation only he could comprehend. Among 4 children, why was it only my son who fell into the pond? Is it wrong to inquire if your son harmed mine? You truly have the audacity to speak, accusing others while being guilty yourself. How shameless. Zhang Wanwan fumed internally, stamping her little feet as if to kick Li Zihan in the face. Lin Jiran interjected, "At that time, we were not present. We have already asked the children for clarity. Your Dongdong inexplicably attempted to push my son, Zhang Yi, who narrowly evaded him, causing Dongdong to lose control and plunge into the pond." 3 children witnessed this, and the police, upon examining the scene, confirmed that the children's accounts were truthful. As a mother, I would never allow my child to be wrongfully accused. If you continue to make baseless accusations, then our friendship is at an end. Upon hearing this,
Li Zihan abrupti regainet her komposure.
she realized that severing ties with Lin Jiran was not an option just yet, until she became Zhang Hanlian's wife. She needed to maintain the facade of a good friend to facilitate her own agenda. Zhang Hanlian, standing nearby, subtly warned her. I have yet to suspect that you incited your son to harm my eldest son, yet you dare to accuse mine. Li Zihan understood that if Zhang Hanlian were to discover her true intentions of manipulating her son against Lin Jiran's child, he would surely erupt in anger. As Lin Jiran's child was also his flesh and blood. No matter how biased he might be, he would ultimately remember their shared lineage. She wiped her tears, swallowing her grievances, and reluctantly uttered, I apologize. I was simply too distraught and spoke without thinking.
I hope you can understand.
Lin Jiran recognized that now was not the time for confrontation. She feigned understanding, wrapping her arm around Li Zihan's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Rest assured. I certainly understand your feelings. Who wouldn't feel upset in such circumstances? It's only natural to vent a few words. Observing the unfolding situation, Zhang Wanwan felt quite astonished. Isn't this the very moment when I later spoke up that altered my elder brother's fate? To think that in this life, my brother is so astute, managing to evade this calamity. Hearing Zhang Wanwan's thoughts, Zhang Yi felt a twinge of guilt, for he had not grown wiser. Rather, he had activated a special ability, having a sister as his secret weapon. Li Zihan stealthily pulled Zhang Liangliang aside, her voice laced with fury as she demanded, Why did you allow your brother to encounter such danger? Why didn't you protect him? With that, she raised her hand, intending to strike his fair, handsome face. In the past, Zhang Liangliang would have silently endured her blows, spiraling into deep self-reproach. However, armed with the truth now, he would no longer feel guilt but only loathing. Furthermore, his grandparents and mother had advised him not to allow himself to be wronged again. Thus, he would not permit Li Zihan to lay another finger on him. He suddenly raised his hand to block her incoming strike, meeting her gaze with an icy stare. Are you still wondering why it wasn't I who fell into the water? Chapter 47. Why should I listen to you? Li Zihan was taken aback, unable to fathom that the once submissive Zhang Liangliang now dared to retaliate. Quickly regaining her composure, she yanked her hand back and sneered in anger. I never imagined you'd grown so bold, actually daring to fight back. After a pause, she continued, You're right. I want to know why it wasn't you who fell into the water, but my beloved Dong Dong instead. Don't think that just because Dong Dong is currently impaired, you can take his place. Let me tell you, in my heart, you will never measure up to him. You are nothing but refuse. No matter how hard you strive, you can never compare to Dong Dong. Next to him, you are merely a dark, crawling maggot. Li Zihan deliberately hurled hurtful words at him, wishing for Lin Jiran's son to experience the pain she felt. They had been close friends from high school through university, yet everyone seemed to favor Lin Jiran more. Being with Lin Jiran felt like merely being her shadow. She harbored jealousy towards Lin Jiran, akin to a twisted creature lurking in the shadows. She aimed to raise a similarly twisted son to unleash her own darkness upon Lin Jiran. Her extreme treatment of both Zhang Dongdong and Zhang Liangliang was designed to warp Zhang Liangliang's psyche, instilling in him a sense of resentment and depression that would burden him for life. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Zhang Liangliang had long since grown indifferent to her insults. Upon realizing that this woman had intentionally exchanged her venomous ways for his, any affection he had felt for her evaporated. He would no longer allow her to affect his emotions or concern himself with her opinions. Zhang Liangliang raised his head and met her gaze. Since you wish for my demise so fervently, why should I heed your words? Li Zihan was unsettled by the calm, icy gaze he cast upon her. It felt as though this child had slipped from her grasp. But I am your mother. Do you dare to defy me? She glared at him fiercely. Are you not afraid I might strike you dead? Zhang Liangliang looked up at her. If you dare to strike me, I shall report you, exposing to all how this seemingly gentle and virtuous woman truly raises her children. You can either kick me out of the house or treat me with some decency. The protections for minors have become quite comprehensive. Surely you cannot be unaware of this? Li Zihan gasped, her chest heaving violently as she stared incredulously at Zhang Liangliang, unable to believe he had the audacity to threaten her.
Who taught you to handle me like this?
Her voice trembled with rage. Zhang Liangliang's expression remained impassive. I have always known these tactics. I simply never employed them against you out of a flicker of hope. But since you wish for my demise, what is left for me to aspire to? With that, he turned and walked away. Lin Jiran breathed heavily. her glare fixed on Zhang Wanwan's retreating figure as if she wished to etch a hole into his back. It appears she must swiftly devise a means to reconnect with her biological son, Zhang Li. With her eldest son, Zhang Dongdong, having encountered misfortune, his future seems irrevocably compromised. Her hopes now rest solely upon her second son, and it is imperative that she acknowledges him and fosters a bond. Following this incident, the originally planned return to her hometown has been temporarily shelved. Upon receiving the news, the Lin family collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Since learning of Zhang Hanlian's duplicitous nature, his parents have been disinclined to engage with such a troublesome family. Averted was yet another visit to their hometown, sparing them from the need for insincere flattery and allowing them to breathe more easily. Upon discovering that they need not return home, Zhang Wanwan internally scoffed. Of course, there's no need to go back. That couple is currently preoccupied with their grandson, desperate to attend to him in the hospital. How could they possibly have the inclination to entertain our family? If we were to visit, we would likely find ourselves unwanted. Hearing Zhang Wanwan's thoughts, the family members were no longer surprised. They had anticipated this outcome. However, their composure faltered upon hearing her subsequent thoughts. The pressing concern now is that my false second brother may be in peril. In my nth reincarnation, the eldest son of the mistress brought calamity upon himself, becoming a complete simpleton. Consequently, the mistress turned her attention to the false second brother, revealing his true identity and sowing discord between him and our mother. This led him to believe he was not truly her son, thus altering his demeanor towards her and his elder brother, gradually distancing himself from the family. Ultimately, he became a spy for the mistress, betraying many of the Lin family secrets, nearly leading to their downfall. Upon hearing such a prophecy, the family exchanged furtive glances at the oblivious Zhang Li, who was engrossed in an interstellar game on his tablet. His carefree demeanor belied the fact that he might one day become a traitor to the Lin family. Yet, could they expel him? That was implausible. After all, he had been raised with affection since childhood, and he was unaware that Li Zihan was his biological mother. He bore no knowledge of her transgressions. How could they expect him to shoulder the burden of such a bitter truth? But what could they do to avert this calamity? The family members who had overheard Zhang Wanwan's thoughts engaged in silent communication. Should they perhaps show Zhang Li more affection? That way, when Li Zihan came to acknowledge him, Zhang Li might draw comparisons and discern who truly cared for him. He might reflect that, despite the absence of blood ties, the Lin family treated him with greater warmth than his biological relatives, prompting a moral awakening that would prevent him from becoming the traitor Zhang Wanwan feared. Just as this thought formed, it was swiftly overturned upon hearing Zhang Wanwan's next inner voice. Despite the family treating the false second brother better than the mistress did, once he learns he is not a Lin, a chasm will forever exist in his heart, rendering closeness impossible. Even if he later forsakes his treachery, he will find it impossible to reintegrate into our family, and he will remain tethered to the mother of his bloodline, often manipulated by the mistress, compelled to care for her. In summary, the false second brother's fate was tragically grim, ensnared by such a mistress and incapable of severing the ties of blood, destined to live in torment without escape. Upon hearing Zhang Wanwan's thoughts, the family felt a surge of concern and sorrow for Zhang Li's future. It was impossible to prevent Li Zihan from recognizing Zhang Li, for vigilance was futile. Thus, how could they halt this unfolding drama? As the family pondered, they overheard Zhang Wanwan's thoughts continuing. How can I convey to my family that I possess a flawless solution to resolve this matter? The Lin family nearly succumbed to the impulse to inform Zhang Wanwan that they could hear her thoughts, if only she would contemplate it. Yet they refrained. If she were to realize they could hear her innermost musings, how could she continue her life? No one desires their private thoughts to be laid bare. After visiting Zhang Dongdong in the hospital, the family returned home. Zhang Hanlian, citing company matters, did not accompany them. The Lin family understood all too well. He was returning to Li Zihan, yet they feigned ignorance and said nothing. Upon arriving home, they noticed Zhang Wanwan had already fallen asleep, prompting them to discreetly send Zhang Yi away and begin discussing solutions based on Zhang Wanwan's thoughts. They were uncertain of what her perfect solution entailed. If only she could articulate it directly in her mind. Lin mother lamented. Lin Shaoqi stroked his chin, noting, Zhang Wanwan has provided us with so many clues. We need only resolve the pivotal issue. Lin Jiran nodded, agreeing that if they could prevent Li Zihan from revealing the second son's origins, they could resolve the problem. The family contemplated in silence for a considerable time. Finally, Lin Shaoqi spoke up. Have we been confined to a narrow perspective? Why do we need to obstruct Li Zihan? What if we told the second son the truth? This approach would not be effective, as they could not continually shield the second son from Li Zihan. Nor could they confront her directly, without causing rifts. Lin Mother furrowed her brow tightly. Suddenly, Lin Jiran's eyes sparkled. I've thought of a solution. Lin Father and Mother turned their attention to her, intrigued. What is your plan? They inquired. Lin Jiran leaned closer, and explained. Since we cannot prevent Li Zihan from revealing the truth to the second son, nor can we stop him from hearing it, why not turn the truth into a lie? A lie? The couple exchanged glances, puzzled by Lin Jiran's words. Lin Jiran patiently elaborated. Mom and Dad, think about it. We are already aware of Li Zihan's intentions. Why can't we ensure that the second son refuses to believe her words? Adjusting her posture, she continued. What I mean is, we can devise strategies that will lead the second son to doubt her claims when she discloses his heritage. In doing so, he will continue to believe he is a Lin, thus preventing the estrangement Wanwan fears, and he will not be exploited by Li Zihan in the future. This is the most flawless plan I can conceive. Upon hearing Lin Jiran's explanation, Lin Father and Mother's eyes lit up. This plan indeed held merit. If they could make Li Zihan's words seem false in the second son's mind, they would not lose him. With the problem resolved, the family finally exhaled in relief. Zhang Dongdong spent nearly a month in the hospital before finally being discharged. However, he could never return to his former self, remaining dazed, only able to smile vacantly and drool. The doctor suggested taking him on travels, as it might stimulate his brain. Li Zihan understood the prospects of her son's recovery were dim, yet she devised a plan. During their travels, she could find an opportunity to disclose to Zhang Li the truth of his relationship with her son. Thus, she deliberately mentioned the doctor's suggestion in front of Lin Jiran. Adopting a troubled demeanor, the doctor advised me to take my son on a trip for his recovery, but I am not in the right frame of mind for that. Jiran, do you think I should take him traveling? According to Lin Jiran's character, upon hearing Li Zihan's inquiry, she would typically support her decision and eagerly take on the responsibility for all expenses related to food, entertainment, and travel accommodations. Lin Jiran was aware that she was digging her own grave and was on the verge of declining the invitation when she overheard her daughter's inner voice. This little third party is feigning a desire for travel. She aims to use this opportunity to get closer to my second brother and to inform him that he is indeed the father of her child. Mom, please don't fall into her trap. Realizing her daughter's concerns, Lin Jiran, who initially wished to thwart Li Zihan's intentions, immediately reconsidered. With a facade of warm-heartedness, she encouraged her, saying, we must heed the doctor's advice. If it can help the child recover, then we should certainly go. Besides, you've been accompanying Dongdong for quite some time. You need a break. A trip would be beneficial for your spirits. You needn't worry about the financial aspect. I will handle the arrangements. The children are still on holiday, and I wish to take them out for some fun as well. Let us travel together. Upon hearing Lin Jiran's words, Li Zihan couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. This wealthy girl, Lin Jiran, was just as she had been in the past, with just a few words. She would arrange everything for her. She feigned gratitude, saying, thank you, Jiran. I truly don't know what I would do without you. Lin Jiran responded with a warm smile. We are best friends. It's only natural for me to help you through tough times. Unbeknownst to Zhang Wanwan, who was anxious for her mother, she thought, Mom, please don't agree to this. If we go, we'll lose our innocent and lively fake second brother. Lin Jiran embraced Zhang Wanwan, her gaze resolute. Sweetheart, don't worry. I will never allow that to happen. She was now fully prepared, just waiting for Li Zihan to make her move. Lin Jiran swiftly made travel arrangements, which included herself, Zhang Hanlian, several children, and her parents. Initially, she had no intention of having Zhang Hanlian accompany them to irritate her. But considering it a prime opportunity for Lin Yuqing to make strategic moves while Zhang Hanlian was absent, she begrudgingly persuaded him to join. With a tender demeanor, she said, Hanlian, it's not easy for our family to travel together. Please set aside your work temporarily and join me and the children for some fun. Without you, this journey would be lackluster. Zhang Hanlian felt a swell of pride at her words. Clearly, this woman still held deep affection for him. She felt the need for his presence even during leisure activities. Although their intimate life had been on pause since the birth of their daughter, it seemed her feelings for him remained strong. Realizing that Li Zihan wished for him to join the trip as well, Zhang Hanlian readily agreed. Chapter 49. I am your mother. During the flight, Li Zihan was taken aback to discover that her husband was also present. Lin Jiran feigned ignorance of her expression and cheerfully remarked, surprised? How could we embark on this adventure without your husband? With parents around, Dongdong will surely recover more swiftly. Li Zihan's lips twitched in disbelief. Isn't he supposed to be at work? How did you manage to find him? Lin Jiran replied, I didn't search for him. I merely added him on WeChat. When I planned the trip, I asked if he could accompany you and the children. It's only fitting for our families to enjoy this together, leaving no regrets. Li Zihan forced a smile, internally anxious. Once Lin Jiran walked away, she immediately confronted Zhang Lin. Why are you here?
Who invited you?
If this gets exposed, can you handle the consequences? Zhang Lin grinned. It's a free trip. Why wouldn't I come? Don't worry, I'll still play my part without charging you. Li Zihan felt slightly relieved but retorted. Just remember your words, and don't hinder me. The group boarded the plane and soon arrived at their destination. They first went to the hotel they had pre-booked and settled in. Throughout the journey, Li Zihan observed Zhang Li, not rushing to reveal his true lineage, believing there would be ample opportunity over the week-long trip. Confident, she devised numerous strategies to disclose the truth. However, upon discovering that she and Zhang Lin were assigned to the same room, her composure shattered. She turned to Lin Jiran. Why have you arranged for me to share a room with him? I have children to care for, and it will be too inconvenient at night. Lin Jiran recognized her attempt to fabricate an excuse to avoid staying with Zhang Lin, knowing they were merely pretending to be a couple. Lin Jiran mischievously winked. Oh, you didn't know? This is a family room, combining the children's and adults' quarters for convenience. It facilitates both childcare and intimate moments for couples, serving both purposes. Haonan and I have booked a similar room, while only my parents are in a standard double room. Li Zihan was left without any excuses, reluctantly agreeing to share a room with Zhang Lin. Zhang Wanwan couldn't help but burst into laughter, waving her arms excitedly in her stroller. Mom is amazing. Last time, I wanted them to share a room, but unfortunately, Zhang Dongdong had an incident and we couldn't bring them together.
Now,
we can continue and let them act out their roles. Lin Jiran couldn't suppress a knowing smile. Indeed, that was her intention, to irritate the scoundrel and the scheming woman. Since they were on a trip, they might as well make the most of it. By the time they arrived, it was already quite late. The hotel had prepared dinner, and the two families dined together before heading to the beach for a bonfire party. Suddenly, Zhang Li claimed he had a stomach ache and didn't join the others at the beach. Lin Jiran considered staying behind to care for him, but Li Zihan urged, You go ahead, Dongdong is asleep, and I'm not in the mood to have fun anymore. I'll look after Zhang Li. Lin Jiran, not wanting to delay, gratefully replied, Thank you for your help. Once Lin Jiran left, a sinister smile crept across Li Zihan's face. She didn't expect to find an opportunity to reveal the truth to Zhang Li so soon. Lin Jiran, your family is truly foolish. Li Zihan waited outside for Zhang Li, and as soon as he emerged, she approached him with feigned concern. Xiao Li, why do you have a stomachache? Is it hurting? Zhang Li looked at her, his eyes wide with confusion. Aunt Zihan, why are you here? Where is my mom? Li Zihan's expression glimmered with malice as she replied, Your mother is off having fun with your brother and sister, and won't care about your discomfort. Zhang Li furrowed his brow. That can't be true. Mom would never disregard me. Li Zihan feigned sympathy, sighing, Oh, foolish child. Can't you see? You and your brother and sister receive less of your mother's love than they do. Don't you realize this? She proceeded to offer several examples. Think about it. Every time your brother scores first in his exams, he gets a reward, choosing whatever gift he desires. Yet when you excel, they refuse to grant you your wishes, claiming you're still too young and that the gift isn't suitable for you. The truth is, they simply don't like you. Moreover, despite your family's wealth, your mother insists you wear your brother's outgrown clothes. You have your own preferences, yet she neglects them. Do you think she's really trying to save a few dollars? No, it's because she doesn't like you. Otherwise, why wouldn't she buy you new clothes? Your family certainly isn't lacking the money for it, right? As Zhang Li listened to these words, his breath quickened, and he retorted angrily, What nonsense are you spouting? My mother loves my brother and sister equally. Cease your attempts to sow discord. Li Zihan recognized that her words had unsettled him, and feigning sorrow, she let tears fall. Do you truly believe I am fabricating this? You are mistaken. These observations are the culmination of many years of scrutiny. Had you not been my son, I would have never noticed these details. Zhang Li's eyes widened in disbelief. What are you saying? I'm your son?
How could that be?
Wiping away a tear, Li Zihan explained, Your mother and I were actually born on the same day, and by a twist of fate, we exchanged our children. She ended up with my child, while I took hers, resulting in you and Zhang Dongdong being swapped. When I discovered this, I yearned to reclaim you. However, I hesitated, knowing that our circumstances pale in comparison to theirs. Thus, to ensure you had a better material life, I chose to endure the longing and sorrow, leaving you with the Lin family to raise. Little did I know, the lack of blood relation would inevitably lead to a disparity in their treatment of you. Even though the Lin family remains unaware of your true origins, their bias towards you is palpable. If they were to learn you are not their son, I shudder to think how they would react. It pains me to witness your neglect within the Lin household, which is why I felt compelled to find an opportunity to reveal the truth. You are not their son. You are my precious child, and I am your mother. Chapter 50. Preemptive Measures. Zhang Li shook his head vehemently.
Impossible.
How could you be my mother? My mother is Lin Jiran. You are not my mother. Li Zihan embraced him, embodying the essence of a loving mother. Child, I am indeed your mother. Did you not sense it before? I have always favored you over your brother. Often, when I purchased treats, I would secretly give you some. Do you remember? Zhang Li fell silent, as if contemplating her words. Seizing the moment, Li Zihan produced a paternity test result and presented it to Zhang Li. I anticipated your disbelief, which is why I had your hair tested for a paternity test. Behold the results. We share a 99 biological connection. Zhang Li gazed at the document, shaking his head in disbelief. This cannot be. How could I possibly be your child? Observing his reaction, Li Zihan secretly smiled. With a feigned expression of concern, she said, I understand that you may struggle to accept this right now, but it is all right. I will help you gradually come to terms with it. I will show you the unparalleled love that only a mother can provide, unlike your current mother who favors other children, treating you coldly. You are my biological son, a bond that those without blood ties can never replicate. Zhang Li again fell silent, and after a long pause, he suddenly raised his head to look at Li Zihan. Why do you choose to acknowledge me now? After all this time, why not continue to endure? Why reveal the truth now? Robbing me of my peace within the Lin family? Why must you do this? Li Zihan was taken aback by his questions. She had not anticipated such depth from a child. She inhaled deeply, exuding a facade of heartache as she wiped another tear. Because I could no longer bear to see you neglected in their home. Each time I witnessed your mistreatment, my heart ached, compelling me to unveil the truth. So you may know that you have a mother who loves you unconditionally. In her heart, however, another truth lingered. It was because your brother is now incapacitated, and I have no choice but to rely on you. Initially, I had hoped to wait until you matured to inherit the Lin family's wealth before revealing this truth. But now, with my only dependable son lost, I must tell you ahead of time, so you may take your brother's place. The true answer, of course, she would never disclose to Zhang Li. Unexpectedly, Zhang Li articulated her unspoken thoughts. You are not truly concerned for me. You only wish to claim me as your own because Zhang Dongdong is in trouble, right? Li Zihan was momentarily stunned, never expecting Zhang Li to be so astute. She smiled, tilting her head in admiration. It seems my earlier decision to refrain from claiming you was indeed wise. The Lin family has raised you well. They possess the resources to nurture you into an intelligent child, which is now evident. I have no regrets about my choice to allow you to remain with them upon learning the truth. Otherwise, how would I have been blessed with such an exceptional child as you? Regardless of my reasons for revealing my identity now, I am still your biological mother. And our bond is unbreakable. We are the closest of kin, incomparable to them. They may believe you are one of their own and treat you with a certain favoritism. But once they realize you are not of their blood, how will they truly regard you? She took a couple of steps closer and continued, if you wish. You may continue to observe. When they return from the seaside, note their demeanor towards you. It will undoubtedly be indifferent. Then, pay attention to how they treat your brother. You will see a stark contrast. If you remain vigilant, you will sense the inequity in their treatment of you and your brother. Enough. I understand.
Please stop.
Zhang Li suddenly covered his ears, yearning for silence amidst the turmoil in his mind. I need to think. Don't bother me. He declared this as he rushed to his room. Li Zihan watched him retreat, a subtle smile gracing her lips. He is intentionally creating confusion in his heart. There are no universally fair parents. Different children invariably receive varied treatment. Even if a parent's love is equally distributed among their children, subtle distinctions will always exist. She deliberately seized upon these behavioral discrepancies to plant a seed of doubt within Zhang Li, leading him to unconsciously consider his lack of blood relation to the Lin family. Once the Lin family exhibits even the slightest unfairness toward Zhang Li, he will magnify it, ultimately causing a growing rift between him and them. It is only a matter of time. This is the outcome she wishes to witness. However, unbeknownst to Li Zihan, upon returning home, Zhang Li immediately messaged Lin Jiran mom. You were right. Last night, Auntie really tried to convince me that I was her son. It turned out that upon learning of Li Zihan's intention to reveal Zhang Li's true heritage during their trip, Lin Jiran had already devised a counter-strategy. She had preemptively informed Zhang Li of his origins, clarifying that while he was indeed her biological son, Li Zihan's child had tragically passed away at birth. Lin Jiran had given one of her twin sons, Zhang Dongdong and Zhang Li, to Li Zihan to raise, allowing her to believe that the child was her own. Some traces were likely left behind at that time, which led Li Zihan to mistakenly believe that they had swapped children, always thinking that Zhang Li was her son. Recently, upon noticing Li Zihan secretly took Zhang Li's hair for a paternity test, she thought to herself that Li Zihan, having already endured a son afflicted with cerebral palsy and resulting in mental incapacity, perhaps wished to reclaim Zhang Li as her own. Thus, she deliberately bribed the paternity testing center to provide Li Zihan with a report indicating a 99 probability of parentage, leading Li Zihan to believe that Zhang Li was indeed her son. This would offer her a glimmer of hope, preventing her from sinking into despair. Meanwhile, she possessed the authentic report showing a 0 probability of parentage. She said to Zhang Li, child, since your Aunt Zihan covertly took your hair for a test, she must wish that you are her biological son. Therefore, I procured the real results secretly and arranged for the technician to forge a report with a 99 probability for her, allowing her to believe you are her son. When she comes to seek you out, do not be too surprised or resistant. Simply cooperate with her. Her eldest son is facing such a predicament, and she must be feeling quite sorrowful. Placing her hope in you serves as a consolation. Just pretend to be her son. Chapter 51. Nothing had changed. Lin Jiran, upon receiving a message from Zhang Li, immediately took Zhang Wanwan to a quiet, secluded spot to respond. Then you should do as your mother says and pretend to be her son, ensuring no one finds out. Zhang Li hesitated for a moment before quickly composing another message. Mom, I feel that Aunt Zihan is unworthy of being your friend. You are doing this for her sake by asking me to pretend to be her son to comfort her, yet she attempts to sow discord between us, claiming you are unkind to me and favoring my brother. Lin Jiran smiled coldly. Indeed, Li Zihan did not attempt to conceal her intentions at all. Hastily trying to incite discord between her and Zhang Li, she replied, perhaps Aunt Zihan believes we are the reason her son is suffering, hence her deliberate instigation. You and your brother are both my sons. Do you think I would favor one over the other?
Zhang Li brumly replia, no.
If it weren't for Aunt Zihan bringing it up, I wouldn't have thought about it at all. In fact, I even feel that Mom loves me a little more. Lin Jiran chuckled gently, continuing to type. As long as you know that your mother loves you. Delete these messages immediately. We must not let Aunt Zihan see them, lest she feel hurt.
Okay.
Zhang Li obediently deleted all the texts. Yet internally he began to form judgments. His mother was truly remarkable, willing to have her own child pretend to be her friend's son, in order to help her friend escape the shadow of a mentally impaired child. Conversely, Aunt Zihan was rather sinister. While his mother was aiding her, she still sought to undermine the bond between him and his mother, proving to be a rather contemptible individual. Thankfully, Aunt Zihan was not his biological mother. The paternity test she produced was merely a fabricated document arranged by his mother in advance. Otherwise, having such a dark-hearted biological mother would indeed be a stroke of misfortune. Sigh, pretending to believe he was Aunt Zihan's biological son was truly challenging. He had no desire to be her son at all. However, given Aunt Zihan's malevolence, he was determined to help his mother see her true colors and stop associating with her. Lin Jiran observed Zhang Li remaining as cheerful and obedient as before, which put her at ease. Meanwhile, Zhang Wanwan, nestled in her stroller, watched her mother texting, unaware of the content, and sighed internally. Oh, mother. You're here texting instead of returning to the hotel. At this moment, that little interloper has already taken the fake second brother to claim kinship. By the time you return, the fake second brother will no longer be the same. Lin Jiran placed her phone back into her bag and lifted Zhang Wanwan from the stroller, showering her with affectionate kisses. She wished to convey to Zhang Wanwan that the worries she harbored had already been resolved. After playing for a while at the bonfire party, Lin Jiran, feeling anxious about Zhang Wanwan, feared that her fake second brother might have already been claimed by Li Zihan. Hence, she decided to take her back early to reassure her that her fake second brother had not been taken away by Li Zihan. After bidding farewell to others, Lin Jiran led Zhang Wanwan back. Upon seeing her return early, Li Zihan felt a sense of relief, thankful that she had clarified matters with Zhang Li earlier. Otherwise, encountering her would have been quite troublesome. She feigned concern as she approached. Jiran, why are you back so early? Aren't you going to play a little longer with them? Lin Jiran responded with a gentle smile. I was worried about Xiaoli, so I decided to return and check on him. Moreover, it's breezy outside, and I was concerned that one might catch a chill. Li Zihan smiled. I just checked on Xiaoli. He merely had a slight stomach discomfort, but he is fine now. At that moment, upon learning of Lin Jiran's return, Zhang Li eagerly came out, but upon seeing Li Zihan, his expression became awkward. Li Zihan assumed that her words had indeed affected Zhang Li, causing him to be in a conflicted state, which filled her with a sense of satisfaction. She subtly remarked, Xiaoli, are you still feeling unwell in your stomach? Your mother has finished playing and wishes to check on you. Her implication was clear. See, this woman who is not your biological mother only remembers to care for you after enjoying herself outside, unlike me, who is worried about you, and doesn't he dare to leave. Zhang Li ignored her and leaned against Lin Jiran, acting spoiled. Mom, did you bring me any delicious treats? Lin Jiran smiled indulgently, playfully pinching his nose. You little glutton. How could I forget to bring you something tasty? As she spoke, she produced a box of barbecued food she had packed. This is a specialty from the bonfire party. Eat it while it's hot. Thank you, Mom. You're the best. I love you.
Zhang Li exclaimed joyfully,
Hugging Lin Jiran and planting a kiss on her cheek before eagerly opening the barbecue box and savoring its contents. Lin Jiran feigned anger. Why don't you ask Aunt Zihan if she wants them too? How impolite. Li Zihan quickly replied, No need. Let Xiaoli eat more. How could I possibly compete with him for food? Zhang Li seized the opportunity. See, she doesn't want to eat. It's not that I'm refusing her. He then offered a skewer of grilled meat to Lin Jiran, saying affectionately, Mom, you eat some. Observing Zhang Li's unchanged demeanor towards her, Lin Jiran felt a sense of relief. She accepted the skewer he offered, smiling with gratitude. Good, my son is so considerate, knowing to share food with his mother. As she spoke, she affectionately ruffled Zhang Li's hair. Zhang Li, beaming with happiness, continued to enjoy the barbecue. Watching the interaction between Lin Jiran and Zhang Li, Li Zihan felt an overwhelming jealousy. Was her provocation not sufficient? Why did the bond between Zhang Li and Lin Jiran remain as intimate as before? According to her plan, once Zhang Li learned of his true parentage, he would feel that he was not Lin Jiran's biological son, losing the confidence to continue being spoiled by her, which would allow her to slip in and foster closeness with him until he fully recognized her as his mother. Yet now, it appeared that Zhang Li, upon discovering the truth, seemed to have undergone no transformation whatsoever. Was it that his young heart was remarkably strong? Or did he simply not take her proclaimed truth seriously? Did he entirely disbelieve her? It seemed she would need to find another opportunity to speak with Zhang Li more thoroughly. Meanwhile, Zhang Wanwan, lying in her stroller, observed the interaction between her mother and the fake second brother with astonishment. She had initially anticipated witnessing a sudden transformation in her faux elder brother's demeanor, leading him to shy away from their mother's affection, evading her concern, and becoming increasingly taciturn. Yet, upon closer inspection, it appeared that nothing had changed at all. She was convinced that Li Zihan must have presented a paternity test to acknowledge her connection with this impostor. So, why was there no discernible shift in the faux brother's behavior? A sudden idea struck her. Could it be that mother has devised that perfect solution? Upon hearing Zhang Wanwan's musings, Lin Jiran's ears perked up with curiosity. She too wondered what this perfect solution her beloved daughter spoke of could possibly be. Was it truly more flawless than her current thoughts? Chapter 52. The play becomes reality. Zhang Wanwan began to recall. I remember during my nth reincarnation when I revealed Li Zihan's intent to acknowledge the fake elder brother to my family. My mother conceived a brilliant plan to make the faux brother doubt Li Zihan's claims, ensuring he continued to believe himself to be a member of the Lin family. This averted the fate of the faux brother succumbing to depression and being exploited by Li Zihan. Observing his current demeanor, his attitude towards mother remains unchanged, and he still exhibits a lively and carefree disposition, seemingly untouched by external influences. Could it be that mother has already implemented this strategy? If so, that would indeed be remarkable. Does she somehow know of Li Zihan's liaison with father? Zhang Wanwan meticulously reflected on the fact that, in this lifetime of rebirth, her mother's attitude towards Li Zihan, while appearing as intimate as before, had not led to any detriment on her part. Take, for example, The recent incident where Li Zihan sought to borrow money from her mother, although her mother remained polite. She ultimately refrained from lending any money and instead insisted on a written IOU with interest. With that IOU in hand, she could demand repayment at any moment. Contemplating these matters, Zhang Wanwan felt a sudden thrill. Could it be that my mother has already discerned Li Zihan's true nature? Is that why she can preemptively guard against deceit? Hearing Zhang Wanwan's inner thoughts, Lin Jiran couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. At last, her child had grasped the truth. Mother had long been aware of the true colors of this duplicitous friend, alleviating any concerns of being deceived by this interloper. Zhang Wanwan's excitement surged. How wonderful. It turns out Mother has known the true nature of this green tea friend all along. This is simply splendid, as long as Mother is aware of the truth. With her intelligence, I need not worry about her falling victim to this mistress again. Overwhelmed with joy, her limbs kicked and flailed in exuberance. Unable to contain her delight, her laughter ringing out in delightful giggles. Li Zihan, hearing Zhang Wanwan's mirth, felt a wave of irritation. Why was this child laughing inexplicably? Yet, it seemed children often burst into laughter for no apparent reason, which was entirely normal. Zhang Wanwan's excitement persisted for a while, but soon she abruptly halted. Wait a moment. Having been reborn so many times, I have always sought various ways to reveal the truth to Mother and the others. Yet this time, why have I not uttered a single word? It seems that Mother and Grandfather and Grandmother have already seen through the facade of that scoundrel father and his mistress. What is going on? Have I missed something again? This incarnation of Mother is so easygoing, causing me no worry at all. But who can explain why they have become so astute? Could it be that they too are reincarnated? If so, how many times have they been reborn? As Zhang Wanwan's mind raced with questions, Lin Jiran couldn't help but smile. She lifted Zhang Wanwan from her stroller, affectionately holding her close, quietly enjoying the moment. That evening, everyone returned home after a delightful outing. Lin Shaoqi had even shared a drink with Zhang Hanlian and Zhang Lin. The alcohol's potency left the men somewhat tipsy as they swayed back to the hotel. Lin Mu grumbled, honestly, drinking so much while out. She assisted Lin Shaoqi back to their room. Lin Jiran helped Zhang Hanlian to his room as well. Seeing Zhang Hanlian inebriated, Lin Jiran felt a wave of distaste, yet understood that her father had purposefully intoxicated him to avoid any pretense of marital intimacy that night. Observing Zhang Hanlian's still handsome visage, despite his middle age, Lin Jiran felt no stirrings of affection. Upon learning the truth, any love she once harbored had evaporated, leaving only resentment and disgust. She assisted Zhang Hanlian into the room and tossed him onto the bed, but ultimately could not endure the sight, calling for hotel staff to attend to him. Meanwhile, Li Zihan acted similarly, feigning concern as she helped Zhang Lin into his room, only to unceremoniously drop him onto the floor. However, Zhang Lin's drunken state was markedly different. Under the influence, he was filled with lust, observing Li Zihan with newfound interest. What once appeared as a docile demeanor now bore a hint of lewdness. He staggered towards her with a wicked grin. Why bother paying me to pretend to be your husband? We could make this a reality. If you let me play the role again, I won't charge you a dime. Li Zihan shot him a sharp glare. Get away from me. But Zhang Lin persisted. Inching closer, don't be so standoffish. Since you lack a husband and need me to play the part, surely you're feeling lonely. Let us take this performance all the way. If you sleep with me tonight, they'll never suspect a thing about our relationship. Li Zihan trembled with anger. Grabbing the water kettle from the bedside, without hesitation, she splashed the now cool water onto Zhang Lin. You're so drunk. Here is some cold water to wake you up. The cold water splashed across Zhang Lin's face, sufficiently sobering him up, though his lust remained unabated, even intensified. Wiping the water from his face, he growled, I'm offering to play your husband for free. Don't you think I deserve some perks? I can make you feel good without charging you. And yet you splash water on me? You really don't know how to appreciate what us offered. As he spoke, he lunged at her. In her room, Lin Jiran suddenly heard a series of knocks, followed by Li Zihan's cries, Jiran, help me. Someone is trying to assault me. Lin Jiran couldn't help but chuckle at the panicked green tea. Had she forgotten to conceal her identity? Zhang Lin's voice followed. Wife, what are you talking about? We're practically an old married couple with 3 children. What do you mean by assault? Go back to the room and stop embarrassing us in front of other guests. Get away from me. Don't touch me.
Li Zihan shouted vehemently.
Lin Jiran, overhearing the commotion, smirked but had no intention of intervening. Soon, a hotel staff member chimed in. Ladies and gentlemen, Please refrain from causing a disturbance in public, as it may disturb other guests. Li Zihan immediately sought the staff's assistance. Help me. This man is trying to assault me. Please take him away. The staff grew tense, addressing Zhang Lin. Sir, please conduct yourself appropriately. If you continue this behavior, threatening the safety of our guests, we will have no choice but to call the police. Witnessing the staff's inclination to assist Li Zihan, Lin Jiran promptly stepped outside. Chapter 53. The Divorce Commotion. What is happening? What has transpired? Lin Jiran feigned ignorance as she turned to Li Zihan and Zhang Lin. Why are you two still awake? Causing a ruckus at this hour? The hotel staff glanced at Li Zihan, their expression darkening. So, this lady is your wife? You nearly caused a misunderstanding. Since you two are married, what discord could possibly arise? I kindly ask you to retire to your own room to argue, as your commotion is disturbing the other guests. Thank you for your cooperation. After a prolonged silence, Li Zihan finally spoke up. I had a quarrel with him. Just seeing him makes me irritable. Do you have any vacant rooms? I need another room to separate from him. The hotel staff, seemingly accustomed to such situations, calmly replied, I apologize, madam. But our hotel is fully booked. There are no available rooms. Lin Jiran, observing her relentless theatrics, couldn't help but smirk internally while maintaining a facade of concern. Oh dear. What couple doesn't argue? A bit of bickering at the head of the bed, and all is well after a good night's sleep. You two seldom have the chance to be together. It would be a waste to squander this precious time on disputes. Hurry back to your room and rest. We have a full itinerary tomorrow. The staff echoed. Indeed, it's rare for you as a couple to travel together. Don't let this trivial matter mar your enjoyment, or the essence of your trip will be lost. Other travelers, disturbed by their quarrel, emerged from their rooms, urging them in turn. You two shouldn't argue. It's quite unbecoming. What issues could you possibly have? Just talk it out. It's rather embarrassing to create a scene in public, isn't it? The husband should yield a bit, apologize to his wife, and reconcile with a hug or kiss. Why make this so unpleasant? Zhang Lin quickly took advantage of the situation, plastering a smile on his face as he apologized. I'm so sorry, dear wife. I was wrong. I shouldn't have been out running business instead of being here with you and the children. Please forgive me. I promise to visit you more often. Faced with Zhang Lin's relentless pleas, Li Zihan felt as if she were swallowing bitter gall, unable to voice that Zhang Lin was not her husband, fearing Lin Jiran would see through her lie. However, being forced back into the same room with Zhang Lin felt akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den. She had no desire to be taken advantage of by this idle man, but the security staff did not allow her time to contemplate, insisting on escorting them both back to their room. Once inside, it wasn't long before a cacophony of noise erupted from their quarters. The nearby guests, hearing the ruckus, couldn't help but chuckle, wondering why a couple seemingly at odds would choose to travel together. It was akin to seeking out suffering. Lin Jiran, reveling in their misfortune, reassured the onlookers. I apologize. Those two are my friends. They are a couple who perhaps haven't spent much time together lately, hence the inevitable friction. Upon hearing her words, the crowd relaxed, assuming they were merely an ordinary couple in a spat. However, moments later, Li Zihan abruptly flung open the door to their room, disheveled and breathless, her clothing torn to the point of nearly revealing too much. Help! Save me! Her cry was abruptly silenced as she registered the crowd outside still discussing her predicament. Momentarily stunned, she quickly regained her composure, crouching down in panic to shield herself from the prying eyes. Lin Jiran feigned concern, rushing over to her side. Zihan, what happened? How did it come to this? Li Zihan, feeling utterly helpless, grasped her hand. Jiran, please save me. At that moment, she deeply regretted having recruited Zhang Lin to impersonate her husband. Initially drawn by his seemingly honest demeanor and perpetual idleness, she had offered him compensation for the role, never anticipating he would turn out to be a scoundrel, attempting to take advantage of her. How despicable! Lin Jiran, with a feigned air of concern, embraced her, patting her back. What transpired? Is everything all right? Weren't you two getting along? As she spoke, she craned her neck to peer inside. Where is your husband? How could he leave you in such a state without coming out to apologize? Li Zihan's face reflected a struggle to articulate her thoughts. Suddenly, a witness pointed towards their room in alarm, exclaiming, There's blood. Could there be a fatality? Upon hearing this, Li Zihan's pupils dilated in terror, collapsing to the ground. The hotel manager soon arrived, ready to call the authorities, but Zhang Lin regained consciousness. Rubbing his head and seeing blood on his hands, he furiously slapped Li Zihan. You wretched woman! Mid-rant, he noticed the crowd surrounding them and quickly altered his tone. Even if you don't wish to share a marital life with me, you can't just hit me. Are you attempting to murder your own husband? The hotel manager, seeing they were a married couple and that no serious harm had been done, refrained from involving the police. After advising them not to create further disturbances, he warned that if they did, they would have to settle their bill and vacate the premises. Lin Jiran assisted Li Zihan back to their room, observing her evident aversion towards Zhang Lin. Zihan, how has your attitude towards your husband shifted so drastically? You appeared quite affectionate before. Now you seem unwilling even to let him approach you, and you've harmed him to this extent? At this point, Li Zihan had regained her composure and formulated a strategy. Adopting an indignant demeanor, she declared, Jiran, your earlier suspicions were correct. He is indeed a married man, deceiving me into believing he fathered 3 children with me. I feel so betrayed. How could I possibly continue in a relationship with such a man? Lin Jiran, genuinely taken aback by this revelation, gasped in astonishment. This time, her surprise was not feigned. She had not anticipated Li Zihan would swiftly devise a method to extricate herself from Zhang Lin while simultaneously deceiving her. Lin Jiran, acting as if outraged, chastised Zhang Lin. You are nothing but a beast. How dare you treat my dear friend like this? You are inhuman. I shall accuse you of bigamy and ensure you rot in prison. Li Zihan, fearing Zhang Lin might act out of desperation and reveal the truth, hastily interjected, Jiran, please don't press charges against him. Lin Jiran, fully aware of Li Zihan's reasoning for wanting to avoid legal action, feigned ignorance and retorted indignantly. How can we let such a scoundrel go unpunished? If he doesn't face the consequences, how can we possibly swallow this foul insult? Li Zian, adopting a posture of feigned submission, countered, he is still the father of my 3 children. If he were imprisoned, it would ruin their futures. I cannot allow his actions to destroy their lives. Yet Lin Jiran was visibly displeased. There are no buts here, Li Zihan interrupted firmly, her gaze resolute. I have already decided to divorce him. From now on, we shall part ways. I will keep the children while he leaves with nothing. I want no further ties with him. For the sake of my children, I can let him go, and I hope, Jiran, that you will not pursue his transgressions. I implore you. Finally, Lin Jiran appeared reluctantly conciliatory. Very well, I hope you won't regret this decision. That very night, Lin Jiran and Li Zihan expelled Zhang Lin from the hotel. Li Zihan provided him with a sum of money, her expression icy. Your role has concluded. You need not return. Zhang Lin, glancing at the payment notification on his phone, smirked. I'm curious where your real husband is. Why deceive your friend into thinking I am your husband? Is your actual husband so shameful? Li Zihan's demeanor remained frosty. That's none of your concern. Mind your own business. Zhang Lin fell silent, though a barely perceptible smirk lingered on his face. Lin Jiran, intentionally discussing the matter in front of Zhang Wanwan, relayed the events to Zhang Hanlian once he had regained sobriety. In a fit of disdain, she exclaimed, Li Zihan's husband is utterly despicable. Despite having a family of his own, he shamelessly fathered 3 children with Li Zihan, betraying his wife and dishonoring Li Zihan. How can such a revolting man exist? To call him a beast would be too lenient. As Zhang Hanlian listened to Lin Jiran's vehement denunciation, an odd sensation washed over him, as if she were directing her ire at him. Just then, he noticed Lin Jiran blissfully leaning against his arm, proudly declaring, My husband is the best. He never strays and only has room in his heart for me and our children. I am truly fortunate. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Hanlian's fleeting misgivings evaporated. He wrapped his arm around Lin Jiran's shoulders, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Of course. As for other women, I wouldn't even spare them a glance. It seemed this woman remained as naive as ever, oblivious to the connection he shared with Li Zihan. Lin Jiran felt a wave of nausea at Zhang Hanlian's hypocritical words. Zhang Wanwan, too, was quicker to retch than she was. Ugh, this scoundrel lies with such ease, devoid of any shame. Mother, please don't believe him. He's a master of sweet talk. Taking a deep breath to suppress her revulsion, Lin Jiran forced a smile, ensuring Zhang Hanlian remained unaware of her discomfort. The drama between Li Zihan and Zhang Lin did not interfere with their planned outings. The following morning, they all headed to the beach, which offered activities for both children and adults. Li Zihan volunteered to watch the children for Lin Jiran, but Lin Jiran, wary of her intentions, shook her head, saying, You should enjoy yourself. After the distress you experienced yesterday, you need some time to unwind. Li Zihan, appearing disinterested, replied, I'm not in the mood to play. Zhang Hanlian, brimming with enthusiasm, called out to Lin's parents, Mom and Dad, let us go ride some jet skis. Before they could respond, Zhang Wanwan's inner voice chimed in. Grandma and Grandpa, please don't agree to the scoundrel's invitation. He might take you far out to sea, intentionally causing you to fall overboard, leading to your demise. Upon hearing this, Lin's parents decisively declined Zhang Hanlian's offer, stating, You young folks go ahead. We old bones will sit this one out. Zhang Hanlian then turned to Lin Jiran, will you join me? But Zhang Wanwan swiftly interjected in her thoughts, Mom, you mustn't go either. This scoundrel might take the opportunity to send you to the depths of the sea. Without a second thought, Lin Jiran declined, I won't go. I still need to watch Wanwan and the other children. Seeing her grandparents and mother refuse the scoundrel's invitation, Zhang Wanwan finally let out a sigh of relief. Lin Jiran, feeling a pang of sympathy for Zhang Wanwan, embraced her, recognizing the burden of worry she carried at such a tender age. After a moment's pause, she suggested to Zhang Hanlian, why don't you take Li Zihan to have some fun? She just had a quarrel with her husband and must be feeling quite low. Perhaps you could cheer her up. Zhang Hanlian's expression darkened immediately. How can you ask me to comfort another woman? Li Zihan quickly added, Jiran, you can't let your husband accompany me. That would be inappropriate. Zhang Wanwan couldn't help but mock them internally. They're putting on a serious front. But they both have 3 children already. The Lin family members who overheard her thoughts shared a silent chuckle, concealing their amusement. Lin Jiran feigned indifference, waving her hand dismissively. What is inappropriate about it? You both are my husband and my best friend, my 2 closest and most trusted individuals. I believe neither of you would ever betray me. I can't bear to see my husband alone. Nor can I let you, who just quarreled with your husband, remain in a somber mood while caring for the children. Therefore, I entrust you to my husband, hoping a day by the sea or a touch of nature will lift your spirits. They exchanged glances, already stirred by her suggestion. They had been masquerading in front of Lin Jiran for years and had not shared an outing in ages. With Lin Jiran now bringing them together, they could hardly blame their burgeoning connection. Yet, they still shook their heads, insisting it wasn't suitable. Until Lin's parents chimed in. What's the big deal? We old folks see nothing wrong with it. You 2 needn't be so coy. Hearing this, they reluctantly nodded in agreement, realizing that declining would come off as pretentious. As the 2 settled into the speedboat, Lin Jiran exchanged glances with her parents. They had arranged for someone to capture the moment should the 2 engage in infidelity. Li Zihan entrusted her daughter and Zhang Dongdong and Zhang Liangliang to their care before turning to join Zhang Hanlian on the jet ski. Lin Jiran placed Li Zihan's daughter, Zhang Hanlian, alongside her own, Zhang Wanwan. Observing Zhang Hanlian's less refined features compared to her daughter, and recalling Zhang Wanwan's claim that the little girl was a reincarnated soul, she felt a shiver run down her spine. Just then, Zhang Hanlian beamed a sweet smile, her eyes sparkling with delight, as though showcasing her charm. Chapter 55, The Third Rebirth. Lin Jiran felt a jolt of unease, though her exterior remained unaffected. Pretending not to know that the child in the stroller housed an adult soul, she returned the smile, thinking, this little girl truly loves to smile. Her sweetness is quite endearing. Lin's parents were aware of Zhang Hanlian's reincarnation and, noticing Lin Jiran playing with her, cast curious glances. Zhang Hanlian flashed them a sweet smile. And had they not known her true nature, they might have been deceived into believing she was merely a lovable baby. However, knowing the truth, they found her exaggerated smiles eerily unsettling. The couple feigned ignorance, offering perfunctory compliments, though she may not be as fair and lovely as our Wanwan. Her smile is indeed sweet. And with that, they turned their attention back to their beloved granddaughter. The family lavished affection on Zhang Wanwan, showering her with hugs and kisses, while Zhang Hanlian, lying in her stroller, watched the warm, tender interactions with a fading smile. Her youthful visage grew somber, her eyes darkening with a strange intensity. The innocence of infancy was replaced with the bitterness and resentment of adulthood. This should all belong to me. The love of my grandparents and my mother was rightfully mine. Yet it has been usurped. Zhang Wanwan, I refuse to believe that as a reincarnated soul, I cannot outmaneuver you. Once I grow up, I will show you how a mere infant can outsmart you. Lin family members sensed the ominous energy radiating from the infant, their hearts sinking. The frightening gaze of this little girl hinted at the vengeance she harbored. What calamity might she bring as she grows older? They resolved to protect their precious Wanwan, ensuring that the daughter of the mistress would not harm a single hair on her head. As the children grew weary from play, they gathered around Zhang Wanwan, clamoring for her attention and affection. Zhang Hanlian found herself neglected and cast aside, utterly ignored. Anger flushed her face a deep hue, and in a desperate bid to break her solitude, she burst into laughter, hoping to attract their attention. To her dismay, the Lin family, including her own biological cousin and the imposter cousin, merely cast her a fleeting glance before turning their focus back to Zhang Wanwan, showering her with affection and laughter that was undeniably enviable. One could scarcely resist the longing to be their beloved sister. Zhang Yi, with a disdainful air, shot her a cold glance, curling his lips in contempt as he remarked, "What are you grinning about? Do you really think your smile is endearing? You're dark and thin, resembling a monkey, utterly unattractive, truly tiresome." Zhang Hanlian stood aghast, the forced smile on her face gradually fading away. She could not comprehend why Zhang Yi, who had been her devoted admirer in her previous life, now treated her with such indifference. Initially, he had looked at her with a different expression, captivated by the sweet smile she had deliberately displayed. Yet, after his mother allowed him to embrace Zhang Wanwan, his demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. What had gone awry? They were, after all, the same individuals as in her former life. Why had his attitude towards her changed so drastically? Was it possible that this time, she and Zhang Wanwan had not exchanged identities? Having already experienced 3 rebirths, she had once lived a life filled with happiness. After the identity swap with Zhang Wanwan, she had received all the love from the Lin family, but once her true identity was revealed, the family had fallen into ruin, rendering their affections meaningless. She no longer coveted them, choosing instead to enjoy the wealth left behind by the Lin family alongside her parents, living a blissful life. In her first rebirth, she had again exchanged identities with Zhang Wanwan, receiving the Lin family's affection, yet the adult Zhang Wanwan seemed to have also undergone a rebirth. The reborn Zhang Wanwan relentlessly unveiled all truths, despite her efforts to shield her biological parents. Ultimately, she was defeated by Zhang Wanwan, leading to her own parents' downfall and poverty. The Lin family suffered immensely as well, nearly extinguished, with only Zhang Wanwan and Lin Jiran remaining. In her second rebirth, she faced an even harsher defeat. Zhang Wanwan had been reborn at the age of 3, swiftly revealing the truth and reclaiming her rightful lineage, seizing the love that was once hers. This marked her third rebirth, unexpectedly commencing from her very birth. This time, however, something had gone awry, for she had not exchanged lives with Zhang Wanwan. In her previous lives, she had grown up enveloped in the love of the Lin family, yet this time, she could only remain by her biological mother's side. Although her mother adored her, it paled in comparison to the affluence and happiness she had experienced in the Lin household. She could not fathom where the issue lay. After all, Zhang Wanwan was a newborn just like her. Why had their fates diverged so dramatically? Regardless of the reason, she resolutely vowed not to allow herself to be defeated by Zhang Wanwan again in this life. She would reclaim all that was rightfully hers and return to her original life, living out a blissful existence. It mattered not that the Lin family held no feelings for her now, or even despised her. She was confident that once she grew and could speak, her innate charm would surely captivate them. Zhang Hanlian silently resolved in her heart. Although the Lin family remained oblivious to her thoughts, they noticed the youthful innocence on her face had been replaced by a clouded expression. At that moment, Zhang Yi suddenly called out, "Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, look. Isn't that our fake cousin?" "What fake cousin?" Lin Jiran and Lin father, Lin mother found his words amusing, following his gaze. Before them stood the sisters Li Shasha and Li Rongrong, preparing to embark on a speedboat excursion. 2 strong, robust men accompanied them, appearing like couples in matching outfits. Li Rongrong, whose vision was impaired, was assisted onto the boat by the 3 individuals. Observing her demeanor, it seemed she was quite cooperative. After Lin Yuqing and Li Shasha's divorce, Li Shasha's reputation lay in ruins, and the Li family faced severe oppression, nearly on the brink of bankruptcy. Lin Yuqing had declared that should they release Li Rongrong and allow her to marry him, he would spare the Li family due to their connection with her and her child. Yet, before the Li family could respond, the sisters had set out on a boating trip, seemingly enjoying themselves with their newfound boyfriends. How peculiar! Hadn't the sisters been at odds with each other? How were they now enjoying a day out together? Li Rongrong had a child with Yuqing. Was it possible she had found another boyfriend? Chapter 56, Rescuing. As the family pondered, they heard Zhang Wanwan urgently exclaim in her heart, "Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, please save our fake cousin. That false cousin is conspiring with those 2 men to cast her into the sea." Upon hearing her words, the family hastily rushed over, too pressed for time to inquire about the circumstances. Lin Jiran, considering that Zhang Wanwan's thoughts might reveal further insights, instructed the children to keep an eye on Zhang Hanlian and Zhang Dongdong, and hurriedly pushed Zhang Wanwan ahead. Seeing her family rushing towards the sisters, Zhang Wanwan felt a wave of relief wash over her, thinking, thank goodness, it seems that Mom and Grandpa and Grandma have all come to the same conclusion. Something must be amiss. The family maintained their composure. Sweetheart, we didn't arrive at this understanding independently. We all heard your thoughts.
Zhang Li.
And Zhang Liang remained obediently where they were, observing the now dim-witted Zhang Dongdong and the young Zhang Hanlian. Despite their boredom, none of them sought to amuse Zhang Hanlian. Zhang Hanlian initially intended to leverage this opportunity to garner affection from these young gentlemen, yet to her dismay, they didn't even spare her a glance. Not even her imposter cousin, Zhang Dongdong, showed her any acknowledgement, leaving her utterly deflated. Why was there such a disparity in their attitudes towards Zhang Wanwan compared to her? Meanwhile, the Lin family had reached the yacht where Li Shasha and Li Rongrong intended to board, calling out Li Rongrong's name. Rongrong, why are you with your sister?
Li Shasha?
Have you forgotten how she once imprisoned you? Our Yuqing is still waiting for you and the child. How could you have a new boyfriend and wear matching outfits? Li Rongrong's face displayed confusion at their inquiries of new boyfriend and matching outfits. I don't have either, she protested. Then why are you with your sister, Li Shasha? Lin Jiran pressed. Before Li Rongrong could respond, Li Shasha interjected with a cold laugh. Aren't you all being a bit too intrusive? I've divorced your Lin Yuqing. Our families are no longer connected. My sister and I have reconciled, and we're simply going out to have fun and mend past grievances. Is that something you need to meddle in? Ignoring her, Lin Jiran focused on Li Rongrong, asking, Rongrong, do you know where she is taking you? Though Li Rongrong could not see, her face betrayed her inner turmoil. Biting her lip, she responded, thank you for your concern, but I must go with them. Please tell Lin Yuqing to take good care of our son. Lin Jiran's brow furrowed in alarm. Do you realize what you're doing? What kind of impact will it have on the child if he is left without a mother? We are all here now. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to speak up. Do not follow them. They will surely not treat you kindly. There is even a possibility that they may take your life. Li Rongrong tugged at the corner of her mouth, forcing a bitter smile. This life of mine is worth it if it can save the life of my child. Hearing Li Rongrong's words, Zhang Wanwan could not help but feel a surge of anger within her. How despicable. This Li Shasha only knows how to use her cousin's son to threaten her. Even if the cousin calls the police, Li Shasha will have a reason to evade punishment. After all, they are family by blood. This situation seems to have occurred during my nth rebirth. It appears that Li Shasha had imprisoned my cousin's son, threatening my cousin to accompany her, claiming that if she complied, her son would be released. In her desperation to save her child and being unable to contact her husband, my cousin reluctantly agreed to go. However, she ended up being pushed into the sea by Li Shasha and the two men accompanying her. When the police arrived, they merely saw two couples dressed alike and concluded it was just an unfortunate accident. Although my uncle later uncovered the truth and brought the murderers to justice, my cousin never returned to life, leaving a lifelong regret for my uncle. This trick is something my irresponsible father taught her. Who would have thought these two would choose the same day to act? Fortunately, my mother and grandparents did not fall for the scoundrel's ploy and did not board the speedboat with him. Instead, my cousin fell for their scheme. Had she gone, her life would have been forfeit. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiran and her parents could no longer endure it and directly addressed Li Rongrong. Did they kidnap your child? Is that why you have no choice but to comply with them? Li Rongrong assumed they had inferred this meaning from her earlier statement. She forced a smile and replied, since you understand that I made this choice for my child, please allow me to proceed. Lin Jiran frowned. Do you think that by leaving, you can save your child? If you cooperate with them and allow yourself to be treated like a fish on a chopping block, do you believe they will treat your child kindly? Li Rongrong's expression faltered. Meanwhile, Li Shasha hastily urged, do not heed them. We must leave quickly. As she spoke, she signaled the two men to hasten in pulling Li Rongrong onto the boat. Lin Shaoqi, witnessing this, called out loudly, I have already sent Lin Yuqing to rescue your child. He is the child's father and has the rightful claim to custody. Even if your family tries to obstruct him, it cannot be allowed. Upon hearing this, Li Rongrong's expression brightened, pushing away Li Shasha and the two men as she turned her head. You say Yuqing has taken my son? Lin mother nodded in support. Indeed. Yuqing has saved your child and is raising him. If you go with them like this, Not only will you forfeit your life in vain, but your current attire will lead your son to believe you are an irresponsible mother who abandoned him and his father. Realizing her son was safe, Li Rongrong's face immediately displayed defiance as she sought to disembark, exclaiming, "I will not go with you. I want to return. I want to leave this place."
Li Shasha.
Gritting her teeth in frustration, retorted, "Having come this far, do you think I will let you go back? Today you must come with me, or you shall not leave this place." The Lin family, witnessing the scene, rushed forward to pull Li Rongrong back, attempting to prevent her from leaving the boat. "Let us go. I am going to swim in the sea with my sister. What gives you the right to stop us?"
Li Rongrong giritte tertid.
Do you not see her reluctance to go? Yet, the family refused to relent. However, they were no match for Li Shasha and the two strong men she had summoned. Soon, Li Rongrong was forcibly pulled onto the boat. Chapter 57. Do not be confused. As Li Shasha and the two men forcibly took Li Rongrong away on the speeding boat, Lin Ji ran and her parents shouted desperately, "Help! Someone is abducting a woman! Help! Someone is trying to commit murder!" Their cries quickly drew the attention of other tourists, who turned to look at them. "Where are the staff? Staff, please come quickly. Otherwise, this scenic area will be responsible for a life lost." Lin Ji ran and Lin mother were filled with anxiety. Meanwhile, Lin father took out his phone to call the police. Some tourists quickly summoned the staff. The personnel pressed through the crowd, noticing Lin Ji ran, who was holding a small girl, and the elderly couple, inquiring, "What has happened?" Lin Ji ran pointed towards the gradually receding speedboat occupied by Li Shasha and the others, urgently stating, "There is no time to explain. Hurry and send some staff to follow that speedboat. My cousin is on board, and they intend to harm her, to throw her into the sea to drown, disguising it as an accident. They will undoubtedly extort you later. You must act quickly." Upon hearing Lin Ji Ran's words, the staff took her seriously. One of the leaders immediately dispatched several personnel to pursue the boat, instructing, "You must check if this is true. If someone falls into the sea, you must rescue them." As the staff boarded the speedboat to chase after them, the initial boat had already disappeared into the distance, leaving uncertainty as to whether they could catch up. The Lin family anxiously watched the sea, praying they would catch up in time. The police soon arrived, and after hearing the Lin family's account, they also set off in pursuit on a speedboat. After what felt like an eternity, they finally returned with a drenched Li Rongrong and the other 3 individuals, along with several soaked staff members. Lin Ji ran, and her parents rushed to greet them. Seeing Li Rongrong in a disheveled state, they expressed concern. "Are you all right?" Li Rongrong shook her head, her face filled with gratitude. "Thank you for sending someone to rescue me. Otherwise, I might have truly perished in the sea." As she spoke, she turned to the rescuing staff, nodding her head in appreciation. The staff, equally relieved, replied, "Fortunately, you called in time. When we arrived, we saw them about to throw this young lady overboard. We rushed in just in time to pull her back, preventing any harm to her life. Had we been a moment later, amidst this vast ocean, we might not have known where to find her." The police apprehended Li Shasha and her 2 accomplices, questioning them sternly. "Based on the eyewitnesses and the reports, do you have any explanation for your actions?" Li Shasha attempted to deflect responsibility, arguing, "We were merely out for a leisure trip. She is my sister. How could I possibly wish her harm? Moreover, we are 2 couples, not adversaries on the boat. We were having such a good time. My sister cannot see, and she accidentally fell into the water. Those staff members were so far away. How could they see what we were doing?" The 2 men also chimed in, "Exactly. We were just having too much fun. My sister, being blind, stumbled and fell into the sea. We were actively trying to help, but none of us can swim, so no one could go in to pull her out. That does not mean we intended to harm her." The man dressed in matching couple attire with Li Rongrong also declared, "Rongrong and I share a romantic relationship. If anything were to happen to her, I would undoubtedly be the most heartbroken individual. At that moment, I was terrified, fearing she might leave me. How could I possibly be the instigator of her falling into the sea?" The 3 of them nodded in unison. This was merely an unfortunate accident. He stumbled and fell into the water unintentionally. We had no intention of harming her. We implore the police to discern the truth. Observing their vehement denials, the police officer sternly warned, "Confession leads to leniency. If you continue to conceal the truth and it is revealed that you have lied, the penalties will be significantly harsher." Li Shasha, emboldened, replied, "My sister should be nearly recovered by now. You may inquire with her directly whether we pushed her into the sea. She will clarify everything." With a menacing glance at Li Rongrong, the tension heightened for the Lin family. At this juncture, Li Rongrong's perspective would decisively determine whether the incident was an accident or a malicious act. They hoped she would not succumb to confusion or pity, allowing those who had repeatedly harmed her to evade justice once more. Just as their anxiety peaked, Zhang Wanwan internally lamented, "Alas, Auntie will surely let them off the hook again." Earlier, on the boat, they stripped her of her clothing and took some indecent photographs. Auntie fears that if she reveals the truth, they will disseminate those images online, thus ruining her reputation. To preserve her honor, she will have no choice but to once again forgive these villains. If it were me, I would rather ensure these scoundrels face retribution, even if it meant mutual destruction. Being photographed in an indecent manner is not her fault. The blame lies with that wicked sister and the two men who abetted her. Auntie fears that if Uncle learns of her exposure, he might disdain her. She would rather let these villains go than risk his disapproval. Yet, she fails to realize that if Uncle truly loves her, he would never think less of her because of this. He would only feel sorrow for her plight. The Lin family, having overheard Zhang Wanwan's thoughts, could hardly contain their urgency. They noticed a flicker of hesitation on Li Rongrong's face, as she seemed torn between whether to forgive the three evildoers. Just as it appeared she was about to respond, Lin Jiran suddenly interjected, saying, "Sister-in-law, you must place your trust in my brother. You bear no guilt in this matter. The fault lies solely with those three. You need not release them simply because they hold leverage over you. Doing so will only embolden them to further torment you, regardless of what has transpired, or any leverage they may possess. My brother will never disdain you. He will only empathize with your suffering. You must share your troubles with him and allow him to shield you from harm." Hearing Lin Jiran's seemingly loaded words, the others were perplexed. Only the two elderly individuals who had heard Zhang Wanwan's thoughts grasped the underlying meaning. Zhang Wanwan, curious, wondered, "Why does Mom seem to know something?" Chapter 58. As long as you are happy. Li Rongrong understood the implications, swallowing back her words. Lin Jiran continued, "Conceding to evildoers only serves to empower them. They will not relent, but rather escalate their malice. You must unveil their true nature. With police presence, no one can intimidate you. Seize this opportunity, and do not let these villains escape justice." Lin Jiran's words became increasingly evident, soon leading to her being silenced. However, her unwavering gaze remained fixed on Li Rongrong, silently urging her to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Zhang Wanwan wholeheartedly agreed with her mother's sentiments, internally exclaiming, "Auntie, my mother speaks the truth. If you let them off this time, they will devise even worse schemes against you in the future. In all my reincarnations, there has never been a moment where compromising with them resulted in leniency. They only become more cunning and relentless." The Lin family anxiously awaited Li Rongrong's decision. Once more, she found herself in a state of inner turmoil. Li Shasha and her accomplices, fearing she might be swayed, ominously warned, "Rongrong, you must think carefully. Once words are spoken, you may believe you are destroying us, but in truth, you are tarnishing your own integrity." They were soon silenced, the police officer firmly admonishing them to refrain from interrupting the victim. Taking a deep breath, Li Rongrong finally made her determination, her gaze resolute as she addressed the police, declaring, "This incident was not an accident. It was a deliberate act of someone pushing me into the sea." Upon hearing her words, the Lin family visibly relaxed. Conversely, Li Shasha and her cohorts erupted in furious outbursts. "Li Rongrong, how dare you say such a thing? Are you not afraid of ruining your own reputation? Even if we are imprisoned, we will soon be released. Have you considered the consequences? Can you withstand them?" Undeterred by their threats, Li Rongrong laid bare all that had transpired, addressing the police. "Officer, I have reason to believe they will retaliate against me upon their release. I request police protection and hope for severe punishment against them. They not only attempted to murder me by pushing me into the sea, but they also kidnapped my child, coerced my compliance, and forcibly stripped me on the boat to take indecent photographs, intending to use these images to control me. Their actions are utterly reprehensible. I implore you to impose strict penalties upon them." The police took her statement seriously, promptly recording her words. Li Shasha, fuming, turned pale with rage. As she and her two accomplices were handcuffed by the police, her expression twisted in fury as she glared at Li Rongrong, her eyes filled with a desire to tear her apart. "Li Rongrong, you will pay for this. Just wait until I get out. You will see what I do to you." She was abruptly cut off by a female officer's reprimand. "Still threatening others, are we? Do you not think you have committed enough crimes already?" Li Shasha fell silent, casting vengeful glares at Li Rongrong as she was led away, looking utterly defeated. Meanwhile, Several officers continued taking statements from the Lin family and the personnel who had rescued Li Rongrong. At that moment, Zhang Hanlian and Li Zihan returned from the sea. Upon seeing the police interviewing Lin Jiran and the others, they exchanged a fleeting glance of alarm before deliberately turning away, directing their attention to the children to avoid being recognized by the officers. Lin Jiran noticed their evasiveness, but pretended not to. Seizing the opportunity while the police were busy writing to call out to them, "Darling, Zihan, you two are back so soon. Why not stay a while longer?" The police, having completed their notes, inadvertently glanced in Zhang Hanlian and Li Zihan's direction upon hearing Lin Jiran's call. When they recognized the two, the officer taking notes was momentarily taken aback. "Did you just refer to that man as your husband?" Lin Jiran nodded, her expression radiant with happiness. "They are the two most important people in my life. One is my husband, and the other is my best friend." "Your husband and your best friend?" The officer stared in disbelief, as though he had just heard something utterly implausible. Lin Jiran feigned innocence. "Officer, what is with your reaction? Is there something amiss?" Before the officer could respond, Zhang Hanlian suddenly approached, smiling politely as he inquired, "Officer, may I ask what my wife has done? Why are you taking statements from them?" The police officer, noticing Zhang Hanlian's anxious interruption of their conversation, displayed a fleeting expression of disdain in his eyes. He chose not to respond to him and continued taking notes with Lin Ziran. Once the recording was completed, the officer finally closed his notebook, casting a glance at the visibly guilty Zhang Hanlian, before asking Lin Ziran with an ambiguous tone, "Ms. Lin, are you truly comfortable with your husband and best friend being alone together?" Lin Ziran smiled innocently, seemingly carefree, asserting that she had no reason to worry, since they were both individuals she trusted implicitly. "Everyone else in the world may betray me, but I believe they will not." The officer chuckled knowingly, finally offering a simple remark, "As long as you are happy." His heart brimmed with sympathy for Lin Ziran. His probing inquiry stemmed from having witnessed her husband and best friend in a rather compromising position while they were attempting to rescue Li Shasha. The two had been leisurely indulging on a yacht, embracing and kissing passionately. They had to interrupt their intimacy to inquire if they had seen any clues regarding Li Shasha, and their faces had left a deep impression on the officer. What he initially assumed to be an ordinary couple turned out to be engaged in an affair, brazenly so, while spending time with the legitimate wife. How audacious! It was pitiful for the legitimate wife to trust them so thoroughly, believing that while the world may betray her, these two would remain loyal. One couldn't help but wonder if these two had any pangs of conscience. Upon hearing the officer's final words directed solely at Lin Ziran, Zhang Hanlian felt an immense sense of relief. For him, Lin Ziran's unwavering trust in him sparked a momentary feeling of guilt and insecurity. However, he quickly took pride in her oblivion regarding his affair with Li Zihan, reveling in her steadfast belief in them. It seemed he and Li Zihan were indeed clever, having disguised their relationship so well that Lin Ziran remained blissfully unaware, even defending their bond. He and Li Zihan were truly a match made in heaven. Lin Ziran was simply too naive. In Chapter 59, laden with ulterior motives, Lin Ziran lowered her gaze, concealing the cold smirk in her eyes from Zhang Hanlian. He believed he was masking his true self effectively, thinking she could not comprehend the police officer's astonishment and insinuations. Little did he know, she understood perfectly and had even captured intimate photographs of him and Li Zihan during their escapades at sea. Once it was established that he had been unfaithful, with irrefutable evidence, he would be left with nothing, unable to claim even a trifling portion of the Lin family's assets. As it appeared that Li Rongrong was recovering, the Lin family members approached with concern, inquiring about the circumstances that led to Li Shasha's extreme actions. Li Rongrong, clutching the towel draped over her shoulders, her previously trembling body now slightly warmed, replied with hollow eyes, "Yuqing has exerted tremendous pressure on our family, causing my parents to waver and contemplate abandoning Li Shasha to allow me to marry Yuqing. Li Shasha feels abandoned and harbors deep resentment towards me, threatening my son's life to compel me into submission. She believes that if I were to die, my parents would have no choice but to place their hopes upon her once more." Upon hearing Li Rongrong's account, the Lin family members expressed their shock, exclaiming, "How could your sister be so malicious?" Li Rongrong offered a bitter smile. "I have been blind since childhood, and my parents have completely given up on me, placing all their hopes and affection upon her. Now that they have suddenly shifted their attention to me, how could she possibly tolerate it?" Worried for her child, Li Rongrong hurried back home that very day. After her departure, the Lin family members noticed Zhang Hanlian exhibiting signs of restlessness, glancing repeatedly at his phone and watch. and observing the Lin family with an expression that suggested he had something to say, but was holding back. This behavior piqued their curiosity. Lin's mother asked Lin Ziren, "I see that Zhang Hanlian is quite anxious. What do you think is going on?" Lin Ziren pursed her lips, surmising that Zhang Hanlian was likely concerned that the police had discovered his intimacy with Li Zihan and feared she would find out. Just as she was about to voice this thought, Zhang Wanwan responded internally, "Of course, this scoundrel is restless." He initially felt secure being here because he incited Li Shasha and hinted at methods for her to commit murder, orchestrating the situation where Li Shasha would target our cousin during their vacation to eliminate her. This was to ensure that the family would witness it and relay the incident to our uncle far away, thereby diverting his attention from company affairs. Now that everything has resolved perfectly, with our cousin safe and Li Shasha apprehended, he fears losing the influence he cultivated in the Lin family to our uncle. Upon uncovering this truth from Zhang Wanwan's thoughts, the family gasped in disbelief. They had not anticipated Zhang Hanlian's depths of cunning. They had initially thought Li Rongrong's encounter with Li Shasha was mere coincidence, unaware that it was all part of Zhang Hanlian's scheme. Fortunately, they had heeded Wanwan's advice to follow them and report to the police. Otherwise, if anything had happened to Li Rongrong, Lin Yuqing would have been left despondent, neglecting his responsibilities at the company. At that moment, observing Zhang Hanlian's hesitance to speak, attempting to provoke the Lin family into inquiry, the family chose to ignore him, feigning ignorance. Eventually, Zhang Hanlian could no longer contain himself and approached Lin's parents and Lin Ziren, feigning difficulty as he said, "Mom, Dad, Ziren, there are some issues arising at the company that require my urgent attention. I fear that if I delay, it may be too late." As soon as he spoke, the family understood the absurdity of his statement. Lin Shaoqi interrupted him. "What urgency do you have? It's rare for you to enjoy time with Ziren and the children. Why should you concern yourself with company matters?" Lin's mother chimed in, "Yuqing is overseeing everything at the company. If any issues arise, he will handle them without needing your worry from afar." Lin Ziren feigned concern, soothingly saying, "Hanlian, you need not worry about the company. My cousin is keeping an eye on things. If they are not worried, why should you be? We have arranged a 7-day, 6-night itinerary. We should enjoy ourselves fully before returning. It's only the first day, and you're already eager to leave. Do you value the company over your family?" Zhang Wanwan, nestled in her mother's embrace, couldn't he help but chuckle at how the family was addressing Zhang Hanlian, thinking, "Haha, it's precisely because of our uncle that this scoundrel is so anxious. Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, you are truly comforting. I bet this scoundrel is even more flustered now." Lin Ziren secretly pressed her lips together, realizing they were deliberately trying to vex Zhang Hanlian. His expression indeed shifted multiple times, finally reaching a point of embarrassment where he reluctantly revealed the truth. "Mom, Dad, Ziren, to be honest, what worries me is actually our cousin." Noticing the Lin family as astonishment directed at him, he continued, "I've been aware of the situation for quite some time, but I was unsure how to broach the subject with you, fearing it would hurt your feelings. However, now that we are here on vacation, leaving the company in his sole care makes me uneasy. If we linger here any longer, I truly fear that by the time we return, the company may have changed hands. I must now reveal some truths to you, and I sincerely hope you do not become overly agitated upon hearing them." "What truths?" the Lin family inquired eagerly, perplexed by Zhang Hanlian's statement. Before Zhang Hanlian could respond, Zhang Wanwan's inner voice resonated. "If my assumptions are correct, this deceitful father is attempting to sow discord between my mother, grandparents, and cousin Lin Yuqing, thereby undermining their trust in him. Mother, grandparents, please open your eyes and be wary. Do not fall for Zhang Hanlian's tricks. In my XDH reincarnation, our family became disunited because we were misled by Zhang Hanlian's scheming against cousin, which led us down a long and arduous path. We must not repeat that mistake this time." Upon hearing Zhang Wanwan's thoughts, the family immediately focused intently, eager to discover how Zhang Hanlian intended to incite discord between them and Lin Yuqing. Chapter 60. Incitement to Discord. Zhang Hanlian began. "I have discovered that Lin Yuqing has established his own company, diverting our company's resources into his venture, thereby amassing considerable wealth for himself. I was shocked upon this realization. I never anticipated he would harbor such intentions. While he is entitled to pursue his own endeavors, it is utterly unacceptable for him to undermine our company. His self-serving actions jeopardize our interests, and I am truly heartbroken. I hesitated to inform you, fearing it would cause you distress. Thus, I endeavored to conceal the matter, striving to protect our company's resources from his influence. I had intended to reveal this only when I believed we could salvage the situation, but now, with our family absent from the company and placing complete trust in him, I dread to think of the turmoil he may be causing in our absence. The Lin family immediately expressed their disbelief. How could Yu Cheng possibly do such a thing? I refuse to believe it. Lin Shaoqi spoke with furrowed brows. Lin Yucheng lost his parents at a young age. We raised him and his brothers, along with Jiran, treating them as our own children. We entrusted the company to him and Jiran, planning for the younger generation to inherit it after we're gone. He has no reason to act in such a manner. Zhang Hanlian shook his head, feigning sympathy for their plight. I understand your feelings, but human greed knows no bounds. You just mentioned the company was entrusted to us to inherit. What if he desires to claim it solely for himself? Might he not perceive us as competitors for his inheritance? Especially me, as his son-in-law, he may resent the thought of sharing the spoils. Zhang Wanwan could not restrain her indignation. TSK, this scoundrel truly excels at deflecting blame. Despite his own misdeeds, he dares to slander my cousin. What a shameless individual, truly unparalleled in his audacity. A few members of the Lin family were similarly incensed.
Lin Mu coldly interjected.
What evidence do you possess to substantiate your claim that Yu Cheng has betrayed the Lin group and established a separate entity? This is a grave matter, not one to be dismissed with mere words. Lin Shaoqi nodded in agreement. Indeed, if you truly possess evidence, present it for our scrutiny. Otherwise, I cannot accept that Yu Cheng is capable of such treachery. Lin Jiran, exhibiting concern, leaned closer to Zhang Hanlian. Hanlian, if you cannot provide evidence, it would be wise to refrain from making such assertions to avoid misunderstandings. Zhang Wanwan sighed anxiously. Alas, this scoundrel is attempting to drive a wedge between my family and cousin, already having prepared evidence. Once it is revealed, my mother and grandparents will undoubtedly believe him. This deceiver is indeed cunning. To convince them of cousin's betrayal, he intends to transfer ownership of the newly established company to cousin's name. When my family returns to investigate, they will be misled, ultimately leading to cousin's alienation and the usurpation of his position within the Lin family, allowing the scoundrel's family to dominate and consume the Lin group. Oh, how exasperating. Mother, grandparents, you must thoroughly investigate. Do not let cousin suffer unjustly. He is the trustworthy one, our true family. Do not believe this vile scoundrel. Upon hearing Zhang Wanwan's urgent thoughts, the family felt a shiver of apprehension and curiosity about the evidence Zhang Hanlian would present. Zhang Hanlian retrieved his phone, searching for a document while asserting, if I had no evidence, I wouldn't dare to speak so boldly. I have long possessed this evidence, hoping my cousin would repent, so I could delete it. However, to prove my honesty, I must show it to you. He finally located the document, offering his phone for their perusal. Examine this. Once you do, you will discern whether I am deceiving you. These documents are irrefutable proof of my cousin's establishment of a separate company and the diversion of company assets, complete with numbered seals. You may verify their authenticity. The three Lin family members took turns examining the phone, incredulous at what they saw. Zhang Wanwan, cradled by her mother, caught a glimpse of the screen, internally pleading, Mother, grandparents, please do not be swayed. While the contents may be genuine, they do not implicate cousin in wrongdoing. This scoundrel seeks to establish his own empire by seizing company resources. In his quest to oust cousin and claim full control of the Yunting project, he aims to leverage this evidence to his advantage. Once cousin is removed, he will simply reclaim the company and continue siphoning assets. Do not fall for his deception. As the family feigned earnestness while scrutinizing the documents, they listened to Zhang Wanwan's desperate inner cries, ultimately returning the phone to Zhang Hanlian. Exchanging glances, filled with uncertainty. Faced with this predicament, they needed to devise a strategy. What steps should they take to avoid alarming Zhang Hanlian while ensuring that the company he had transferred to Lin Yucheng would indeed become Lin Yucheng's, leaving Zhang Hanlian unable to reclaim it? Regardless of whether they could formulate a plan, their immediate priority was to manage Zhang Hanlian. Their mission was clear. They must delay him while Lin Yucheng swiftly secured control of the company. Feigning skepticism, they perused the evidence in the documents, disdainfully remarking, such images could easily be fabricated. They are untrustworthy. We will assess the authenticity of the physical documents when we return. It is implausible for us to believe that Lin Yucheng would betray the Lin group based solely on these photographs and documents. Zhang Hanlian appeared momentarily stunned, urgently reiterating the veracity of the documents. Parents, please examine the seals. They bear unique identifiers that cannot be forged. You can verify them. Enough. Lin Shaoqi interrupted with an authoritative wave of his hand. Either provide us with a physical proof, or we will inquire directly with Yu Chung when we return. We cannot accept these easily manipulated documents as conclusive evidence. Zhang Hanlian, frustrated by their disbelief, silently cursed their obstinacy while maintaining a facade of sincerity and urgency. Parents, if you do not trust the evidence presented, do you doubt my integrity as well? Do you think I would resort to deception with fabricated documents? Chapter 61. Return. Lin Shaoqi remained composed, not due to a lack of trust in you, but rather an inability to fathom that Lin Yuqing could commit such an act. Perhaps the evidence you possess is also fabricated? Such matters should be thoroughly examined in hard copy once we return, to ascertain their authenticity. Zhang Hanlian, realizing he could not sway his father-in-law's belief, turned to Lin Jiran, pleading, Jiran, our parents are aging and may be somewhat confused. Surely, you can discern the truth? With unwavering resolve, Lin Jiran replied, I too cannot believe my cousin would act in such a manner. We should heed my father's words and, upon our return, obtain the physical proof for a meticulous examination before drawing any conclusions. Witnessing the family's reluctance to accept his words, Zhang Hanlian felt an overwhelming urge to unleash a torrent of invective. This family truly was oblivious, incapable of distinguishing truth from falsehood. He had spun elaborate lies to ensnare them in the past, yet now, when he spoke the truth, not a soul believed him. Truly absurd. The Lin family feigned disbelief, dragging Zhang Hanlian into further entertainment. Impatient and desperate, he attempted to depart several times, only to be thwarted by the vigilant Lin family. Lin Shaoqi expressed his discontent, stating, this company is to be passed down to Jiran. However, she has been preoccupied with raising children over the years, leaving you to manage it temporarily. We are not in a hurry. Why are you? Lin's mother, her brow furrowed in displeasure, added, do not forget, you are merely our son-in-law, enjoying these privileges solely because of my daughter. Do not presume everything belongs to you. Zhang Hanlian was taken aback. After years of marriage to Lin Jiran, he had felt the Lin family had been considerate of his pride, seldom referring to him as a son-in-law and always mindful of his feelings to avoid any semblance of disdain. This leniency had emboldened him, leading him to believe that what belonged to Lin Jiran was rightfully his. Now, however, they spoke to him with such blatant disrespect, the term son-in-law ringing painfully in his ears. Feigning concern, Lin Jiran stood by his side and implored her parents, Mom, Dad, please do not speak of Hanlian in such a manner. We are husband and wife. What is mine is his as well. He is merely looking out for our company, and a responsible son-in-law like him is indeed commendable. Seeing Lin Jiran defending him, Zhang Hanlian affected a wounded demeanor. I never imagined my unwavering dedication to your family, allowing you to live in peace, would lead you to perceive me as ambitious, seeking to claim everything for myself. If you harbor such distrust, then I have nothing further to say. If the company belongs to your family and you are unconcerned, why should I worry? Lin Jiran hastily attempted to placate him. Hanlian, my parents do not distrust you, nor do I. If that were the case, why would we have entrusted you with so many shares of the Lin Group? As she spoke, Lin Jiran felt an overwhelming regret. Had she known his true nature, they would never have shared the shares with him. This man now played the victim as if he had been wronged, when in reality, he was precisely the person they feared. Zhang Hanlian feigned superiority. Regardless, I am but a son-in-law, inferior to your esteemed cousin. You all refused to believe he could behave in such a way. What can I do? He strategically retreated, hoping Lin Jiran would persuade her parents on his behalf. Yet, Lin Jiran appeared helpless, offering no sign of agreement. Frustration boiled within him, yet he was too proud to voice it, leaving him with a tempest of anger with no outlet. Zhang Hanlian had assumed that after a day and night had passed, Lin Jiran would recognize his discontent and approach him to discuss leaving. However, her attention was entirely consumed by the children, oblivious to his emotional state. He resorted to aimlessly wandering in her vicinity, hoping to catch her eye, only to be met with her irritation, claiming he obstructed her view of the children. Ultimately, Zhang Hanlian found himself with no choice but to enlist Li Zihan's help, urging her to concoct a reason to hasten Lin Jiran and the others back home, ending their prolonged outing. Initially, Li Zihan was reluctant to leave, cherishing the rare opportunity for free food, entertainment, and accommodation, not to mention the cost-free flights. However, upon hearing Zhang Hanlian's analysis of the situation, she quickly became anxious. Soon she devised a plan approaching Lin Jiran. That scoundrel has urged me to return promptly to finalize our divorce. If I miss this window, he may become unavailable. I cannot endure another day with such a man. I must hurry back and cannot stay any longer. As she spoke, her voice trailed off, as if she had more to say, but was hesitant to voice it. Hoping Lin Jiran would catch on. Upon hearing her fabricated tale, Lin Jiran realized Li Zihan had been summoned by Zhang Hanlian to pressure her return. Seeing her hesitant demeanor, Lin Jiran feigned ignorance. What a pity. We still have several days of fun ahead. I have already paid for you and your child. How can you leave? Li Zihan was taken aback, astonished that Lin Jiran showed no inclination to accompany her back. She finally spoke up. The divorce entails numerous contentious issues regarding asset division and child custody. I fear I may not be able to handle him. He is well versed in business and worldly matters. Jiran, could you accompany me back to assist me in winning this divorce case? I truly do not know how to face him alone. Confident that Lin Jiran would acquiesce. She recalled how, in the past, Lin Jiran had always readily assisted her without her needing to ask. Although Lin Jiran had not been as forthcoming this time, she believed that once she articulated her request, Lin Jiran would not deny her. As Lin Jiran finally heard Li Zihan's request, though the tone was inquisitive, her expression suggested an expectation of compliance, prompting a silent scoff within her. She had previously been too accommodating. Did Li Zihan truly believe she would remain so? Lin Jiran feigned reluctance, but this is a rare opportunity for my parents to enjoy a trip together. They expected to spend 7 days and 6 nights. And we have only just begun. I fear it may dampen their spirits to return so soon. Li Zihan, taken aback by the rejection, gritted her teeth and attempted to negotiate. Then you could leave Zhang Hanlian with your parents and just accompany me for a short while. The divorce process is swift. You merely need to negotiate for the children and ensure he shares half of the assets. Her intention was transparent. She sought to manipulate Lin Jiran into allowing Zhang Hanlian to accompany her back, hoping he would assist her in the divorce proceedings. However, Lin Jiran saw through her scheme. Feigning ignorance, that sounds reasonable. I shall accompany you. By the way, didn't you borrow 10 million from me? This would be a perfect opportunity to retrieve that money from your husband. Chapter 62. Reclaiming Funds. Upon hearing this, Li Zihan was rendered speechless. She had not anticipated that Lin Jiran would still remember this detail and seize the opportunity to demand repayment from her husband. There was no way her faux spouse would comply. Lin Jiran's inquiry would surely expose her deceit. Li Zihan quickly responded, he will certainly deny that debt. I do not expect him to repay me. Perhaps I will settle it once I have the means. I will repay my debts independently to avoid him claiming I squandered his money. Lin Jiran was acutely aware of her fear, yet she feigned ignorance, presenting herself as a champion of justice. How could he possibly deny it? The money you borrowed was all spent on your household. You have been caring for several children while he has contributed little effort, merely obligated to part with some funds, and often failing to remit them punctually. This predicament is precisely why you cannot borrow money from me. Surely, after parting ways, he cannot simply renounce this financial responsibility and leave you to repay it alone?
Zihan.
Fret not, I shall accompany you this time, and I will undoubtedly assist you in safeguarding your rights. Both shared assets and liabilities must be equitably shouldered by him. The money you borrowed should be repaid by him. After all, he was the one who wronged you first. Li Zihan felt a wave of despair, casting a silent glare at Zhang Hanlian, harboring unvoiced resentment. It was all your fault. Had you not prompted me to concoct an excuse to approach Lin Jiran, I would not have suddenly acquired this additional debt. Zhang Hanlian's expression was equally grim. He had never anticipated that this family would genuinely seek to confine him in a distant locale, preventing his return. Regardless of the circumstances, he was resolute in his determination to go back. Otherwise, all his years of planning would amount to naught. With this thought in mind, Zhang Hanlian approached, asserting, such matters are better handled by men. Your husband is no fool. I doubt any fruitful negotiation could arise from a discussion between two women. Therefore, allow me to accompany you. Lin Jiran hesitated, glancing at him. But Zhang Hanlian interjected, do you not wish to spend time with your parents? I am merely a son-in-law. They would prefer you remain to enjoy their company. I should not burden them further, and I can return to assist your dear friend. Observing Zhang Hanlian's determination, Lin Jiran realized she had no choice but to comply, lest she arouse suspicion. She turned to her parents, seeking their counsel. However, she found them engrossed in their phones. Upon hearing her inquiry, they exchanged glances and feigned a sigh of regret. Well, since you are all busy, you might as well return together. We, the older generation, cannot manage the children alone. Lin Jiran was taken aback by her parents' swift acquiescence, feeling somewhat puzzled.
Yet,
They subtly signaled her with their eyes, prompting her to compose herself. Since her parents did not wish to remain, they would return together. Zhang Hanlian, suddenly invigorated, turned towards the hotel. I shall pack my belongings right away. Li Zihan hastily followed suit to gather her things. Lin Jiren quickly approached her parents, asking Mom and Dad, "Were we not supposed to keep Zhang Hanlian from leaving? Why have you allowed him to go?" Lin Shaoqi replied with a smile, "Your cousin just messaged me, stating that everything has been arranged on his end, and we are free to return at any time without needing to hold Zhang Hanlian back." Upon hearing this, Lin Jiren felt a wave of relief wash over her. Wonderful. Cousin is remarkably efficient. He has resolved matters in just a few days. The family packed their belongings and returned to a city. Zhang Hanlian was eager to return, almost wishing to fly back directly. However, upon finally arriving in a city, he was met with a shocking revelation. The Tingyun project had been entirely seized by Lin Yuqing. During his absence, Lin Yuqing had usurped control of the entire Tingyun project. Fury surged through him, causing his entire being to tremble. He had invested years of effort and capital into the Tingyun project. If Lin Yuqing held the reins, he would reap no benefits whatsoever. The realization made it impossible for Zhang Hanlian to remain still. He immediately sought out Lin Jiren and her parents, anguish evident on his face. "Mom, Dad, Jiren, I previously warned you about Lin Yuqing's ambitions. Look at him. While we were away, he seized control of the Tingyun project. Is he attempting to monopolize the profits? You clearly stated that the project was entrusted to me, yet he has usurped that responsibility while I was absent. This is an utter disregard for me." The family, observing his frantic demeanor, calmly assured him, "Oh, we are all family. It matters not who holds power. The profits ultimately belong to the Lin family. If he has acquired such authority, he shall bear the burden of additional responsibilities. Would it not be easier for you?" Zhang Hanlian's expression darkened with indignation. He could only swallow his anger and respond obliquely, but the Tingyun project is entirely funded by the Lin family. Its significance is immense. Are you not concerned that he may abscond with all the profits? We have invested billions. As he spoke, he noticed the Lin family gazing at him with peculiar expressions, causing him to halt. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Lin Jiren, seemingly considerate of his dignity, cautiously replied, "Hanlian, those billions are from the Lin family. Even if there are losses, you will not suffer any consequences. You need not worry about us." Zhang Hanlian pressed his lips together, breathing heavily, rendered momentarily speechless. Yet, how could he not be anxious? He had previously managed to discreetly relocate those funds. Had it not been for the immense potential profits of the Tingyun project, he would not have returned them. Now, having invested all that he had previously transferred from the Lin family back into this project, if he lost control, he would be left with nothing. How could he ever recoup those investments tenfold or 100-fold? The Lin family, understanding his distress, realized that Zhang Hanlian regarded the funds he had moved from the Lin family as his own private assets, fearing that the returned money would not yield the expected profits, which was why he was so anxious. With this incident, they had successfully reclaimed the funds Zhang Hanlian had taken from the Lin family. Zhang Hanlian, unwilling to concede, produced the paper trail of evidence. "How could I not be anxious? Look for yourselves. Lin Yuqing has betrayed the Lin family. If he is in charge of the Tingyun project, can it still belong to us?" Chapter 63. Guarding the company, Zhang Hanlian presented the documents that substantiated Lin Yuqing's betrayal. Flipping through the pages for the Lin family to see, he pointed to the seals, official stamps, and serial numbers, exclaiming in frustration, "See for yourselves. When I first showed you this, you claimed these images were fabricated and that I was deceived. Now, by examining these documents, you can discern whether I was misleading you or if it was Lin Yuqing who was duplicitous." The Lin family had long since deliberated on this matter, and they had played along. Since Zhang Hanlian had gone so far as to transfer his invested company into Lin Yuqing's name, they had no reason to refuse the assets Zhang Hanlian was relinquishing. The family perused the documents, feigning disbelief. How can this be? How could Yuqing betray the Lin family like this? They meticulously examined the seals and stamps, along with the serial numbers, and, upon finding everything to be irrefutably corroborated, donned expressions of pained disbelief. "Yuqing, how could you treat our family this way? We regarded you as our own son. Had you not betrayed us, the Lin family's assets would have been entrusted to you for management in the future. Why the urgency? This is truly heartbreaking." Lin Shaoqi excelled at theatrics, clutching his chest in simulated agony, prompting an involuntary empathy from those around him. Only by feigning belief in Lin Yuqing's betrayal of the Lin family in front of Zhang Hanlian could Lin Yuqing directly confront Zhang Hanlian. They were convinced that with both overt and covert strategies against Zhang Hanlian, they would surely prevail. As Lin Hanlian finally witnessed the Lin family's anguish, he sighed in relief. For he had succeeded in making them believe. As long as they were convinced that Lin Yuqing had established his own faction and diverted resources from the Lin group, no one would contest him for control over the Lin group any longer. He remarked, "Mom, Dad, Jiren, now that our cousin has betrayed the Lin group, the helm of the Tingyun project we invested in is in his hands. Isn't that perilous? I propose we reclaim control to prevent our losses." Lin Shaoqi nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you raise a valid point. Allow me to handle this matter personally. I wish to see how he dares to face me after such treachery against the Lin family." Zhang Hanlian hastily interjected, "Dad, let me assist you. I fear you may be overwhelmed." Lin Shaoqi waved his hand. "You should focus on safeguarding the Lin group. Now that Lin Yuqing holds shares in the Lin group, should he deplete it, the Lin family would be doomed. This task is one only you can competently manage. I have no trust in anyone else." Zhang Hanlian opened his mouth but ultimately remained silent. He had already convinced the Lin family of Lin Yuqing's betrayal. They would deal with him. And his focus should indeed be on the Lin group. He could not allow Lin Yuqing to contest him again. Suddenly, Lin Shaoqi spoke again. "Never mind. Yuqing is exceptionally capable. If he truly intends to oppose us, I fear you alone may not suffice. Perhaps Jiren should join the company as well. You both must diligently protect the Lin group and ensure that Lin Yuqing, that traitor, does not extract any resources from it." Upon hearing Lin Shaoqi's suggestion for Lin Jiren to join the company, Zhang Hanlian felt a surge of anxiety. "Dad, Jiren is still occupied with the children. Wouldn't bringing her into the company burden her?" The Lin group was practically his dominion. He had already replaced the staff with his own loyalists, and every decision was under his control. Allowing Lin Jiren entry would undoubtedly disrupt this balance and jeopardize his schemes. His future plans to siphon funds from the Lin group to his private accounts would no longer be as effortless. Over the years, he had diverted funds to establish his own company, and to further distance Lin Yuqing from the Lin family, he had transferred his own company to Lin Yuqing, thus giving him a fresh start. If Lin Jiren were to join the company, it would inevitably hinder his ability to amass his own wealth. He had to devise a way to prevent her from entering. The Lin family was well aware of Zhang Hanlian's objections regarding Lin Jiren's entrance. Lin Fodder spoke earnestly. "Our Lin group is at a crucial juncture. If we fail to protect it, we risk losing it to that traitor Lin Yuqing. I believe Jiren can manage." Lin Jiren readily nodded. "Of course, I can manage. Both my sons are now in school, with mom and dad's support and a nanny's assistance. Wanwan is quite well behaved. Never cries or fusses, sleeps when hungry, and plays independently. She's never a burden, and for the sake of our Lin group, I am entirely capable." However, Zhang Hanlian attempted to interject further but was interrupted by Lin Shaoqi's decisive tone. "All right, it's settled then. Tomorrow, Hanlian, make arrangements for Jiren to join the company. Since we decided to step back, we intended for Jiren to inherit and manage the company. Unfortunately, she became pregnant shortly thereafter and has been preoccupied with the children, never having the opportunity to engage with the company. It is high time she familiarizes herself with the legacy she is to inherit." Zhang Hanlian clenched his teeth in silent frustration. He suddenly regretted that his intention to unite the family against Lin Yuqing had instead thrown his plans into disarray, leaving him feeling as though he had made a disastrous miscalculation. His lips twitched as he resolved to find a way to prevent Lin Jiren from joining the company. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he spoke. "Since Jiren has been at home raising the children since her marriage, I worry she may struggle to adapt to the company environment. If the tasks assigned to her prove too challenging, wouldn't that undermine her confidence?" He continued candidly. "To be frank, I am concerned that after so many years away from the company, she may not be equipped to fulfill the responsibilities required. Our hiring process involves rigorous examinations and interviews. If she were to enter the company directly, wouldn't there be suspicions of nepotism? If she were to assume a leadership role, would her capabilities be taken seriously by others?" After expressing his concerns, he hastily grasped Lin Jiren's hand, feigning sympathy. "I merely wish to spare Jiren from undue hardship. I can manage the company affairs. She should focus on being with the children, as they need their mother's presence for healthy growth." "Enough already, you scoundrel." Sitting in her stroller, Zhang Wanwan could no longer tolerate his repeated use of the children as an excuse, inwardly seething with indignation. This scoundrel and mom had 3 children just to ensnare her and prevent her from entering the company. What a deep scheme. The family couldn't help but gasp at Zhang Wanwan's unvoiced sentiments, and Lin Jiren felt a chilling dread. She never imagined that this man would go so far as to manipulate her through their children. Chapter 64, Repayment. Lin Jiren clenched her fists, inhaled deeply, and composed herself to appear unperturbed. She smiled. It's all right. I can go through the proper procedures of written tests and interviews to join the company. Lin father and Lin mother exchanged worried glances, fearing that Zhang Hanlian might deliberately hinder her entry. In truth, upon seeing her acquiescence to join as a regular candidate, Zhang Hanlian had already devised a plan to obstruct Lin Jiren's entry into the company. Only when Zhang Hanlian was absent did Lin Jiren confide her intentions to her parents. Zhang Hanlian wields immense power in our Lin group. I must explore this avenue to gauge the extent of his influence. But what if he makes it difficult for you and prevents your entry? Lin father and Lin mother remained unconvinced. Lin Jiren assured them, do not worry. Although I have spent years at home with the children, I cannot have forgotten the business management I studied for so long.
Besides,
I have assisted Zhang Hanlian with some company matters. I have not forgotten what I need to know. I believe I can pass the assessment, unless he actively interferes. Upon hearing Lin Jiren's words, Lin father and Lin mother felt somewhat reassured. They smiled. Indeed, our daughter's capabilities are significant. Had it not been for her previous responsibilities at home, she would certainly surpass that scoundrel Zhang Hanlian. If they dared to reject someone as talented as her, then her parents would personally intervene, asserting her identity as the daughter of the chairman, ensuring no one would obstruct her entry into the company. Lin Jiren nodded and glanced at the time. She had another matter to attend to. Mom, Dad, I must go retrieve my 20 million from Li Zihan's fake husband. The court should be in session by now, so I will head over. Her parents scoffed. That plastic friend of yours is certainly putting on a grand performance. To assist Zhang Hanlian in concluding his journey, she spun such a colossal lie. I can guarantee that when you arrive, she will claim she has already settled matters privately with her husband, and there will be no court proceedings whatsoever. Lin Jiren let out a cold laugh. She and that faux husband were not truly wed, thus there was no court hearing to speak of. It was merely a ruse to deceive me. However, he did not anticipate that I would pursue her for that 20 million. I reckon they are in disarray now. Zhang Hanlian's departure at this moment, claiming it is for company matters, is likely just him giving her advice. Regardless of the circumstances, I must recover that 20 million. Otherwise, this opportunity will slip away. Lin's parents, filled with a sense of vindication, smiled and agreed. Indeed, it must be reclaimed. Those two, in their desperation to conceal their affairs, will undoubtedly devise a way to repay the 20 million. If we do not act now, when will we? Before leaving, Lin Jiren placed a gentle kiss on the forehead of the slumbering Zhang Wanwan. Observing Zhang Wanwan's serene and tranquil visage, the family felt both a pang of heartache and a sense of comfort. Their little girl only found peace in sleep, free from worries about their troubles. Lin Jiren met with Li Zihan, who confirmed that she had indeed withdrawn her lawsuit and settled privately with Zhang Lin. Lin Jiren had anticipated this line of reasoning and pressed on relentlessly. Has he promised to assist you in repaying that 20 million debt? If he has not, I cannot let him off the hook. I must find him and compel him to repay, or I shall take legal action. Li Zihan, seething with resentment, bit her lip, wishing to express her disbelief at their years of camaraderie, but feared that Lin Jiren would see through her facade. Forcing a smile, she fished a check for 20 million from her purse and said, I have already had him repay it. Although we had quite the argument, he ultimately helped me with the debt. She hesitated, offering the check only to withdraw it back. This was indeed 20 million, a staggering amount, and it was infuriating to think it would go to Lin Jiren so easily. Zhang Hanlian had chastised her when he handed her the check, berating her for borrowing such a large sum. For someone like her, borrowing 2 million was already quite the feat, yet here she was, having borrowed 20 million. When would she cease being so materialistic? Li Zihan felt a wave of indignation. How could Lin Jiren so effortlessly procure 20 million? Did she not deserve to spend that much? In the past, when borrowing from Lin Jiren, she began with hundreds, then thousands, and eventually escalated to tens of thousands, and even millions. She was no longer that naive village girl who had just arrived in the city for her studies. Men and friends surrounded her, living lavishly in grand homes and driving luxury cars. Why should she not indulge in high expenditures as well? She quarreled with Zhang Hanlian, arguing that she merely sought to save him money by borrowing from Lin Jiren. Little did she know, from high school through university, Lin Jiren had never asked her to repay. Now she demanded full repayment at once. Had she known Lin Jiran's true nature, she would not have been so polite in drafting that loan agreement. Zhang Hanlian, upon discovering that it was she who had written the loan agreement, scolded her for being foolish, but was left with no choice but to use his savings to cover the 20 million. All the hard-earned money he had saved was now exhausted. Zhang Hanlian's heart ached with frustration. Yet, considering the prospect of future profits from the Lin Group in the tens of millions, he managed to calm himself. At that moment, Li Zihan, contemplating the situation, found her hand reluctant to extend the check. Observing her hesitation, Lin Jiran reached out and seized the check from her grasp. Glancing at it, she recognized it as a check frequently used by the Lin Group, confirming that indeed, Zhang Hanlian had assisted her with the payment. Lin Jiran slipped the check into her bag, a sense of security washing over her, and smiled, saying, "Fortunately, your husband is sensible. Otherwise, should he dare to default on this debt, I would have him imprisoned. After all, you are divorced, and he leaves with nothing, leaving the children to you. So it won't affect them." Seeing the 20 million slip into Lin Jiran's bag, Li Zihan could no longer contain herself and spoke up. "Jiran, now that you have money, could you lend me some? I've just divorced, and the pressure of living is quite heavy. Without a little cash, I cannot imagine how to get by." Lin Jiran was taken aback by her audacity. Adopting a concerned demeanor, she exclaimed, "You divorced him, and he left you with nothing? Is he even human? I must confront him about this." Chapter 65. Entering the company. As Lin Jiran spoke, she genuinely intended to seek out Zhang Lin for retribution. However, Li Zihan quickly intervened. "Enough, Jiran. What money could Zhang Lin possibly have to compensate you? If you confront him for debt, he might divulge the truth, and all the schemes he and Zhang Hanlian have painstakingly orchestrated would unravel." She could only placate her. "I merely wish to borrow a little as a backup. That man does provide me with money, and I am merely concerned about having enough. Is the money he gives you sufficient?" Lin Jiran maintained her facade of concern. "If he does not provide you with enough, I shall confront him." Li Zihan opened her mouth but ultimately clenched her teeth, forcing a smile as she replied, "It's enough. Please do not seek him out. I am now divorced and wish to sever all ties with him. There's no need for you to get involved, lest he entangles you in his affairs again." Deep down, she was seething with resentment. The mere thought of Lin Jiran seeking out Zhang Lin made her dread the notion of admitting her financial struggles. Lin Jiran, clutching the 20 million check, promptly transferred the funds into her account. Secure at last, she calculated that they had nearly reclaimed all the assets that Zhang Hanlian had stealthily taken from the Lin family. The assets were restored, including the private funds Zhang Hanlian had appropriated and the capital he had clandestinely misappropriated. Now only a few properties and Zhang Hanlian's stake in the Lin Group, along with his overwhelming power within the company, remained. Lin Jiran clenched her fist. Everything that belonged to the Lin family, she would reclaim with interest from Zhang Hanlian, piece by piece. The next day, Lin Jiran prepared herself and arrived at the Lin Group under the guise of a job candidate. As she beheld the company she had not set foot in for so long, her heart was filled with a complex mix of emotions. She had once been a rising star in the industry, with a promising future ahead. Yet, after marrying Zhang Hanlian and bearing his children, she had retreated into the shadows, never to step through the company's doors again. Only on rare occasions, when Zhang Hanlian faced challenges at work, would he seek her counsel, allowing her to glean insights into her family's affairs. After her graduation, her parents entrusted the company to her, and at that time, she was brimming with ambition, leading the company to prosperity. However, after having children, she let Zhang Hanlian take the reins. Now, returning to the company felt like starting anew, a bitter irony. Most of her former colleagues had been replaced, and upon entering the company, she was surrounded by unfamiliar faces. She recalled her daughter's inner voice before leaving. "Mom, sigh, the entire company is filled with that scoundrel's people. All the elites you once nurtured have been dismissed, merely to keep the company under his control. If that scoundrel wishes to prevent you from entering, then your visit may be in vain." Sigh. Reflecting on her daughter's concerns, Lin Jiran clenched her fists tightly. She could not allow her daughter to worry for her, regardless of the obstacles. She was determined to secure her place in the company. Whoever dares to obstruct her shall witness whether they can endure the repercussions. Lin Jiran took a deep breath before stepping into the company. Upon her arrival, the receptionist, with a frosty demeanor, inquired about her purpose and whether she had an appointment. Lin Jiran furrowed her brow. The receptionist's attitude, demeanor, and conduct fell far short of the standards expected of a competent front desk representative. Her behavior was reminiscent of a lackluster establishment in a small town, casual and devoid of decorum. Lin Jiran clenched her teeth, dismayed that her parents had entrusted the management of their company to Zhang Hanlian, who could oversee it in such a lackadaisical manner, allowing the company's reputation and image to deteriorate. "I'm here for an interview," Lin Jiran replied. The receptionist immediately gestured towards a corner, instructing her to wait there, as the HR manager would soon summon them for the written test and interview. Lin Jiran turned to see a number of individuals seated in the reception area, each clutching a resume. They were fervently reviewing questions on their phones, hoping to achieve commendable results in the upcoming examination and secure a place in the interview process. Lin Jiran thanked the receptionist and made her way towards them. However, she overheard the receptionist conversing with another colleague who was arriving for a shift change. "These people are so naive. What good is all that preparation? The position has already been predetermined. This is merely a formality. They are just here to fill space. What a waste of time. I heard the chosen candidate is some relative of the HR manager. How pitiful are these folks waiting for an assistant position?" Listening to the two receptionists exchange, Lin Jiran maintained a composed demeanor as she approached the interview area. Upon joining the group, the others looked up, their faces contorted with disdain. Lin Jiran paid them no mind. After all, they were now rivals in competition, and an additional contender merely meant more competition for them, so their irritation was understandable. She soon realized that the seating was limited, and after scanning the room, she spotted an empty chair and promptly moved towards it. Just as she settled in, a woman blocked her path. "You can't sit here. This is my seat." Lin Jiran frowned. "How can this possibly be your seat? I see no one sitting here, and you already have a place to sit." The woman defiantly propped her feet on the chair, exuding arrogance as she declared, "This chair is for my feet. Does that not imply it is occupied?" Lin Jiran let out a laugh. "You are truly something else. Claiming 2 seats for yourself when there are so many people around. Do you not feel any shame?" The woman smirked, unperturbed. "Why should I feel ashamed? My uncle is connected here. If you dare cross me, I'll have him blacklist you, making it impossible for you to find work in this industry." Lin Jiran raised an eyebrow. "And who exactly is your uncle? I would like to see him." Before the woman could respond, another woman tugged at Lin Jiran's arm. "Miss, don't argue with her. It won't end well. Her uncle is the HR manager, and I saw him greet her just moments ago. If you offend her, you might lose your chance to interview." Several other women nodded in agreement, warning Lin Jiran. "Yes, we witnessed a few candidates who crossed her being sent away. It's best not to antagonize her. We don't want to face the consequences." Chapter 66, The Assessment. Lin Jiran was taken aback to learn that such a despicable individual was connected to the HR manager. If that manager had relatives of such low caliber, it reflected poorly on him as well. Otherwise, how could he favor his own kin, bringing in his niece? A woman of such poor quality could never have met the hiring standards of the company Lin Jiran had previously worked for. With someone vouching for her, the woman grew increasingly smug, looking down her nose as she said, "See? You now understand my significance, don't you? My uncle is the HR manager for this recruitment. And if you dare offend me, even if you perform exceptionally well, he would never consider you." Just as Lin Jiran was about to respond, someone came to announce that it was time for the written test. The woman stood up immediately, affectionately linking arms with the HR manager and whining, "Uncle, someone has been bullying me. Make her leave." The HR manager quickly freed himself from her grasp, whispering nervously, "Be discreet. Do you want everyone to know you got in through connections?" The woman, however, shrugged it off, pouting, "Let them know. What does it matter? They can envy and resent me all they want." The HR manager sighed inwardly at his niece's unfiltered remarks and her inability to conceal her connections. Yet, having accepted money from her parents, he had no choice but to ensure her successful application. During the written test, Lin Jiran observed the HR manager handing out papers to his niece, and the scrap paper he provided bore writing. Upon seeing it, she gleefully exclaimed, "Thank you, uncle." The HR manager quickly shushed her, urging her to focus on answering questions instead. The woman eagerly began copying from the scrap paper. Lin Jiran watched the exchange without comment. Browsing through the questions, she found that most were designed by her during her tenure at the company. The questions encompassed both mathematics and classical literature. The math section was relatively straightforward, requiring only clear processes and answers. In contrast, the literature section demanded well-reasoned arguments to achieve high scores. Lin Jiran observed as the woman, after receiving her exam paper, busily copied from the scrap paper. Others attempted to follow suit, but the HR manager kept a close watch over them. The woman completed her copying quickly, beaming with satisfaction as she raised her hand. "I'm finished." She then looked confidently at her uncle. The others silently scoffed, thinking, "You didn't finish. You merely copied." The HR manager frowned at her, stating, "The grading is done immediately. If you finished, hand it in for us to review." The woman eagerly brought her paper forward. Shortly after, she returned with a triumphant expression, exclaiming that she had received a perfect score. Soon, others began submitting their completed papers, but none matched her score. Lin Ren also submitted her exam. The examiners exchanged glances, ultimately gritting their teeth and awarding her a perfect score as well. The woman, upon seeing Lin Ren's perfect score, immediately expressed her discontent. "Uncle, that woman bullied me earlier. How can you give her a perfect score?" The HR manager, adopting a serious tone, replied, "Our assessment is inherently fair and just. If someone possesses the ability to achieve such results, we have no reason to deny them." Lin Ren silently chuckled to herself, realizing they were merely grasping at straws. After all, she was the one who had created the questions and provided the standard answers. So it was only natural she would receive a perfect score. If she didn't, then it would be impossible for the woman to have achieved one as well, given that her answers mirrored the standard. Others, hearing the HR manager's declaration, exchanged skeptical glances. They scoffed at the notion of fairness and justice while secretly providing answers to his niece. What kind of fairness was that? After the HR manager and other examiners concluded grading, they announced that only those scoring above 90 would advance to the interview, leaving everyone stunned. The difficulty of the assessment had been considerable. Very few had managed to achieve even a passing score of 60, yet they were now required to attain over 90. Many felt indignant, but the HR manager justified. This decision was made based on the probabilities and the talents our company requires. If you have failed to meet the standards, do not blame us. Although everyone was reluctant, their scores were laid bare before them, leaving no room for argument. They could only depart in dejection. Nearly 4/5 of the candidates chose to leave. Ultimately, only 3 remained for the interview: Lin Jiran, the woman, and another young man. During the interview, both Lin Jiran and the young man excelled, while the HR director's niece stammered incoherently. Observers shook their heads in disbelief at how such a candidate could have progressed to this stage. By the conclusion of the interviews, only one person was offered a position: the woman. The young man, overwhelmed by frustration, vocally challenged the HR supervisor and the panel regarding their apparent bias. "I performed exceptionally well. How could I not be selected?" he exclaimed, gesturing towards Lin Jiran. "If this woman is hired, I might still entertain your excuses, but to admit someone as uninformed as her is simply unacceptable. I must report this nepotism." The HR supervisor merely smiled coldly, retorting, "If you possess the courage, go ahead and report it. My relative oversees this company, and he is the head of the entire Lin Group. Taking your complaint to him will only lead to your ostracization from the industry. Go ahead, try your luck." Upon hearing the threat of being blacklisted, the man fell silent, seething as he stomped his feet in frustration, eager to shake off the dust clinging to him. Ultimately, he stormed off in indignation. Lin Jiran, however, remained steadfast, fixing her gaze upon the HR supervisor. "You claim to have a relative in a high position within the Lin Group?" The supervisor wore a proud expression. "He is not just in a high position, he is at the very top. In our Lin Group, he has far more authority than the occasional visits from old Master Lin." Lin Jiran turned to him with a solemn demeanor, stating, "Then summon him here. I wish to see how he addresses this matter." The supervisor scoffed. "Who do you think you are? Do you really believe the HR supervisor would come to meet you?" Lin Jiran returned to scoff with one of her own. "Since you refuse to summon your relative, I shall call him myself." With that, she promptly dialed Zhang Hanlian. Chapter 67: The Retest. Zhang Hanlian arrived swiftly. Upon seeing him, the HR supervisor rushed over, eager to ingratiate himself. "Mr. Zhang, what brings you personally here?" Zhang Hanlian cast him a sidelong glance, exuding the aura of a CEO. "If I am recruiting an assistant, of course I must inspect the candidate." The HR supervisor quickly introduced his niece, chuckling, "This is the assistant I recommended for you, Miss Yang Xiuli. She has excelled in every assessment, and I am confident she will alleviate some of your workload." Yang Xiuli immediately struck a pose, her demeanor a stark contrast to her earlier arrogance. With a soft, courteous smile, she greeted Zhang Hanlian. "Mr. Zhang, thank you for the opportunity to be your assistant. I will certainly prove my worth through my expertise." Yang Xiuli was indeed young and beautiful, with an alluring figure, dressed in a form-fitting professional outfit that accentuated her curves, rendering her irresistible to any man. As she spoke, her eyes fluttered flirtatiously, seemingly attempting to captivate Zhang Hanlian. Lin Jiran observed silently, curious to see how Zhang Hanlian would navigate this situation in her presence. The HR supervisor was pleased with his niece's performance and had immediately thought of her when Zhang Hanlian requested an assistant. Being the assistant to Mr. Zhang put her in close proximity to him, and if a personal relationship developed, it would not only elevate his niece but also bring significant benefits to him as her uncle. He could not afford to miss this opportunity. As the HR supervisor awaited praise from Zhang Hanlian, he was met instead with reprimand. I require an assistant, not a companion. Look at the kind of person you've brought me. She reeks of the streets. Hearing this, the HR supervisor's smile faded, realizing too late that Zhang Hanlian sought a different kind of assistant than he had imagined. He scrambled to salvage the situation. Mr. Zhang, while she may have a certain air about her, her professional skills are impeccable. She scored full marks in the written assessment, earning unanimous recognition from the examiners, which is why I selected her. The examiners nearby averted their gazes, remaining silent. After all, she was the supervisor's niece, who would dare disapprove unless they wished to jeopardize their own positions. Meanwhile, Lin Jiran continued to observe quietly, seemingly invisible. Then Zhang Hanlian inquired, was this woman the only one to achieve full marks in the assessment? Are there no other candidates? The HR supervisor's expression soured, yet he ultimately had to concede. There was indeed another candidate who performed admirably. He stepped back and pointed to Lin Jiran. That would be her. Zhang Hanlian, upon seeing Lin Jiran, exchanged a knowing glance with her, but she averted her eyes. Unperturbed, Zhang Hanlian assumed she was merely trying to conceal her identity. This was advantageous for him. He intended to have Lin Jiran publicly declared unqualified for the position. The absence of any changes in the earlier assessments, which had utilized questions from her previous tenure at the company, was merely a means to test her. Now that she had achieved full marks, it appeared her foundational knowledge remained intact. Given this, he resolved that his next challenge would need to be more demanding. The HR supervisor continued, though this woman's written score is comparable to the previous candidates, her interview performance was significantly lacking. The other candidate was more professional and better suited to our company, hence her selection as the top candidate. She is indeed a rare talent for us. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiran could not suppress a laugh, covering her mouth as she stifled her amusement. The HR supervisor glared at her. What are you laughing at? With your lack of decorum, it's no wonder you lost to Yang Xiuli in the interview. You have the audacity to laugh. Supervisor Wang, Zhang Hanlian called, reprimanding. You must not slander the candidates. The HR supervisor's smile faltered. In the past, Zhang Hanlian would not have reprimanded him so sternly. Even when he erred, it would have been brushed aside. Now, however, he was being held to a higher standard. Though displeased, he chose not to pursue the matter further. Zhang Hanlian continued. Since these two candidates have performed similarly well, emerging from a pool of dozens of applicants, they must possess considerable ability. Therefore, let us hold another assessment. He looked at Lin Jiran and Yang Xiuli. You both have no objections, I trust? He was aware that Supervisor Wang would favor his niece, ensuring her victory in this recruitment process, and even if Supervisor Wang secured a top score for her, he would later facilitate an additional examination for Lin Jiran, appearing to assist her. Should she then fail, the blame would rest solely on her shoulders. Lin Jiran shook her head, indicating her agreement.
Yet Yang Xiuli protested.
Why should I undergo another assessment? I already achieved the top score this time. Why must I retest? That is utterly unfair. Zhang Hanlian fixed his gaze upon her and remarked, since you have managed to secure the top position, are you truly apprehensive about performing poorly in the subsequent assessments? Or is it that the scores you just achieved were, in fact, fabricated? Yang Xiuli, caught off guard by his astute observation, found herself momentarily speechless. Supervisor Wang, noticing her discomfort, quickly interjected, let us have another attempt. That would certainly be more equitable. After all, true gold fears no fire. Yang Xiuli, in a fit of anxiety, stamped her foot and exclaimed, Uncle, only to be silenced by a stern glance from Supervisor Wang. Lin Jiran observed the unfolding drama with a quiet smirk, choosing to remain silent. Let us take a brief respite before commencing the supplementary assessment. I shall personally oversee it, Zhang Hanlian declared, casting another knowing glance at Lin Jiran, who, however, continued to disregard him. Unperturbed, Zhang Hanlian rationalized her avoidance as a fear of their relationship being exposed. Watching Lin Jiran prepare for the makeup test in 2 days, a sinister smile crept upon his lips. Regardless of whether Lin Jiran successfully joined the company, he had devised a plan that would compel her to depart. Given her current trepidation regarding their relationship being unveiled, he intended to reveal it at the moment she was accepted into the firm. Even if Lin Jiran were to enter based solely on merit, everyone would inevitably perceive her as having leveraged her connection to him, the CEO, thus undermining her abilities and influence. With this thought, Zhang Hanlian couldn't help but smile once more. Chapter 68. Full Marks. The second round of testing commenced swiftly. As Yang Xiuli entered the examination room, her demeanor had transformed from one of reluctance to an embodiment of unshakable confidence. She cast a glance at Lin Jiran, and, in a self-assured tone, advised, "I suggest you take the test now, otherwise, it will be you who faces embarrassment later." Lin Jiran, discerning the self-satisfaction radiating from her, couldn't resist a smile and replied, "Your confidence is striking. Have you perchance seen the questions and answers?" A flicker of panic crossed Yang Xiuli's face, swiftly masked by bravado. "What do you mean by seeing the questions and answers?" "My confidence stems from the fact that I triumphed over you in the first test, achieving the highest score. I am fully capable of doing so again. Just wait and see." Earlier, in the lounge, her uncle and supervisor Wang had visited her, providing her with the questions and answers, insisting she memorize them thoroughly. Although her recall was imperfect, having familiarity with the questions meant she could answer them reasonably well. In contrast, Lin Jiran had never even seen the questions. She was merely there to run alongside her. Lin Jiran smiled, choosing not to expose her. This examination was overseen by the personnel supervisor and Zhang Hanlian. When the exam papers were distributed, Lin Jiran suddenly inquired, "Might we be allowed to view the reference answers once the examination concludes?" "Those reference answers are confidential to our company. You have no right to see them." Supervisor Wang retorted angrily, but was interrupted by Zhang Hanlian, who gently urged, "Supervisor Wang, let us refrain from excessive commentary." Turning to Lin Jiran with a warm demeanor, he added, "Of course you may." His expression resembled that of a husband discreetly indulging his wife. Lin Jiran felt a wave of nausea at his display and offered a curt "Thank you, Mr. Zhang." Zhang Hanlian scoffed, deeming her overly cautious. As they began to answer the questions, Yang Xiuli, having relied on her connections, frantically scribbled down answers that closely resembled those she had memorized. However, human memory is inherently limited. Recalling several answers in a short time was challenging, and she struggled to transcribe them fully. As Lin Jiran diligently focused on her work, Yang Xiuli's confidence swelled. What good is Lin Jiran's earnest effort? She can only rely on her own insights to craft her answers, while I possessed the reference to the standard answers. Although she couldn't recite every detail, she believed her approximations would suffice against Lin Jiran. Time elapsed, and both submitted their papers. In an effort to appear supportive of Lin Jiran, Zhang Hanlian honored his promise by providing the reference answers to both participants and graded their submissions on the spot. Yang Xiuli, glancing at the reference answers alongside her own, felt reassured. Despite some inaccuracies in wording, she was confident of achieving a score between 80 and 90. However, when Zhang Hanlian announced the results, the air thickened with disbelief. Yang Xiuli, 93 points. Lin Jiran, full marks. Yang Xiuli was struck dumb. Full marks? How is that even possible? She didn't. Her words trailed off, halted by the realization of her uncle's bewildered expression. Supervisor Wang, equally perplexed, had assumed that Zhang Hanlian's personal oversight and provision of answers would ensure Yang Xiuli's victory. He believed that the difficulty of the questions would render success improbable without prior knowledge. Yet now, confronted with the results, he was left in a state of confusion. They had prepared answers for Yang Xiuli and deliberately delayed time to allow her to transcribe them, all aimed at defeating Lin Jiran. However, they had not anticipated Lin Jiran's flawless performance. Moreover, by distributing the standard answers, any attempts to alter the results were futile. Zhang Hanlian's expression darkened. He had not foreseen Lin Jiran's ability to respond to the questions with such precision, closely aligning with the standard answers in his possession. A realization struck him. Had Lin Jiran anticipated this outcome all along? Her earlier request for the answers post-examination hinted at a deeper strategy. Yet the pressing question remained. How had she acquired knowledge of these specific answers? Zhang Hanlian pondered this conundrum, but no solution emerged. The questions had been improvised on the spot, and the reference answers inscribed just before the exam commenced, with him dictating from one question to the next. How could Lin Jiran possess knowledge of these questions and answers? Amidst the astonished gazes of those present, Lin Jiran concealed a triumphant smile. They could never fathom that her clarity in answering stemmed from Wanwan's foresight. Before arriving at the company, Wanwan had voiced her concerns and recounted the schemer's plans, detailing the questions and answers for the makeup test with remarkable clarity. Lin Jiran, blessed with an extraordinary memory, had effortlessly retained Wanwan's whispered revelations. It seemed serendipitous that all of Wanwan's insights aligned closely with Zhang Hanlian's questions and answers. As Zhang Wanwan triumphantly secures victory with a perfect score, Yang Xiuli and Supervisor Wang are immediately filled with discontent. Yang Xiuli, in a fit of frustration, exclaims, "I was also ranked first earlier. Why is it that my perfect score counts for nothing, while hers does?" Supervisor Wang grumbles, "Zhang, we cannot show favoritism. If we assess their scores, Yang Xiuli leads, and Lin Jiran follows closely behind. At best, it should be a tie. Perhaps we should conduct another round of tests, or simply accept both of them." In the end, both Lin Jiran and the woman named Yang Xiuli are hired. Zhang Hanlian deliberately assigns Lin Jiran a slightly higher position than Yang Xiuli's. Yang Xiuli is indignant and confronts Zhang Hanlian and the HR supervisor. "Why is this? Our scores are identical. Why is her position superior to mine? She is an assistant while I am merely a deputy. This is utterly unjust." Zhang Hanlian coldly responds, "There is no absolute fairness in this world. Being hired is already the best outcome. Do not be so ungrateful." The HR supervisor, feeling that his child deserves more than merely being a deputy, expresses discontent. "Zhang, it's not that we are ungrateful, but fairness should be upheld. I must speak frankly. Their scores are indeed the same. It is unjust to assign them such disparate positions." At this moment, Wang, a trusted director of Zhang Hanlian, interjects. "I recall you have not been in your supervisory role long. You may not be aware of certain circumstances. I advise you to understand the situation fully before making such remarks." Wang, being astute, senses something amiss and promptly falls silent.
Yang Xiuli,
Anxious that her uncle is not supporting her, implores, "Uncle, are we just going to let this slide? I have invested considerable effort for this interview. How can this be? A deputy position offers no future." Wang shoots her a stern look. "Focus on your work for now. We will discuss this later." Yang Xiuli can only sulk in distress. Afterward, Supervisor Wang privately converses with Yang Xiuli. "What Director Liang just hinted at seems to suggest something we are unaware of. Zhang has always treated me courteously and would not oppose my choices, especially since her cousin is a core technical employee of the company and was once his roommate. If Director Zhang wishes to challenge me, he must consider my son's position. His lack of respect must have a reason. For now, concentrate on your work while I investigate." Observe the relationship between Lin Jiran and Zhang closely. Why is Zhang so partial to her? Yang Xiuli scoffs. "What else could it be? I wager it is simply because Lin Jiran is more attractive than I am. Men are all the same. They favor beautiful women." Supervisor Wang appraises her curvaceous figure, shaking his head, "Not necessarily. Some men prioritize substance over appearance. Your figure is no less impressive than Lin Jiran's. If you find opportunities to present yourself before Zhang, he will surely take notice."
Yang Xiuli begrudgingly acquiesces.
In the ensuing days, Yang Xiuli's primary task is to observe the dynamics between Lin Jiran and Zhang Hanlian, seeking opportunities to catch Zhang's attention. One day, she receives a package from Zhang Hanlian and perceives it as an opportunity to approach him. Thus, she heads directly to his office with the parcel. Meanwhile, Lin Jiran, with impeccable professionalism, delivers a document to Zhang and turns to leave. Suddenly, Zhang embraces her from behind with an affectionate demeanor. "Jiran, you are truly my wonderful assistant. Ever since you joined me, my work hours have flown by." Lin Jiran, repulsed by Zhang's insincere words, pushes him away. "Do not do this. If others discover our relationship, it would be disastrous." Just as she finishes speaking, the office door swings open, revealing Yang Xiuli, who glares at them. "I have uncovered everything." With righteous indignation, she points at Lin Jiran and Zhang. "So, it is true. You two are having an affair. No wonder our scores were identical, yet I can only be a deputy, while she receives preferential treatment." Yang Xiuli storms out, proclaiming loudly to her colleagues, "Everyone, gather around. I have shocking news. I just witnessed Lin Jiran in an embrace with our director Zhang. How shameless. She must have used her allure to secure her position as an assistant, while I, despite better scores, am relegated to a deputy. The truth is finally out." The office erupts in murmurs. "Is this true? I thought Zhang was already married?" This is astonishing. How could someone with a wife at home pursue affairs at work? Despite doubts about Yang Xiuli's abilities, the revelation that Lin Jiran attained her position through such means stirs disdain among the staff. What kind of work can someone who relies on such connections possibly do? Especially in this manner. How utterly shameless. The door to Zhang Hanlian's office remains ajar, allowing Lin Jiran to hear the commotion outside clearly. She cannot help but chuckle at the irony. Most of these people entered through connections and are all Zhang Hanlian's associates. Yet, they now dare to speak in such a manner. Their audacity baffles her. A sense of melancholy washes over her, reflecting on how none of her former colleagues remain. They have all been replaced by Zhang's hires, leaving her in a sea of unfamiliar faces. Meanwhile, Zhang Hanlian wears a triumphant smile. He has long been aware of Yang Xiuli's intentions and deliberately arranged for the package to be delivered to her, allowing her to witness his embrace with Lin Jiran. This was all part of his plan to have the truth disseminated. Lin Jiran desires to conceal her identity. He intends to expose her, ensuring she cannot prove her worth, and is compelled to retreat to domesticity, thereby avoiding any interference with his ambitions. As everything unfolds according to his design, Zhang Hanlian feigns concern, standing to comfort Lin Jiran. Do not fear, Jiran. I will handle this situation. A semblance of hesitation crosses his face. However, our marital status may soon be revealed. Are you comfortable with that? Lin Jiran gazes at his duplicitous expression, feigning resignation. It appears there is no alternative. At this moment, Yang Xiuli becomes increasingly animated. That woman is utterly shameless. How dare she seduce Director Zhang? We should expose her and ensure she cannot remain in the industry. She has used her beauty to ensnare him, costing me the assistant position I rightfully deserved. This slight I cannot tolerate. The others express sympathy. You are truly unfortunate to be embroiled in such a situation. That woman has no shame, seducing a married man. She is nothing more than a mistress. We should not treat her kindly. She deserves to be confronted directly. With the support of her colleagues, Yang Xiuli grows emboldened. Just wait and see. I will ensure that mistress is thoroughly disgraced. As I turned around, I happened to catch sight of Zhang Hanlian and Lin Jiran emerging from the office together. What is the commotion about? Are you contemplating a rebellion? It appears you are rather idle, aren't you? Adopting the demeanor of a CEO, Zhang Hanlian reprimanded everyone, prompting an immediate hush to descend upon the room.
Yang Xiuli,
Emboldened by her conviction, gazed defiantly at Zhang Hanlian and Lin Jiran, asserting, Mr. Zhang, you cannot hold us accountable for the uproar. As the president of the company, you cannot lead the way in bringing such unscrupulous behavior into our midst. Though I have only recently joined the company, I am genuinely invested in its well-being and find it intolerable to witness such underhanded dealings. That woman is merely a mistress. You are a married man. And yet she dares to pursue you. It is utterly shameless. For the sake of your reputation, I urge you to dismiss this brazen mistress and refrain from employing her further, lest you tarnish your good name. You know nothing. Zhang Hanlian's expression turned grave. She is not a mistress. She is my wife. Grasping Lin Jiran's hand, he portrayed a tender image, his gaze filled with affection as he continued. I rarely return home due to my commitment to the company, and the time I spend with her is fleeting. Now that she is here, by my side, it brings me immense joy. She is not some scandalous mistress. My heart belongs solely to her, and I have no intention of seeking a mistress. Suppressing her own revulsion, Lin Jiran smiled graciously and greeted everyone present. Hello, everyone. I am delighted to have the opportunity for you to reacquaint yourselves with me. Upon hearing Zhang Hanlian's declaration, the crowd was left in shock. Soon, the tide of conversation shifted entirely. So she is the president's wife. No wonder her aura seems different. They truly are a perfect match, a couple of great talent and beauty. Yang Xiuli was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events and felt a sense of injustice. If she were indeed the president's wife, why engage in such theatrics? It felt as though they were treating us as mere bystanders. Since you have already predetermined the assistant selection, why go through the motions of a selection process? Is this not a mockery of us? I worked hard to pass the rigorous evaluations, achieving perfect scores in both the written and interview stages, only to be relegated to a subordinate role because of you. This is grossly unfair. Your actions are nothing short of a farce. Zhang Hanlian fixed his gaze upon Yang Xiuli. Are you certain your perfect scores in the evaluations were solely due to your own merit? Would you like me to reveal your academic qualifications and experience in front of everyone? Yang Xiuli faltered under his scrutiny. She recalled how Zhang Hanlian had personally provided her with the answers to memorize, leading her to believe he intended to appoint her as his assistant. Yet, in the end, he chose Lin Jiran, leaving her with lingering resentment. She convinced herself that if she had performed better, she would have been selected. Zhang Hanlian was aware that her accomplishments were unearned, and despite his assistance, she still fell short of Lin Jiran. Ultimately, she had no one to blame but herself. If the matter were to be scrutinized, she would not even pass the initial academic screening.
Yang Xiuli promptly sa aled her lips,
Refraining from further retorts for fear that Zhang Hanlian might expose her true background before all, revealing her to be merely a high school graduate who could not gain admission to university through legitimate means. Please collect your salary for the past few days from the HR department and leave. Our company has no need for employees who spread rumors. Zhang Hanlian stated impassively. Yang Xiuli scoffed, removing her work badge and tossing it to the ground. If I must go, then so be it. I have no desire to be an assistant to a subordinate. The workload is heavy and the pay is meager. Only a fool would take on such a role. Had it not been for the hope of one day drawing closer to Zhang Hanlian, she would never have endured this position. With Zhang's wife now present, her chances seemed dashed. What was the point of staying? As Yang Xiuli turned to leave, she spotted Supervisor Wang hurrying over. Noticing the unusual atmosphere in the office, he inquired, "What has happened? Why is everyone so silent?" Yang Xiuli quickly approached him. Supervisor Wang, you arrived just in time. I was about to resign. It turns out that the woman named Lin Jiran is Mr. Zhang's wife, and we have all been deceived. No wonder Mr. Zhang insisted on appointing her as the assistant. It is evident their relationship is so close that she must be by his side daily. Upon hearing this, Supervisor Wang sighed with relief. He had rushed over to address the situation, intending to warn her, but it seemed she was already in the know. He quickly donned a congenial expression and turned to Zhang Hanlian. Mr. Zhang, since she is the president's wife, why not directly assign her whatever position she desires? Why go through such elaborate measures? Zhang Hanlian replied coolly, my wife initially sought to conceal her identity to demonstrate her capabilities. Who would have thought that this woman would spread baseless rumors, claiming my wife is a mistress? I was compelled to clarify her identity. However, this woman cannot remain in our company. She must be dismissed. Supervisor Wang's expression darkened, adopting a stance of moral indignation. Mr. Zhang, such favoritism may not bode well. Moreover, you stated your wife wished to prove her abilities. Now that her identity is known, how can she demonstrate her capabilities? It is likely that everyone will treat her with undue leniency, rendering it impossible for her to showcase her true talents. I suggest you reconsider. It may be wiser not to dismiss Yang Xiuli. Chapter 71. A fruitless effort. When did a mere HR supervisor acquire the power to influence the president's decisions? Lin Jiran interjected suddenly. Hearing her words, Supervisor Wang bristled with irritation. Lin Jiran, while you are the president's wife, you are still a newly hired employee in our company. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Even Mr. Zhang treats me with respect and deference. You, as his wife, should be upholding our employee relations rather than jeopardizing them. It seems to me you wish to undermine him. Oh. Lin Jiran arched an eyebrow, surprised that a mere HR supervisor possessed such influence. Even Mr. Zhang respects you? It seems you have grown quite arrogant, and I am curious about your true standing. Zhang Hanlian quickly grasped Lin Jiran's hand, feigning helplessness. Jiran, please do not engage in discord with this HR supervisor. His son is a key technician in our technology department. We are currently involved in a critical project that he is leading. If we offend him, it could jeopardize the entire endeavor. When his son joined our company, his only request was for a favorable position for his father, underscoring the importance of Supervisor Wang to our core technical team. If we offend him, it is tantamount to offending his son, and should he choose to withdraw his support, our company would face significant losses. Zhang Hanlian purposefully portrayed himself as exasperated, all the while orchestrating a situation to make Lin Jiran uncomfortable. Upon hearing Zhang Hanlian's explanation of his identity, Supervisor Wang proudly lifted his chin. My son has made great contributions to this company. Should you show me any disrespect, I will have my son resign. And I would like to see how your company copes then. Zhang Hanlian quickly interjected, Supervisor Wang, please remain calm. My wife is not fully informed about this matter. After I explain it to her, I am confident she will understand. Lin Jiran wore a look of concern for Zhang Hanlian. Hanlian, is this truly the predicament you face at the company, where even a mere HR supervisor dares to trample upon you? As she spoke, she cast a cold glance at Supervisor Wang. Supervisor Wang, you rely on your son's pivotal role within the company, and thus feel emboldened to act with such arrogance. Zhang intends to dismiss Yang Xiuli. What right do you have to oppose that? With unyielding audacity, Supervisor Wang retorted, "What do you mean I have no right? As the HR supervisor, it is my duty to select the most competent individuals for the company. Yang Shili achieved the highest scores in both written and interview assessments. And you are merely someone who gained entry into this company through connections. Were it not for your relationship, which prompted President Zhang to grant you a second chance in the exams, you would not have seized the top position. Yang Shili should rightfully be the presidential assistant, not relegated to a minor supporting role." He continued, adopting a demeanor of reluctant resignation, "Since you are the president's wife and he favors you, it is understandable that you and Yang Shili tied in scores, yet he ultimately chose to appoint you as his assistant, relegating Yang to a subordinate position. I have accepted that reality. After all, Yang's connections do not hold a candle to yours with President Zhang. However, it is excessive to consider dismissing her now that she has already been diminished to a mere assistant. Isn't this an egregious display of bullying?" Supervisor Wang's remarks ignited hushed murmurs among the employees. How do you suppose the president's wife secured a perfect score during the retest? Isn't it obvious? Her husband likely provided her with the answers. How else could she have achieved a perfect score on such difficult questions? The dynamics of their marriage seemed to cast an unflattering shadow, hinting at favoritism that had cost many their rightful chances. The most pitiable was Yang Shili, who had legitimately earned her top spot but, due to the absence of a powerful backing like the president's wife, was forced to settle for second place. No, for a tie. Yet relegated to a mere assistant role. If I were in her position, I would be deeply aggrieved. The irony is that despite her silent endurance as a subordinate for so long, it was only after the revelation of their marital connection that she was threatened with dismissal. An act that reeked of manipulation. Zhang had not previously been one to lack discernment. How had he transformed so drastically since his wife's arrival at the company? It seemed he should never have allowed her to step into this environment, as it had diminished his usual standards. In an instant, the tide of sympathy turned in favor of Yang Shili, while Lin Jiran became the scapegoat for the alleged cheating, and Yang morphed into a completely innocent victim. Lin Jiran found the situation laughable. Clearly, the last remarks were intended for her ears, as Zhang Hanlian had gone to great lengths to ensure her departure from the company. Her perfect score was a result of hearing Wanwan's inner thoughts, understanding that Zhang Hanlian would orchestrate a retest to showcase his care for her, while simultaneously using difficult questions to dissuade her. The exam questions were already stored on Zhang Hanlian's computer. He had meticulously planned how to inconvenience her. Thus, when Zhang Hanlian fell asleep, she attempted to access his computer, only to discover it was password protected. She deliberately muttered to herself in front of her precious daughter, Wanwan. "Look at your father keeping secrets. Even his computer is password protected. I wonder what the password could be." In no time, she gleaned from her daughter's thoughts that Zhang Hanlian's password was her birthday. Before she could contemplate this revelation, she heard her daughter's inner voice. The scoundrel deliberately used Mom's birthday as a password to conceal his deceit. When Mom eventually discovers the password, she will naively think she holds some significance in his heart. Alas, such a calculating cad. Even if he harbors a sliver of affection for Mom, it amounts to mere manipulation and is utterly worthless. Reflecting on these thoughts, Lin Jiran felt a deepening chill within her. She declared loudly, "Supervisor Wang, you must know better than anyone how Yang Shili achieved her top score. Did you truly think I was blind to the truth? Who is the real cheater here? Should I spell it out for you?" Supervisor Wang, raising his chin defiantly, replied, "Everyone claims you are the one who cheated. You wouldn't want to cast aspersions on me, would you?" Lin Jiran chuckled. "Am I the one casting dirt upon you? Or is your own character already sullied? Yang Shili is your niece, isn't she? You aid her in cheating, yet dare to turn the tables on me. Does your conscience not ache?" Supervisor Wang vehemently denied. "What nonsense are you spouting? Who helped her cheat? I have no connection with Yang Shili whatsoever. Do not slander me." Lin Jiran smiled coldly. "As for who is cheating, mere words are insufficient. Let us review the surveillance footage." Upon hearing Lin Jiran's insistence on viewing the footage, Supervisor Wang immediately grew anxious. Accessing the surveillance requires a formal process. "Then, let us follow the protocol." Lin Jiran interrupted decisively. "This footage must be reviewed. I must prove my innocence and expose the true culprits who nurture such unethical practices within the company." Yang Shili, aware that the footage could reveal her cheating, quickly protested. "This is an invasion of our privacy. The exams are over. You wish to review the footage? That is disrespectful to us as candidates." Lin Jiran's lips curled into a sardonic smile. "Yang Shili, are you frightened that the truth of your cheating will be unveiled?
Yang Xiuli stammered nervously.
W, what are you talking about? How could I possibly be afraid of being caught cheating? I didn't cheat at all. Ignoring her, Lin Jiran turned to Zhang Hanlian. Adopting a feigned look of distress, Hanlian, I have been unjustly accused of cheating. I must clear my name. Could you assist me in navigating the process to access the surveillance footage? Of course, Zhang Hanlian replied, without hesitation. He subsequently led her to the monitoring room, where he briefed the security personnel, who then began searching for the footage from the day of the interview. After an extensive search, the security officer finally reported, I apologize, President Zhang, but the footage from those days has been purged. I thought there was no need to retain it, as the computer's memory was becoming too full. So, I deleted it. I had no idea you would want to view that footage.
I'm truly sorry.
Zhang Hanlian sternly reprimanded the security officer, then turned to Lin Jiran with a look of helplessness. Jiran, I am sorry. I failed to manage these employees properly, allowing them to take such liberties and clear the footage. It is my fault for not being able to prove your innocence. I feel ashamed, my dear. I am truly sorry. Seeing that the surveillance footage was now irretrievable, Supervisor Wang and Yang Xiuli both breathed a sigh of relief. Supervisor Wang exchanged a knowing glance with Yang Xiuli, who understood immediately, feeling elated. It seemed that President Zhang was not as supportive of his wife as anticipated. He had not even assisted her in proving her innocence and had permitted the deletion of that crucial footage. This indicated that she might still have an opportunity. As long as President Zhang and his wife's relationship wasn't as solid as it appeared, she could exploit any openings. Although the security officer claimed it was his decision, who could say whether it was merely a coincidence? Lin Jiran, listening to Zhang Hanlian's hollow apology, couldn't suppress a smirk. She then addressed the security officer. I possess some computer skills. Perhaps I could attempt to recover the deleted footage. The security officer hesitated, glancing at Zhang Hanlian. Zhang Hanlian feigned concern, nodding vigorously. Let my wife give it a try. Perhaps she can retrieve the lost footage. However, he was acutely aware that he had personally erased those videos. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Jiran, who was aware of his true identity, had anticipated this moment and had quietly copied those video segments at the same time, storing them on another disk. Zhang Hanlian believed that he had deliberately deleted the video from that day, even going so far as to obliterate it, assuming she could never retrieve it. Little did he know that she had already saved the video elsewhere. No matter how he deleted or destroyed it, it bore no relation to the copy she had secured. Lin Jiran feigned interest as she fumbled with the equipment, then retrieved the video, placing it back into the surveillance memory, and feigned surprise, exclaiming, It's restored. It's restored. Upon hearing her words, the onlookers gasped in disbelief, their eyes widening in astonishment. How could this be? How could it be restored? Supervisor Wang and Yang Xiuli exchanged glances with Zhang Hanlian, both believing he had everything under control, unaware that Lin Jiran had managed to uncover the truth. Zhang Hanlian's mood darkened considerably, yet he dared not reveal his discontent, forcing a casual smile as he remarked, How has the lady become so adept? To think she could recover a surveillance video that was already purged. He recalled that Lin Jiran was no computer whiz. How had she managed to retrieve the video so effortlessly? Though perplexed, he realized that since she had found it, they could only continue their charade. The surveillance footage soon played, clearly depicting Supervisor Wang passing answers to Yang Xiuli, which enabled her to achieve the top score. Throughout the ordeal, Lin Jiran exhibited no extraneous behavior, focused solely on answering questions, which clearly indicated that she had not cheated. She turned her gaze toward Wang and Yang, now armed with irrefutable evidence. You, one an uncle and the other a niece. How can you justify this nepotism?
Zhang Hanlian promptly declared, Yang Xiuli.
You are free to leave. Our company will never employ someone like you again. Yang Xiuli cast a desperate glance at Supervisor Wang, who, having previously suggested she might win over Zhang, could only helplessly advise, Xiuli, I can no longer protect you. It's best you seek employment elsewhere. Ultimately, under Lin Jiran's insistence, Wang and Yang publicly clarified Songqing's innocence and their own reprehensible actions, offering a formal apology. With the truth unveiled, those employees who had previously spoken ill of Songqing were now enraged to discover that the real cheater was Yang Xiuli. How infuriating it was to realize that she had cheated herself while accusing others. Their sympathy for her had evaporated, replaced by disdain. Even more shocking was the revelation that Supervisor Wang was her uncle. How could a human resources supervisor in such a large company exhibit such blatant favoritism? Hiring someone wholly unqualified? After her public apology, Yang Xiuli shamefully retreated to her desk to gather her belongings. The confidence she had upon joining the company was now but a distant memory, replaced by her current disarray. All around her, colleagues whispered and pointed. As she packed her things, Lin Jiran addressed Supervisor Wang, saying, "You have squandered the trust this company placed in you by hiring someone so utterly unqualified. Your actions are deplorable. I believe you need not return to the company tomorrow." Upon hearing Lin Jiran's words, Supervisor Wang scoffed, "You are merely Zhang's wife. What authority do you possess to dismiss me? While I have no objection to Yang Xiuli's termination, I entered this company through proper channels. If you wish to remove me, you should consult Zhang first." Lin Jiran turned to Zhang Hanlian. "Hanlian, do you truly intend to retain this individual? Look at him. He is a blight. If he remains, he will surely recruit more unsavory characters. I refuse to let our company descend into chaos." Zhang Hanlian appeared conflicted. "Jiran, it's not that I do not wish to dismiss him. It's just that his son holds significant sway within our company. Should we terminate him, his son might retaliate, jeopardizing our critical project, a multi-million-dollar order. We cannot afford any mistakes." Encouraged by Zhang Hanlian's indecision, Supervisor Wang grew bolder, smirking at Lin Jiran. "Madam President, I advise you to remain at home and enjoy your privileged life. Stay out of company affairs. Unless someone of higher rank than Zhang arrives, no one can dismiss me." "Is that so?" Lin Jiran narrowed her eyes. "Perhaps you are unaware that Zhang is merely a vice president? Our company has a president, which you evidently overlooked." The crowd was taken aback, murmuring amongst themselves. Could it be true that Zhang was only a vice president? What benefit could Lin Jiran gain from such a statement? It seemed plausible, given her position as his wife. Her words might indeed bear truth. Zhang Hanlian, sensing Lin Jiran's intent, swiftly grasped her arm. "Jiran, are you truly determined to fire Supervisor Wang? Have you considered the ramifications? This could lead to substantial losses for the company." Lin Jiran gazed at him resolutely. "Allow me to handle what you are too afraid to confront. You hesitate to dismiss Supervisor Wang out of fear of offending him. Let me take that responsibility." Zhang Hanlian pressed his lips together, feeling the weight of the surrounding gazes shift uncomfortably upon him. These employees had been recruited under his management, and he had been the one to oversee the company. Everyone regarded him as the ultimate authority, unaware that he was but a vice president beneath multiple superiors, including his own wife, who held a higher position. Hearing Lin Jiran's implication of his impending termination, Supervisor Wang sneered. "What? Do you wish to usurp Wang's role and dismiss me yourself? You are merely the vice president's wife, not the owner of the company. Do you possess the authority to make such decisions?" Lin Jiran coldly replied, "He is the vice president, while I am the president and future chairwoman of the company. Do you doubt my authority?" As she spoke, she produced a document of appointment and handed it to Supervisor Wang. "Read carefully what it states." Supervisor Wang adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing the text, his astonishment growing with each line until he was left speechless, staring at Lin Jiran. You are the daughter of the chairwoman? You are the president of our company?" Lin Jiran lifted her chin. "Indeed, I now possess the authority to terminate your employment." Curiosity piqued. The other employees gathered around to view the documents Lin Jiran had presented. Clearly inscribed were the words appointing Lin Jiran as the company's president and Zhang Hanlian as the vice president. The colleagues exchanged incredulous glances, astonished to discover that Zhang was merely a vice president. However, in their years at the company, it had always been Zhang who seemed to manage operations, while the chairwoman occasionally visited, with no other higher-ups in sight. Alas, we were indeed too dull-witted. Listen closely. Lin Jiran bears the surname Lin, and our chairman also shares the surname. This is the Lin Group. She must be the chairman's daughter, the future chairwoman, no less. Yes, I have just now pondered this very issue. It seems that General Zhang's ascension to the position of vice president at the Lin Group is attributable to... I see now. General Zhang was not merely hired. He secured his position through familial connections. What a stroke of fortune for him. Marrying the chairman's daughter and rising to such heights. This implies that General Zhang is very likely a son-in-law by marriage? My goodness. General Zhang is indeed a son-in-law by marriage. One would never suspect it. He appears so dignified, exuding masculinity. Who would have thought he would be a son-in-law by marriage? TSK. I once regarded General Zhang as my idol, only to discover he is but a man who willingly chose to be a son-in-law to spare himself decades of toil. As the murmurs of the employees reached Zhang Hanlian's ears, though they were but whispers, his sensitive nature enabled him to discern every word, particularly the phrase son-in-law by marriage, which struck him like bullets, rendering him breathless and unable to recover. Observing his troubled expression, Lin Jiran could not suppress a smirk of schadenfreude, although she feigned indignation on behalf of her husband. Please do not speak ill of my husband, though he may be a son-in-law by marriage. His capabilities are evident to all, are they not? The employees immediately fell silent, daunted by her words. Yet Zhang Hanlian's mood suddenly brightened. After all, Lin Jiran was still defending him, indicating that his ruse had succeeded. In a decisive move, Lin Jiran boldly dismissed Supervisor Wang. As he left, he cursed under his breath, flinging his work badge to the ground and stomping on it vehemently, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Jiran in a fit of rage. Retract my dismissal now. Mark my words, you will surely regret this decision. Unless you beg me on your knees, I shall never return. He did not exit the company directly, but strode towards the technical department with purpose. Zhang Hanlian feigned concern, shaking his head and sighing. Alas, I knew that inciting Supervisor Wang's ire would lead him to seek out his son. If his son leaves with him, our company will surely be doomed. Lin Jiran did not overlook the fleeting glimmer of calculation in his eyes and inwardly chuckled. Zhang Hanlian believed he had everything under control, but little did he know. She had already anticipated his every move. Do not concern yourself with him. How dare they subject my husband to such indignities? He is merely a technician. Yet he dares to exert influence over you? This grievance shall not go unaddressed. Zhang Hanlian, witnessing Lin Jiran's defense of him, could not help but scoff internally, thinking her a fool. Yet he maintained an outwardly touched demeanor, grasping Lin Jiran's hands and gazing into her eyes, filled with gratitude. Jiran, thank you. Only you would protect me so fiercely, allowing me to feel the warmth of love. Lin Jiran suppressed her revulsion and, in a delicate manner, replied, You are my husband. For my sake, even as the only son, you must become a son-in-law by marriage. If I do not protect you, who will? Several employees seized the opportunity to flatter them, exclaiming, Wow, the bond between our two executives is truly commendable. Yet, unbeknownst to them, although the couple held hands, their gazes concealed ulterior motives. Just as they began to instruct the employees to return to their posts, two figures rushed towards them, one following closely behind the other. It was Supervisor Wang returning with his son, Wang Fan. General Zhang, Wang Fan called out, striding ahead, a youth of similar age to Lin Jiran. He addressed Zhang Hanlian before glancing at Lin Jiran and continuing, I hear you have dismissed my father? Zhang Hanlian remained silent, merely casting a glance at Lin Jiran. Lin Jiran, stifling a smirk, responded, Indeed, your father, as the personnel supervisor, has abused his power by... Spare me the platitudes. Wang Fan interrupted, his expression impassive. I will ask you but once. Can you reinstate my father? Supervisor Wang chimed in, I informed my son that if you dismiss me, he will leave this company as well. We shall seek employment elsewhere, and you will come to regret your decision. Zhang Hanlian hastily interjected, Wang Fan, exercise some reason. Your father is of an age where retirement would be beneficial. Dismissing him allows him to rest and enjoy his later years. His mistakes do not implicate you. Why should you resign alongside him? You are our company's core technician, and your departure would not only harm the company, but also you personally. Supervisor Wang stepped forward. I am not yet of retirement age. I can work for several more years. If you wish for my son to remain, you must beg me to return. Otherwise, you will lose both of us. Wang Fan coldly replied, My stance is clear. I shall not budge. Zhang Hanlian glanced worriedly at Lin Jiran. Perhaps we should consider reinstating Supervisor Wang. Without Wang Fan, our project will stagnate, leading to significant losses. The other employees leaned in, whispering among themselves. Surely Wang Fan would not truly leave with his father? If he goes, will we not be unable to continue our work? Will we all face unemployment? Millions in orders are at stake. Is Wang Fan truly so heartless as to abandon us? If it were me, for the greater good, I would ensure we kept him. Regardless of Supervisor Wang's shortcomings, his son is invaluable, controlling millions in orders. If he departs, we cannot fulfill those orders. Supervisor Wang, observing Zhang Hanlian and the colleagues' sentiments leaning towards persuading Lin Jiran to retain them, felt a sense of triumph swell within him. He looked at Lin Jiran, his chest swelling with pride. So, Lin, have you made your decision? Will you allow us to stay, or shall we depart together? Lin Jiran regarded Supervisor Wang's smug demeanor and then glanced at the stoic, yet resolute Wang Fan. Calmly, she replied, I have only dismissed you, not your son. I hope you will consider staying, for I would hate for you to make an impulsive decision that you might later regret. Wang Fan, adopting a haughty demeanor, smirked slightly. So, you are resolute in your decision to dismiss my father? Indeed, Lin Jiran responded decisively, then added to persuade him, but his situation does not concern you. I shall resign as well. Wang Fan interjected, not waiting for Lin Jiran to finish her sentence. He removed his work badge from around his neck and tossed it into Lin Jiran's hands before turning to leave with his father. Before departing, he added, I will have no regrets. The only regrets will belong to you. Seeing that invoking his son did not compel Lin Jiran to plead for a reversal of his dismissal, Supervisor Wang seethed with frustration, glaring at Lin Jiran. My son possesses the core technology of the company's projects. No one else has his level of skill. When the time comes, you will be the ones on your knees begging us to return. Having said their piece, the father and son took a couple of steps to leave.
Wait!
Lin Jiran suddenly called out, stopping them in their tracks. Upon hearing Lin Jiran's cries, the father and son abruptly halted their steps, exchanging knowing glances, filled with triumphant amusement. They had always suspected that Wang Fan, possessing the company's core technology, would never truly be allowed to leave. The moment Wang Fan departed, the company would inevitably face the peril of stagnation. How could they genuinely wish for his exit? Supervisor Wang immediately winked at Wang Fan, signaling him to maintain an air of arrogance and resist Lin Jiran's pleas for their return. This was the opportune moment to assert conditions, demanding at least double his previous salary and ensuring that there would be no interference in personnel decisions regarding talent acquisition. Turning around, Supervisor Wang adopted a haughty demeanor, questioning, What is this? Regretting already? I thought you would wait a few days to witness the company's losses before begging us to return. It's surprising that we've barely taken a few steps. And you're already calling us back? Wang Fan mirrored his father as aloofness, responding coldly, I might consider returning, but only if my salary is doubled. And my father is allowed to select personnel without interference from you. If you agree to these terms, I will resume my position. Lin Jiran scoffed. I believe there has been a misunderstanding. I am not seeking to retain you. She regarded Wang Fan with a businesslike demeanor, stating, Your father was dismissed due to misconduct. A decision both reasonable and lawful. We are not obliged to pay him any severance. However, your resignation was unilateral and without our consent, violating the contract we signed. The company invested in your training, elevating you to a top-tier talent with access to our core technologies, yet you irresponsibly abandoned your post. Therefore, you are required to pay a penalty before you can depart. Chapter 75. Compensation for breach of contract. Upon hearing Lin Jiran's words, the smug expressions on the faces of the father and son abruptly stiffened. What did you say? Supervisor Wang's eyes widened in disbelief. Wang Fan's expression darkened. You're serious about making me compensate? They never anticipated that Lin Jiran's call was not a plea for their retention but rather a demand for recompense. Zhang Hanlian, appearing anxious, warned, Jiran, if you pursue compensation, you'll truly leave yourself with no retreat. Supervisor Wang seized the opportunity to interject. Are you truly intent on being so ruthless? You wish to make us pay? He continued, consider this carefully. Should we pay the penalty? You will find it impossible to rehire us in the future. Unless you offer us a significant amount, at least 10 times the penalty, we will not agree. Wang Fan remained silent, merely observing Lin Jiran, silently endorsing his father's sentiments, awaiting her response. Jiran, one must show mercy when possible. We ought to leave ourselves a path for retreat. Zhang Hanlian urged. The onlooking colleagues watched anxiously, deeply concerned about the company's future, fearing that a poor decision from the executives could lead to their own job losses. Lin Jiran calmly reiterated, my stance remains unchanged. Dismissing Supervisor Wang was necessary to rectify the company's poor practices. If you wish to stay, you are welcome. But should you insist on leaving, you must first settle the entirety of the penalty before departing. Supervisor Wang recognized that if his son were to pay the penalty, it would be a substantial sum, leading him to hesitate and suggest to Wang Fan, son, perhaps you should stay. I can leave alone. However, Wang Fan, with great pride, replied if compensation is required, then so be it. I can afford the penalty. But remember this, the amount you demand now will be returned to me tenfold when you seek to rehire me in the future. Only then will I consider the possibility of returning. As Wang Fan departed, having settled the penalty, a sense of unease permeated the company's employees. With our core technician gone, how can this project possibly proceed? Will we incur losses amounting to tens of millions in orders? The fear of losing their jobs due to potential company closure loomed large. Zhang Hanlian lamented, Jiran, I can endure some discomfort, but we cannot afford to offend Wang Fan. He is crucial to our company's survival. Lin Jiran responded with composure. Our Lin Group is a vast entity. We are not solely reliant on one core technician. I refuse to believe that among our many technicians, there is an T1 capable of replacing Wang Fan. Your words strike a chord, Zhang Hanlian sighed, shaking his head. Among our numerous technicians, there truly is an T1 with Wang Fan's level of expertise. Otherwise, I wouldn't have elevated him so highly. Meanwhile, as Wang Fan and Supervisor Wang exited the company, they cast a glance back at the place they had called home for many years. Supervisor Wang, filled with trepidation, remarked, Son, are we merely indulging in a fleeting moment of bravado? What if they prove to be more resolute than us and refuse to bring us back? Wouldn't that be a loss? His intention had merely been to leverage his son's resignation as a threat to compel Lin Jiran to rehire him as personnel supervisor, never anticipating that his son would genuinely resign. To make matters worse, they now faced a hefty penalty upon departure. Given Wang Fan's job nature, his salary was substantial, and thus the compensation demanded was equally significant. Just the thought of such a considerable sum being lost left Supervisor Wang's heart aching, regretting that he had involved his son in this predicament. However, Wang Fan presented a text message from Zhang Hanlian, exuding confidence. Dad, don't worry. I am a core technical employee. No one here possesses my skills. They will soon realize their mistake and will beg me to return. The penalty we paid will be returned to us tenfold. Otherwise, their losses will outweigh ours. Upon reading the message, Supervisor Wang's spirits lifted. Excellent, excellent. My son is indeed promising. So this was all part of President Zhang's plan. I shall await the moment when President Zhang's wife pleads for our return. Lin Jiran arrived at the technical department, where the employees, upon learning that their core technician had departed, lost all morale and slacked off. With our core technician gone, what purpose do we serve? Is the company truly doomed? Can we sustain the daily expenses without technicians? Observing the employees' despondent demeanor, Lin Jiran inquired, Is there no technician among you willing to challenge Wang Fan's core position? The technicians shook their heads in unison. That position requires specialized training that we have not undergone. How could we possibly contend for it? He never trained us. We couldn't learn from him. Having never even seen the role, their frustrations bubbled forth. Had we known this would happen, we would have handled Supervisor Wang's matter with more discretion. It was merely a minor issue that could have been rectified without such drastic measures. Now, with Wang Fan resigning, how can we continue? Women as CEOs are indeed troublesome. They lack the necessary magnanimity, and in a fit of anger, they drove away our core technician, oblivious to the calamities this will bring to our company. As the technicians began to voice their grievances against Lin Jiran, Zhang Hanlian, standing in the background, could not help but smirk. After sharing a laugh, he adopted a serious demeanor and stepped forward, admonishing, This is company policy. What do you all know? Do not spread words that could undermine our unity. The employees, aware of Zhang Hanlian's authority, fell silent at his utterance, though their expressions betrayed their dissatisfaction and defiance. Lin Jiran was keenly aware that Zhang Hanlian was merely putting on a show. Calmly, she replied, Since none among you are capable of fulfilling the role of core technician, I shall have no choice but to seek out other qualified individuals. Zhang Hanlian smirked inwardly, then reluctantly remarked to Lin Jiran, If our company personnel cannot manage the role of core technician, how could those outside possibly fare any better? Chapter 76. Collusion. Following Wang Fan's departure, all project staff at the company had become lethargic, engaging in discussions about the newly appointed female CEO. It was utterly ridiculous. She arrived and instigated such upheaval that it drove away the core technician. For whom is she putting on such airs? The new official's enthusiasm is to be expected. But this is excessive. She had never before made an appearance, and now, her presence has incited a strike among us. What is the purpose of her existence as CEO? One might wonder. She pales in comparison to our Vice President Zhang, who had always overseen our work, allowing us to coexist in harmony. Alas, with a change in leadership, the entire atmosphere has shifted. One cannot help but ponder what the future holds under this female CEO's guidance. Why does she not return home to tend her husband and children? We hope she doesn't lead us into a predicament that leaves us jobless. Upon returning from the technical department, Lin Jiran and Zhang Hanlian overheard the employees' chatter. Lin Jiran immediately donned a stern expression. Zhang Hanlian hastily raised his voice in her defense. If you have nothing to do, then find something productive to occupy yourselves. She has merely spent nearly 10 years raising children at home. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly be among the most distinguished female executives in the business world. How dare you gossip about her? Though Zhang Hanlian's words seemed to defend and praise Lin Jiran, the employees gleaned critical information from his statements, their surprise palpable.
Goodness.
She has been home caring for children for a decade and still seeks the CEO position? Does she think that the world remains unchanged after 10 years? No wonder she concealed her identity, not wanting us to know she is President Zhang's wife or the daughter of Chairman Lin. Clearly, she recognizes her disconnection from society over the past decade and her unfitness for the role of CEO, which is why she began as an assistant. It appears she possesses some self-awareness. But if she is self-aware, why make such misguided decisions? What benefit is there in driving away the technician? It is sheer foolishness. Truly, a housewife who has been detached from society for a decade lacks the vision to comprehend this. President Zhang, too, felt helpless. Though he knew his wife was in the wrong, he was merely the vice president, while she was the legitimate CEO, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce to her decisions. After Zhang Hanlian and the others spoke, he attempted to assert himself further, only to be interrupted by Lin Jiran. There is no need to reason with them. If they choose to think this way, let them continue. Our company does not lack personnel. Should they overstep their bounds and fail to fulfill their duties, I shall dismiss them and appoint others in their stead. Zhang Hanlian, with a tone of earnest persuasion, cautioned, Jiran, we need not proceed in this manner. If you drive away the employees, it will only instill fear among those who remain. Lin Jiran regarded him thoughtfully and replied earnestly, though I have been disconnected from society for a decade, I still possess professional competence. During my time as your assistant, I have observed many of these employees, and a considerable number secured their positions through connections, idling away their time in the office. What purpose does it serve to retain such employees? It is better to take this opportunity to rid ourselves of these parasites. Zhang Hanlian forced a smile. These were all individuals he had recruited, and if they were dismissed and replaced, there was no guarantee that the new hires would be loyal to him. He dared not continue to defend her for fear of incurring Lin Jiran's displeasure. He surveyed the employees, adopting a serious expression as he warned. You all heard what President Lin said. Be cautious. Do not give us any reason to find fault, or else you may find yourselves dismissed without a job. And do not blame President Lin for being unfeeling. Upon hearing Zhang Hanlian's words, the employees fell silent, returning to their tasks, no longer daring to discuss the matter. Zhang Hanlian then turned to Lin Jiran, adopting a tone of gentle encouragement. Jiran, do not take their harsh words to heart. Whatever you decide to do,
I will stand by you.
Lin Jiran feigned gratitude. Thank you, I knew you were the best choice.
Subsequently,
her expression brightened as she raised her chin and addressed the employees. Rest assured, I will not leave you in limbo for too long. Before tomorrow, I will ensure you have a new core technician. Her words did not instill confidence in the employees. Their expressions remained indifferent, dismissing her assurances. After all, the position of core technician was not one that just anyone could fill. Upon returning home that evening, Lin Jiran embraced her daughter and recounted her day at the company to her parents. With a sigh, she confessed, although I assured the employees I would find a new technician before tomorrow, I have yet to identify a suitable candidate. What if I cannot find someone competent and have to beg Wang Fan for assistance? I cannot bring myself to do that. Zhang Hanlian inwardly scoffed. Yet he quickly donned a reassuring smile. If you cannot swallow your pride, then allow me to reach out. After all, I have been responsible for them for many years. And surely you would grant me this small favor. Lin Jiran, fully aware of his intentions, firmly declined. I refuse to let them revel in their triumph. I shall seek someone else for the role of core technician. Zhang Hanlian fell silent, though he secretly smirked. The expertise required for the core technician role was not something just anyone possessed. He awaited the moment Lin Jiran stumbled, ready to bring Wang Fan back, at which point her authority as president would be undermined, and even her presence in the company would not command respect. In that eventuality, he would remain the one who wielded absolute power within the Lin group, his word being law. Unbeknownst to Zhang Hanlian, who believed his plans were infallible, Lin Jiran and her parents were privy to the heartfelt thoughts of Zhang Wanwan. Yes, yes, yes. Mother, do not let Wang Fan and his son take pride in this. They are schemers who have already colluded. This issue is quite solvable. I recall during my XDH reincarnation, Mother was troubled by this same matter, and by the next morning, a newly recruited technician volunteered. If I recall correctly, his name was Mao Ning? Yes, Mao Ning. He is quite remarkable. I hope Mother does not find another technician. so we can wait for him tomorrow. Chapter 77. I miss you so much. Hearing Zhang Wanwan's thoughts, the family immediately began to play along. Lin father reassured. Do not fret. Everything will fall into place naturally. Lin mother added soothingly. Do not overthink it. Perhaps the technician you seek will arrive tomorrow. Zhang Wanwan danced with excitement. Yes, yes, yes. Grandfather and grandmother are right. Mother, tomorrow the technician you desire will arrive. Everything will work out naturally, so do not worry. Listening to Zhang Wanwan's heartfelt voice, the family couldn't help but share a knowing smile. Lin Jiran, unable to resist, lifted Zhang Wanwan from her stroller. Her eyes filled with adoration. All right, I shall heed your wishes. There's no point in wasting time in anguish. I would much rather spend some moments playing with my daughter. Observing the family's interaction, Zhang Hanlian suddenly felt as if they shared an unspoken bond, one he struggled to penetrate. However, witnessing their shift from seeking a technician to simply indulging in playful antics with their daughter, he couldn't suppress a smirk. With such a lackadaisical attitude, how could they expect to regain control of the company? Who would heed their commands? Should they fail to find a technician and the company suffer losses? He would relish the sight of her, the so-called president, grappling with the consequences. Later that night, as they retreated to their respective rooms, Zhang Hanlian deliberately washed himself thoroughly, spritzing on a touch of cologne before approaching Lin Jiran. Jiran, since you had our child, we haven't been intimate in ages. I miss you dearly. Lin Jiran glanced at him, suppressing her distaste, and while changing their daughter's diaper, she replied, but our daughter is here. How can we be intimate? Aren't you ashamed? We could let our parents take a look at our daughter. They would surely understand. Besides, they adore her and would be thrilled if you handed her over to them. Zhang Hanlian persisted. Zhang Wanwan obediently cooperated as her mother changed her diaper, but inwardly she cursed. That scoundrel. He doesn't want mom to return to work and now he's pushing for more children, keeping her from her career. Hearing Zhang Wanwan's thoughts, Lin Jiran felt a chill in her heart. Yet, it was not the time to confront him openly. She could only feign exhaustion, rubbing her temples. But your parents have already spent the day caring for our child. Would it be appropriate to impose on them further tonight? Let's not bother them. They deserve a rest. I'm quite tired as well, but I want to. Our daughter is almost crawling, and it's been ages since we were close. Rarely do I feel inclined today. So please indulge me. Let our daughter stay here. She's still too young to understand what we do. Zhang Hanlian remained unyielding, wrapping his arms around Lin Jiran's waist. Lin Jiran forcefully pushed him away. Enough. First, dispose of the diaper. Zhang Hanlian obediently took the diaper to the trash and returned to continue his advances. Just then, Zhang Wanwan unexpectedly began to wail. Lin Jiran's heart leapt with joy. Her daughter was indeed a gem. She quickly kicked Zhang Hanlian aside and scooped up Zhang Wanwan. Lying on the bed, Zhang Hanlian felt a sense of unfulfilled desire and growing irritation as he watched Lin Jiran soothing their crying daughter. The incessant wails only served to further aggravate his mood. It seemed as though their daughter was deliberately thwarting his attempts for intimacy. Each time he sought closeness with Lin Jiran, their daughter would cry out at the most inopportune moments, leaving both of them exhausted and devoid of desire. He couldn't help but think of Li Zihan's daughter, who was always so quiet whenever he visited. Yearning for their company, he decided to visit them that evening. He promptly dressed and prepared to leave. Lin Jiran, observing him, feigned concern. What's the matter? Where are you off to at this hour? Aren't you looking for a technician to replace Wang Fan? I suddenly remembered I might have some connections. I need to hurry and see if I can find someone good. If I wait too long, the talent might be gone. Zhang Hanlian replied. I don't believe a word of that. He can't satisfy his desires here. So he's off to seek Li Zihan, Zhang Wanwan thought to herself while crying. Lin Jiran, fully aware of Zhang Hanlian's intentions, secretly hoped he wouldn't linger in her presence. She feigned trust, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Hanlian, for coming to my rescue amidst this mess I've created. With a disingenuous smile, she added, it's precisely because I have your support that I can act without reservations, knowing you'll handle any issues. Zhang Hanlian affectionately ruffled her hair, masking his contempt beneath a veneer of affection. You're still so spoiled and mischievous. Inwardly, he thought of her as someone detached from reality for a decade, left with only a modicum of professional capability. Zhang Hanlian returned home in the early hours of the next day, initially feeling refreshed. Yet, upon facing Lin Jiran, he feigned exhaustion. I spent the whole night sourcing the best candidates for you. I finally managed to secure a few who will come in for interviews this morning. You should take a look. Lin Jiran, aware of his theatrics, played along, appearing sympathetic.
You've worked so hard, my dear.
Let me help you with a back rub. No need. It's my duty to alleviate your worries, he replied smoothly. Let us go. I'm here to take you to work. Lin Jiran insisted. You haven't had a proper night's sleep. You should rest a bit first. I can drive. Just then, Zhang Wanwan, having just woken, rolled her eyes at her mother's words, thinking, what do you mean didn't he sleep well? He was having the time of his life at Li Zihan's, claiming he is off to find a technician, but he merely spent half an hour at a talent market recruiting a few people. But perhaps this turn of events has benefited Mom. Mao Ning was one of those he found, and despite his low qualifications, his technical skills are excellent. If that scoundrel hadn't acted this way, Mom might not have encountered such a skilled technician. Hearing Zhang Wanwan's inner monologue bolstered Lin Jiran's confidence, allowing her to embrace her role as a dutiful wife with greater ease. Zhang Hanlian, seated in the back seat, observed Lin Jiran at the wheel and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The pampered young lady remained oblivious to the manipulation at play, dutifully acting as a chauffeur. How many men could match his prowess? Sometimes, he marveled at himself, considering himself a true winner among men. Chapter 78. Mysterious Confidence. Lin Jiran sensed Zhang Hanlian's gaze upon her. She glanced into the rearview mirror and caught the self-satisfied glint in his eyes, causing her heart to sink. This scoundrel must be feeling quite pleased with himself at this moment. Well, let him relish his arrogance a bit longer. Upon arriving at the company, they were informed that several technicians had arrived for interviews. Lin Jiran gazed at Zhang Hanlian with starry eyes, suppressing her disgust. Wow, darling. You've been so efficient in finding candidates so quickly. Zhang Hanlian, with a flicker of disdain beneath a facade of affection, smiled. Of course, your matters come first. Let us go meet them and see if any are suitable. The candidates were merely those he had hastily gathered from a regular talent market, not the elite he pretended to have meticulously selected. Most lacked even basic qualifications, let alone the capability to fulfill the role of core technician at their company. Regardless of how they performed in interviews, they would ultimately fail, and the repercussions would fall squarely on Lin Jiran. He intended to ensure she recognized her inadequacies. The more he contemplated this, the brighter his smile became. If you find these candidates unsatisfactory, I shall personally select more for you.
All right.
Lin Jiran and Zhang Hanlian arrived together at the waiting room, where 5 or 6 individuals were present, awaiting their initial screening and assessment conducted by the newly appointed HR manager. Upon noticing Lin Jiran and Zhang Hanlian's arrival, the manager approached them respectfully, presenting the records of the screening and evaluation. Having learned from Supervisor Wang's previous mistakes, he dared not show favoritism or engage in deceit. He candidly relayed all pertinent information. He pointed to one of the candidates, stating, among these technicians, only the one sitting on the edge possesses the highest qualifications and technical prowess, having obtained a certification. However, our company is not lacking in individuals with similar credentials and qualifications, and it seems he has no distinct advantage. The quality of these applicants is rather subpar. Our recruitment criteria were clearly outlined. Where did these individuals come from? Did they even bother to review our company's hiring standards? He then gestured towards another candidate with disdain, declaring that individual is even more audacious. He lacks even a basic educational background, yet dares to apply to our company. When I inquired about his application, he claimed our CEO instructed him to come directly for an interview. I find it hard to believe that our CEO would casually approve a resume for such a critical technical position. Therefore, I must verify whether you, esteemed executives, have indeed approved the resume of this technician named Mao Ning. Upon hearing the name Mao Ning, Lin Jiran's eyes immediately lit up. Recognizing him as the highly skilled technician her daughter had mentioned, she promptly interjected, this technician was personally recommended by Vice President Zhang. There is no need to review his resume or certification. We should assess their capabilities based on their individual skills. If you lack faith in Vice President Zhang's judgment, it's best not to make unfounded speculations. Zhang Hanlian found himself momentarily struck dumb, unable to articulate his previous thoughts. He had intended to suggest that Mao Ning was an unwelcome addition, but Lin Jiran's unwavering confidence in him provided him with a sense of relief, eliminating the need for further excuses. The new HR manager stared at Zhang Hanlian in astonishment, not expecting the vice president to have sourced such a substandard group of technicians. Observing the manager's incredulous expression, Lin Jiran felt a sense of secret satisfaction. After all, Zhang Hanlian was the one who had intentionally sought out these low-quality technicians. She decided to reveal the truth, ensuring that everyone in the company would recognize that these mediocre candidates were handpicked by the revered Vice President Zhang. Approaching the technicians, she spoke warmly. "Thank you for your willingness to contribute to our company. However, we can only select one technician. I will choose the one among you with superior skills." The technician, Mao Ning, who had been dismissed by the new manager, immediately raised his hand, asserting, "I believe my skills are the best. You can choose me directly." Lin Jiran took a closer look at Mao Ning, noting his scruffy appearance and long hair, which suggested a rather unrefined demeanor, yet his attire was clean and presentable. The new manager could not suppress a scoff at Mao Ning's bold claim, retorting, "You certainly know how to boast. When asked to present your educational credentials, you can't, and when asked for your certification, you are unable to provide it. How do you dare to claim to be the best among these candidates? What gives you such misplaced confidence?" The other technicians applying alongside Mao Ning joined in the mockery, saying, "Your qualifications are inferior to ours. How can you claim to possess the best skills? We, who hold certifications and proof of our qualifications, wouldn't dream of making such grandiose claims. It's baffling where you derive your confidence." "Very well, I believe you," Lin Jiran declared, pointing at Mao Ning. "You shall be appointed as our company's core technician. This position requires someone with your level of confidence." "What? Core technician?" The new manager's jaw dropped in shock, and after a moment, he hurriedly advised, "President Song, the responsibilities of a core technician are substantial. Are you truly confident that someone without educational qualifications or technical certification can excel in this role?" The other candidates also voiced their discontent, stating, "If merely claiming one's abilities suffices for employment, then we could all apply." Zhang Hanlian, adopting a reasoned demeanor, addressed Lin Jiran. "Jiran, selecting individuals based solely on intuition and such unconventional criteria may not garner respect. Perhaps we should allow them to compete against one another." Lin Jiran readily agreed, nodding. "You are right. If we wish to ascertain whose skills are superior, let them prove themselves." She turned to the candidates who had risen to their feet, stating, "Since you all believe in your skills, I will now take you to the technical room, where you can observe how our technicians operate. As core technicians, your capabilities must surpass theirs to earn a place in our company." She cast a glance at Mao Ning, offering him a subtle yet encouraging nod. "Of course, I recognize your exceptional abilities, especially since you are among the talented individuals Vice President Zhang dedicated an entire night to find. I am confident you will not disappoint us." Accompanied by Zhang Hanlian and the other candidates, Lin Jiran led the aspiring technicians to the technical department. Once they engaged in practical demonstrations, the true nature of their skills would undoubtedly emerge. Chapter 79, Surrender. The staff in the technical department observed Lin Jiran bringing in the new technicians. Upon learning of their education and qualifications, they could not help but burst into laughter. These candidates lack the qualifications to even consider applying for the core technician position? Where do they derive their audacity? One asked, "What level have you achieved in your certification?" "Level 10 is the highest. I am currently at level 8. What about you?" The applicants were taken aback by the formidable prowess of the technical team. In comparison, they felt utterly inadequate. The HR manager, unable to contain himself, sighed in disbelief. "I knew our company had high standards for education and qualifications in the recruitment process. I'm baffled as to how these individuals made it through." Seeing the elite capabilities of the technical department's veterans, the applicants began to second-guess their ambitions. They had initially perceived Mao Ning as an unqualified candidate, lacking education, experience, and certification, and had felt emboldened to compete with him, especially when Lin Jiran seemed to endorse him. However, upon witnessing the expertise of the technical department's elite, they immediately felt out of their depth. How could they, as less experienced technicians, possibly compare to these skilled professionals? Then Lin Jiran interjected, "What are you doubting? These individuals were personally selected by Vice President Zhang last night after an exhaustive search. Despite their seemingly limited qualifications, their skills may very well surpass yours." Upon hearing her words, all eyes turned towards Zhang Hanlian, filled with suspicion. He suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had not anticipated Lin Jiran would continuously assert that these were his choices, making it evident to everyone that he had spent an entire night seeking out these rather unimpressive candidates. Anyone with a modicum of insight would surely sense something amiss. Fortunately, Lin Jiran seemed oblivious to any suspicions, exuding confidence in the technicians she had chosen. Whether the applicants themselves shared that confidence remained uncertain. The technicians appeared equally as awkward as he did, seemingly wishing for a convenient nook to hide away in. The HR manager suggested, since we need to select the most competent individual from among them to serve as our core technician. It stands to reason that their skills should surpass those of the ordinary technicians. Why not have them compete against our standard technicians first? If they succeed,
They will have passed the initial test.
should more than two emerge victorious, we can arrange a technical duel between them, and the ultimate winner shall be directly hired. What do you think of this proposal? Lin Jiran nodded in agreement, expressing no objections. The others also concurred. Let us commence with the individual possessing the highest academic qualifications and certification levels, the HR manager declared while perusing their credentials. Finally, he extracted one resume, exclaiming, Zhang Wei, with a bachelor's degree, technical level 4, and 3 years of experience as a technician, you're first. Upon hearing the HR manager's announcement, the technical department staff could hardly stifle their laughter. Goodness, is this individual truly the best among this batch of applicants? When did our company's hiring standards become so lenient? The lowest educational attainment among our technicians is at least a bachelor's or master's degree, along with a level 6 certification. What on earth is this bachelor's degree with only a level 4 certification? In the past, such qualifications would not even suffice for a regular employee's position. Yet here he is, vying for a core technician role. What were they thinking? The applicant named Zhang Wei, upon hearing these remarks, felt his confidence plummet, becoming visibly restrained. When he finally approached the computer, he dejectedly said, perhaps I should just forfeit. Lin Jiran responded with a smile, it's entirely your choice. You may attempt to give it a shot, or if you prefer to withdraw, we shall respect your decision. However, I trust in Vice President Zhang's judgment. He must have seen something exceptional in you to overlook your qualifications and invite you for an interview. Such an opportunity is rare, and it would be a shame to let it slip away. The technicians chimed in, what is the point of backing out now? You've come this far. Why not engage in a friendly competition? We also wish to see the caliber of the individuals Vice President Zhang has specially invited. They wanted to demonstrate their prowess and illustrate the reality of what it means to be truly competent, to prevent him from naively believing he could apply for a core technician position at another company with such qualifications. Though the technicians kept these thoughts to themselves, they were eager to show him what they were made of. Zhang Wei, realizing it would be quite embarrassing to withdraw at this stage, decided to go ahead and sit down, ready to compete with the experienced technicians. Almost immediately, the disparity in skill levels became apparent, and within mere minutes, Zhang Wei was eliminated. The technicians couldn't help but express their disbelief. Is this really the best candidate among them?
Goodness.
What sort of talent awaits us among those who follow? Observing how thoroughly Zhang Wei was outmatched, the others quickly deemed it prudent to withdraw.
I'm sorry.
I recognize my own limitations. I'll forfeit the competition. I too shall withdraw. Count me out. Lin Jiran feigned surprise. Why is everyone backing out? You are precisely the talented individuals that Vice President Zhang painstakingly selected from the talent market. I trust he wouldn't make a mistake. The previous individual may be an exception, but why have you all given up before even starting? One technician couldn't help but interject, Director Lin. We merely came here because Vice President Zhang reviewed our resumes and invited us over. We are by no means the elite he meticulously selected. Individuals with our qualifications are readily available in the talent market. I suspect Vice President Zhang is merely seeking to impress you and has misled you. Chapter 80. I believe in you. Upon hearing these words, everyone turned their gaze toward Zhang Hanlian, who was taken aback by the unexpected criticism. The HR manager and the technical staff exchanged curious glances with him. Yet Lin Jiran asserted, I refuse to believe that. Vice President Zhang personally assured me that you are exceptional talents he painstakingly acquired. I trust he would not deceive me. If you lack confidence in yourselves, that is your choice. However, since you are unwilling to embrace the opportunity for a challenge, we shall not press you further. Observing Lin Jiran's unwavering support for Zhang Hanlian, the remaining applicants could only shake their heads and depart. The technical staff remained silent, not daring to voice their thoughts, while the newly appointed HR manager hesitated, ultimately refraining from speaking. As the majority of applicants exited, one individual lingered. The HR manager inquired, why haven't you left yet? Mao Ning looked up and replied, didn't you say we were here to challenge for selection? I am the last in line based on qualifications, and now that they've all left, can I skip the queue and go directly? Hearing this, the HR manager couldn't help but laugh. Are you mistaken? The best candidates have already been swiftly eliminated by our technicians. Those with better qualifications than you have recognized their own limitations and opted to leave rather than face embarrassment. Yet you wish to continue challenging? Are you quite all right? Mao Ning blinked innocently. Didn't you say we all had a chance to participate in the competition? I haven't even begun yet. Are you trying to rescind my opportunity? The technicians, witnessing his fearless demeanor, couldn't help but ask, what qualifications do you possess to challenge us? After a brief pause, he responded, I stopped my education after middle school. The revelation elicited laughter from the crowd. With such minimal qualifications, you dare to challenge us? The individual with a bachelor's degree was eliminated within minutes. How long do you think you can last? Mao Ning pondered seriously before replying, I believe I can win against you. The technicians erupted in disbelief. You think you can defeat us? Are you joking? What is your technical level? Do enlighten us. Mao Ning replied, I've never taken a level exam, so I don't know what it is. No middle school education and no level qualifications, yet he dares to challenge us? This isn't even an exaggeration. It's absurd that he believes he can win. Zhang Hanlian, fearing further humiliation, quickly interjected, let us just forget it. You should leave. This challenge segment is cancelled. I regret my oversight in inviting such unqualified applicants. It's truly a waste of time. Next time, I will scrutinize candidates more carefully. The HR manager also expressed regret. I apologize for wasting your time. This core position indeed requires more specialized individuals. Perhaps we can collaborate in the future. The technicians urged him, just go. It's better than facing us and being eliminated too swiftly, leading you to question your life choices.
Wait.
Lin Jiran interjected as she saw Mao Ning about to be dismissed by the company personnel. She stepped forward and addressed everyone, saying, our initial rule allowed each of them to challenge our company's technicians. If they succeeded in their challenges, they would be promoted to core technicians within our company. The few who stepped back did so voluntarily. Thus, we have no justification to deprive him of an opportunity that rightfully belongs to him. Lin Jiren gazed at Mao Ning and added, if you are not ready to concede, you should find a computer now and begin your challenge.
All right.
Mao Ning cast her a deep glance before turning to the computer occupied by the first candidate, sitting down resolutely. The technicians, observing his fearless demeanor, could not help but mock him. Well then, if you seek punishment, don't complain when we overwhelm you. They too took their seats. The HR supervisor, growing impatient, believed the young man was wasting everyone's time. However, since he had not withdrawn, his application remained unfulfilled, compelling the supervisor to stay. Lin Jiren watched Mao Ning and smiled warmly. I believe in you. Your skills will surely surpass theirs. Upon hearing her words, Mao Ning was momentarily taken aback. Previously, when she expressed confidence in other candidates, she spoke of her trust in Vice President Zhang's judgment, but now, her faith was solely in his abilities. A warmth surged within him. Their competition resembled a brawl, albeit one conducted with lines of code. The technicians regarded Mao Ning, a newcomer with merely a middle school education and no certification, as unworthy of their time. They had merely assigned someone to satisfy the requirements while the rest continued their research on core technologies, striving to fill the position soon. Almost instantaneously, the technician competing against Mao Ning was eliminated. In disbelief, he clutched his head, exclaiming, everyone, I have been eliminated in an instant. I was defeated by a middle school graduate, a person without any certification. Hearing his words, the others looked up, questioning, have you underestimated him? Even if he appears inexperienced, you must not dismiss him so easily. All right, let's have another go. This time, I will treat you as a true opponent, the technician declared, adopting a serious demeanor. Bring it on, Mao Ning replied nonchalantly, indifferent to their arrangements. Yet again, in under a minute, the technician was swiftly defeated. How is this possible? I was genuinely trying to compete. How could I be eliminated again? Where did I go wrong? The technician who faced Mao Ning began to question his own existence. He had managed to secure a position at Lin's group, which attested to his abilities, but losing so dramatically to a middle school graduate defied all logic. As the others observed his plight, curiosity bubbled up. Let me try. Another technician stepped forward, possessing slightly better skills than the previous contender. However, once more, in less than a minute, he succumbed to defeat. This is utterly incomprehensible. The two defeated technicians could not contain their astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief at the results displayed on the screen, unable to fathom how they had so easily lost to a technician with only a middle school diploma. The spectacle drew onlookers, and soon another candidate joined the challenge. Upon seeing this newcomer, silence fell over the group. He was, after Wang Fan, the most skilled technician in their department. Qin Xiaodong, your skills are second only to Wang Fan's. It would be a waste to compete against a middle school graduate. Perhaps we should allow others to take their turn while you focus on core technology, they suggested. Yet Qin Xiaodong regarded Mao Ning with admiration, saying, Brother, Your skills seem impressive, shall we spar? Mao Ning nodded, feigning ignorance, sure. The technicians who initially dismissed him now stood up from their seats, gathering behind Mao Ning and Chen Xiaodong to observe their duel. This time, within mere minutes, Mao Ning emerged victorious. The technicians erupted in disbelief, rubbing their eyes in astonishment. Am I seeing this correctly? In just a few minutes, Chen Xiaodong lost to this middle school graduate? They recalled that when Wang Fan and Chen Xiaodong competed, it had taken hours for Wang Fan to defeat Chen Xiaodong. What kind of extraordinary skills did this middle school graduate possess? The technicians could hardly believe it, turning to Chen Xiaodong for answers. Chen Xiaodong, did you perhaps let him win? Or, like the previous two, did you underestimate him? Chen Xiaodong's expression grew solemn as he looked at Mao Ning and said, Brother, let's have another match. Mao Ning raised an eyebrow but did not object. Another round commenced, concluding yet again in mere minutes, with Mao Ning's victory. The technicians fell silent. They could no longer attribute Chen Xiaodong's defeat to carelessness or leniency. This time, they could clearly sense that Chen Xiaodong had exerted his utmost efforts. At this juncture, Lin Jiran beamed and said, I knew Mao Ning was exceptional. Since he has won against you all, I trust your doubts regarding his abilities have dissipated? Chen Xiaodong rose, humbly bowing his head. This brother's skills are remarkable. I concede. Seeing their most formidable technician yield, the others followed suit, standing in acknowledgement. We too concede. If his abilities were compared to Wang Fan's, he would surely stand on equal footing. How did Vice President Zhang manage to find such talent? Lin Jiran continued, Well, since there are no objections from today onward, Mao Ning shall be our company's core technical employee. With that, she turned to Mao Ning, her gaze filled with admiration and encouragement. Mao Ning, you are truly outstanding. Mao Ning felt his heart race, scratching his head and grinning foolishly. Thank you. Thank you. Lin Jiran then turned to Zhang Hanlian, narrowing her eyes with a smile. Hanlian, thank you. It seems you have indeed found me such an excellent employee. Previously, they claimed you were merely placating me, but now you have proven your worth. Your assistance has been genuine. Zhang Hanlian forced a smile, feeling that events had spiraled beyond his control. He had initially intended to feign assistance in finding technicians for Lin Jiran, but the candidates he found were utterly inadequate, leaving her no choice but to invite Wang Fan and his son back. Should she proceed with that, her authority within the company would vanish, and she would be unable to stand her ground, ultimately led by the nose or forced to leave in disgrace. Yet now, he could hardly believe that among the seemingly ordinary candidates he had found in the talent market, one would prove to be so remarkably skilled. He longed to inquire of Mao Ning why, given his high level of expertise, he had only been able to submit his resume to an ordinary talent market. However, as he was about to ask, he recalled that Mao Ning possessed only a middle school diploma and no certification, making it entirely reasonable for him to be listed there. Now that things had reached this point, he could only take it one step at a time. Core technology requires systematic training to master. Even if Mao Ning's skills are exceptional, without proper training, it would be challenging for him to become self-taught. He believed that it would not be long before errors would surface, at which point he could seize the opportunity to dismiss Mao Ning. Lin Jiran harbored the same doubts. After finalizing the core technician, she deliberately broached the subject in front of her daughter, while conversing with her parents. With a tone of astonishment, she remarked how unexpected it was that the one who could surpass the company's technicians was a mere technician with only a middle school education and no certification. It was utterly inconceivable. She couldn't fathom how someone so remarkably skilled could lack a more respectable educational background or any certifications to validate their abilities. Zhang Wanwan, oblivious to her mother's motive of extracting information, began to reflect candidly. The world of geniuses is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Mao Ning, having graduated from middle school, had his talents nurtured by his family, who tailored private coaching to hone his gifts. He did not continue his education in school, hence the absence of formal qualifications. This endeavor was merely to enhance his skills. He sought to enter the workforce at the behest of his family, as he is destined to inherit the family business. Our Lin Group has unearthed a treasure in him, and his future contributions will be monumental. Upon hearing Zhang Wanwan's thoughts, Lin Jiran exchanged glances with her parents, both astonished. They had not anticipated that the Lin Group had inadvertently recruited a hidden powerhouse. Lin Jiran's parents glanced at her, and she responded with a knowing look. She would certainly extend special consideration to this technician, who would hold significant importance in the future. Meanwhile, after being dismissed, Wang Fan and his father chose not to leave City A, but instead waited for news. They believed that it would not be long before the company would reach out to request their return. However, to their dismay, the news they received was that the company had already secured a core technician. The former HR supervisor, Manager Wang, was increasingly anxious and quickly addressed his son. Son, didn't you claim they couldn't find anyone better than you? How did they manage to find someone so quickly? Wang Fan's expression darkened. He too was taken aback that they had found a technician so swiftly. Chapter 82. Collaborating in Deception. Wang Fan coolly replied, "Rest assured. This core technology is not something just anyone can master. I struggled immensely to learn it, even with my level 9 certification. While he may possess talent, without specialized training, it is impossible for him to grasp it. That learning opportunity no longer exists, and the technicians at the company are utterly ignorant of this core technology. There is no one to teach him. We can just wait for them to come and ask us back." Hearing Wang Fan's words, Manager Wang felt somewhat reassured, thinking, "Good. My son's position is so crucial that no one can fill it. They will surely come back for us." Yet, after a considerable wait, no one came to seek their return, nor did anyone express grievances about the company's current state. Wang Fan could no longer contain himself and called a former colleague. Subtly probing before finally asking, "Chen Xiaodong, you should be handling my position now, right? I recall you were the second best technician after me." To his surprise, Chen Xiaodong sighed. "Since you left, I've been trying to understand our company's core technology, but I just can't grasp it." Upon hearing this, Wang Fan couldn't help but scoff internally. How could a level 8 technician comprehend such core technology? The idea of self-study was preposterous. He feigned concern. What will happen then? If the core technology position remains vacant, won't the company come to a standstill? He adopted a helpless demeanor. "Honestly, I never truly wish to leave our company or my colleagues. If the new general manager Lin were to personally request my father and me back and even offer a salary increase, I would gladly return to my familiar position. I don't want to burden the company, causing projects to falter." Chen Xiaodong fell silent for a moment before responding, "You're worrying too much. Our company is operating normally, and it's even more stable than before. It's running faster and more efficiently." Wang Fan's eyes widened in disbelief as he gripped his phone tightly. Running faster and more efficiently?
How can that be?
No one else but me can handle this core technology. How could anyone else be managing it? Did you not say you still couldn't understand it? Chen Xiaodong lamented. Vice President Zhang recruited several new technicians from the talent market, and one of them is exceptionally skilled. He not only outperformed our department's employees but also quickly mastered the core technology that had troubled us for so long. Within a day of starting, he had already mastered the company's core technology effortlessly. I finally understand the phrase, "There is always someone better." It's astonishing that such a genius exists who can learn so rapidly. Wang Fan slumped onto the sofa, his eyes wide, rendered speechless. How could this be? How could there be such a remarkable genius? I, a level 9 technician, took an entire month to master this technology. How could he learn it in just a day? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he asked urgently, "Does he have a high educational background? Is he a level 10 expert?" To his astonishment, Vice President Zhang, who had previously reassured him about their return, had now hired someone so formidable to replace him. "Zhang Hanlian, are you toying with us?" Chen Xiaodong's voice came through the phone. "Not at all. This technician only has a middle school education and has not obtained any certifications, none whatsoever." Wang Fan felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. His core technology position had been filled by a technician with merely a middle school education. He was unwilling to accept this reality. Chen Xiaodong continued. "Although the new technician's education is lacking, his abilities are remarkable. I could barely last a few minutes competing against him. He is truly a formidable presence." At that moment, Wang Fan could not hear the latter part of Chen Xiaodong's statement. His mind was consumed by the shocking revelation of a middle school graduate usurping his position, leaving him breathless. Ultimately, disregarding whether Chen Xiaodong was still speaking, he hung up the phone. Wang Fan's father, seeing him end the call, eagerly approached with excitement and anticipation. "Son, what happened? Is the company in disarray, waiting to call us back?" Wang Fan looked at his father with a complex expression and softly replied, "Father, why did you involve me in this? Now I've lost my job too." "What?" Wang Fan's father's pupils constricted in shock. "Did you not say the company would surely ask us back?
How could you lose your job?"
Wang Fan let out a self-deprecating cold laugh. "Vice President Zhang hired someone more capable to replace me." Wang Fan's father sprang to his feet, filled with indignation. How could Vice President Zhang treat us this way? This was clearly his scheme to have me dismissed, dragging you down with me, all to halt the company's operations and force the new general manager Lin to resign. How could he then go ahead and hire such a remarkable technician? Has he abandoned us? Where are the promises he made to us? Listening to his father's tirade, Wang Fan's expression darkened further. He once again retrieved his phone, locating Zhang Hanlian's number and coldly stated, "I shall call General Manager Zhang to inquire how he intends to explain the situation." As soon as the call connected, Wang's father immediately activated the speakerphone and began to interrogate, "Vice President Wang, we are still awaiting your update. How do you plan to account for this? This entire debacle was orchestrated under your directive. We have followed your lead, and now we find ourselves without employment. Do you truly intend to stand idly by?" At this moment, Zhang Hanlian was also feeling quite vexed. "Please, both of you remain calm. I never anticipated that young man would prove so formidable. I believed he would falter against the technical team and would certainly be unable to replicate our core technology. Yet, he has effortlessly resolved challenges, enhancing the company's efficiency to an exceptional degree. I cannot find a justification to dismiss him." Supervisor Wang retorted, "I care not for your excuses. You promised us that we would merely be staging a performance, and that once General Manager Lin departed, we would return to our previous positions, with promotions and raises to boot. Yet it has been far too long and we have received nothing. If this continues, do not blame us for causing a scene at the company." Wang Fan took the phone and addressed Zhang Hanlian. "Zhang Hanlian, it is out of respect for our shared history as college roommates that I have cooperated with you. You must provide us with an explanation regarding this matter. Please, do not rush." Zhang Hanlian closed his eyes for a moment, and then suddenly a spark of inspiration struck him. "I have devised a plan. Since I cannot find a fault with the new technician, let us create one for him." The following day, the technical director reported to Lin Jiran, stating that a severe error had occurred in the core technology. Lin Jiran sought out Mao Ning, asking, "The technical director has informed me that a significant error has arisen within your core technology, resulting in substantial losses for the company. Can you elucidate the situation?" Mao Ning responded calmly, "My technology is flawless, and the containment measures are effective. If an error has indeed occurred, it can only be attributed to a flaw within the management. If the director were to authorize me to investigate, I could ascertain the cause." Lin Jiran regarded him intently. "Are you suggesting that the issue likely lies within the management of the technical department?" Mao Ning nodded. "Indeed." The technical director, immediately incensed, pointed at Mao Ning and exclaimed, "What nonsense are you spouting? Are you insinuating that I am responsible for this issue? I am the technical director. Such errors should be inconceivable. To shift the blame onto me for your shortcomings is indicative of your youth and inexperience." He turned to Lin Jiran, declaring, "I have long wished to discuss this with you. While this new technician possesses great talent and learns swiftly, his temperament is rather volatile. He craves the spotlight. Yet our core technology demands steadiness and precision, which cannot withstand his reckless experimentation. Although the efficiency appears to have increased, it carries significant risks. I have cautioned him, but despite his agreeable nods, he has continually reverted to his reckless ways. And now we see the consequences." As he spoke, he clapped his hands, commanding everyone's attention. "Colleagues, recently, as our core technician, how do you perceive Mao Ning's performance? Has our technical department's efficiency truly improved, or has it diminished? Can Mao Ning keep pace? Or are there issues that warrant concern?" The technicians exchanged glances and, recalling the previous meeting led by the technical director, responded, "While it seems faster and appears to be efficient, the quality is indeed concerning. When Wang Fan led us, everything was stable, and we never faced a collapse. However, Mao Ning's eagerness to showcase his prowess has resulted in a frantic pace that we struggle to maintain. He does not pause to consider the collective interests, only his own desire to shine. We would prefer Wang Fan to lead us again. Only under his guidance do we feel secure and free from the threat of collapse. This individual demonstrates a complete lack of understanding of teamwork. Moreover, his character leaves much to be desired. He does not even acknowledge us when we seek his counsel. How can such a person effectively lead a team or excel as a core technician? A core technician must foster collective growth and progress, building a stable and prosperous future for the company, not merely showcase individual skills." Listening to the technician's accusations against Mao Ning, Lin Jiran could not suppress a cold smirk. Was it not evident that they simply wished for Wang Fan's return? Unable to find fault in Mao Ning's technical abilities, they resorted to critiquing his interpersonal conduct. Perfection is unattainable. Anyone could find flaws in another's daily life. No individual is without blemish. The examples they cited were merely isolated incidents. Even the most virtuous can falter in their dealings with others. So, you all believe that this predicament rests solely on Mao Ning's shoulders? Lin Jiran surveyed the technicians, calmly inquiring. She needed to ascertain the limits of her technical staff. If they could not discern right from wrong, she would gradually replace them. The technicians lowered their heads, exchanging glances, none daring to voice a definitive answer. In their hearts, they knew Mao Ning's technical capabilities were sound, perhaps even a source of learning. However, given that some wished to undermine him, they felt compelled to align with the prevailing sentiment. Yet, to directly state that Mao Ning was at fault was beyond their courage. Indeed, he had done nothing wrong. Observing their lack of resolve, Zhang Hanlian felt a surge of frustration. He had expressly instructed the technical director to ensure the technicians cooperated fully to unearth any faults in Mao Ning's work, hoping Lin Jiran would dismiss him and demand an apology from Mao Ning for the company's losses. Instead, these technicians had proven utterly ineffectual, displaying a lack of fortitude at a critical juncture despite their generous salaries. Zhang Hanlian, silent and brooding, noted this disheartening trend. Many employees within the company had long followed his lead. Although merely the vice president, his authority went largely unchallenged over the years. He was often perceived as the figurehead of the company, with every word he spoke regarded as authoritative. Yet, he had not anticipated Lin Jiran's formidable acumen, which allowed her to establish her own credibility in such a short span, instilling a sense of respect among the employees that deterred them from deceiving her. Take the technicians in the department, for instance. Initially, they had dared to bargain with Lin Jiran, but as time passed, her frequent interactions and keen oversight of Mao Ning's work, coupled with her disciplinary actions against those slacking off, had instilled a sense of reverence in the technical staff, rendering them hesitant to neglect their duties. It was no wonder that, when asked a few questions, they stammered and struggled to articulate their responses. As the situation grew increasingly dire, Zhang Hanlian felt compelled to speak up, adopting a conciliatory tone. Jiran, the technical director and the technical staff are not entirely mistaken. After all, he possesses only a junior high school education, which renders him somewhat lacking in composure regarding various matters. Although his technical skills are commendable, his limited formal education means he may overlook certain aspects. Perhaps we should invite Wang Fan to assist us. His extensive experience and long-standing position as a core technician within our company have ensured he has never made a mistake. In contrast, Mao Ning, being a mere newcomer, has already made such a significant error, which is quite intolerable. While it is true that everyone starts as a novice before gradually achieving stable results, our company cannot afford to endure excessive turmoil or patiently await the maturation of a newcomer. Lin Jiran scanned the room, inquiring, "Have you all determined that Mao Ning is indeed the one at fault?" The group lowered their gazes, seemingly in tacit agreement. Lin Jiran's lips curled into a sardonic smile as she challenged, "Did you not hear what he just said? He claimed it was not his fault, but rather that of the leadership. Why should we not afford him an opportunity to explain himself?" Chapter 84. Your suspicion is greater. The technical director's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "President Lin, you cannot truly be considering allowing him access to our company's technical management system to investigate the situation. Can you? Our management system encompasses numerous company secrets. If he were to breach it and disseminate our confidential information, it would result in even greater losses for us." Zhang Hanlian maintained a calm facade as he urged Lin Jiran, "Jiran, the technical director is correct. The management system is not accessible to just anyone. Mao Ning is merely a newly appointed core technician. If we were to grant him access to our management tier, we cannot predict what issues he might introduce. What if he is an undercover agent sent by a competitor, or if he leaves our company and divulges our management secrets to others? That would be utterly unwise." However, Lin Jiran regarded Mao Ning with unwavering trust. "I believe in him. He is not that kind of person." Having learned from her daughter that he was a scion of the Mao Group, Lin Jiran was entirely convinced that he would never act against the interests of the Lin Group. After all, the Mao Group's scale far surpassed that of the Lin Group, spanning various industries. In the eyes of the Mao Group, the Lin Group was utterly insignificant. She then addressed Mao Ning, "If we allow you to examine our management system, can you genuinely identify the true architect of this error?" Mao Ning looked at Lin Jiran, astonished by her level of trust in him, and nodded affirmatively. "Of course, I can." "Very well," Lin Jiran replied, nodding in agreement. "Then I entrust this matter to you." She turned to the technical director, Director Su. "Please provide Mao Ning with the access key so he can investigate who is responsible for the company's losses." Pausing for a moment, she added, "Director Su, you surely wish to clear your name as well, given that this issue arose within the technical management. Since it occurred here, you cannot distance yourself from it." If you desire everyone to understand your innocence, I implore you not to refuse. The technical director's expression darkened considerably. President Lin, I fail to comprehend why you are placing your trust in this newcomer. We are the veterans of the company. Would we truly act against its interests? He is the only one under suspicion, as he is responsible for the core technology, which has now encountered an error. Shouldn't we be seeking him out? Why delve into my management layer? My technology is flawless. Mao Ning defended himself. The management altered my core technology code using their administrative privileges, resulting in the error. I cannot be held accountable for this. I refuse to shoulder the blame. Director Su retorted, President Lin, regardless of whether he acknowledges it, the fact remains. Moreover, who can guarantee that he did not infiltrate our management layer to alter the code, resulting in this error? If he is as skilled as he claims, surely breaching our management without leaving a trace would pose no challenge for him?
Mao Ning nodded.
I indeed possess the capability to breach the management layer and leave no trace. However, I am merely a core technician, not part of management. I would not disregard such fundamental protocols. Such eloquence. Who is to say you haven't breached our management layer? Director Su insinuated. Zhang Hanlian, losing patience, interjected. Let us resolve this matter here and now. Mao Ning shall resign. Since you refuse to admit your mistake, any compensation or letter of apology is unnecessary. You may simply depart from our company, and I will rehire Wang Fan to eliminate any risk. He spoke with a facade of respect, looking at Lin Jiran. Do you find this resolution acceptable? Given Lin Jiran's previous support for him, he assumed she would concur with his suggestion, especially considering the controversy at hand. He believed she would readily accept his proposed solution. However, he ultimately overestimated his influence in Lin Jiran's eyes. To his surprise, she resolutely shook her head.
No.
I believe Mao Ning performs exceptionally well in his core technical role, even surpassing Wang Fan. Moreover, Wang Fan, with his arrogance and defiance of company management, is not a suitable candidate. In contrast, Mao Ning, despite possessing the capability to breach the management layer to prove his innocence, is willing to wait for the technical director to provide him with the key to investigate the cause of this error, demonstrating his respect for our company's management and his moral integrity. Unlike Wang Fan, who turned his back on the company simply because his father was dismissed for wrongdoing, Mao Ning's commitment and character are commendable. Zhang Hanlian suppressed his displeasure and attempted to reason with her. Jiran, I understand your desire to protect Mao Ning. After all, you were the one who brought him on board. Lin Jiran interjected. No, it was you who recruited him. I am immensely grateful to you for bringing such a talented individual into our midst, as he has resolved my previous predicament. How could I possibly dismiss him now? Wouldn't that be tantamount to slapping your face? Would it not imply that your judgment was flawed, that among all the applicants, the only one remaining was Mao Ning? Yet you would still question his character? What does that say about your previous selections? Were they truly as unworthy as they have been portrayed? Zhang Hanlian opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed that no matter how he countered, he would be in the wrong. Lin Jiran's demeanor softened as she gently addressed him, however. I know you are not the type to deceive me. The individuals you have recruited must have their own merits. Therefore, I am determined to demonstrate that Mao Ning did not err. Our company is undoubtedly facing an internal threat. This is not only to prove his innocence but also to affirm your own. If he truly is at fault, would it not implicate you even more? Given that you were the one who brought him into the company? Zhang Hanlian was rendered speechless by her words. He glanced at the technical director and the technicians present. Now, proposing Mao Ning's dismissal seemed increasingly untenable. It remained to be seen how the technical director would lead the technicians in response. The technical director, understanding Zhang Hanlian's unspoken thoughts, promptly addressed the technicians present. Since President Lin has such little faith in me and the rest of us, we have no choice but to resign to prove that Mao Ning indeed has issues. Chapter 85. Leak. The technicians nodded in agreement, ready to support the decision. Very well. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Jiran readily acquiesced, stating, since you all possess such determination, then resigning would be the best course of action. The technology department indeed requires a breath of fresh air. You have grown far too comfortable in your current positions, having long forgotten the ambition that once fueled you. The essence of work can only be realized through the core technicians. You have completely lost your creativity, rendering the entire company akin to a stagnant pool. If you wish to depart, I shall not impede your exit. Technicians of your caliber are easily replaceable. However, seeking employment elsewhere and finding a position that offers benefits comparable to those at Lin's group will likely prove quite challenging. Upon hearing Lin Jiran's words, The technicians present were taken aback, their hearts racing with anxiety. They had merely intended to align with Deputy General Zhang's request, feigning their intent to resign, to compel Lin to acquiesce. Little did they know that Lin had no intention of conforming to their expectations. Should they genuinely lose their jobs over this, it would be a regrettable outcome. The present predicament of Wang Fan and his father served as a stark reminder. Both were unable to return to work, fearing for their livelihoods. Lin Jiran continued, "Of course, if you wish to remain, I shall not refuse you. After all, you are seasoned employees intimately familiar with the company's operations. Should you manage to shed your outdated mindsets and rekindle your enthusiasm, with each of you demonstrating ambition, I will certainly reconsider any thoughts of layoffs or recruitment." The technicians fell silent, fearful that any utterance would make them the first to be dismissed. Observing their reticence, Lin Jiran inquired, "So, what is your decision? Will you resign, or will you choose to stay?" The technical director exchanged a glance with Zhang Hanlian. Now occupying the position of director, resigning to join another company might not afford him similar benefits. Lin's assertion held a grain of truth. Noticing the silence, Lin Jiran remarked, "Since you choose not to speak, I shall assume you wish to resign. The handover period will be 1 month. Once I have recruited new personnel, you may depart immediately." Panic ensued among the technicians, who hastily implored, "We apologize, General Lin. We only echoed the director's sentiments. We do not genuinely wish to resign. Please do not terminate us." Zhang Hanlian, observing the technicians capitulating, felt a surge of frustration but could only glare at the technical director. The technical director wiped the sweat from his brow and, with a furtive glance, said, "If General Lin is intent on allowing Mao Ning to enter the management layer for inspection, permit me to provide some confidential documents, along with additional passwords, to prevent any leaks. Otherwise, he may become a suspect." He believed that by voicing this, Mao Ning would hesitate and persuade Lin Jiran to cease her inquiries, as he could not bear the responsibility. However, Mao Ning replied, "No amount of passwords will suffice. If I truly wish to leak information, your system protections would be utterly trivial to me." Lin Jiran nodded, "I trust in Mao Ning's abilities and character. There is no need for passwords. Simply provide him with the key to access the system and trace the culprit." The technical director, left with no choice, replied, "Very well. Please wait a moment while I retrieve the key from my office." Before departing, the technical director exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Hanlian, which Lin Jiran pretended not to notice. The events unfolding today had been anticipated days prior, as she had gleaned insights from her daughter's heart. The technical director claimed to fetch the key, but in truth, he aimed to set a trap. His intent was to have Mao Ning inadvertently leak confidential company information, thus framing him. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Jiran had already foreseen their actions and was well prepared. After a considerable wait, the technical director returned with the key. "My apologies. I could not shake my worries, so I added a password, which delayed me slightly. After all, as the technical director, I must take responsibility should any issues arise." Mao Ning took the key and approached the computer, inserting it into the connection port to access the management layer. After surveying the management layer, he exited. But as he did, alarms blared from every computer. The technical director gasped, "Confidential documents have been leaked." He quickly addressed Lin Jiran and Zhang Hanlian, "General Lin, Deputy Zhang. I was concerned about our confidential files being compromised, so when I retrieved the key, I intentionally added a password and an alarm system. If any documents are leaked, an alert will sound. It seems that Mao Ning is indeed a spy sent by another company, attempting to steal our secrets." All this pretense was merely to set the stage for this moment. Mao Ning swiftly reinserted the key and began typing on the keyboard, finally removing the key and placing it in Song Qing's hand. "The documents that were leaked have been intercepted. They will not escape." Lin Jiran nodded and said to the technical director, "Director Su, I firmly believe that Mao Ning is not the perpetrator. If he had indeed leaked the files, why would he then take action to intercept them?" Director Su scoffed, "General Lin, that is precisely because I preemptively took precautions and set up the alarm. Otherwise, we would have been oblivious to the leak." His sudden interception indicates he realized we had discovered the breach, revealing his guilt. Lin Jiran regarded Director Su. "So you are convinced that Mao Ning is indeed the one who made the error and attempted to leak our company's secrets, correct?" Director Su glanced at Zhang Hanlian and nodded, "Indeed." "Very well," Lin Jiran replied, turning to Mao Ning, "Do you have anything to explain? What did you discover upon entering the management layer?" Mao Ning replied, "I found certain traces. The previous erroneous codes were altered through the management layer. And Director Su is a prime suspect, as the ID alteration originated from his office." Director Su's expression shifted dramatically, realizing that despite his efforts to erase the evidence, Mao Ning had still detected it. He immediately denied, "Do not slander me. What evidence do you possess?" Mao Ning turned to Lin Jiran. "The evidence exists, but it requires access to Director Su's computer to print the usage history. This may involve company secrets. General Lin, do you still wish to trust me?" Lin Jiran nodded. "Of course." As soon as she spoke, Zhang Hanlian could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "I do not trust him." Chapter 86, Cannot Leave. Zhang Hanlian stepped forward, addressing Lin Jiran earnestly. "Jiran, even if you believe he was brought in by me, affecting my standing is of no concern. I must prioritize the company's interests. I find this individual highly suspicious. The recent alarm serves as compelling evidence. Had we not discovered it, he might have already leaked our confidential information. I believe it is best we terminate his employment. It is the safest course of action. Naturally, we will provide him with severance pay, ensuring he is not treated unjustly." Lin Jiran, seeing his true colors emerge, smiled slightly. "However, I believe we should address this matter through the proper channels, perhaps involving the authorities." Upon hearing Lin Jiran's words, both Zhang Hanlian and Director Su were immediately alarmed. Zhang Hanlian hastily responded, "Jiran, there is no need to escalate this matter. If we involve the authorities, it could adversely affect our company's reputation. Everyone will know that we are incapable of safeguarding our confidential documents, which will jeopardize future collaborations. This concerns our corporate image. Once tarnished, the implications could be profound. I trust you understand the gravity of the situation." Lin Jiran nodded. "I understand." Before Zhang Hanlian could bask in his delight, Lin Jiran continued, "However, I firmly believe that the integrity of our employees is far more paramount than the company's image. An image is merely a facade. If there are issues among employees, the foundation will inevitably crumble. I must identify the source of this decay, for it is akin to a dam compromised by an ant's burrow. This problem has originated from the roots and must be addressed." Upon hearing Lin Jiran's resolute intent to investigate the matter, Supervisor Su glanced at Zhang Hanlian, his demeanor shifting to one of unease. Yet, Zhang Hanlian merely gave her a knowing glance. Understanding her implication, he gritted his teeth and slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "I see now that President Song's grand maneuvers are merely aimed at forcing me out. If you harbor such distrust in me, then I shall take my leave. And let this Mao Ning remain in the company. Let's see what he'll turn it into." With that, he tossed aside his work badge, intent on fleeing the scene. However, Lin Jiran called him back. "Supervisor Su, you cannot leave now. I have already reported this to the police and requested their presence to investigate. If you depart, how will you cooperate with the authorities?" Zhang Hanlian's expression darkened. "Jiran, Supervisor Su has been with our company for years. You truly should not question him in this manner. It is an affront to his character. He is of considerable age. We must exercise leniency. Why sacrifice the company's image and interests to confront Supervisor Su alone?" Lin Jiran found his words laughable. How utterly ironic it was for Zhang Hanlian to utter such sentiments. While it was true that Su was a long-standing employee, those who remained in the company had largely been swayed by Zhang Hanlian. These individuals were once trusted partners of the former general manager Lin, yet now they had become Zhang Hanlian's loyal subordinates. A company is not a realm for the elderly to wield their experience as a shield when issues arise. Reporting them to the authorities is non-negotiable. Lin Jiran's face was stern, exuding an air of unwavering determination. It was then that the others realized that she was not one to be easily swayed. Observing her insistence on pursuing the matter, Zhang Hanlian adopted a more submissive demeanor, grasping her hand and pleading, "Jiran, could you not consider my position and refrain from involving the police? Should they become involved, the situation will grow increasingly complex. I suggest we resolve this privately." He seldom sought favors from Lin Jiran, and when he did, she typically complied without hesitation. Yet this time Lin Jiran, as he had previously anticipated, resolutely declined his request. "No, this is my father's company. He entrusted it to us for management, and we must safeguard it, ensuring it does not fall prey to these ungrateful wolves." Zhang Hanlian, feeling helpless, could only cast furtive glances at Supervisor Su, hoping he would act wisely and not implicate himself, for later, even attempts to save him would be futile. The police arrived promptly, and all details were clarified. Only evidence remained to be gathered. The computer in Supervisor Su's office would be pivotal. Lin Jiran instructed Mao Ning, "Take them to see it." Zhang Hanlian immediately voiced his opposition. "Jiran, he is merely a core technician. He is not entitled to access the management's computers." The recent leak is the perfect testament to this. We cannot allow him to compromise any further information. Should we fail to intercept in time, the confidential documents could be disseminated, and our company cannot bear such a catastrophic loss. The others were equally incredulous. Unable to fathom that Lin Jiran would permit a core technician to access the management desk computers, it seemed chaotic. Observing the skepticism and murmurs among the crowd, Lin Jiran declared, "Since everyone doubts my decision to allow a core technician access to management's computers, let me clarify. From this moment forth, Mounting is not merely a core technician, but our newly appointed technical director." Upon hearing this announcement, all present gaped in astonishment. Could it be true? Mounting's ascension was remarkably swift. Not only had he been appointed a core technical officer, but now he had leaped to the ranks of management as the technical supervisor. Truly, a life well lived. Lin Jiran smiled at their astonished expressions and added, "Now that Mounting has assumed the role of technical director, I trust no one will question his authority in the supervisor's office." Zhang Hanlian's face turned ashen, yet he dared not express his ire towards Lin Jiran. Instead, he resorted to indirect insinuations. "Jiran, can you truly trust a newcomer as our technical supervisor? What if he is a mole planted by another company? We would then find ourselves utterly defenseless against any information leaks." Lin Jiran, seemingly carefree, responded, "Of course I trust him. He is the individual you introduced to me. Now he is our only option, and I am determined to retain him. Moreover, his abilities are evident to all. I believe your technical department will achieve remarkable breakthroughs under his management." Turning to Mounting, she instructed, "Now that you are the technical supervisor, you will manage all keys moving forward, and you are free to access the supervisor's office at any time to gather the evidence the police require." "Understood," Mounting replied, promptly taking the keys to the supervisor's office. The other employees were filled with envy and resentment. They could hardly believe that Mounting, through adversity, had triumphed and achieved such a rapid promotion from a core technician to a director. Soon, Mounting returned from the office with printed evidence of Supervisor Su's misconduct, handing it over to the police. Chapter 87 Arrested. The police, upon reviewing the evidence, turned to Supervisor Su and inquired, "Do you have any explanations for this evidence?" Supervisor Su trembled, hastily accepting the printed document from the officer, and upon reading its contents, his complexion drained of color. Zhang Hanlian, witnessing the irreversibility of the situation, feigned anguish, glaring at Supervisor Su. "Supervisor Su, I never imagined you to be such a person. You are one of our company's veteran employees. How could you commit such acts? I trusted you implicitly. After this incident, I never once suspected you, believing solely that the problem lay with Mounting. Yet, I never fathomed that the issue was you. Supervisor Su, you have deeply betrayed my trust and that of the former general manager Lin. Now, the entire Lin group has but you remaining among the veterans, and yet, this is how you repay his faith. How disheartening it must be." As he spoke, Zhang Hanlian covertly signaled to Supervisor Su. Aware of Zhang Hanlian's intentions, Supervisor Su understood that with the police present, he had no means of evading culpability. The only option was to shoulder all responsibility himself, thus preserving Zhang Hanlian's position and ensuring his eventual rescue. Moreover, Zhang Hanlian had previously promised him that should this matter come to light, he would provide financial support to him and his family to prevent the situation from being disclosed. With this in mind, Supervisor Su fully admitted his guilt, wiping away tears as he lamented, "It was my fault. I was momentarily blinded. I feared Mounting's exceptional skills would surpass mine and threaten my position, so I orchestrated a scheme to have him ousted from the company. I now see how gravely mistaken I was. I have betrayed your trust and that of the former general manager Lin. I am truly sorry. I accept my punishment." Lin Jiran observed the insincere exchange between Zhang Hanlian and Supervisor Su, uninterested in exposing their deceit. After all, Supervisor Su had assumed full responsibility without any evidence implicating Zhang Hanlian. Even if he were to speak up, it would bear no weight. It must be said that Zhang Hanlian was indeed clever. Every action he took was designed to delegate responsibility to others while maintaining his own innocence. The reason these individuals have not betrayed Zhang Hanlian is undoubtedly due to the benefits he has bestowed upon them, compelling them to willingly engage in such perilous and illegal activities on his behalf. Should she manage to deprive Zhang Hanlian of these resources, I trust they will eventually expose him. Supervisor Su was swiftly apprehended by the police, charged with leaking corporate secrets, framing others, and defaming individuals. The technicians and other employees could not help but express their astonishment. Who would have imagined that President Lin would employ such decisive measures? leading to Supervisor Su's arrest by the police. He seemed entirely unconcerned about the company's reputation, all in pursuit of a single long-serving employee.
It was essential to act,
as he had divulged our company's confidential information and mismanaged the core technology's code, resulting in mistakes in our work that led to even greater losses. How could he not be held accountable? The image of Lin Jiran as a formidable female executive was indelibly etched in the minds of Lin Group's employees. No longer did they regard her with indifference. Instead, they approached her directives with utmost seriousness and diligence. After all, this female executive was not one to hesitate in dismissing employees. She would do so without the slightest hesitation or attempt at appeasement. If one dared to oppose her, she was equally prepared to call the authorities, with the company's name being entirely irrelevant to her considerations. Such ruthless tactics left no room for defiance. Who would dare to provoke her? Everyone felt compelled to tread carefully to avoid inciting her wrath. Witnessing his carefully cultivated allies transform into such adversaries left Zhang Hanlian seething with rage. He had initially believed that Lin Jiran's long absence from the workplace and her lack of presence in the company would ensure that his newly appointed employees would remain loyal to him, adhering to his authority. However, he was taken aback by Lin Jiran's formidable capabilities, which had enabled her to gain authority so rapidly, making everyone heed her commands.
Now,
while they technically followed his orders, their compliance hinged primarily on Lin Jiran's approval. This was in stark contrast to his original plan, which envisioned Lin Jiran facing continual setbacks, with employees disregarding her, leaving her feeling isolated and marginalized until she could no longer endure it and returned home to her life as a socialite. Yet, he had drastically underestimated Lin Jiran's prowess. She had been exceptional even back then, and nearly a decade later, she remained just as formidable, showing no signs of diminishing. As he observed the situation unfold, Zhang Hanlian grew increasingly anxious. Realizing that Lin Jiran was on the verge of gradually usurping the authority he had painstakingly established over the years. Compounding his frustration was the fact that in Lin Jiran's presence, he felt unable to access the company profits he had previously siphoned for personal use, fearing exposure. His financial situation was dire, as he had already returned all of the Lin family's funds during the Tingyin project.
Additionally,
he had squandered the ill-gotten gains he had accumulated through unscrupulous means in an attempt to frame Lin Yuqing, leaving him virtually broke.
Now,
reclaiming the company he had invested in for the purpose of incriminating Lin Yuqing proved to be an arduous task, effectively gifting Lin Yuqing a company. Despite his considerable sacrifices and expenditures to frame Lin Yuqing, it seemed as though his efforts had sunk into a quagmire, yielding no results whatsoever. Lin's father had spoken of dealing with Lin Yuqing, yet no progress had surfaced, leaving Zhang Hanlian to ponder whether his substantial financial outlay had been in vain. He had unwittingly built a company that had, in effect, become a mere garment for Lin Yuqing. His bank account still contained some of his own savings, accumulated from his salary at Lin Group over the years, amounting to a few thousand. It was as if the Yun family's money had been entirely expended, leaving him with only his meager salary and commissions. Presently, he was living off his own earnings, which he was reluctant to squander. Supervisor Su and the Wang father-son duo awaited news of their reinstatement, and to ensure their silence, he needed to compensate them from his dwindling savings. If he continued this way, his years of savings would be entirely depleted. He had to expedite his quest for financial restoration. Ultimately, he gazed at Lin Jiran and conceived a scheme that could be deemed brilliant. Upon returning home after work, Zhang Hanlian addressed Lin Jiran. "Jiran, my parents have been urging us to take the children to visit them in our hometown, but we haven't had the time. Now that the company is more or less stable, why not we make the trip?" Lin Jiran, sensing Zhang Hanlian's sudden mention of this matter, surmised he was likely concocting another scheme. While contemplating, she heard their daughter's thoughts, which were laced with sarcasm. The scoundrel, seeing how capable mother is at the company, wishes to have her relocated to the countryside, so he can exploit the opportunity to siphon funds from Lin Group and make a profit. Upon hearing Zhang Wanwan's inner voice, Lin Jiran exchanged a glance with her parents, engaging in a silent conversation. Finally, she turned to Zhang Hanlian and replied, "That sounds good. How long shall we stay in our hometown? The children's vacation seems to be quite short. Let us stay until they return to school. During this holiday, my parents have yet to meet their beloved grandchildren," Zhang Hanlian said, reaching out to pat his sons' heads. To his surprise, his sons recoiled, avoiding his touch. Zhang Hanlian felt a pang of displeasure but refrained from expressing it in front of his in-laws. He couldn't help but notice that his sons seemed less affectionate toward him than before, and he was at a loss as to why. In the past, When he returned home from work, his sons would eagerly call him dad and insist on dragging him into their games. Now, upon his return, they acted as though he were invisible, engrossed in their own activities, and even when they did come out to greet someone, it was only for their mother, Lin Jiran, ignoring him altogether. Initially, he had dismissed this shift in behavior, but now, needing them to bolster his image as a devoted father, he realized their lack of cooperation. It was one thing for Zhang Yi, Lin Jiran's eldest son, to behave this way, but he found it perplexing that Zhang Li, the second son of Li Zihan, would also adopt such awkwardness. He had always showered affection on the second child. Upon hearing her mother agree to the visit, Zhang Wanwan felt a surge of anxiety. "Mom, please don't go. If you do, the scoundrel will take advantage of the situation to transfer Lin Group's funds, and soon it will become a hollow shell of a company. Please, do not fall into his trap." Overwhelmed with concern, she began to cry. Lin's parents and Lin Jiran quickly surrounded her, offering comfort and reassurance. They were well aware that this was a ploy by the scoundrel to draw them away, yet it also served as a means to expose him. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. While the scoundrel aimed to displace them to facilitate his financial maneuvering, he could not foresee that they would arrange for his accomplices to be apprehended. Zhang Hanlian observed this spectacle with cold detachment, growing increasingly repulsed by Lin Jiran's daughter. He no longer even feigned the pretense of being a caring father. This daughter was insufferable, perpetually crying at the most inconvenient moments, and always when he was present. It was as if she took pleasure in thwarting his plans. Were it not for her incessant interference, he would have allowed Lin Jiran to conceive another child, preventing her from overshadowing him at the company. After deliberating, they decided to visit the following day after lunch. However, the next day, just as they were about to sit down for a meal, Li Zihan arrived unexpectedly with her daughter and 2 children to visit the Lin family. The Lin family exchanged knowing glances at this serendipitous occurrence. It appears that Zhang Hanlian has contacted her, requesting that she bring the children to meet their grandparents. At this moment, Zhang Dongdong has become quite dazed, trailing behind Li Zihan, walking with a tilted head, stumbling, drooling, and his eyes vacant. One wonders whether this version of Zhang Dongdong can still win over the affections of Zhang Hanlian's parents. In contrast, Zhang Liang seems to have brightened considerably. Previously, he exuded an aura of darkness and silence, yet now, despite still being taciturn, he radiates a much sunnier disposition. Occasionally, Li Zihan will scold him without reservation, and he will retort with equal audacity, an occurrence that would have been unimaginable in the past. Lin Jiran and her parents observe Zhang Liang's transformation with a sense of relief. As long as he understands the importance of resistance, their worries are alleviated. In front of Lin Jiran, Li Zihan incessantly berates Zhang Liang, lamenting his increasing disobedience and expressing disbelief that she could have given birth to such a son. Had she known he would be so unruly, she mused, she might have considered terminating the pregnancy to avoid the frustration he brings. Despite providing him with food and clothing, he shows no gratitude, treating her like an adversary, arguing at the slightest provocation. Sometimes, I wish I could just return him to my womb and have him aborted. Listening to Li Zihan's complaints, Lin Jiran and her parents feel their teeth grind in frustration. This malicious woman, who unscrupulously swapped their precious child, fails to treat him kindly and intentionally humiliates him in front of them, allowing him to grow up in an unloving environment. Had it not been for Wanwan revealing the truth, they could scarcely imagine how their Liang would turn out in such a neglected setting. Fortunately, Zhang Liang has now learned the truth. Unfazed by Li Zihan's verbal assaults, he retorts, "Well, if you have the ability, go ahead and return me to your womb and have me aborted. I don't particularly like you as a mother either." His words leave Li Zihan's face paling with fury. She trembles, pointing at Zhang Liang. "Look at this. You all see what this child has become. So wicked that he dares to retort against his own mother." Ever since Zhang Liang and Zhang Dongdong stayed at the Lin residence for a few days, Li Zihan has sensed a change in him. Initially, she worried that his rebelliousness stemmed from the fear of their secret being exposed, yet seeing that he still calls her mother and observing no disturbances from the Lin family, she dismissed her doubts. Witnessing Zhang Liang's transformation, Zhang Wanwan feels a surge of delight. Wow, dear second brother has really stood up for himself. I recall in many of my previous rebirths, he only began to decisively resist Li Zihan upon realizing she wasn't his biological mother. How is it that now, without their relationship being exposed, he can be so assertive? Hearing Wanwan's thoughts, the family cannot help but feel a mix of pride and relief. Zhang Hanlian, Witnessing Lin Jiran's son challenge Li Zihan, attempts to admonish, "How can you speak to your mother in such a manner? Your father is irresponsible, rarely home. And now he has divorced your mother. Instead of showing her more consideration, you choose to provoke her. This is truly unacceptable." Zhang Liang does not even lift his eyelids. "What does it matter to you? You're not my father, so why should I care?" Zhang Hanlian feels a sensation akin to a mute eating bitter gall. He is left speechless. Taking a deep breath, he decides to change the subject. "Jiran, weren't you lamenting how you didn't get to enjoy the last trip with your friends? Why not come to my hometown and spend a few days in the countryside?" Chapter 89, Outsiders. Upon hearing Zhang Hanlian finally state his intentions, Lin Jiran internally scoffs. She had anticipated that Li Zihan's timely arrival was merely a pretext for a visit to the in-laws. Maintaining an air of ignorance, she nods in agreement. "Sure. Going together would be lively, and I'd have company." Zhang Hanlian cannot help but smile at Lin Jiran's unguarded acceptance. This woman is indeed capable in the workplace. Yet before him, she seems easily manipulated. He casts a glance at Li Zihan. The two have already conspired. Their primary objective for returning home is to keep Lin Jiran from returning to work, thus facilitating their financial maneuvering. Bringing Li Zihan along is also a strategy to keep her occupied and prevent any unforeseen complications. After lunch, the group sets off for Zhang Hanlian's hometown, while Lin's parents remain at home. Halfway there, Zhang Hanlian suddenly inquires, "Have you prepared the gifts for your parents?" Lin Jiran, cradling her daughter, nods affirmatively, "I have." Li Zihan, likewise holding her daughter, smiles, "I've prepared some gifts too." Upon hearing their responses, Zhang Hanlian nods in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Zhang Wanwan, nestled in her mother's arms, cannot help but silently curse. What a scoundrel. He only knows to have his mother prepare gifts while he never contributes anything. Even worse are the scoundrel's parents. My mother's gifts are always extravagant and exquisite, yet the scoundrel's parents have never offered a single compliment, always complaining that my mother is extravagant and wasteful. Conversely, the simple gifts from Li Zihan, like eggs, fruits, and honey, are praised, and they call her a good woman who knows how to manage a household. I truly feel it's unfair for my mother. Every time she gives gifts worth thousands, she receives no praise, while Li Zihan's trinkets worth a few dozen or 100 get showered with compliments. What's the point? Lin Jiran, holding her daughter, tightens her grip upon hearing her daughter's internal grievances. Each time she accompanies Zhang Hanlian back to his hometown, she always prepares lavish gifts to demonstrate her respect for his parents. Though they often claim the gifts are excessive, they accept them without fail, which she had assumed was mere politeness on the part of the elderly couple. Little did she realize they held such views of her. If her generosity fails to elicit even a word of appreciation from these two elders, why should she continue to engage in such thankless expenditures? Approaching Zhang Hanlian's home, they pass a small shop and Lin Jiran suddenly exclaims, "Stop the car." Zhang Hanlian promptly halts, questioning her urgency. "What's the matter?" Lin Jiran opens the door and descends, stating, "I just remembered that my parents ate treasure porridge. I want to buy some more." Upon hearing that Lin Jiran intended to purchase additional gifts for her parents, Zhang Hanlian does not object and follows her out. To appear affectionate, he joins her. Soon, Lin Jiran returns with 2 boxes of 8 treasure porridge, which Zhang Hanlian carries back. Li Zihan, upon seeing the 2 boxes of porridge, cannot help but snicker to herself. What does it matter how many gifts Lin Jiran buys for Zhang Hanlian's parents? Ultimately, it is only she, as his daughter-in-law, who holds their favor. Upon arriving at Zhang Hanlian's home, his parents, having anticipated their visit, are already waiting at the door. As they exit the car, Zhang Hanlian's parents rush forward. Upon seeing Li Zihan descending with a child, they immediately take the child from her arms, exclaiming, "Oh dear, you must be tired after such a long journey." Lin Jiran's 2 sons call out, "Grandpa, Grandma, that's our sister our mother is holding." Hearing her sons address their grandparents, Zhang Hanlian's parents feel as though they have been pricked by 1,000 needles, experiencing both pain and disgust. They are well aware that Lin Jiran is indeed holding their granddaughter, yet they refuse to cherish the child born of her, simply because the children from Lin Jiran will only call them Grandpa and Grandma, unlike those from Li Zihan, who address them as Grandpa and Grandma. Only the children who call them Grandpa and Grandma are considered their true grandchildren. The children born to Lin Ziran are merely the offspring of the Lin family. Referring to them as grandchildren is nothing short of a mockery. Upon seeing Lin Jiran and her siblings, one cannot help but recall the indignity of one's son becoming a son-in-law, an experience that is intolerable for most. Zhang Hanlian's parents feigned cheerfulness, stating, "Of course. Your grandparents are aware that the little one in your mother's arms is your sister. However, since Aunt Zihan is a guest, we must extend her some consideration. You are all part of the family now. Do as you please, but do remember the 2 little guests Aunt Zihan has brought along. What a farce, calling us family. It is you and Li Zihan who are truly kin, while my mother and brothers are treated like outsiders. Zhang Wanwan scoffed internally.
Lin Xiran, Zhang.
And Zhang Liang fell into a heavy silence upon hearing her unvoiced thoughts. Zhang Li, oblivious to Zhang Wanwan's sentiments, sweetly called out, "Grandpa, Grandma." The couple responded warmly. "Oh, my dear grandson." Zhang Yi also approached to greet them, but their reception was notably cold. They embraced Li Zihan's daughter affectionately. Yet not even a glance was spared for Zhang Wanwan cradled in Lin Jiran's arms. They lamented over Li Zihan's son, Zhang Dongdong, wiping their tears and exclaiming, "How has this child changed so? He was once so bright and sensible. What misfortune has befallen him? Alas, it is truly pitiable." Observing the stark disparity in the elders' attitudes, Zhang Wanwan could not suppress a mockery in her heart. These 2 old geezers display a blatant preference between my mother's children and Li Zihan's, without even a pretense of neutrality. My mother once believed that the false second brother was her own child, thinking that the elders favored him for his sweet tongue. But little did she know that the truth lay in the fact that he is Li Zihan's biological son. Lin Jiran felt a chill in her heart from her daughter's unspoken words. Why should there be such a drastic difference in treatment simply because one child was born by her? All the kindness she had shown them had been wasted. From this moment forth, they should not expect any further generosity from her. Zhang Hanlian opened the trunk and retrieved the gifts prepared by Lin Jiran and Li Zihan. As Lin Jiran approached, she pressed back the exquisite box of bird's nest that Zhang Hanlian held, saying, "This box of bird's nest cost nearly 100,000 yuan. If my parents were to find out, they would surely lament the expense. It's better not to give it to them, lest they accuse me of squandering money. I shall return it instead." To her, tens of thousands were nothing, but even spending a few dozen yuan on 8 treasure porridge now felt extravagant. Zhang Hanlian was about to argue that since the purchase was made, there was no need to return it, but Lin Jiran continued, "I intend to return it. You have no objections, do you? My parents would surely prefer cash over gifts worth tens of thousands, wouldn't they?" Zhang Hanlian swallowed his words, conceding, "Well, if you wish to return it, then do so." Indeed, his parents would favor cash over extravagant gifts. Lin Jiran smiled. Upon returning, she would have ample reasons to present the bird's nest to her parents instead of allowing the scoundrel's family to benefit. At that moment, Zhang Hanlian's parents approached, eyeing the gifts in the trunk while habitually chiding, "Why buy such things when you come? Especially Jiran. Every time she brings gifts worth over 100,000. What a waste. With that money, we could purchase so many things." Lin Jiran replied cheerfully, "All right, I admit my mistake. Just moments ago, I told Hanlian that I would return these gifts worth over 100,000 and get the money back." Hearing this, Zhang Hanlian's parents were momentarily taken aback before they realized, can these really be returned? Lin Jiran assured them, of course. As long as they remain unopened, they can be returned for the full price, over 100,000 yuan. Zhang Hanlian's parents gasped, astonished that such a box could cost tens of thousands. If spent elsewhere, how much could they acquire instead? Lin Jiran smiled, "You are right, so I plan to return this bird's nest for cash." "Parents, you must prefer cash, yes?" Without hesitation, Zhang Hanlian's parents nodded vigorously. "Return it. This tens of thousands of items are of no use. Cash is far better." Yet, in truth, they felt a pang of regret. After all, had it been their own gift, they would never have dared to spend so extravagantly. It was only because Zhang Hanlian had married Lin Jiran that they had the fortune to enjoy such luxuries they might never have tasted otherwise. Still, they felt the sting of loss as they watched the tens of thousands of bird's nest slip through their fingers. Yet upon hearing Lin Jiran's intention to exchange it for cash, they voiced no objections. Lin Jiran remained silent, observing their expressions, fully aware of their thoughts. And a cold smile crept into her heart. Zhang Hanlian's parents appeared revitalized, looking years younger compared to their haggard state before his marriage to her. While they lamented the waste of money, they consumed every bit of the nutritious supplements she had gifted them. At that moment, a few villagers strolled by, spotting Lin Jiran and her family calling out with laughter, "Oh, your son has brought back 2 daughters-in-law again. Your Hanlian is quite fortunate, being a son-in-law. Not only does he provide for you, but he also brings back 2 daughters-in-law." Upon hearing the villagers, Zhang Hanlian's family anxiously reprimanded. What nonsense are you spouting? My wife is the only one. The other is her friend. They're just close and visiting each other. What do you know? The villagers chuckled, just a jest. Why take it so seriously? Who is joking with you? Off you go. Zhang Hanlian's family, fuming, cast a furtive glance at Lin Jiran. Once the villagers departed, Zhang Hanlian turned to Lin Jiran with an exasperated smile. Every time we return home, you insist on bringing your friend along. And the villagers keep mistaking me for having 2 wives. Lin Jiran nearly burst into laughter. Each time Zhang Hanlian took her home, Li Zihan always appeared rather conveniently, feigning a lack of place, prompting her to invite Li Zihan to accompany them to Zhang Hanlian's home. Reflecting now, it seemed Li Zihan had never declined, always joining them on these visits. This family had long viewed her as a fool. Who they truly wished to see was Li Zihan, the real daughter-in-law. As these thoughts lingered, she heard her daughter internally cursing, this shameless family, openly declaring to be family with mom, yet in reality, it is with Li Zihan that they are truly united. Lin Jiran silently embraced Zhang Wanwan, choosing not to speak further. At that moment, her emotions had settled into indifference. She had long since lost hope in Zhang Hanlian. Zhang Hanlian's parents eagerly ushered Li Zihan into the house, likely worried about the villagers' remarks, and intermittently engaged Lin Jiran in conversation. Eventually, they could no longer maintain the charade, and directly told Lin Jiran, Zihan is a guest. We will help her carry her things to her room. As for you, being family, feel free to stay wherever you like. As she spoke, she turned and called out to Zhang Hanlian, Hanlian, come quickly and lend a hand. After all, she is a guest, let us not neglect her. Zhang Hanlian's parents, while saying this, led Li Zihan to the finest room. Lin Jiran watched the way they treated Li Zihan like a cherished star and could not help but chuckle. How had she not found the scene suspicious before? She had foolishly believed that the rural folk were simply being courteous to guests, even feeling a sense of pride at being treated like family, allowing her the freedom to act as she pleased. In hindsight, it was clear that they were merely too indifferent to deal with her, having chosen instead to entertain their true daughter-in-law. Li Zihan returned home as often as she did. Having become so familiar with the place, how could she still be considered a guest? Lin Jiran surveyed the room and chose the one she had previously occupied, leading Zhang Yi and Zhang Li along with her. This house was built with her own funds. At that time, she had thought to treat Zhang Hanlian's parents with kindness, feeling guilty for having taken their son away from them, and had thus endeavored to ensure they felt no resentment towards him. Yet, all her efforts turned out to be in vain. No matter how much she did, they would never be fond of him. Now, she found it all absurd. Even if Zhang Hanlian had not become a son-in-law, he would not have been able to stay by his parents' side indefinitely. She had no reason to feel such guilt towards them or to go to such lengths to win their favor. At this moment, Lin Jiran wished she could demolish the house, not wanting Zhang Hanlian's parents to enjoy such fine accommodations. Initially, Zhang Hanlian's parents had resided in a dilapidated wooden house, and upon her first visit, she had immediately set about building them a new one. However, while she had done, she could never warm the hearts of that family. Lin Jiran narrowed her eyes, resolving to demolish the new house and force Zhang Hanlian's parents to return to their former humble abode. During dinner, the family eagerly served dishes to Li Zihan and her son, Zhang Dongdong, warmly urging them to eat more, not to be shy, and not to only have rice without vegetables. They then glanced at Lin Jiran, their attitude neither warm nor cold. Your family here. Just take what you want to eat and look after your sons. With that, they placed more food into Zhang Li's bowl, saying, your hands are short, dear. Let Grandma help you with the food. Grandpa added, and I'll put some of your favorite dongpa pork in for you. The two elders were exceedingly kind and generous towards Zhang Dongdong and Zhang Li, while Lin Jiran lowered her gaze, concealing the icy glint in her eyes. These children were both Li Zihan's, and the elder's favoritism was utterly apparent. She could only blame herself for being so foolish as to have not noticed it before. Maintaining a demeanor of obedience, Lin Jiran chose not to contest their behavior. Instead, she took on the role of hostess, addressing Li Zihan. Look at how warm and kind my parents-in-law are. Just treat it as your own home. No need to be polite. Li Zihan smiled, secretly mocking her for her naivety. How utterly foolish. At this table, she was the only outsider, merely a financial benefactor for them, and here they were treating her like a guest? Ridiculous. You are truly fortunate to have such wonderful in-laws, and their cooking is simply delightful, Li Zihan said with a radiant smile. After dinner, Lin Jiran and Li Zihan busied themselves in the kitchen, cleaning up. Lin Jiran, who typically never lifted a finger in household chores, always helped out whenever she visited Zhang Hanlian's family. While wiping the table, she remarked to Li Zihan, who was washing the dishes, "I think I should renovate this house for my in-laws. It feels a bit small."
Li Zihan, intrigue, feignet de surprise.
The house you built for them before is already quite spacious. With just the two of them living there, how much larger do you intend to make it? This seems to be the largest house in the village. Lin Jiran shook her head, lifting her chin to gaze outside. It's still insufficient.
You see?
Zhang Hanlian and I now have 3 children. When they grow up and return home, they each need their own room. I'll share a room with Zhang Hanlian. His parents will have their own, and since you and I get along so well, we ought to prepare rooms for you and your children as well. Don't you think? It wouldn't be convenient for us all to crowd into one room, would it? Therefore, I believe it's necessary to find a new house. Moreover, she felt that the current house was outdated, with an unappealing style and layout. I want to build a more splendid and beautiful home for them. Li Zihan's heart leapt with joy. She was more than eager for Lin Jiran to construct a larger, more exquisite house, knowing it would ultimately belong to her. She feigned resignation. "All right, do as you wish. You have the funds, so it's no concern of mine. I trust they would be agreeable." Lin Jiran wore a troubled expression, "But I worry that Zhang Hanlian's parents might not be willing. You know how elders can be rather traditional and averse to trouble. I'm concerned they won't accept my proposal, so could you help persuade them later?" Li Zihan secretly chuckled, knowing she would persuade them regardless. After all, this was the place for her and her future children. Yet she sighed dramatically. "Fine, I'll try to help you." Lin Jiran's eyes sparkled with delight. "Thank you.
Zihan.
They are the most courteous to guests. I'm sure they will listen to you." Li Zihan, hearing Lin Jiran's words, nearly burst into laughter. How could someone be so naive? Zhang Hanlian's parents were not treating her with courtesy. They considered her their daughter-in-law and would naturally be inclined to listen to her. "Whether they listen or not, I can only do my best," Li Zihan replied, feigning modesty as she swiftly took the cloth from Lin Jiran's hands. "Let me do the cleaning. You, a young lady, are accustomed to being waited on. How could you do such chores? Look, this area isn't even clean yet." Lin Jiran was about to explain that the area wasn't clean because she hadn't started yet. However, before she could respond, Zhang Hanlian's parents entered.
Unveiling Li Zihan's remark.
Their faces fell immediately, and they turned to Lin Jiran with disapproval, saying, "Our family isn't like yours, the Lin family. With so many servants to do everything for you, we must rely on ourselves. If you can help, do so, but if not, don't cause trouble." Their disdain for Lin Jiran only deepened. What kind of daughter-in-law was she? A spoiled young lady who couldn't even wipe a table. What could she possibly contribute? They needed a capable daughter-in-law who could manage household chores, not one who expected to be waited on. In comparison, Li Zihan was clearly the better choice, diligent in household tasks and having borne 3 children for their son. They wished fervently for their son to divorce this young lady, so that Li Zihan could come to their home openly to serve them. With these thoughts, they turned to Li Zihan with even greater warmth. "Zihan, we appreciate your efforts in coming to our home as a guest and helping with the chores. You truly are a blessing."
Li Zihan assuma tadamura dameano.
"It's no trouble at all. Jiran is still learning to manage the household. I'm just here to assist her a little. And once she gets the hang of it, she'll surely do better than I." The elderly couple exchanged skeptical glances. They were not convinced that a young lady like Lin Jiran could manage household tasks. In that moment, as Zhang Hanlian's parents entered, Lin Jiran finally understood Li Zihan's subtle machinations. How had she failed to notice this before? No wonder her previous attempts to win over Zhang Hanlian's parents had been met with skepticism. They truly believed that a young lady like her could not possibly excel in domestic duties. Since Li Zihan is so eager to showcase her abilities, let her indeed take the stage. She immediately washed her hands, adopting a delicate demeanor. "Very well, I shall refrain from interfering. I have never performed household chores since childhood. And at this moment, I am utterly incapable of doing them, instead proving to be more of a hindrance. Henceforth, I shall abstain from such tasks." Upon hearing her words, Li Zihan was momentarily taken aback. In the past, whenever she expressed such sentiments, Lin Jiran would humbly seek her guidance. Although she could not surpass Lin Jiran in many areas, she was always able to offer her insights on household chores. To her astonishment, Lin Jiran was now shirking responsibility and leaving everything to her, declaring she would no longer participate. Zhang Hanlian's parents, upon hearing this, were rendered speechless.
Yet,
They dared not offend Lin Jiran, muttering under their breath with disdain. What sort of daughter-in-law visits her in-laws without knowing how to handle household tasks? Wouldn't that invite ridicule? At this age, how could one not manage even the simplest chores? How would they survive in the future? Lin Jiran, overhearing their murmurs, maintained her composure and smiled graciously, suggesting, if my parents require someone to handle the chores, I can simply hire a maid, as I can certainly afford it. Why should I tire myself unnecessarily? She had never been tasked with these chores at home, yet upon arriving at Zhang Hanlian's house, she was expected to undertake this and that, only to receive no appreciation in return. Moreover, she had become merely an accessory to Li Zihan. Why should she exhaust herself? As a young lady of privilege, why should she live like a mere servant? If Li Zihan enjoys such labor, let her do so. She would no longer subject herself to such indignities. Chapter 92. Popularity. Zhang Hanlian's parents would undoubtedly not spend money to hire someone for household chores. Ultimately, all the work fell upon Li Zihan, with Zhang Hanlian's mother assisting her. Observing Lin Jiran's refusal to help while allowing his mother to toil away inside made Zhang Hanlian furrow his brow. Why aren't you assisting in the kitchen? Is it appropriate to leave Mom and Li Zihan to manage everything alone, especially since Li Zihan is still a guest? Lin Jiran silently berated him, outwardly adopting the demeanor of a headstrong young lady. I have never engaged in household chores at home. Suddenly being expected to do this, and that here, is beyond me. And I only end up causing more trouble. I simply refuse to do it. If your parents want me to handle household tasks, I shall hire a maid to assist them. Zhang Hanlian was rendered speechless, rolling his eyes in silent disdain. What was the point of marrying such a pampered young lady? No wonder his parents disapproved. Yet, he feigned concern, gently smiling. It's all right. You've already done quite a bit for me, considering you grew up without ever lifting a finger. If you don't wish to do it anymore, you needn't worry. My parents are accustomed to managing household chores themselves. Suppressing her inner disgust, Lin Jiran smiled at him. Hanlian, you are truly kind to me. You spoil me. Zhang Hanlian chuckled, reaching out to pat her head. You are my wife. Who else should I spoil? Hearing his sweet words, Lin Jiran felt a wave of insincerity wash over her, making her feel nauseous. She forced a cheerful smile, subtly avoiding his outstretched hand. I will check on the children. Approaching the doorway, she found the children gathered around two baby carriages. One carriage held her daughter, Zhang Wanwan, while the other contained Li Zihan's daughter, Zhang Hanlian. The children surrounded the two carriages, their eyes fixated on Zhang Wanwan. Zhang Li proudly boasted, the most beautiful one here is my sister. Isn't she adorable?
Zhang,
Equally proud, chimed in, look at my sister's fair complexion, her long eyelashes and her big eyes. And her little lips, so pink and jelly-like, simply delightful. The onlooking village children nodded in agreement. Your sister is truly beautiful. We have never seen such a pretty little girl before. Can we hold her? She looks so cuddly. It must be so comfortable. If we can't hold her, can we at least touch her, pinch her little cheeks, or hold her hands? That should be alright, right? Zhang Yi and Zhang Li swayed their heads like bobbleheads. No. Our sister is soft and tender. What if she gets hurt? They glanced at the other children. Look at you all, dirty and snot-nosed. No way. Our sister is fragrant and clean. We want to let you touch her. If she gets dirty and smelly, how pitiful she would be. One child immediately exclaimed, I will go home to wash and change right now. I will become fragrant and clean, and then you can let me hold your sister. Saying this, he dashed off home. The other children quickly followed suit, heading home to clean up. For a moment, the adults of these children were left in shock, as getting their little ones to bathe was usually like calling for cattle. They never listened. Yet now, they were voluntarily washing and changing into clean clothes. It was as if the sun had risen in the west. Once the village children had run off, the two brothers beamed, lifting their sister from the carriage, showering her with affection and kisses, utterly enamored. Standing nearby, Zhang Liang, who was responsible for caring for Zhang Hanlian, pushed her carriage while enviously watching Zhang Yi and Zhang Li. Though he spoke little, his eyes clearly reflected his desire to hold and kiss Zhang Wanwan. After all, she was his own sister. Aware of the truth, Zhang Yi approached Zhang Liang, carrying his sister, and friendly inquired, Do you want to hold my sister? Before Zhang Liang could respond, Zhang Li, feeling possessive, reached for the baby brother. Why are you letting someone else hold our sister? He has his own sister too. I haven't even held my own sister yet. I should hold her first. Zhang Yi and Zhang Liang exchanged a knowing glance, sharing a helpless smile. Soon, the children returned, freshly washed and dressed. We're all clean now. Can we hold your sister? Zhang Yi and Zhang Li stated, but you can only touch her a little. No more than that, or else we won't let you see her again. The children eagerly nodded, crowding around Zhang Wanwan's carriage and pushing Zhang Hanlian's aside. When Li Zihan emerged, she was greeted by this scene. Her daughter, isolated and neglected, lay alone in her carriage, while the other children surrounded Zhang Wanwan, showering her with attention. The only one near her daughter was Zhang Liang, who, while supporting the carriage, was clearly distracted by Zhang Wanwan. A wave of dissatisfaction washed over her. Why was her daughter so unpopular? The more she pondered, the angrier she became, cursing the two nurses she had bribed, who had utterly failed to facilitate the exchange of the two children. Had the exchange been successful, her daughter would surely be thriving in the Lin family, plump and well-dressed, adored by all. Instead, her daughter was suffering alongside her, thin and neglected, with only her smile offering any semblance of beauty, which paled in comparison to Zhang Wanwan's. What a pity! If Zhang Wanwan had been in her care, she would have ensured that child remained dark and frail, forever overshadowed by her own daughter.
Rihan.
Have you finished your chores? I truly appreciate your help as a daughter-in-law. It feels rather embarrassing to put you to work. Lin Jiran greeted her with a facade of politeness upon her exit. Isn't she just the wife of Zhang Hanlian? Let her do as she pleases. Why should I involve myself? Upon spotting Lin Jiran, Li Zihan's mood became somewhat more balanced. So, what if her daughter is popular? In the grand scheme of things, Lin Jiran, a mother who is neither favored by her husband nor welcomed by her in-laws, ultimately pales in comparison to herself. In the evening, the family gathered to watch television, indulging in programs favored by the children. Li Zihan placed a piece of candy in Zhang Li's hand and whispered, "This chocolate is just for you. No one else gets any. See how nice Auntie is to you?" Zhang Li immediately grasped her intent. She was reminding him that she was his biological mother, hence her special care. Fortunately, his mother had already revealed the truth to him, so he would not be deceived. At that moment, seeing her demeanor, he felt nothing but disdain. He returned the candy to Li Zihan, declaring, "I don't want the candy you gave me." Li Zihan remained unfazed. She would gradually help the child recognize her as his mother. At this juncture, Lin Jiran proposed the idea of building a new house. Chapter 93. Constructing a new home. Zhang Hanlian's parents were, unsurprisingly, not very supportive. They believed that as long as there was a house to live in, there was no need to build a new, especially considering the lengthy wait before it could be occupied. Lin Jiran glanced at Li Zihan, anticipating her assistance in articulating support. Li Zihan, adopting a conciliatory demeanor, remarked, "Uncle and Aunt, I think Jiran's idea is quite commendable. This house is just sufficient for the two of you. But your grandson will soon grow up and will undoubtedly need his own space when he returns. Should we really have them all squeezed together? That hardly seems appropriate."
Does it?
As she spoke, her gaze was ardent, hinting at deeper implications. The elderly couple quickly grasped Li Zihan's underlying message. Lin Jiran and Zhang Hanlian were destined for divorce, and Li Zihan and her children would reclaim their heritage, necessitating rooms prepared for them in the future. Zhang Hanlian had no objections. He had supported Lin Jiran's proposal to expand the family home from the outset. After all, it wouldn't cost him anything. If Lin Jiran was so eager to construct a new house for his family, he was more than pleased. He added, "Mom and Dad, this is a gesture from Jiran, aimed at making your lives more comfortable. We still have the old house. We can tidy it up and stay there temporarily for a couple of months. In a few months, we can move into the new house and we won't have to crowd together when the whole family returns." Lin Jiran further elaborated, "Exactly. If you find moving troublesome, we can sell all the old furniture, like the sofas and television, and let the buyers handle the moving. Once the new house is completed, I'll buy you all brand new appliances. I think these items are outdated, and it's time for an upgrade." Upon hearing this, Li Zihan felt even more exhilarated. Had she perhaps saved the galaxy in a past life to encounter such a foolishly generous friend? She eagerly nodded. Yes, selling the second-hand items is a great idea. It saves on moving costs. Didn't you say that television is rather unreliable? Let's sell it, and when the time comes, Jiran will buy you a good new one. And the refrigerator. Wasn't it too small? We can replace that with a larger, more modern one, allowing you to store more. At that moment, Li Zihan felt as though she was securing benefits for her own household, especially since she would soon marry Zhang Hanlian. The house and its furnishings would inevitably be for his enjoyment, so she naturally sought to claim as many advantages as possible. Zhang Hanlian nodded in agreement, casually stating, "Yes. The money from the sales can contribute to the construction of the new house, allowing us to save a bit. Lin Jiran observed Li Zihan's eager and excited demeanor, while also noticing Zhang Hanlian's apparent joy masked by a facade of composure, as if he were merely trying to save money for himself. She couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Did these two truly believe she remained as naive as before? The suggestion to sell the second-hand appliances and furniture was merely to prevent her high-end purchases from benefiting Zhang Hanlian's parents. She intended to sell everything she had bought, down to the last needle and thread, ensuring not a single item remained for Zhang Hanlian's parents. Meanwhile, Zhang Wanwan, lying in her crib, could not contain her cries upon hearing her mother's intent to renovate the house for the Scandalous family, constructing a larger abode and purchasing new appliances. The little one wailed, "Oh, my dear mother, please do not be so foolish as to squander your efforts and resources on that worthless family. They must be laughing at your naivety." Lin Jiran promptly lifted Zhang Wanwan from the stroller, gently patting her back, silently reassuring her daughter, "Fear not, my child. I shall ensure this family cannot extract even a single cent from me." Zhang Hanlian and his parents, upon hearing Zhang Wanwan's cries, exhibited no concern. Rather, they found her cries bothersome. Zhang Hanlian remained silent, but his parents did not hold back. They furrowed their brows, casting a sideways glance at Zhang Wanwan in Lin Jiran's arms. Why does this child cry so easily? She pales in comparison to Li Zihan's daughter. They compared her unfavorably to Li Zihan's daughter, who was obedient and charming. Though Zhang Wanwan may not have been as fair or lovely, she was far more troublesome and a source of worry. "You ought to learn a thing or two from Li Zihan about raising children," they advised. The elderly couple were secretly relieved that Li Zihan's daughter was their true granddaughter, while Lin Jiran's daughter was merely a granddaughter by circumstance. Her household registration not even linked to theirs. How could a granddaughter ever compare to a biological one? Lin Jiran forced a smile, responding with feigned politeness, while her heart simmered with disdain as she observed Li Zihan's daughter being lavished with affection by the two elders. Ever since she joined their family, they had never once held her own daughter, yet they were utterly enamored with Li Zihan's child. She couldn't be bothered to dwell on it. Any contemplation would only lead to accusations of being petty, jealous of the attention given even to her friend's child. But when had they ever shown affection for her child as their granddaughter? Ultimately, the decision was made for Lin Jiran to take full responsibility for the demolition and construction of the new house.
Li Zian, Zhang Wanwan.
And his parents relished the ease of the situation, behind the scenes discussing how Lin Jiran was both foolish and gullible for offering to build them a new home and purchase new furniture. As they conversed, they did not shy away from Zhang Wanwan's presence. Hearing their words fueled Zhang Wanwan's ire, yet she lamented her inability to grow up quickly. Lin Jiran reached out to second-hand furniture dealers to remove the old items and contacted construction workers to begin the demolition. The surrounding villagers, upon hearing that Zhang Hanlian's family was set to build a new house, felt a mix of envy and jealousy. The Zhang family truly has a remarkable daughter-in-law. They just built such an expansive house, the largest in our village, and now they are planning an even grander one. How fortunate they are. Where could one find such a wealthy, generous daughter-in-law willing to spend on their behalf? We are truly envious. We would gladly become a son-in-law if we could. Zhang Hanlian's parents, upon overhearing the villagers' envious remarks, found themselves consumed by displeasure rather than joy. Instead, they felt a surge of indignation, perceiving the villagers' words as mockery and ridicule. In their frustration, they retorted, "What is it to you? If you all desire to have your sons become son-in-laws, then by all means go ahead." Chapter 94. The Lost Son. The family hastily gathered their belongings and relocated to their old house. This dilapidated residence, nestled far from the roadside in a secluded valley, had long been abandoned by Zhang Hanlian's parents' generation, serving merely as a transient refuge during farming seasons. As the adults strolled together along the rugged country path, maneuvering a baby carriage proved particularly challenging. Zhang Hanlian's parents took turns assisting Li Zihan in carrying her daughter, casting not even a glance at Zhang Wanwan. Fortunately, Zhang Hanlian feigned a role, helping Lin Jiran carry Zhang Wanwan to their ancestral home. Upon arrival, they were greeted by the sight of a decrepit house, draped in cobwebs. Zhang Hanlian's parents arranged for someone to clean the place in preparation for their stay. Meanwhile, Lin Jiran plopped down onto a stone bench, adopting the demeanor of a pampered maiden, fanning herself with her hand and exclaiming, "I'll just sit here and keep an eye on the children. You all go clean. I wouldn't want to hinder your efforts." Zhang Hanlian's parents, witnessing her attitude, felt a pang of irritation and sarcastically chastised, How is it that a humble family like ours has the fortune to bring home such a young lady of high standing? Aren't we already doing enough to cater to her? Li Zihan, discerning Zhang Hanlian's parents' disdain for Lin Jiran, took the opportunity to play the peacemaker, saying, "Uncle and Aunt, please don't be harsh on Jiran. She has called me over to assist you, hasn't she? She has never faced hardship and is ill-suited for cleaning such a rundown house. Allow me, for I have endured my share of toil and can handle these chores." Zhang Hanlian's parents nodded in approval at Li Zihan's initiative, acknowledging, "You are indeed capable. Whoever marries you will be fortunate." Lin Jiran pretended not to hear their words. Previously, she had not shied away from such labor, often undertaking household chores and farm work during visits to Zhang Hanlian's hometown, yet she still faced disdainful remarks. Why should she continue to exert herself for their approval? If they wished to perceive her as a young lady of privilege, she would embrace that image, refraining from any labor and instead hire help if necessary. With nothing but wealth at her disposal, she glanced around, only to realize that Zhang Dongdong was missing. Rising, she addressed Li Zihan, "Li, your Zhang Dongdong is nowhere to be found. Perhaps you should search for him to prevent any mishap." Li Zihan stepped outside, scanning the surroundings, but found no trace of Zhang Dongdong, prompting her to panic and call out, "Dongdong, Dongdong." Yet there was no response. Zhang Hanlian and his parents joined in the search, calling out his name, but to no avail. Growing increasingly frantic, Li Zihan burst into tears. "Dongdong, my son, where are you?" Zhang Wanwan, who had been peacefully asleep, was stirred awake by the commotion. Upon learning of Zhang Dongdong's disappearance and witnessing Li Zihan's tearful distress, she reflected, though Li Zihan may be a scheming woman, her love for her child is genuine. Even with his mental challenges, she remains steadfast in caring for him. If anything were to happen to him, the anguish would be unbearable. Lin Jiran, overhearing her daughter's thoughts, instinctively stroked her head, feeling a wave of tenderness. What mother does not cherish her child?
Li Zihan,
In a fit of exasperation, chastised Zhang Liang, "Where's your brother? Are you not aware he is unwell? How could you let him go missing? Why didn't you keep an eye on him?" Zhang Liang, unfazed, replied without lifting his gaze, "I send at the responsibility of you adults to watch over him. If you couldn't keep track of him, how would I know where he went?" "You." Li Zihan was incensed by his insolence and raised her hand to slap him. Zhang Liang, coolly staring at her, retorted, "Do you wish for me to disappear as well?" Witnessing the altercation, Zhang Hanlian's parents could no longer contain their outrage and pointed an accusatory finger at Zhang Liang, exclaiming, "How can you be so uncouth? Your brother is mentally impaired. Shouldn't you be worried? Such heartlessness. Where did you inherit this from? Is this how you speak to your mother? I truly believe your mother should never have given birth to you, wretched child. If he were my son, I would have broken his legs by now." "Oh, dear. Who are you scolding?" Zhang Wanwan interjected with a mocking tone. "Are you aware that the two children were swapped? Is this a veiled insult directed at my mother? If you have grievances about my brother's behavior, why did you exchange the children in the first place?" Unable to contain herself, she declared, "Don't think for a moment that my mother is oblivious to the switch. You cannot just hurl insults without consequence. I am acutely aware of the truth. And when I grow up, I will ensure you pay for this." Hearing Zhang Wanwan's musings, Lin Jiran, Zhang Yi, and Zhang Dongdong felt an icy chill run through them. Just then, Zhang Hanlian approached Zhang Yi, urgently inquiring, "Zhang Yi, I saw Zhang Dongdong playing with you earlier. Do you know where he went?"
Zhang Yi scoffed.
"I have no interest in playing with an imbecile. How would I know where he wandered off to?" Zhang Hanlian's anger flared at this response, and he struck Zhang Yi across the face.
"How dare you speak like that?
Do you think he chose to be like this? If it weren't for that day by the pond when you all were playing, how could Zhang Dongdong have fallen in and ended up this way? His mother has not blamed you for the incident, and now you dare to mock him?" Zhang Yi, stunned by the slap, felt bewildered. Though he had sensed his father's indifference towards him, he had never been struck before, let alone reprimanded. The realization that his first punishment stemmed from his father's anger over a child born from an affair was overwhelming. Tears welled in his eyes, and he began to sob uncontrollably, spitting blood. Lin Jiran sprang to her feet, her heart aching as she rushed to embrace Zhang Yi, glaring furiously at Zhang Hanlian. "Zhang Hanlian, do you think I am dead? How could you strike our son? What has he done wrong? Just because he spoke the truth, you would harm him to the point of bleeding? Li Zihan is my close friend. She has said nothing. What gives you the right to strike our son?" Zhang Hanlian, unwavering, retorted, "It is precisely because she said nothing that we must take a stand. Do you not feel indebted to your friend for how you treat her? Lin Jiran, incredulous, replied, what happened that day? Do you need me to recount the details? Even Li Zihan acknowledges that it was her son who attempted a prank, intending to push ours into the pond, and it was he who ended up in the water, resulting in this condition. What fault lies with Xiao Yi? Her frustration boiled over. Li Zihan's child was missing, and Zhang Hanlian's family had the audacity to blame her sons. It was utterly infuriating. Chapter 95. I was wrong. Enough. Stop the bickering. Finding the child is our utmost priority, Zhang Hanlian's parents scolded, casting a disapproving glance at Lin Jiran. Is it wrong for my Hanlian to discipline his own children? Lin Jiran was seething with anger. What kind of education is this? He hardly ever disciplines the child, yet now he suddenly resorts to slapping him, causing him to vomit blood. Is this his notion of education? At this moment, Li Zihan was genuinely worried about her son. Witnessing their argument, she had no inclination to stoke the flames, but she would never intervene. Just as their quarrel reached a fever pitch, Zhang Dongdong unexpectedly climbed up from the embankment, clutching several fruits in his hands. Upon seeing him, Li Zihan rushed over, scooping him up in her arms while exclaiming, Dongdong, my dear, where have you been? You have worried your mother to death. Boo-hoo. In a daze, Zhang Dongdong was oblivious to Li Zihan's anxiety. As he noticed the fruits falling to the ground due to the impact of being held, he cried out in distress, the fruits! My fruits! Let go of me! My fruits have fallen! He forcefully pushed Li Zihan away and dashed to retrieve the fallen fruits. Lin Jiran pointed at Zhang Dongdong, glaring at Zhang Hanlian. Her anger unabated, Zhang Dongdong was being mischievous, running off to pick fruits from the embankment, ignoring my calls. He assured you not to worry, yet he returned unscathed. While my son is left bloodied from your hand, Zhang Hanlian, I want a divorce. Lin Jiran said this deliberately, then cradled Zhang Wanwan. Calling out to Zhang Yi and Zhang Li, let's go. Your father is capable of striking your brother over someone else's child. Who knows what else he might do in the future? With that, she turned and left with Zhang Wanwan. Every couple has their quarrels, and it is not uncommon for them to threaten divorce during such disputes. In the past, Zhang Hanlian would have been dissuaded from pursuing her by his parents, who would admonish him not to indulge his wife. However, now his parents were urging him to chase after Lin Jiran. What are you waiting for? Go after Jiran. Zhang Hanlian was taken aback. It was rare for his parents to actively encourage him to pursue Lin Jiran. He had refrained from doing so precisely because they were present, but now they were pushing him forward. He then heard his parents continue, our new house is still under renovation. If she leaves, who will take care of that? She initiated the demolition and construction. If she abandons it, where will we live? We can't stay in this old house forever, can we? Lin Jiran had not gone far and, upon overhearing his parents, couldn't help but sneer. How had she ever tolerated such behavior from Zhang Hanlian's family? Zhang Hanlian quickly caught up, standing before Lin Jiran and bowing repeatedly in apology. Dear, I was wrong. Please forgive me just this once. I promise I won't be so harsh with the children again. Please forgive me. Lin Jiran maintained a cold demeanor. She deliberately escalated the argument with his family to justify her decision to sever ties. Unforgivable. Lin Jiran's voice was icy. You struck not only my child but also expressed your discontent with me. Who are you trying to impress? Were you attempting to send me a warning? Zhang Hanlian appeared innocent and helpless. I didn't think that far. I was merely angry when I saw the child misbehaving and reacted. It wasn't directed at you. Li Zihan approached, her face filled with guilt. Jiran, it was my fault. I should have kept a better eye on the children to prevent this scare. If you must place blame, let it be on me, not your husband. If I hadn't come with you, this unpleasantness wouldn't have occurred. Lin Jiran softened her stance slightly, appearing still amicable with Li Zihan. Zihan, this isn't your fault. It is natural for everyone to worry when a child goes missing. But I simply cannot forgive Zhang Hanlian for hitting my son. If he can strike my son in front of me today, he could very well do the same to me in the future. I cannot allow him that opportunity. I don't want to see him. Just the sight of him irks me. I want to go home. I can no longer endure this wretched place. Zhang Hanlian's parents approached, their suppressed frustration evident. It's only natural for a parent to discipline their child. Why has this become such an egregious matter in your eyes? You city ladies are so pretentious, quick to anger, and always expecting others to placate you. If you wish to leave, fine, but you must take responsibility for the house. The room we currently occupy has been demolished at your behest. If you abandon it, what then? Who will rebuild it? Lin Jiran laughed in disbelief. I am on the brink of divorcing your son. Why on earth would I help you with that house? Saying this, she disregarded the ugly expressions on Zhang Hanlian's parents' faces and turned to leave. However, as she took just a few steps, she heard a loud thud, as if something had fallen to the ground. Moments later, Zhang Hanlian and Li Zihan's anguished cries followed. Mom and Dad, what happened to you two? Uncle and Aunt. Please don't scare me. Zhang Hanlian shouted at Lin Jiran. Jiran, my parents have fainted from anger. Please, let us not continue this feud. I was wrong. Isn't that enough? He began slapping his own face in apology. I was wrong. Jiran, please forgive me. I shouldn't have struck our child. Lin Jiran could see that Zhang Hanlian's parents were feigning unconsciousness. If they truly had collapsed, Zhang Hanlian would have been desperately trying to help them rather than begging for her forgiveness. You don't owe me an apology. You owe it to our son. If you wish to express remorse, go apologize to him, she stated coldly. Zhang Hanlian had no choice but to turn to Zhang Yi, pleading, I'm sorry, little you. Daddy was too anxious and struck you. Do you still hurt? It was my fault. I promise I won't hit you again. Zhang Yi looked at him as if he were a stranger, hiding behind Lin Jiran and remaining silent. Lin Jiran understood that Zhang Yi likely did not want to forgive his father either, and she did not wish to put him in a difficult position.
All right.
Your parents have fainted. You'd better hurry and take them to the hospital. She said this while deliberately pulling out her phone to call an ambulance. Let us have the ambulance take them to the hospital in town. Zhang Hanlian quickly stepped forward to grasp her hand, preventing her from making the call. No need. I'm afraid it won't be in time if we go to the hospital. My parents have this ailment. It's a chronic condition. We can just take them to our village clinic. The doctors there can treat them, regardless of the situation. He could not allow Lin Jiran to return home at this moment, as he had instructed people to transfer assets at the company, and it was still not resolved. Lin Jiran saw through his intentions but said nothing, putting her phone down. Very well, I shall observe how you intend to mend this web of lies with your parents.